Wang Chong was stunned. So what you mean is, they'll give you 20 cents per entry. You go find people to do it and pay them 10 cents per entry. Chen Hao pointed at the students in the cafeteria carrying trays. Look at this packed hall. How many of them are freshmen? How many come from poor families and want to work part-time to support themselves? And those guys in our department who spend all day in internet cafes playing games. Their internet fees are almost overdue, right? Give them 10 cents and they'll worship you like a god of wealth. The extra 10 cents in the middle is your management fee. Wang Chong instantly caught on and saw the huge profit margin hidden inside. He was lazy but not stupid. This was a classic case of making money with no capital at all. If I find 10 people each doing 300 entries a day, that's 3,000 entries in total. I could lie down and earn 300 a day. Wang Chong grew a little excited. That's 9,000 a month. 9,000 yuan. In the year 2000, 9,000 yuan was no small sum. You could buy 2 square meters of an apartment inside the third ring in the capital with that. That's assuming you can find reliable people and still guarantee the quality, Chen Hao added. What the company wants are non-duplicate jokes. Whether they're from Story Club Jean or BBS forums online, as long as they're funny, they want them. But if there are duplicates and the system catches them, they'll deduct money. That's easy. Wang Chong slapped the table so hard the empty beer bottles on it rattled. Our school's BBS is full of talent. Finding a few fast typists is nothing. Besides, second and third are worrying about not having money to upgrade their graphics cards. At this point, Wang Chong suddenly stopped. The excitement on his face faded a little. He looked at Chen Hao, his gaze turning earnest. Hauge, since this gig is so profitable, why don't you run it yourself? Or we split it 50-50. This money came through you, I can't just take it all. I'll keep 15 cents and leave 5 cents for you. Chen Hao looked at this simple chubby guy and smiled. Even in the face of profit, he could still think of his brother. The fat guy wasn't stupid, he knew the project depended on him to pull off. Forget it, Chen Hao waved his hand. The part-time work I'm doing now pays more. I don't care about this little bit, and I don't have the energy to manage it. You just earn this money steadily. Treat it as a starter project your brother found for you. Later I'll see if I can outsource other company work too. Besides, you think being a foreman is easy. You have to review their work, distribute the money, and watch that they don't just pad the numbers. It's all hard-earned money. Wang Chong's eyes reddened with emotion. He knew Chen Hao was looking out for him. His family wasn't poor, but the feeling of asking for money and the feeling of earning it himself were two completely different things. Hauge, there's nothing more to say. Wang Chong picked up his glass. It was already empty, but he still clinked it hard against Chen Hao's. I'll take this job. If I don't do it well, you can have my head. No need for your head. Just bring me the jokes, Chen Hao. We'll test the waters this week. First, get a few thousand entries together. I'll have the company settle the money weekly in cash. Deal. After the meal, the two walked out of the cafeteria. Now Wang Chong's steps were brisk, his back straight, completely different from his earlier lazy self. He was no longer just a game-addicted fat guy. He was the soon-to 10th Sandamonth, Boss Wang. Back at the dorm, a wave of heat rushed at them again, but Wang Chong didn't feel it at all. Third, stop reading. Get down here. As soon as he walked in, he shouted up at the top bunk. Lu Bo was startled, and the reader magazine in his hand almost slipped. What's wrong with you? On stimulants or something? Want to make some money? Wang Chong stood in the middle of the dorm room, hands on his hips, looking every bit like he was about to direct mountains and rivers. I found you guys a great gig. Typing and data entry, 10 cents per entry. Paid in cash. 10 cents. Lu Bo rolled his eyes. You think we're beggars? What do you know? Wang Chong shot him a disdainful look. Ever heard of copy and paste? Go to the Shuemu BBS, find the joke sections, Ctrl-C, Ctrl-V. 1 minute, and you can get several entries done. In an hour, that's several yuan. Won't that cover your internet fees? Hearing this, Lu Bo stuck his head out from the bed, eyes darting as he thought it over. There's really such a good deal. It's outsourced from Chen Hao's company. Reputation guaranteed. Wang Chong pointed at Chen Hao, who was sitting at the desk booting up the computer. Without another word, Lu Bo jumped straight down from the top bunk, barely getting his slippers on before rushing to the computer. You should have said so earlier. If it's Hauge's project, it's definitely solid. I'm in too. Wang Chong's mind was racing now. Don't rush to start yet. I need to go recruit more people first. He plopped down in front of his own computer, deftly opened the browser, and accompanied by the harsh buzzing of the dial-up tone, connected to the campus network. He opened the internal Jinghang BBS forum, the most active place for all the students. Wang Chong's fingers rattled across the keyboard even faster than when he played Counter-Strike. Title: Internal Recruitment from a certain high-tech company, part-time jobs that let you earn over 1,000 a month just by typing. Limited slots, act fast. The content he wrote was highly provocative. Still worrying about not being able to afford a new phone? Still embarrassed to treat your girlfriend to dinner because you're broke? The welfare for Jinghang Brothers has arrived. A certain well-known internet company urgently needs text data organized. Job description: collecting and organizing funny jokes. Requirements: humorous, witty, and non-repetitive. Pay per entry compensation: the more you do, the more you earn, no upper limit. Work from your dorm, flexible hours. Contact Student Wang. Note: limited to the first 20 spots only. Act fast or miss out. He hit enter, and the post went. Wang Chong turned around to look at Chen Hao, a sly grin on his face. Hauge, how's that copywriting? You've got a bit of a hustler's talent now, Chen Hao said with an approving nod. In less than 5 minutes, the QQ icon on Wang Chang's computer started flashing like crazy. The alerts chimed in rapid succession. The sound was as dense as machine gun fire. Holy crap. So many people. Wang Chang stared at the dozen chat windows that popped up at once, suddenly a little overwhelmed. Classmate, is this for real? 10 cents per entry. I'm a Chinese major, I've got tons of joke books. Will that work? I'm a sophomore, I type super fast, touch typing at 120 characters a minute. Replying as he went, Wang Chang excitedly turned his head and shouted at Chen Hao, "How go, it's blowing up. These guys are too enthusiastic. I think this week, never mind a few thousand entries. We could easily crank out tens of thousands for you." Watching Wang Chang drenched in sweat, but brimming with excitement, Chen Hao couldn't help but smile. This was the internet of the year 2000, filled with raw vitality and a hunger for wealth. Do it well, Chen Hao said, standing up and picking up his wash basin and towel. I'm going to take a shower. Tonight, remember to compile the first batch of data and give it to me. I'll help you pass this round. After that, you'll understand the format clearly. Don't worry. Without even looking back, Wang Chang's fingers flew over the keyboard. He had completely entered the role of a foreman. After finishing his shower, Chen Hao left the dormitory building. The sun outside was blazing. He found a patch of shade under a tree, took out his phone, and dialed Su Jing. The call was picked up after only 2 rings. Boss. Su Jing's voice came from the other end. I've got a job for you. I've arranged for a few students from Jinghang University to work part-time sorting jokes and text materials. The one leading them is a student named Wang Chang. What do you need me to do? You'll be in charge of coordination and settlement. Every Friday, have him send the sorted documents to your email, and you arrange someone to verify them. If the duplication rate is below 5% and the format is fine, just transfer the payment directly. Chen Hao paused, then added, we'll pay per item. I've already negotiated the unit price with him, 20 cents per piece. This money will first be booked under Matrix Technologies' labor service expenses. Make the accounts look neat and don't let it get too entangled with the main business. Understood. Do we need them to sign a confidentiality agreement? No need. A few lousy jokes hardly count as any kind of secret. The main thing is to pile up the volume. Take down his number and contact him later. Chen Hao recited a string of digits, and from Su Jing's side came the soft rasp of a pen scratching across paper. Also set aside a petty cash reserve with finance. Chen Hao thought for a moment and added, these small expenditures will become very frequent. I don't want every single one to need my signature and approval. Set a ceiling amount and manage it yourself. And I haven't told him who I really am. He thinks I'm just a part-timer working at the company. Don't let anything slip. After hanging up, Chen Hao stood in the shade, lit a cigarette, and smoked as he pondered the next steps. With this group of cheap labor, led by Wang Chang, the library of SMS jokes would be filled in no time. But completing the joke library was only the first step on a long march. Jokes were plain text, large in volume but low in unit price. Caller tunes and picture downloads would be the true mainstay of future SP business. Although polyphonic ringtones had not yet become widespread, simple monophonic melody downloads were already beginning to show signs of emerging. As for images, those low-resolution blurry pictures of beauties and cartoons in an era when WAP networks had yet to rise were already machines for harvesting traffic. Chen Hao's original plan had been simple: throw money at it. At present, awareness of digital copyrights was shockingly weak. By spending just tens of thousands of yuan at a few record companies, one could buy out massive catalogs of digital rights. This kind of deal might look foolish in the present, but as long as he endured these few months and waited for mobile Monternet to be launched, it would become an immensely profitable venture. Clamping the cigarette between his fingers, he walked along the tree-lined path toward the campus gate, his mind working through the names of several major record labels and publishing houses from his memory, Huana Gunshi, and a few old domestic audiovisual companies. If he wanted legitimate licenses, he would have to deal with the distribution departments of these institutions. Chen Hao's footsteps abruptly came to a halt. A hot gust of wind swept past, stirring a few fallen leaves on the ground. He stared at a mottled public bulletin board by the roadside, his gaze growing heavy. He had overlooked a fatal risk. The cultural circle in the capital was far too small. Within this circle, if you traced people back 3 generations, most could be linked somehow. The presidents of major publishing houses, executives of record companies, even the officials in charge of cultural affairs together formed a tightly woven, impenetrable net. And one of the cores of this net was precisely the tiger skin he was currently borrowing: the Sun family. The Sun family's old patriarch had served as a vice minister in the Ministry of Culture, with students and former subordinates spread throughout the entire cultural system. The Sun family's 4 daughters had married and branched out, with a whole swarm of grandchildren and great-grandchildren. This had been the very foundation of Chen Hao's confidence in posing as a distant relative of the Suns. After all, no one would go out of their way to stand before the old patriarch of the Sun family and ask, "Do you happen to have a distant grandnephew named Chen Hao?" But if he started purchasing copyrights on a massive scale, the situation would change. What he intended to buy was not 1 or 2 songs, but an enormous catalog of rights. Such a commotion would inevitably attract attention within the circle. Once he sat at the negotiation table, the other side might, in an attempt to build rapport, casually toss out a question. Since President Chen is one of the Sun family, are you familiar with Sun Lao's third son-in-law? We just had dinner together the other day. Or worse, the other party might directly phone some relative in the Sun family. Hey, that young fellow named Chen Hao from your family is here buying copyrights from us. Should we give him some face and offer a discount? In that instant, the intricate web of lies he had woven would be torn to shreds. In the capital, impersonating the offspring of compound elites happened often enough, but being exposed was a serious calamity. Once unmasked, everything he had now would vanish in an instant. He would be branded with the mark of fraudster and would never again have a foothold in this circle. Chen Hao flicked his cigarette, but to the ground, and crushed it beneath the tip of his shoe. This path was blocked. At least until his identity issue was resolved, he could not brazenly reach for the core resources of the cultural circle. Yet without touching copyrights, the SP business would be missing a crucial leg. Chen Hao stood by the roadside watching the flow of passing vehicles, his brow tightly furrowed. It seemed he would have to first solidify this identity. Only by turning the false into the real could he freely rake in money in this circle. But how could he make it real? Go to the Sun family and acknowledge kinship. That was suicide. He had absolutely no blood connection to them, not even the faintest trace of lineage. Memories of the Sun family from his previous life flashed rapidly through Chen Hao's mind. The old patriarch Sun Lao was fiercely protective of his own, yet ran a strict household. The Sun family sons-in-law were all shrewd and held high positions in their respective fields. He could not reach, nor did he dare to reach, any of these people within the country. The only possible breakthrough lay abroad. Sun Kai, the Sun family's sole male heir, the apple of the old patriarch's eye. In his previous life, Chen Hao had only met Sun Kai around 2014, by which time Sun Kai had already returned to China. The two had bumped into each other at a few drinking sessions and later had some business dealings. Chen Hao knew Sun Kai's character inside out. The man appeared arrogant, but at his core he was deeply lonely, desperately eager to prove himself, unwilling to live in the shadow of his family. Counting the years, the current Sun Kai should be in his sophomore year in the beautiful country. In 2000, Sun Kai was only 19, 3 months younger than Chen Hao. At this age, Sun Kai had not yet been tempered by society's harshness, nor had he turned into the slick and sophisticated young master son of later years. He should now be at his most confused and rebellious, and also most susceptible to being talked into things. Even more importantly, he was overseas. On the far side of the ocean, there were no sprawling family networks of the Suns, no elders constantly watching over him. There he was, just an ordinary international student. Chen Hao's eyes narrowed. In China, meeting Sun Kai even once would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. But overseas, as long as he handled things properly, engineering a chance encounter and building a relationship would be almost effortless. If he could become friends with Sun Kai in the beautiful country, even pulling him into some kind of startup project together, then Chen Hao would no longer be a fake, distant relative, but the partner and good brother, personally recognized by the Sun family's young master. By then, who would dare question his identity? A single sentence from Sun Kai would carry more weight than any explanation. This was not merely about solving the copyright issue, it addressed the greatest hidden danger in his entire development. With this connection to Sun Kai, his foundation in the capital would, at last, be truly secure. It seemed he would have to make a trip to the beautiful country first. Since he intended to cross the ocean and firmly set this game in motion, he could not go empty-handed. In the year 2000, foreign exchange controls in Longwo were strict and formidable. For ordinary people, taking large sums of money out of the country was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The meager annual foreign exchange quota allotted per person was not nearly enough for Chen Hao, who planned to stage an entrepreneurial performance in that money-devouring pit called Silicon Valley. He needed a more convenient channel. Chen Hao exited the school gate and notified Xiao Wu to pick him up, heading straight for Zhongwan Village. Hailong Building remained bustling with activity as porters rushed through the narrow aisles carrying large computer cases and shouting, "Excuse me, coming through." Chen Hao skillfully made his way to Qian Hongyan's shop in Zhongwan Village. Upon seeing Chen Hao enter, Qian Hongyan slapped the delivery order onto the table and greeted him with a beaming smile. "Mr. Chen, what brings you here in person? If you have any instructions, you could just call me. I happened to be passing by and wanted to ask you something." Chen Hao was not polite. He pulled over a folding chair and sat down, his gaze sweeping over the rows of brand new graphics card packaging on the shelves. "Go ahead." Qian Hongyan handed over a cigarette. Chen Hao took the cigarette, too hurried, delighted, and asked straightforwardly, "You have a wide network for sourcing goods. Do you have any leads on rogue importers of large hardware?" Qian Hongyan, being an old hand, twitched his eyelids at the question. He leaned in closer and lowered his voice. "Mr. Chen, what exactly do you mean? Are you looking for smuggled goods, or?" "I need to exchange some USD to use over in the beautiful country. The amount is quite large, and the legitimate channels are too slow." Qian Hongyan let out a sigh of relief. Anyone who mingled in Zhongwan Village had faced cash flow issues at some point. The daily cash flow here was astronomical. As long as there was money, nothing was impossible. "You came to the right person for this." Qian Hongyan took out a lighter and lit Chen Hao's cigarette with a snap. "Most of my goods come from Pengcheng. There are a few major players over there who specialize in the import-export of electronic components. Their cash flow is enormous. He exhaled a smoke ring, speaking with a hint of reverence. The biggest supplier I know in Pengcheng is Guoyaguang. He is the chairman of the South China Electronics Import and Export Group and one of the early pioneers in Huiqiangbai. This person has a wild network and operates well in both the legal and illegal realms. Chen Hao remembered this name. In his past life, when he was trading phones in Huiqiangbai, he had heard tales of Guoyaguang. This person later went down for a massive smuggling case, but in 2000 he was definitely a revered figure in the South China Electronic Circle. How does he operate? Chen Hao asked, getting to the key point. It's simple, Qian Hongyan explained. He has a trading company in Xianjiang. You give him RMB in the mainland under the guise of payment for goods or some other name. He directly transfers USD to your account from Xianjiang. This is an open secret in their circle called cross-trading. Every day, tens of millions to billions of dollars circulate back and forth, and no one can trace it. Chen Hao nodded. The embryonic form of these underground banks was the only quick channel for many private enterprises to venture abroad in that era. Although there were risks, the efficiency was extremely high. Can you establish a connection? No problem. Qian Hongyan patted his chest to assure him. Although my current volume isn't large, I've maintained a good reputation with him. Plus, with your background, as long as I mention it to him, he would be eager to establish a good relationship with you. These big players value the winds of change above all. All right, help me make the connection. Chen Hao decided quickly. Tell him I'm interested in becoming friends. I will be visiting Pengcheng soon. We can discuss it face to face then. Sure thing. However, Mr. Chen, there is a prerequisite. Qian Hongyan reminded. You need to have an account in Xianjiang first. Bosqua only deals with transferring money to Xianjiang. How it gets to the beautiful country after that is much easier. I will handle that myself. Once the funding channel is sorted, the remaining task is to get the ticket to the other side of the ocean. The visa environment in 2000 was far less lenient than in later years. Especially for the beautiful country, the rejection rate was frighteningly high. If you were single, young, and without significant asset proof, the visa officer would assume you had immigration intentions and stamp a black mark on your passport. Chen Hao currently had some money, but that was the company's cash flow. As for personal assets, apart from a few properties that had not yet appreciated in value, he couldn't present any solid proof. If he followed the normal process to queue for an in-person interview, not only would he need to prepare a pile of materials like a household registration check, but the appointment scheduling alone would have to wait until next month. He couldn't afford to wait. The window for SP business was fleeting. He needed to solidify his relationship with Sun Kai and secure the copyright before the mobile dream network officially exploded. Chen Hao extinguished the cigarette, but bid farewell to Qian Hongyan and left Zhongwan village. Half an hour later, he appeared at the Electronic Information Department. Wang Qiming was reading a newspaper in the office while holding a teacup. Upon seeing Chen Hao enter, he put down the newspaper and immediately wore a warm smile. Ah, brother Chen, what wind has blown you here? Wang Qiming walked around the desk, gesturing for Chen Hao to sit on the sofa. What would you like to drink? I just got some preaching Ming Long Jing here. Brother Wang, don't bother. It's a hot day, or I won't have tea. Chen Hao waved his hand, his face showing a hint of anxiety. I'm not here for nothing. I have an urgent matter to trouble you with. Why be polite with me? Just say it. Wang Qiming was very generous. My old man is urging me to visit the beautiful country. Chen Hao sighed, his tone revealing helplessness. My cousin Sun Kai is studying over there. The old man misses him and worries about his well-being, but Sun Kai said he's too busy with studies to come back. The old man just wants me to go check on him. I also want to take the opportunity to investigate the internet market over there and see if there are any opportunities to pick up the pieces after the bubble bursts. Upon hearing the name Sun Kai, Wang Qiming's mind immediately connected the dots. Although he had never met Sun Kai, the fact that he was the only descendant of the Sun family was no secret in the circle. This further solidified Chen Hao's identity. That's a good thing. You should definitely go take a look. Wang Qiming nodded repeatedly. But you also know how slow the embassy is with their queues. Chen Hao frowned. My project is at a critical moment. How can I afford to waste time with those foreign devils? I just want to ask if there's a fast track in our department. Wang Qiming chuckled. To him, this was not a problem at all. The Electronic Information Department, which oversees the national electronic industry, has no idea how many personnel from subordinate enterprises and research institutes need to go abroad for inspections and conferences every year. If everyone had to queue up, how could they still work? Xiaoqin, you've come to the right person. Wang Qiming picked up the teacup and took a sip, looking as if he had it all figured out. Our department has a special liaison channel with the Foreign Affairs Department. However, since this is a personal matter, it wouldn't be appropriate to take the public passport route. But that's also easy to manage. He opened the drawer, pulled out a business card holder, and handed a card to Chen Hao. You should contact this person. Lu Jin, business manager at the Kyoto Foreign Enterprise Human Resources Service Company. Their company specializes in handling visas for the tertiary enterprises under the ministries, as well as those large foreign enterprises. They have green channel quotas that exempt interviews. Chen Hao took the card, which reads Senior Manager Lu Jin Foreign. Brother Wang, is this person reliable? Don't worry. Wang Qiming lowered his voice. He is the nephew of an old leader in our department dedicated to this line of work. He'll give him a call and explain. Just use your identity as the chairman of Matrix Technology and say you want to go to the beautiful country for a business inspection. He will arrange everything clearly for you. Thank you so much, Brother Wang. Chen Hao stood up. When I come back from there, he'll bring you back a couple of good bottles of foreign wine. Oh, we brothers don't need to stand on ceremony. Wang Qiming smiled as he escorted Chen Hao to the door. After leaving the ministry compound, Chen Hao took a taxi to the International Building in Jiayang District according to the address on the card. Lu Jin's office occupied the 28th floor, tastefully appointed, its floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the bustling CBD. When Chen Hao was let in by the receptionist, Lu Jin was on the phone, his tone brusque. I don't care about the format of the invitation. I want the official seal. Without the state government's stamp, these documents are worthless. Redo. After hanging up, Lu Jin turned, and upon seeing Chen Hao, his face instantly brightened into a smile. It was obvious that Wang Qiming had already called. You must be Mr. Chen. Director Wang just briefed me. Lu Jin walked over and shook Chen Hao's hand. Please have a seat. Chen Hao got straight to the point. I need to get a B1 business visa to Pyongyang as fast as possible. Mr. Chen, since you are Director Wang's friend, I'll be frank. Lu Jin sank back into his executive chair. Under the current circumstances, a business visa requires an invitation letter from the host company. Do you have a partner company there? No, Chen Hao replied. Then we'll have to prepare one for you. Lu Jin produced a document. We cooperate with several technology associations over there. They can issue an official business inspection invitation on the pretext of inviting the chairman of Jingdu Jiuzhen Technology to visit the United States for an exchange. That's possible. Chen Hao nodded. This set of documents will go through our corporate fast track, Lu Jin continued. You want me to appear for an in-person interview? I just hand me your passport and photos, and the visa should be issued in about a week. However, the fee is rather high, 50,000 yuan. 50,000 yuan in the year 2000 was a tremendous sum. Paying that much for a visa was undeniably steep. But Chen Hao did not hesitate. As long as it's fast, money is no object. He offered no haggling. At this moment, he only wanted to race against time. He took a bag from Xiao Wu, opened it, counted out 5 stacks of cash, and handed them to Lu Jin. Lu Jin accepted the money. His smile grew even more radiant. Mr. Chen, very decisive. Lu Jin produced a form. Fill this out and leave the rest to me. Chen Hao picked up a pen and began to fill in the form. Name Chen Hao. Position Chairman of Jingdu Jiuzhen Technology Co. Ltd. Purpose of visit to the United States business inspection. After completing the U.S. application, Chen Hao looked up at Lu Jin. Manager Lu, one more thing. Before I go abroad, I intend to make a trip to Xinjiang. Could you also help me obtain a Hong Kong and Macau travel permit? Lu Jin paused briefly, then smiled. Mr. Chen, you've come to the right person. While personal travel procedures to Xinjiang can be cumbersome, for us, handling it through a business endorsement is very quick. With your status, obtaining a multiple-entry business endorsement will be no problem. How long will it take? Chen Hao asked. We'll process it together with the U.S. visa. Come next Wednesday, and you'll collect both documents. Lu Jin gave his assurance. Chen Hao nodded and signed another form. The documents are in order, Lu Jin said as he put the forms away. Next Wednesday, have someone come to pick them up. Okay. Exiting the International Building, the sunlight outside remained glaring, yet Chen Hao felt completely unburdened. The funding channels were secured, and the visa was on its way. Everything was ready except for the final push. He glanced at his wristwatch. It was still early. Chen Hao got into the Audi and told Xiao Wu to drive back to the company first. The Audi A6S. Vince breathed chilled air. Leaning against the leather rear seat, Chen Hao's mind raced. The core purpose of going to Pyongyang was to win over Sun Kai. Merely spending money would not be enough to forge a genuine revolutionary friendship with a second-generation scion like him. Did Sun Kai lack money? Although his family didn't give extravagantly, it was sufficient for ordinary study abroad life. He was not particularly hungry for cash. Did he lack women? Far from it. Sun Kai was good-looking and well-built. He attended Bakilai Music Academy, a place thick with artistic atmosphere and populated by attractive young men and women. In such an environment, admirers would surely be plentiful. To win over someone like him, one needed to give him something, a sense of achievement. Or more bluntly, make him the focal point of his circle, let him feel that associating with Chen Hao would bring success. Launching a startup was a promising route, but choosing the project required care. Chen Hao's first impulse was Facebook. That little blue site would years later transform how people socialized. But he dismissed the idea at once. It was 2000, and digital cameras were luxuries with dismal resolution, and mobile phone photography was still a fantasy. Asking users to take selfies and then scan and upload their photos would erect a barrier high enough to deter 99% of people. Moreover, a real-name social network in the current internet climate lacked fertile ground and might even provoke user. Faceapp's foundation was authenticity, while the internet's current main themes were venting and hormones. Another name flashed through Chen Hao's mind. Hot or Not. That was the nuclear weapon suited to this era. In his previous lives memories, that site would be launched months later by 2 Silicon Valley engineers. Its logic was brutally simple. Users uploaded photos and others scored them from 1 to 10. No elaborate personal pages, no tedious friend requests. Only the most primitive aesthetic judgment. It was the internet's version of the Roman Colosseum, except the gladiators were men and women eager to flaunt their look. It did not demand a complex technical architecture. PHP and MySQL could run it smoothly. Nor did it require strong user loyalty. Boredom, lust, and vanity would suffice. Most crucially, Sun Kai was at Bakulai. That was the breeding ground for tomorrow's stars. If Sun Kai could recruit a few dozen striking classmates to upload photos that Spark could instantly set ablaze the university circles across Boston, then Sun Kai would no longer be an ordinary Longbow exchange student. He would be the co-founder of America's most viral site, the unseen hand behind Bokelly's beauty rankings. The satisfaction of that vanity would be stronger than gifting him a Ferrari. The smile on Chen Hao's face grew ever broader. That was the plan. On the third floor of Fusion Technology, the tapping of keyboards came in fits and starts. Liang Bo, sporting two deep dark circles beneath his eyes, stared vacantly at the Winamp source code on his screen. Since taking on Chen Hao's music project, he had been coming to the office every day, bringing a few people to rush the schedule. Although Chen Hao's company paid generously, the workload was undeniably intense. Boj, take a break. A colleague handed him a bottle of water. Hasn't the decoder module for the player already been? The remaining UI tweaks can be done slowly. No school is about to start. Liang Bo twisted open the bottle and took a gulp. Let's try to push out as much as possible before we return to campus. Progress will likely slow once term begins. Just then, Chen Hao pushed the door open and walked in. Everyone here. He scanned the room and let his gaze settle on Liang Bo. Boj, come to the meeting room. I have an urgent matter. Liang Bo felt a sinking sensation. In a company, when someone said urgent, it usually meant overtime change requirements or both. He followed Chen Hao into the small meeting room with a rueful face. Chen Hao casually shut the door, pulled over a chair, sat down, took a pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket, and tossed one to Liang Bo. I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear? Liang Bo took the cigarette and skillfully tucked it behind his ear. Chen, how can we skip this routine? Just tell me what additional features you want. It has nothing to do with the player, Chen Hao said in a low voice. The company has taken on an overseas outsourcing project, a big job. Hearing the words big job, Liang Bo's eyelids twitched. He knew Chen Hao too well. A big job in his mouth usually came with generous rewards. Then let's start with the good news. Liang Bo sat up straight. The good news is that this project is very simple, with almost zero technical difficulty. Chen Hao held up two fingers. And because of the tight deadline, the price is high. 20,000. 20,000? Liang Bo looked a bit worried. And it's very simple. It wouldn't be some illegal software, would it? What are you thinking? Chen Hao grabbed a sheet of white paper from the side and sketched a rough diagram on it. It's just a website. The functionality is ridiculously simple. He drew two boxes on the paper, writing via. This is a photo voting website. The logic is as follows. Users can upload photos to the system's library. The system randomly displays two photos or just one photo. The viewer only needs to perform one action: give a score. Either select hot or not, or give a score from 1 to 10. As Chen Hao drew, he explained, the backend calculates the average score based on the votes and creates a leaderboard. Today's hottest, this week's hottest, and all-time hottest. That's all there is to it. Liang Bo stared at the sketch for a long time, his brows furrowing. Is that it? What significance does this have? Isn't this just an online beauty contest? Exactly, it's an online beauty contest, Chen Hao confirmed with a nod. Don't worry about its significance. This is what the client wants. Can it be technically realized? It's too simple. Liang Bo scoffed, pursing his lips. It's just a few pages. I build a database in the backend to store photos and scores and write a sorting algorithm. That's all it takes. There aren't even any complex interactions. PHP can handle it in 2 or 3 days. Don't be careless. Chen Hao added more requirements. There are 2 hard requirements. The first is that the entire interface must be in English. This is for foreigners, so not a single Chinese character can appear. You need to find someone proficient in English to translate all the text buttons and prompts properly. No Chinglish like GD study or something like that. That's easy. Oh, I have acquaintances in the foreign language department who can do it for a few hundred yuan, Liang Bo readily agreed. The second requirement is speed. Chen Hao stared into Liang Bo's eyes. I need to see the finished product online within 2 weeks, and there can't be any bugs. He'll have Laoli help set up a server overseas. You just handle the code. 2 weeks. Liang Bo calculated in his head. The timeline is a bit tight, but if we pause the player side and have a few people take shifts, it shouldn't be a problem. I've accepted this job. The temptation of 20,000 yuan was simply too great. Liang Bo had already decided to sacrifice his recent sleep schedule. Chen Hao smiled at Liang Bo, who seemed to have fallen into a money trap. He looked at Chen Hao warily. What's the bad news? The other party wants to settle in yen. Not that, Chen Hao said a little awkwardly. The bad news is that the company is sending me on a business trip next week. I'll probably be gone for half a month. If you're going on a business trip, just go. It's up to you. Liang Bo brushed it off. The problem is classes start next Monday. Chen Hao added in a low voice. Liang Ba's hand which held the cigarette froze in midair, and the ash fell on his thigh without him noticing. Liang Ba's smile froze on his face. He was Chen Hao's advisor, and the first week of school was a critical period for student check-ins, registrations, and textbook distribution. For a sophomore student to disappear on the first day of school and be gone for half a month, if this got out, it would be a huge responsibility for him as an advisor. Chen Hao, aren't you giving me a difficult problem? Liang Ba's tone became serious. You're a student. Your primary duty is to study. Missing the first week of school without a valid reason is a serious teaching incident. If the department investigates, I can't protect you either. Bro, I'm doing this for the company, you know. Chen Hao quickly complained. Zhao said that if I can secure resources on that side, the company's business will double. If that's the case, will there be less outsourced work? I'm also working hard to fight for projects for you, bro. Moreover, if I don't go, the company will think I'm not committed to their affairs, and if they fire me, there won't be any more outsourcing opportunities in the future. Chen Hao stared into Liang Ba's eyes, starting to play the emotional card. Bro, just think of it, as I have an urgent family matter and need to take a long leave. If I get called out, you can help me explain to the teacher. Half a month later, once I'm back, I'll immediately go to finance and clear the payment for that 20,000 project fee. I won't delay anything. Liang Bo fell silent. He looked at the rough sketch on the table and then at Chen Hao's face, which was filled with sincerity. He realized he had been trapped by this student. Ever since he took on the first outsourcing project, he was no longer just a simple teacher, but had become a part of Chen Hao's profit chain. Half a month, that's the limit. Liang Bo gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence. I will report to the department that you have an urgent family situation. You can figure out a way to write a leave note, and the dates must match. Bro, you're like my real big brother. Chen Hao grabbed Liang Ba's hand and shook it vigorously. Don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble. When I come back, let's go to Donglishan. I'll treat you and give you a few drinks. All right, hurry up and get ready for the business. Liang Bo waved his hand helplessly. Also, please refine the website requirements and send them to my email. After dealing with Liang Bo, Chen Hao returned to the office on the 4th floor. He lounged on the sofa in a relaxed posture, but the tension in his heart did not ease. Previously, Qian Hongyan had helped connect him to funding channels, but there was a prerequisite. Chen Hao needed to have an account in Xiangjiang that could handle this sum of money. Currently, he only had a savings book from the mainland. If he were to open an account in Xiangjiang at the last minute, not only would the process be cumbersome, but the strict review procedures alone would take 3 to 5 days. He simply couldn't afford to wait. He had to get this done in Kyoto. In the year 2000, the banking industry had clear barriers between domestic and foreign assets. Foreign banks like Huaqi and Huifeng had very few branches in the mainland and set high thresholds, mainly serving multinational corporations and top-tier billionaires. Ordinary people couldn't even step through the door, let alone open an account with remote notarization in Xiangjiang. Without solid connections or impressive asset proof, it was simply impossible. Chen Hao extinguished his cigarette, took out his phone, and scrolled to the number of Director Zhao from the State Assets Supervision and Administration Commission in Hadian District. Director Zhao oversaw the vast state-owned assets in the district, and he often drank with the presidents of major banks, being a prominent figure in the financial circle. Foreign banks wanting to do business in Hadian District had to consider his sentiments. The phone rang 3 times before being answered. Hello, Director Zhao, this is Chen Hao. Chen Hao said with a smile. Oh, it's you, Chen, my little brother. Director Zhao sounded in good spirits, and in the background there seemed to be the crisp sound of a golf club hitting a ball. I heard your department leaders visited you for an inspection last time and were very satisfied when they returned. That's thanks to you. Without your help, there wouldn't be today's situation. Chen Hao exchanged pleasantries and then shifted the conversation. I'm reaching out today because I have a personal matter I'd like to ask for your help with. You don't need to be so polite with me, just say it. I'm going to the beautiful country for an inspection soon, and I'll be passing through Xiangjiang. You know, when doing business outside, you can't go without a good card in hand. I want to open an account at a foreign bank like Huaqi or Huifeng, preferably getting the Xiangjiang account sorted out in Kyoto. But I'm not familiar with these foreign bank people, so I wanted to see if you have any acquaintances. Director Zhao laughed heartily on the other end. Oh, I thought it was a big deal. This matter is simple. The manager of Huaqi's Kyoto branch is named Steve, a Dragon Country person, and we have a long-standing relationship. They have been trying to secure foreign currency settlement business from several high-tech enterprises in our district and have been reaching out to me recently. That's excellent. Just wait for me 2 minutes, we'll call him. I'll send you the contact details shortly. Less than 5 minutes after hanging up, Chen Hao's phone vibrated. A text message arrived. Grace, assistant manager of Huaqi Bank's Kyoto branch, phone XXXXXX. Chen Hao looked at the information on the screen and smiled. Done. The next morning at 9 o'clock, a black Audi A6 slowly drove into the street outside the Nut Gate and stopped at the drop-off area of the Guemao building. This area is the most prosperous part of Kyoto in the year 2000, a symbol of wealth. Those who come and go here are either foreign corporate elites in suits or wealthy individuals speaking various accents. Chen Hao emerged from the vehicle, adjusting his suit. It was a well-tailored Armani casual suit, deep gray, understated, yet exuding a sense of quality. Underneath, he paired it with a white silk cotton shirt, leaving the collar slightly open without a tie. This outfit was specially purchased yesterday at the Wangfu restaurant, costing him over 20,000. In the financial circle, a good outfit is your ticket in. If you dress like an insurance salesman, people will treat you like one. If you dress like a billionaire, only then will people take your money seriously. Zhao Gang got out of the passenger seat carrying a black leather briefcase. Today he too was clad in a sharp black suit, sporting a pair of sunglasses. The two of them walked through the revolving door, entering the grand lobby of the Guamao building. The cold air rushed towards them, instantly cutting off the heat from outside. Chen Hao proceeded directly to the elevator area. The Kyoto branch of Huchi Bank is located on the upper floors of the building. As the elevator doors opened, a striking blue logo and glass access control came into view. The receptionist at the front desk, dressed in a refined uniform, immediately stood up upon seeing Chen Hao and his companions. "Hello, sir. Do you have an appointment?" "Looking for Grace," Chen Hao replied, stating the name. "I am Chen Hao." The receptionist paused for a moment, clearly noting that this name was marked with a very high priority on her list. The professional smile on her face instantly became radiant. "Mr. Chen, please follow me." Chen Hao was directly led into a VIP room located in the corner. This VIP room was exquisitely decorated in a European palace style, with a wool carpet on the floor and abstract oil paintings on the walls. The large floor-to-ceiling windows offered a view of the bustling Chang'an Street. As soon as he took a seat, the door to the VIP room was pushed open. A woman dressed in a professional suit with a sleek short haircut walked in. She appeared to be around 30, with exquisite makeup exuding a unique aura typical of elite returnees. "Mr. Chen, hello." The woman stepped forward and extended her hand. "I am Grace, the assistant to President Steve. The president is away on a business trip to the headquarters and specifically instructed me to take good care of you." "Hello, Grace. I appreciate your efforts." Chen Hao stood up, shook her hand gently, and then released it. "Please have a seat, Mr. Chen." Grace sat down across from Chen Hao, placing a folder on the table. "I heard you need to open a personal account in Xianjiang." "Yes." Chen Hao leaned back on the sofa. "I need to deal with some business matters in the beautiful country soon and require a financial intermediary in Xianjiang. But I'm pressed for time and can't go to Xianjiang to run errands." "I understand. For premium clients like you, Huchi Bank offers remote witnessing account opening services." Grace opened the folder and took out a stack of documents entirely in English. "This is the account application form and risk disclosure statement. You only need to sign here, and we will fax it to the headquarters in Xianjiang through our internal line, where it will be specially processed." She took out a Montblanc pen, preparing to explain the complex terms one by one. In her experience, many bosses from the mainland, although wealthy, generally have low English proficiency, especially concerning specialized financial and legal terms, which usually require her to spend considerable time translating and explaining. "Sign here, right?" Chen Hao took the pen and directly opened the document. His eyes quickly scanned over the densely packed English terms. The clauses regarding account management fees, cross-border transfer limits, and anti-money laundering reporting flowed as smoothly as his native language. In his past life, after trading cryptocurrencies, he had interacted with numerous foreign teams and dealt with various exchanges and law firms. He knew where the pitfalls lay in these standard contracts with his eyes closed. Just as Grace was about to remind him of the important notes on the first page, she saw Chen Hao had already flipped to the second page, effortlessly signing his name. With a flurry of strokes, in less than 3 minutes, he had signed all the documents. Chen Hao closed the folder and pushed it back in front of Grace. Some clauses are a bit domineering, like the fee ratio for intermediary banks on cross-border remittances. However, since it was introduced by Director Zhao, I won't quibble over these details. Grace was taken aback. She looked at Chen Hao with some surprise. That clause was hidden in the appendix on the 5th page in very small print, and the wording was extremely obscure. Even many international students would overlook it if they didn't read carefully. How could this young man have spotted it at a glance? "Has Mr. Chen lived abroad?" Grace put aside her condescension, and her tone became more respectful. "I do a bit of business and often travel abroad." Chen Hao did not answer directly. "All right, Mr. Chen. The documents are all in order." Grace neatly packed the materials. "I will arrange for someone to fax them now. In about half an hour, the account in Xianjiang should be generated." She took a delicate card from the drawer and handed it to Chen Hao with both hands. "This is your exclusive client number. The withdrawal card and checkbook will be kept at the headquarters in central Xianjiang. Once you arrive in Xianjiang, you can directly go to the counter with your passport to collect them. No further verification is needed." "Efficient service," Chen Hao said as he took the card and casually handed it to Zhao Gang behind him. "Additionally, I need a credit card. Visa or MasterCard is fine, but it needs to be one that can be used globally." Grace smiled. "Of course. Given your qualifications, we can apply for a gold card for you with a limit of around $5,000. $5,000. In the year 2000, this was a substantial amount for an ordinary person, but in Chen Hao's plans, this amount wouldn't even suffice for pocket change. He needed to deal with Sun Kai in the beautiful country and enter some high-end venues. What could $5,000 do? It would be spent on just 2 meals. "Miss Grace," Chen Hao's gaze locked onto hers. You may have misunderstood my needs. What I want is not a regular card for students. He raised a finger. $100,000. That is my minimum requirement. Grace's smile froze on her face. $100,000. She instinctively repeated. Mr. Chen, that goes against our policy. Even for our bank's top VIPs, the initial application limit usually does not exceed $20,000. A limit of $100,000 requires special approval from the headquarters credit committee and necessitates strong asset verification. Asset verification. Isn't Director Zhao's guarantee sufficient? Chen Hao chuckled. Grace fell silent, her mind racing as she weighed the pros and cons. The bank was currently indeed vying for business in the Haitian district. As the assistant to the president, she indeed had some special approval authority reserved for true big clients. Mr. Chen, $100,000 truly exceeds my authority. Grace took a deep breath and made a decision. But I can apply for special approval from the president. However, this might require you to deposit a security amount with our bank, or my initial deposit in Xiangjiang will not be less than $500,000. Chen Hao directly revealed his bottom line. He was planning to transfer a sum over which would certainly not be less than $500,000. Grace's eyes lit up. A cash deposit of $500,000 in the year 2000 was undoubtedly the standard for a premium client. Understood. Grace no longer hesitated and took out another form. If that's the case, I can apply for a global plat. Although the nominal limit is $50,000, I can help you apply for a temporary increase to $100,000. This card can be collected together with your withdrawal card at the headquarters in Xiangjiang. That works, Chen Hao nodded. The next steps went much smoother. 20 minutes later, Grace returned to the VIP room with a confirmation letter. Mr. Chen, I am glad to report good news. She handed the confirmation letter to Chen Hao. The Xiangjiang account has been opened and the application for the platinum card has been expedited. President Steve just replied to the email and approved your limit application. The card will be produced in 3 days, just in time for your trip to Xiangjiang. Please thank President Steve for me. Chen Hao took the confirmation letter, glanced at it, and after confirming it was correct, stood up. Mr. Chen, do you have time for lunch today? Grace extended the invitation, her attitude now 10 times warmer than when she first entered. Maybe next time. Chen Hao adjusted his cuff. I need to hurry to the ministry for a meeting. Grace accompanied Chen Hao to the elevator, even personally pressing the down button for him. Thursday morning. August in Pengcheng is humid and sultry, starkly different from the summer in Kyoto. A black Mercedes-Benz S600 with dual license plates from Guangdong and another region drives along Pengnan Avenue. The car windows are tinted with dark anti-explosion film, and the air conditioning is set to a comfortable level. Chen Hao sits in the back seat, playing with a golden lighter, its metallic lid clicking open and closed with a crisp sound. Zhao Gang sits in the front passenger seat, his back straight with his eyes behind sunglasses, observing the outside environment. The car turns into a private club located in Futian. It is a tranquil oasis amidst the hustle and bustle with no signs at the entrance, only 2 massive stone lions and 2 security guards in black suits. The car door opens and Chen Hao steps out. A middle-aged butler dressed in a Tang suit has been waiting for a long time, bowing slightly to lead the way. They pass through a winding corridor and enter a private room named Chaoxin Pavilion. The private room is vast and extravagantly decorated with a landscape painting by Zhang Daqian on the wall and several pieces of aged blue and white porcelain displayed on an antique shelf. In the center is a large Wangwali wood tea table where a slender middle-aged man is sitting at the main position brewing. Gui Yaguang, originally from Chaoshan, is the helmsman of the South China Electronics Import and Export Group, a godfather figure in Huiqiangbai, and currently a major player in the underground capital flow between Shenzhen and Hong Kong. Upon seeing Chen Hao enter, Gui Yaguang does not act overly grand, putting down his purple clay teapot, standing up to greet him with a smile. Mr. Chen, it's an honor to meet you. It's a hot day. I appreciate you making the trip. Gui Yaguang extends his hand. You are too polite, Mr. Gua. I've heard that you are the anchor of the South China Electronics Circle. Meeting you today, your demeanor is indeed extraordinary. Chen Hao shakes his hand with him. The two take their seats. Gui Yaguang skillfully brews gongfu tea, pouring boiling water over the teapot, creating a cloud of white mist. This is this year's Dahong Pao, Mr. Chen, please have a taste. Gui Yaguang pushes a cup of tea towards Chen Hao, casually inquiring. I heard from Qian Hongyan that you are from Kyoto. Your accent sounds quite authentic. My elders have spent their whole lives in Kyoto, and I grew up right under the imperial city. Chen Hao lifts the teacup, gently blowing on the foam, speaking casually. A few days ago, during a family gathering, the elders mentioned the developments in the south. They all say that Pengcheng is at the forefront of reform, and Mr. Gua's adept maneuvering here is also a contribution to the country's electronics industry. Gui Yaguang's hand holding the tea clip pauses momentarily. Elder gatherings. The level of the elders who can gather to discuss the national industrial layout is naturally not to be underestimated. Qian Hongyan had previously hinted that Mr. Chen has connections not only with the Ministry of Electronics, but also seems to have ties with the Ministry of Culture. Well, not at all, we just do a bit of buying and selling. Gui Yaguang chuckles self-deprecatingly, but his gaze remains focused. Unlike Mr. Chen, you managed to make quite a stir in Kyoto at such a young age. I heard that leaders from the Ministry of Electronics visited your base. Just a little commotion, the leaders were there to encourage us. Chen Hao sets down the teacup, pulls out a white cigarette box, and takes out a Panda brand cigarette. Guoyaguang is quick to react, grabbing the lighter on the table and lighting Chen Hao's cigarette with a snap. Chen Hao also hands one to Guoyaguang. Guoyaguang takes it and looks thoughtful. Mr. Chen is being too modest. Guoyaguang sits back down, lights his own cigarette, and exhales a puff of smoke, seemingly casually mentioning. Speaking of the ministry, that document No. 18 has been causing quite a stir. Everyone says they want to tighten the approval for imported hardware and strongly support domestic software and integrated circuits. For us in the import trade, it's quite nerve-wracking. Document No. 18 is the several policies to encourage the development of the software industry and integrated circuit industry, just released in June. Most people might not even know about this document. For those in Huiqiangbai who rely on imported components and smuggled goods, this document undoubtedly impacts the trajectory of the entire industry. Chen Hao's expression remains calm. He has heard of this document and knows how events unfold in the future. Mr. Guo is well informed. However, documents are dead, people are alive. The core of document No. 18 is not about restrictions, but support. I discussed this matter with leaders from the ministry a few days ago. The national intent is very clear. It's to exchange market access for technology. Guoyaguang listens attentively, adopting a posture of keen interest. For pure traders, they are certainly going to face restrictions. But for business people like Mr. Guo, who establish factories in the mainland and help address domestic capacity shortages, the ministry has always maintained a green light, discussing each case individually. As long as Mr. Guo keeps part of the assembly lines in the mainland and pays the taxes, even if the core components are imported, that would still be a contribution to introducing advanced technology. After listening, Guoyaguang's tense shoulders visibly relax. This insight is sharp and directly addresses the key issues far beyond what the analysts who only read newspapers could articulate. Especially the casual mention of the ministry further convinces Guoyaguang that this young man is indeed mingling in the core circles. With Mr. Chen's words, I can rest easy. Guoyaguang sincerely exclaims, refilling Chen Hao's tea. Now let's talk about business. Old Chen mentioned that you need to exchange some US dollars. Yes, Chen Hao does not beat around the bush. I need to go to the beautiful country, and having funds on hand provides peace of mind. I need to prepare some money in Hong Kong. How much does Mr. Chen plan to exchange? 1 million US dollars. Chen Hao initially intended to exchange 500,000, but thought it better to exchange more in case other opportunities arise. Guoyaguang does not seem surprised by this figure. For someone like him, who deals with tens of millions daily, 1 million US dollars is merely a small sum. No problem. Guoyaguang agrees readily. Since Mr. Chen was introduced by Old Chen, and we hit it off so well, I can't follow the usual market rate for this exchange. He picks up the calculator on the table and presses a few buttons. The official rate is about 8.28, but that's for state-owned enterprises. On the black market, it has already skyrocketed to 8.5, and you still have to wait in line. I'll give Mr. Chen a friend's rate 8.35. This price is very sincere. The price difference is almost negligible, and Guoyaguang might even have to cover some handling fees. Chen Hao knows this is also a form of intelligence fee regarding the earlier mentioned document No. 18, as well as Guoyaguang's goodwill. You are quite generous, Mr. Guo. Chen Hao smiles. Then I shall not be polite. Guoyaguang pulls out a full English contract from a drawer of the coffee table and pushes it towards Chen Hao. This is a consulting and service contract from one of my trading companies in Hong Kong. Let's proceed with a formal process. This money will count as a consulting fee I pay you. This way, when you reach Hong Kong, your money will be clean and legitimate income. Chen Hao glances at the contract. The terms are impeccably drafted. These people's money laundering techniques are indeed professional. This contract is fine. Chen Hao sets the contract aside. However, I do not plan to use a corporate account for this payment from the mainland. Guoyaguang raises his eyebrows. What does Mr. Chen mean? Before leaving Beijing, Chen Hao had already made arrangements giving 1 million cash to Su Jing from his villa, part of which he intended for currency exchange and part to be laundered into daily transactions. I will give you 8.35 million in cash. It's currently in the safe at my company in Kyoto. You can arrange for someone to pick it up. Having transactions go through a corporate account would leave a transfer record, and large amounts of money are easily monitored. Cash, while troublesome, is the safest. Guoyaguang is momentarily taken aback, then bursts into laughter. Mr. Chen indeed has the capability. In this day and age, not many bosses can pull out such cash at any moment. All right, cash is better. I won't have to deal with the bank. He immediately takes out his phone and dials a number. Biao, take a few people to Matrix Technology in Hadian. Yes, go now. Look for Miss Su. Bring a cash machine. Then Guoyaguang reports the detailed address. Chen Hao also takes out his phone and sends a text message to Su Jing. Guests will arrive soon. Oh, please receive them as I instructed. For the rest of the time, neither of them mentioned the money again, but instead talked about horse racing in Hong Kong and land in Pengcheng. An hour later, Guoyaguang's phone rang. In central Hong Kong on Garden Road, the Citibank Tower looms beside Victoria Harbour, its glass facade reflecting the blinding sunlight. The lobby is chilled to perfection, creating a stark contrast with the hot and humid air outside. Chen Hao sat on the leather sofa in the VIP financial advisory room, holding a cup of freshly ground Blue Mountain coffee. Opposite him, the financial manager, a young woman fluent in Cantonese and English, extended an envelope with both hands. Mr. Chen, here are your platinum card checkbook and all the account opening documents. As per your instructions, we have adjusted the daily limit to the highest level. Chen Hao took the envelope, briefly glanced at its contents, and casually stuffed it into his briefcase. Thank you. He did not linger, straightening his suit jacket before turning to exit the bank. Standing at the entrance of the building, watching the bustling traffic on the busy road, Chen Hao lit a cigarette. This place is the financial heart of Asia, and also a playground for the entertainment industry. Ing Huang Jia He Long Guoxing. Those moguls who control half of the Chinese pop culture operate in these few. If it were a naive newcomer with a hefty sum of money, they would likely be tempted to stroll through Lan Kwai Fong or seek out those legendary film tycoons, hoping to negotiate a few copyrights or even encounter a star. Chen Hao exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze indifferent. He was still too weak at this moment. Here his so-called background would be exposed under scrutiny. The paparazzi in Hong Kong and the old-timers who have been rolling in the world for decades have noses sharper than hunting dogs. Recklessly engaging with the entertainment circle here before handling Sun Kai would be akin to running naked. He extinguished his cigarette, hailed a red taxi, and headed straight for the airport express. The long hours of flight were dull and interminable. As Chen Hao dragged his suitcase out of the arrivals hall at Kennedy International Airport, a light rain was falling in New York. He bypassed the hotel and directly hailed a yellow Ford taxi. To the United Nations headquarters, First Avenue. The black driver glanced at this Asian young man in the rearview mirror, said nothing, and pressed the gas pedal, merging into the congested traffic. The scenery outside the window rushed past. Chen Hao looked at the apartments with red brick exteriors and walls covered in graffiti, feeling no stir of emotion. He had visited many times in his past life and had long lost the magic of this place. The car stopped near 46th Street on First Avenue. Chen Hao paid and got out. The rain had stopped, but the ground remained slick. Before him stood the renowned matchbox-shaped building, the United Nations Secretariat. The flags of all nations hung listlessly in the square. This was not a sacred and inviolable place. On the contrary, for those well-versed in the rules, it resembled a trade market with an official signboard. Chen Hao skillfully navigated through the visitor center past security and entered the public hall. The hall was bustling with voices as tourists of various skin colors took photos, while guides loudly explained with small flags. Chen Hao avoided the crowd and walked straight to the institutional index wall on one side. His fingers glided over the dense English names. UNICEF, UNESCO. His gaze passed over these well-known large organizations, searching downward. What he needed was an organization that sounded extremely prestigious, affiliated with the United Nations system, but actually loosely managed, where one could gain recognition simply by providing funds. His finger stopped under the branch section of WIPO, World Intellectual Property Organization. Global Digital Rights Development Foundation. Chen Hao smiled slightly. This is it. The World Intellectual Property Organization itself is a specialized agency of the United Nations, a legitimate official organization. However, this so-called development foundation belongs to its peripheral cooperative NGO, mainly relying on social donations for operation, engaged in projects under the guise of promoting digital equity in underdeveloped areas, which in reality serve to gild the lily for various wealthy individuals. After noting down the address and contact information, Chen Hao turned and left the hall. Exiting the United Nations building, he walked south along First Avenue. On a bench by the roadside sat a ragged old white man wrapped in a dark military blanket, a paper cup placed before. Seeing Chen Hao walk by in his suit, the old man shook his paper cup, the coins inside jingling. $1, sir, for the Vietnam War veterans. Chen Hao paused, pulled a $5 bill from his pocket, and dropped it into the cup. The old man's cloudy eyes brightened momentarily. God bless you. Chen Hao ignored this cheap blessing. Under this institution touted as the beacon of human civilization, homeless people and diplomats often brushed past each other, a clear line of demarcation evident. He lifted his head and glanced at an office building across the street. It was the closest office building to the United Nations, its exterior adorned with dozens of brass plaques densely inscribed with the names of various law firms and consulting companies. The law firms in such a location primarily deal with two kinds of business. One is to help impoverished nations' delegations draft documents to enter the United Nations, and the other is to assist wealthy individuals in packaging themselves under the UN's halo. Chen Hao crossed the street, entered the lobby, and glanced at the directory board. Harrison Miller, LLP. The name sounded old-fashioned and impressive. Located on the best 28th floor, the elevator ascended. Pushing open the glass door of the law firm, the blonde receptionist was trimming her nails. Hearing the noise, she looked up, her gaze lingering on Chen Hao for 2 seconds. The tailored Armani suit, the Patek Philippe watch on his wrist, and the unmistakably superior demeanor. This was neither a food delivery person nor a poor international student seeking legal aid. The blonde receptionist put down her nail clipper, stood up, and donned a professional smile. Sir, how can I assist you? I have a commission and need to meet with your partner. Chen Hao spoke in perfect American English. It concerns compliance matters regarding identity. Please wait a moment. 2 minutes later, Chen Hao was invited into a spacious reception room. The view outside the window offered a direct sight of the East River and half of the United Nations building. The door opened, and a white man in his 50s walked in. Slightly balding and plump, but the cut of his expensive suit made him appear quite spirited. I am Robert Harris. I heard from the receptionist that you wish to consult on compliance matters. Robert scrutinized Chen Hao. Typically, the requests of clients like this are quite uniform. If it's regarding EB-5 investment immigration or the conversion of L1 visas, we have a very professional team. Robert sat down opposite Chen Hao, pulling out a beautifully crafted brochure from his briefcase. We happen to have several high-quality real estate projects in Florida with a high approval rate. Chen Hao waved his hand, interrupting his pitch. Attorney Robert, I am not here to buy a green card. I am not interested. Robert paused for a moment, closing the sketchbook. What is your requirement? I just visited the directory of WIPO's peripheral institutions across the street. Chen Hao pointed out the window towards the United Nations building. I am interested in the Global Digital Property Development Foundation. Robert's expression turned playful. He was all too familiar with this approach. I would like to make a donation to this foundation, Chen Hao continued. In exchange, I need the title of special advisor. At the same time, I hope to initiate a special sub-fund for digital copyright protection in the Asia-Pacific region under the foundation's name. Robert smiled. He liked this type of client. Direct, knowledgeable, and not a waste of time. Mr. Chen, you know that while non-governmental organizations accept donations, they are quite cautious about granting positions. Robert began to habitually raise the threshold of technique in lawyer negotiations, especially when it comes to establishing a sub-fund which requires a complex approval process and background checks on the initiator. I don't need to actually operate this sub-fund. Chen Hao took out a cigarette case from his pocket and gestured. Robert immediately reached for the crystal ashtray on the table and pushed it forward. Even if it's just a shell, it doesn't matter. Chen Hao lit his cigarette. I only need a complete set of legal documents. The appointment letter, authorization letter, and the registration records that can be verified within the UN system. Understood. Robert's demeanor became serious as he realized the client was well aware of the internal operations of these organizations. You want to do business in Asia and need the UN's endorsement. Chen Hao flicked the ash from his cigarette, non-committal. The executive officer of the Global Digital Property Development Foundation is an old friend of mine. They are indeed seeking to expand their influence in Asia. Robert quoted a price. $70,000. This is a direct donation to the foundation's account, and a tax receipt can be issued. Chen Hao remained silent, looking at him. As for my legal fees, Robert smiled. $20,000. This includes the drafting of documents, communication, and ensuring all procedures are legal. A total of $90,000. In 2000, this was not a small sum. But for the market that Chen Hao was about to penetrate, it was merely a drop in the bucket. With this identity, when facing record companies, SP operators, or even government officials, he would no longer represent a small individual, but rather the spokesperson of the sub-organization of the United Nations in the Asia-Pacific region. The price is acceptable. Chen Hao nodded decisively without bargaining. A glimmer of joy flashed in Robert's eyes. This money was too easy to make. However, I have a condition. Chen Hao stared into Robert's eyes. I am in a hurry. I need to have all the documents by tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow. Robert frowned, showing a troubled expression. Mr. Chen, this is an unaffiliated organization, and their efficiency is not high. Even necessary processes must be followed. Typically, this takes a week. $10,000. Chen Hao interrupted his performance. As an expedited fee. Robert's troubled expression vanished instantly, as if it were merely an illusion. Since Mr. Chen is so sincere, I will have to sell my old face a bit. Robert stood up and extended his hand. By 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, you can come to pick up the documents. I guarantee they are the official originals. Chen Hao shook his hand. Pleasure working with you. Half an hour later, Chen Hao finished signing the entrustment agreement, paid half of the deposit, and left a copy of his passport along with 2 passport-sized photos. Walking out of the law firm building, the sky outside had already darkened. The neon lights of Manhattan began to flicker, and Chen Hao hailed a cab to the nearest 5-star hotel. The next afternoon at 3 o'clock in the law firm's office, Robert Harrison handed a brown paper envelope to Chen. Mr. Chen, everything you requested is inside. Robert lifted his coffee cup and said with a smile, please take a look. Chen Hao reached out to untie the twisted string on the envelope and pulled out its contents. The first item was a work card with a dark blue lanyard. The card was made of sturdy material with smooth, rounded edges. The top front displayed the United Nations logo, the left side had the WIPO abbreviation, and the right side featured the full name of the Global Digital Property Development Foundation. Chen Hao's photo was printed on the lower left corner of the card with a standard light blue background. Next to the photo were bold letters stating Chen Hao Special Advisor, valid until September 2003. He flipped it over where there was a string of anti-counterfeiting codes and a magnetic stripe along with the foundation's official contact information. Chen Hao hung the card around his neck to try it out. The lanyard's material was soft, hanging at chest level, allowing the badge to be seen at a glance. Next, he took out the second document. This was a thicker piece of coated paper with a complex border. At the top, a gold-embossed seal reflected a metallic sheen under the light. This was the official appointment letter. The appointment letter clearly stated Chen Hao's identity as the Asia-Pacific Special Advisor to the Foundation authorized to handle related copyright protection matters. The last document was the approval for establishing the Asia-Pacific Digital Copyright Protection Special Subfund. The lower right corner of the paper was stamped with a bright red circular seal. Chen Hao carefully checked each letter on it, ensuring there were no spelling mistakes. Robert watched Chen Hao's movements, taking out a cigar from the cigarette case without lighting it. For this card, I made 2 trips to the Secretariat building. Your name has already been entered into their external If anyone calls the inquiry number on the back of the card, the operator will confirm that you are indeed a senior staff member of the Foundation. Chen Hao put the documents away and placed them back in the paper bag. Very efficient, Robert. He took out a check from his suit pocket and slid it to the center of the desk. This is the remaining portion, including the expedited fee you mentioned. Robert picked up the check and glanced at it. The amount made him very satisfied. He stood up, walked around the desk, and extended his hand. Pleasure working with you, Mr. Chen. If you have any other legal needs, feel free to call me. Chen Hao shook his hand and turned to leave the office. In early September in New York, the sun was still blazing. Chen Hao did not return to the hotel. He had the taxi stop in front of a high-end Ready Tower store on Fifth Avenue. He needed to change his outfit. In a place like Berkeley, an overly businesslike appearance would seem out of place. The students there pursued freedom, decadence, and a deliberately displayed artistic vibe. He walked into the store with a sales associate politely following behind. Chen Hao picked a light gray linen shirt with no buttons at the cuffs, allowing him to roll them up casually. He chose a pair of loose-fitting beige cotton trousers. He tried on a pair of dark brown handmade suede shoes without wearing socks. This outfit made him look like an artist just returning from a Mediterranean vacation or a second-generation heir who was not engaged in serious business within a consortium. He placed the clothes he changed out of into the bag given by the sales associate, directly wearing this outfit as he walked out. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, he headed to LaGuardia Airport. Flights from New York to Boston were frequent, with a travel time of less than an hour. When the plane landed at Logan International Airport, the sky had already darkened. Chen Hao dragged his suitcase into the lobby of the Copley Square Hotel. This place is just a few steps away from the Berklee College of Music, and at $300 a night, it can be considered luxurious in this era. The blonde girl at the front desk glanced at Chen Hao's passport and smiled as she checked him in. After completing the check-in, Chen Hao tossed his luggage into the room. He wasn't in a hurry to rest and went straight downstairs. Exiting the hotel, Chen Hao strolled along Boylston Street. The sky had just darkened. The neon lights along the street weren't fully illuminated yet, but the nightlife belonging to the youth had already begun. Long-haired guitarists with guitar cases, girls carrying violin boxes, and groups of students filled the street. Chen Hao walked into a bar called The Other Side. This place is quite popular among international students. The drinks are cheap, the music is good, and most importantly, it's close to the school, making it a hub for many Asian students. Pushing open the wooden door, a little-known punk band was screaming on stage. Chen Hao walked to the bar and ordered a bourbon whiskey. He turned around, leaning against the bar, scanning the room under the dim lights. In the left corner sat a few Koreans, a table full of soju bottles loudly playing drinking games. On the right were a group of white students surrounding a blonde girl and fawning over her. Chen Hao took a sip of his drink. His gaze eventually settled on a round table near the side of the stage. 4 men and 2 women with several packs of Hometown Mountain cigarettes and Marlboro on the table, along with a few cards. Although he was far away and couldn't hear what they were saying, Chen Hao was all too familiar with their unique body language and the occasional outburst of curses. Especially one chubby guy who was waving a beer bottle in his hand, yelling something with a red face and a thick neck, clearly mouthing awesome. Holding his drink, Chen Hao made his way through the crowded room. "Hey, is this seat taken?" he asked, pointing to the empty spot next to the chubby guy in authentic Beijing dialect. The noise from that table came to an abrupt halt. Several pairs of eyes stared at Chen Hao. The chubby guy was taken aback for a moment, then broke into a grin and shifted over. "No one's sitting here, go ahead. From your accent, you must be from the 49 cities." "Hygiene," Chen Hao replied, taking a seat and placing his drink on the table while waving for the waitress. "Get around for everyone at this table, it's on me." As soon as he said this, the previously tense atmosphere relaxed. That's how it is in the international student circle. If someone treats their brother, especially if they're a fellow countryman. "You're generous." The chubby guy gave a thumbs up. "What should I call you, brother? I haven't seen you around here before, are you new?" "I'm Chen Hao," he said, pulling out a pack of cigarettes and offering them around. "Just landed here on business." "Business?" A boy with black-framed glasses took a cigarette, looking at Chen Hao with curiosity. "In this place, aside from the school, there's just a hospital, and there's no business district here." "Are you an IT Chen Go?" "Sort of related to IT," Chen Hao replied. Chen Hao chuckled, pulling out his freshly made work ID from his shirt pocket and casually placing it on the table. "I'm involved in digital copyright protection, running errands for the United Nations." "Wow, the United Nations." The chubby guy's eyes lit up as he grabbed the card, checking it under the stage lights. "WIPO? Special Consultant. Chen Go, you have quite the background." The expressions of those around him changed. In 2000, the United Nations was a sacred place in the hearts of the people, and anyone who could hold a position there was truly extraordinary. Oh, it's nothing, just a go for Chen Hao said, casually taking back his card. WIPO was planning to set up a copyright fund in the Asia-Pacific region, and they insisted I come here to discuss copyright libraries with a few music colleges. They say it's for protecting originality, but it's really just a money burn. Awesome. The chubby guy was completely impressed, raising his glass to clink with Chen Hao's. Chengu, if you want to release an album, when you return home, can I ask you for a favor? Sure. Chen Hao took a sip of his drink, seemingly casually steering the conversation back. Actually, the main reason for coming this time is secondary. The primary task given to me by my elderly relative is to check on my cousin while I'm here. Cousin? The boy with the black glasses asked, is he also at Berkeley? Yes, he just came over not long ago this year. Chen Hao sighed, showing a look of disappointment. This kid has never liked studying since he was young, insisting on pursuing music. The family had no choice but to send him out to gild his resume. I'm in a hurry to get there. My phone doesn't have international roaming, and I haven't been able to contact him yet. I don't even know which department he's in or how he's doing. Chenggu, just give a name. The chubby guy patted his chest. Although the Chinese community at Berkeley isn't small, we all basically know each other's faces if we're into music. As long as he's not one of those bookworms who stay locked away in the practice room, I should know him. Chen Hao flicked the ash from his cigarette and mentioned a name, Sun Kai. Hearing that name, the few people who had been laughing suddenly exchanged glances, their expressions turning a bit strange. Chen Hao keenly sensed the oddness. Did this kid get into trouble here? Not really, the chubby guy scratched his head, his expression a bit complicated. Chenggu, your cousin is quite a celebrity around here. Oh. Chen Hao raised an eyebrow. In what way? Wealthy and headstrong, the boy with black glasses chimed in. He bought a second-hand Ferrari F355 as soon as he arrived and has been revving it down Massachusetts Avenue every day. Moreover, he doesn't hang out with our Chinese students. He prefers to associate with foreigners and even formed a band. A band? Chen Hao's interest was piqued as this aligned with the information from his past life. What's it called? Red Dragon. The chubby guy curled his lip. Red Dragon. So cliché. But the equipment is top-notch, a full set of Marshall speakers, and the guitars are custom-made Gibsons. I heard they spent several tens of thousands just to decorate the rehearsal room. What does he do in the band? Is he the lead singer? Chen Hao asked. No way. The chubby guy laughed. With his voice, even singing karaoke would be tough. He's the bassist. But to be honest, his skills are decent, it's just the style. How should I put it? He tries too hard. Chen Hao felt reassured. A bassist is a good position. They are on stage, but don't have to bear the full brunt of the spotlight like the lead singer, making it the most suitable role for someone who wants to show off, but is also afraid of being in the limelight. This kid still loves to show off. Chen Hao cursed, sounding both like a disapproving elder and a fond relative. So where does he usually hang out? I'll go look for him tomorrow, keeping an eye on him for my family, so he doesn't get cheated. The chubby guy took a sip of his drink. I heard their band has been holed up in the rehearsal studio every day to prepare for some music festival on campus. Where's the rehearsal studio? Just south along Boylston Street. There's a rehearsal space called the Underground Bunker. He pointed outside. It used to be an air raid shelter that was converted. The soundproofing is excellent. Many heavy metal bands that don't want to be complained about by neighbors rehearse there. Sun Kai's band has booked the largest room inside, called A1. Chen Hao noted down the name. Underground Bunker. Thanks, brother. Chen Hao pulled out a few Franklin bills from his pocket and pressed them under his glass. Today's meal, I'll treat everyone to a big meal another day. You're too polite, Chenggu. The chubby guy wanted to decline, but Chen Hao had already stood up. Don't push it, I'm new here and still need the brothers to look out for me. Chen Hao patted the chubby guy's shoulder with just the right amount of force. By the way, I haven't asked for your name, brother. Just stepping out of the bar, the night breeze dispersed a good deal of the alcohol's effects. Chen Hao stood under the streetlight and lit another cigarette. Sun Kai, bassist of the Red Dragon Band, was an underground shelter, A1. The information was sufficient. In the future, he only remembered mentioning that he had a band, but never bragged about any achievements. Most likely it was just a lonely endeavor. Chen Hao exhaled a puff of smoke, watching the moths swirl under the streetlight. It was time to give him a chance to prove himself. A stage much larger than the campus music festival. The prototype of the website, Hot or Not, should be nearly complete. As long as Sun Kai the actor was ready, this fire could spread from Boston to New York, engulfing the entire East Coast. By then, not only would Sun Kai become a star in the circle of international students, but he as the partner would naturally become the person Sun Kai trusted the most. Chen Hao tossed the cigarette but into the trash can and hailed a taxi. To Copley Square Hotel. The scenery outside the car window rapidly retreated. Back in his hotel room, Chen Hao did not go to sleep immediately. He opened his laptop and connected to the hotel's painfully slow dial-up internet. The QQ icon was bouncing on the screen. He sent a message to Liang Bo. Bo, how's the website progress? A quick reply came back, clearly from someone who was working. The core functions are operational. The interface is, as you said, minimalist style. But I still feel this thing is too boring, or will anyone actually use it? Boredom breeds productivity. Chen Hao typed a line. Send me the test link. Also check that pile of English copy you had someone translate. There should be no grammatical errors. Don't worry, it was translated by a beauty from the foreign languages department, absolutely authentic. Chen Hao closed the chat window and clicked on the link Liang Bo sent. The page loaded slowly. A few seconds later, a black and white website appeared on the screen. There were no flashy flash animations, no complicated navigation bars. In the center was a huge placeholder with only 2 large buttons below. Hot. Not. Simple, brutal, striking at human nature. The next morning, Chen Hao was awakened by his biological clock. 7:30. He got up, washed up, had a simple breakfast in the hotel restaurant. Bacon overcooked, but the coffee was fragrant. At 9:30, Chen Hao left. Following the address given by Luda last night, he found the so-called underground shelter. This place was indeed hidden. The entrance was in an inconspicuous alley with only a graffiti-covered iron door above, which hung a precariously swaying neon sign that read bunker. Even before getting closer, he could feel the ground vibrating slightly. Thunderous drum beats resonated through the ventilation ducts. Chen Hao pushed the iron door open and a damp, moldy smell hit him. Descending the dimly lit stairs, the walls were plastered with posters of various bands and performance flyers, some already yellowed and curling at the edges. The first basement floor was a narrow corridor with soundproof rooms tightly closed on either side. Chen Hao walked to the end of the corridor. There was a heavy soundproof door at the end, painted with a red dragon. Although poorly done, it had a certain imposing presence. Room A1. Chen Hao stood outside the soundproof door of room A1, not rushing to push it open. The music leaking from the door shook the soles of his feet. He tilted his head and peered through the dirty glass pane on the door. Inside, 5 people were rehearsing. In the center stood a blonde, blue-eyed lead singer wearing a torn leather jacket, gripping a microphone stand, exuding a wild attitude as he closed his eyes and screamed. Next to him were 2 guitarists, also Caucasian, with long hair cascading down their fingers, swiftly strumming the strings. In the corner stood an Asian youth. It was Sun Kai. His face looked even more youthful than Chen Hao remembered, not yet transformed by the subsequent alcohol and the allure of fame. He wore a limited edition Supreme sweatshirt with a cherry red Gibson Thunderbird bass slung around his neck. Chen Hao recognized it. It started at $2,000 and required a reservation. At that moment, Sun Kai frowned intently, staring at the fretboard, his fingers awkwardly pressing down. He was eager to keep up with the rhythm, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Behind the keyboard sat a mixed-race Asian girl. She was quite cute with smoky eye makeup and wearing fishnet stockings. The music abruptly stopped. It wasn't a natural, and the lead singer suddenly waved his hand, signaling everyone to stop. The room fell silent instantly, leaving only the low hum of the guitar amp. Sun Kai wiped the sweat from his forehead and took the initiative. He unstrapped the bass, setting it against the stand, and pointed at the female keyboardist, shouting, "Amy, what's wrong with you?" The chord was slow again in the chorus. "How many times have I said it? It's sharp knots. Your mistake threw my rhythm completely off." Chen Hao raised an eyebrow outside the door. This kid, clearly unable to keep up with the beat, was learning to shift the blame. The girl named Amy remained silent. Sitting on the keyboard bench, her fingers unconsciously brushed over the keys, her gaze somewhat distant, even avoiding looking into Sun Kai's eyes. "All right, stop shouting at her." The lead singer plugged the microphone back into the stand, leisurely pulling out a pack of Marlboro from his pocket, taking one out and placing it between his lips. The nearby guitarist immediately leaned over to help light it. "Jack, it's not that I want to shout at her." Sun Kai was somewhat anxious, feeling the rehearsal atmosphere was strange today. Next week is the Berkeley Fall Music Festival editions. With our current state, how can we take the stage? I changed all the equipment to top notch. If we can't even get past the preliminaries, where will I put my face? Jack exhaled a puff of smoke, the mist wafting onto Sun Kai's face. He fiddled with Sun Kai's expensive bass, his tone flippant. "You know we're going to the music festival." "Of course, I formed this band and I registered it." Sun Kai waved his hand to disperse the smoke. "Hurry up, let's do Smells Like Teen Spirit again. This time, Amy, pay attention to the drums." "No need to practice anymore." Jack flicked the ash off his cigarette, the ash landing on Sun Kai's brand new AJ sneakers. Sun Kai paused, looking down at the ash spots on his shoes before looking back at Jack. "What do you mean? Tired?" "What I mean is you don't need to practice anymore." Jack shoved his hands in his pockets and raised his chin. "You can leave. In the future, during Red Dragon Band's rehearsals, there's no place for you." Sun Kai's mouth hung open, unable to process the information for a moment. He thought he had misheard, or that these foreigners were just playing a cruel American joke on him. "Are you kidding me?" Sun Kai chuckled awkwardly. "I paid for this rehearsal room. I bought all these Marshall amplifiers. Even that microphone in your hand was charged to my card. You want me to leave? So we're very grateful for your sponsorship." Jack shrugged, wearing a look of entitlement. "But that doesn't change the fact your bass playing is terrible. You are the biggest weak link in this band. We are going to participate in the music festival. That's Berkeley's stage, with experts sitting below, taking you along. We would be laughed out of the building." The 2 guitarists nearby let out a piercing laugh. One of them crossed his arms and looked at Sun Kai with the eyes of someone observing a fool. "Kai, one must have self-awareness. You have money, you can buy a ticket and cheer for us from the audience. But on stage, money cannot buy rhythm." Sun Kai's face turned a deep shade of purple. He had always been pampered. When had he ever endured such humiliation? In the circles of the capital, who would dare say he was no good to his face? In this foreign land, having spent money to support these people's food and entertainment, had he raised a pack of ingrate wolves? "I played badly." Sun Kai couldn't help but roar. Without me financing you, you would still be drinking the northwest wind in the park. The instruments you use are all secondhand junk. Now you talk to me about talent. He suddenly turned to look at the silent Amy. This girl was someone he had pursued shortly after arriving in Boston, though she was also an international student. Her family was of average means. Sun Kai had spent a lot on her designer bags, jewelry, and even this expensive Roland keyboard was a gift from him. Amy, say something. Tell these idiots who is the boss of this band. Amy shrank back slightly. She lifted her head, glancing at the enraged Sun Kai, then at Jack. That look made Sun Kai's heart skip a beat. She did not walk toward Sun Kai, but moved to Jack's side. Jack instinctively wrapped his arm around her waist. Amy obediently leaned her head against Jack's leather jacket in extremely intimate and practiced posture. Kai, I'm sorry, Amy said softly. I think Jack is right. Your bass really isn't that great. This is a music festival, and I want to win. You want to win? Sun Kai's eyes widened as he pointed at their entangled limbs. So you slept with him? Don't put it so crudely. Jack sneered, giving Amy's waist a dismissive pinch. We call this artistic resonance. Amy is a gifted, she needs a lead vocalist worthy of her talent, not some trust fund brat who plays piano with a checkbook. Sun Kai finally exploded. He lunged forward only to be blocked by two guitarists standing nearby, tall, broad-shouldered white men who loomed over him like twin stone walls, shoving him backward. Staggering back several steps, Sun Kai crashed against the wall behind him. Stop embarrassing yourself, Kai, Jack said, looking down at him with cold superiority. Out of respect for all the gear you sponsored, I won't lay a hand on you. You're welcome to haul away these speakers and instruments after the music festival. Just hire a moving company. The rehearsal studio's lease hasn't expired yet, so we'll keep using it. And the band name, Red Dragon, belongs to us now. You may leave. Oh, and one more thing, Jack added as if recalling an afterthought. Don't call Amy again. She's been very busy lately, discussing music theory with me in bed. Laughter erupted once more. Sun Kai stood frozen, chest heaving violently, his eyes bloodshot and burning. It felt as though his dignity had been flung to the floor and ground beneath their boots, then spat upon with contempt. Yet here, deep in a foreign basement facing four united adversaries, he stood utterly alone. Resist? Fine, Sun Kai gritted out through clenched teeth. Snatching up the Gibson bass from its stand, he gripped it tightly. Jack raised an eyebrow. What now? Thinking of smashing it over my head. This bass costs $2,500. You really willing to destroy it? Fuck your $2,500. Sun Kai raised the bass high and brought it down with all his strength onto the concrete floor. Crash. A deafening impact echoed through the room. The neck snapped. The crimson body splintered into jagged fragments. Strings snapped taut and recoiled like whips. Splinters flew, one striking the pavement near Amy's foot, making her shriek and jerk her leg back. Silence fell. No one had expected the timid checkbook-wielding rich kid, the man who merely paid the bills, to do something like this. Anything I own I'd rather reduce to ash than let scum like you touch it. Gasping for breath, Sun Kai jabbed a trembling finger toward Jack's face. This isn't over. We'll see where this ends. With that, he kicked aside the broken headstock and stormed toward the door. Chen Hao stood outside watching the scene unfold and shook his head helplessly. He hadn't heard this storyline in his previous life, but yes, it was undeniably melodramatic. The door burst open. Sun Kai rushed out, eyes re-dimmed, not even noticing the figure standing beside the doorway. Their shoulders collided. Without glancing back or offering an apology, Sun Kai bolted straight down the corridor toward the exit. Chen Hao swayed slightly from the impact, but made no move to enter room A1 and confront those ungrateful bastards. He hadn't come here to play the righteous avenger. Besides, the protagonist had already fled. Sliding his hands into his pockets, Chen Hao followed at a calm, unhurried pace. At noon, Boston's asphalt shimmered under the sun's relentless heat. On Boylston Street's sidewalk, Sun Kai slumped like discarded rubble. In his hand, he clutched half a bottle of Jack Daniels, bought hastily from a convenience store, the cap long gone. Whiskey dripped steadily from the mouth of the bottle, staining his hoodie with a dark spreading blot. Pedestrians veered wide around him. A group of white college girls, backpacks slung over their shoulders, whispered among themselves, their expressions dripping with disdain. Sun Kai ignored them all. He tilted his head back and swallowed a burning gulp. The fiery liquor seared his throat, triggering violent coughs, tears, and snot mingling as they streamed down his face. Across the street, beneath the dappled shade of an oak tree, Chen Hao lit a cigarette and watched silently. He didn't approach. Not yet. Sun Kai was still raw wounded, a porcupine lashing out at anything that came too close. He needed time. Time for the feverish rage to cool, for the storm inside to settle. After roughly 10 minutes, Sun Kai stopped cursing aloud. He curled inward, staring blankly at ants crawling across the pavement, his gaze hollow and distant. The moment had arrived. Chen Hao flicked the cigarette, but onto the ground, crossed the street, and ducked into a nearby Asian supermarket. He bought a pack of soft Journoi, tore it open, pulled out a single cigarette, and knelt down before Sun Kai. Sun Kai lifted his head slowly, bloodshot eyes wary and guarded. Hey buddy, rough day? Chen Hao spoke in flawless Beijing Mandarin. He extended the cigarette. Here, smoke one. A taste of home. Calms the nerves. Sun Kai stared stunned, then hesitantly accepted it. Chen Hao clicked his lighter, a bright flame leapt upward. Sun Kai leaned in and drew deeply. The familiar aroma of roasted tobacco flooded his lungs, harsh, comforting, overwhelming, triggering another fit of coughing, his eyes reddening further. Thanks. Sun Kai wiped his face with the back of his hand. Sorry you had to see that. Nothing to apologize for, Chen Hao replied, lighting his own cigarette and sitting beside him on the curb. Who hasn't run into scoundrels in their youth? Paying for lessons with money is fine. As long as you walk away whole, it's no tragedy. Sun Kai gave a bitter, hollow laugh and took another swig. This lesson cost more than just money. Your pride, your honor, all gone. This place is filthy. And that whiskey, unfit for human consumption. Chen Hao rose, brushing dust from his trousers. Let's go somewhere else. There are plenty of bars open nearby. Sun Kai hesitated. In his current state, he truly didn't want to set foot in a bar. Yet in this moment of utter abandonment, when a stranger speaking his native tongue offered unexpected solace, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. All right, I'll follow your lead. Sun Kai pushed himself up with stiff knees and tossed the half-empty bottle of Jack Daniels into a nearby trash can. The Oak Room bar occupied the ground floor of the Copley Square Hotel, its interior steeped in old-world elegance, dark walnut wainscoting, softly glowing crystal chandeliers, an air of inherited wealth. Chen Hao secured a secluded booth and ordered 2 glasses of Macallan 18-year-old. After the first sip, Sun Kai's agitation began to ease. He studied Chen Hao across the table. This man didn't look like a student. Though young in appearance, he carried the quiet, weathered composure of seasoned insiders back home, the kind who navigated bureaucratic corridors with practiced ease. Buddy, thanks again for earlier, Sun Kai said, setting down his glass. Haven't even asked your name yet. You don't seem like a student studying abroad. Chen Hao. He swirled the amber liquid clinging to the side of his glass. I'm not a student. I work in internet investment. This trip to the United States is on official business, assisting a domestic ministry with copyright matters. With that, he reached into his shirt pocket and placed a WIPO identification card casually on the table. I also hold the title of Special Advisor to the World Intellectual Property Organization, here to discuss digital copyright cooperation with several local institutions. Sun Kai glanced down. A navy blue lanyard, the UN emblem, the official WIPO seal, and boldly stamped across the top, Special Advisor. A jolt ran through him. Though outwardly carefree, Sun Kai's family operated deep within China's administrative system, and he knew full well how seriously the nation regarded its role at the United Nations. To hold such a title at WIPO and represent a domestic ministry in high-level negotiations meant Chen Hao's background was far more formidable than he'd imagined. From mere passerby, Chen Hao instantly became someone to treat with profound respect. Brother Chen, my sincerest apologies for my earlier conduct. Sun Kai quickly raised his glass with both hands. I'm Sun Kai, studying music at this miserable school. No need for formalities, Chen Hao smiled, retrieving the ID and tucking it back into his pocket. Just carrying out public duties, nothing more than running errands. I happened to pass by that underground rehearsal space intending to study the local indie music scene, and stumbled right into that little drama. Mentioning the incident darkened Sun Kai's expression again. Jaw clenched, he growled, Brother Chen, you have no idea how vile those bastards are. That lead singer Jack, I disliked him from the start. But his voice was exceptional, so I tolerated him. For this, I covered every expense, food, drink, rent, equipment, all hoping the band would succeed. And what did I get in? Not only did he try to oust me, but he slept with my girlfriend. His voice rose, veins bulging along his neck. He's jealous. Jealous of my wealth, jealous that a Chinese man drives a Ferrari. These pale-skinned pigs look down on us from the marrow of their bones. Chen Hao listened in silence until Sun Kai finished venting, then calmly sipped his whiskey. Do you truly believe they targeted you out of envy for your money? Setting down his glass, Chen Hao met Sun Kai's gaze. What else could it be? Sun Kai retorted, defiant. If I were penniless, would they have fawned over me for so long? Wrong. Chen Hao's expression turned icy. They dared to betray you, not because they envied your wealth, but because wealth is all you possess. Sun Kai froze, mouth agape, speechless. After a long pause, he stammered, Brother Chen, what do you mean by... Chen Hao pulled out a cigarette from the pack, lit it, and took a slow drag before speaking. You think this is about showcasing strength and being the boss. But in their eyes, what are you? You're just an ATM. Sun Kai's face turned pale. Those words struck deep, yet he had no rebuttal. Why did Jack dare to kick you out? Because on stage he is the soul of the band. Without you, they could easily replace the bassist, even if you were just an average one. Without you, they could change bassists and still perform. But without Jack, the band would fall apart. You're raising a pack of wolves, yet expecting them to wag their tails at you. Naive. Sun Kai felt drained, slumped on the couch. He wanted to argue, to say he had put in emotional investment, but the words caught in his throat. What can I do? My skills are indeed not as good as theirs. Am I just meant to be bullied? Skills. Chen Hao scoffed. In this world, skills are the cheapest threshold. Jack has a good voice. So what? In Boston, there are at least 8,000 people who can sing. His prowess in that rundown basement comes from the fact that the stage is so small, it can only fit a few people. A man wants to be pursued by women and respected by men, and it cannot rely on pleasing others or competing over trivial technicalities. You need to be the rule maker, not just a player in the game. Sun Kai looked a bit confused. Rule maker? That Jack wants to perform at the music festival, isn't he just— Chen Hao chuckled. Right now he probably has to beg the student council for a few spots at campus performances. Chen Hao paused and proposed a hypothetical. What if you held the top promotional resources of all the colleges in Boston, or even the entire U.S.? You could decide who becomes famous and who does not. If your events attract even the president of Berkeley, then what is— Sun Kai's eyes lit up. Although he didn't fully understand the vision Chen Hao painted ignited his passion. Brother Chen, should I organize a larger music festival to compete with them? Too small-minded. Chen Hao shook his head. Organizing a music festival is hard work, it's merely building a stage for others. What I want to show you is a dimensional attack. Today's youth are driven by hormones. Do they really attend music festivals for the music? In truth, they desire vanity hot girls and muscular guys. I invested in a project back home, initially planning to launch it overseas next year. But since I encountered your situation, I think it can be brought out to play early. I spend a lot of time in China, and am also in need of a partner here. Chen Hao looked at Sun Kai with sincerity. This project is simple, called Hot or Not. It's a website dedicated to rating handsome and beautiful students in colleges. Imagine if those beauties from Berkeley, Harvard, and MIT were on this site competing fiercely for rankings. All students would wake up every morning to check this site looking to see who is today's hot. And you would be the founder of this site. At that point, countless beauties would beg you to feature them at the top of the site for a few extra points. The future fame of campus bands would depend on whether you're willing to give them an ad spot on the homepage. This is what it means to be in control. We don't need to wrestle in the mud with pigs, we stand on the clouds watching them struggle in the mire. Sun Kai was completely stunned. He had never thought of such a playstyle. In his understanding, revenge meant finding someone to beat up or spending more money to assemble a better band. But what Chen Hao described was a high-level strategy he had never touched before. To build a platform and thus control the destinies of others. This thrill is 1,000 times stronger than driving a Ferrari through the streets. Brother Chen, can this really work? I have the technical team and the platform is mostly built. I'll teach you how to operate it. Chen Hao raised his glass and clinked it gently with Sun Kai's. You just need to use your connections in Boston to get those who want fame to upload their photos. If successful, you will be a startup star. If it fails, it's no big loss. What do you think? Are you willing to take a gamble with me? Sun Kai looked at Chen Hao's sincere face, feeling a mix of emotions. On the most humiliating and painful day, he unexpectedly met someone who genuinely cared for him, not seeking his money, but helping him regain his dignity. With the other party stating this much, what could he possibly not gamble on? Besides, who doesn't want to be a star, someone remarkable in the eyes of others? This is it. Chen Hao smiled knowingly. He was well aware of the thoughts that would cross an outsider's mind upon seeing this page for the first time. Who is this woman? How old is she? Which school does she attend? There's nothing, just 2 pictures. Sun Kai felt that this was somewhat ridiculous. Why do you need an introduction? Chen Hao retorted, staring at Sun Kai. If you see a beautiful woman on the street, would you first ask her age, which school she goes to, and where she lives before deciding whether to look at her or not? Sun Kai instinctively shook his head. Of course you first look at her face. If she has a good figure, you glance at her a little longer. Exactly. Chen Hao pointed to the hot button on the screen. This is human nature. Men are visual creatures, and so are. In front of this page, everyone's cerebral cortex reacts in just 0.1 seconds. If it's attractive, click hot. If not, click not. No need to think, just follow your most primal impulses to make a choice. Chen Hao grabbed the mouse and clicked hot under the picture of the hot girl. The page refreshed instantly. This time 2 new photos appeared. One was of a muscular man, the other of a skinny guy. Click again. Chen Hao pushed the mouse towards Sun Kai. Sun Kai hesitated for a moment, gripping the mouse. He looked at the muscular man, feeling a bit jealous, but still honestly clicked not under the skinny guy. The page refreshed again. 2 new faces appeared. Sun Kai felt as if something had ensnared him. He unconsciously clicked again, then to the next one, and the next. This feeling was marvelous. No need to think, just simple judgments like a deity assessing the people on the screen, scoring them, deciding their rankings. Stop. Chen Hao reached out and pressed down on Sun Kai's hand. Sun Kai suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing he had unknowingly clicked over a dozen times. How does it feel? Chen Hao asked. A bit overwhelming. Sun Kai swallowed hard, speaking honestly. It's that kind of urge to see who the next one is, to see if everyone's choices match mine. This is the thrill of flipping cards like an emperor. Chen Hao extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray. This thing is more addictive than any complex community, because it strips away all social pretenses, leaving only the most straightforward desires. These are just some pictures I randomly found online. Imagine if the photos here were replaced with students from your Berkeley College of Music. A scene instantly appeared in Sun Kai's mind. That would be so damn awesome. And not only can you observe, but more importantly, you can control it. Chen Hao opened another backend page, pointing at the rows of data above. As long as this platform becomes popular, all the traffic will be in your hands. If you want to promote someone, just weight their algorithm. If you want to step on someone, make their photos always compared with more handsome people. On this platform, you are God. Sun Kai was momentarily speechless. He never imagined it could be played like this. In his life apart from spending money, he had never held such tangible power. If that's not enough, I'll ask my family for more or sell my car. Chen Hao chuckled, waving his hand to signal Sun Kai to sit down. Sit down, don't rush. Since we are partners in business, we must follow the rules. Clear accounts between brothers. This platform needs a registered company to operate. I've already decided on the company name Hot Technology, derived from HOT, simple and easy to remember. Chen Hao explained according to the plan he had long considered. As for the money matter, you don't need to worry about it. Off. Sun Kai was taken aback. For the initial startup funds, he'll contribute $200,000. Chen Hao casually threw out a number. Sun Kai thought to himself that compared to each other, it was just about having more money, and he was used to being the one paying. Although Chen Hao had said he wouldn't need to contribute money, Sun Kai thought Chen Hao was just being polite. He didn't expect Chen Hao to come up with $200,000 right away. In 2000, even in the big beautiful country, this was a huge sum. It could buy a small apartment in a decent location in Boston. Chen Gu, this is too much, right? Sun Kai was a bit tongue-tied. We're just setting up a small website. If we're going to do it, we should do it the best. We need top-tier servers, ample bandwidth to prevent crashing under high traffic. We also need to rent a decent office in Boston. We can't keep hanging out in the basement. Chen Hao said casually, as if he were discussing $20 instead of $200,000. My side will cover the technical team entirely. You won't have to worry about ongoing maintenance upgrades or algorithm optimization. Adding this $200,000 as startup funds, I will hold 70 of the shares. You will be the CEO responsible for the operations and promotions here, especially liaising with major universities to get those beautiful women and handsome guys' photos online. You will hold 30 of the shares. Sun Kai stared at Chen Hao, doubting if he had misheard. You get 30 without putting in a dime. And it's 30 of a $200,000 venture. That's not appropriate. Sun Kai shook his head. Chen Gu, although I have some resources, this is too much of a bargain. If I'm just putting in effort, how can I take so much? Let me finish. Chen Hao interrupted him. In addition to the shares, as the full-time CEO, the company will pay you $5,000 a month as a salary. Wait, a salary? Sun Kai was completely stunned. He had only ever received living expenses from his family, never earned a single cent himself. $5,000 converted to RMB is over 40,000. In 2000, this was definitely a golden collar level income. Chen Gu, what do you want from this? Sun Kai really couldn't figure it out. This offer was so generous it felt like charity. While he was confident, he also knew his worth. He was not worth this price. Chen Hao watched Sun Kai's panicked yet touched expression, secretly amused. This $200,000 was a small amount to him, buying Sun Kai's trust and gratitude. No matter how this calculation was made, it was a bargain. Yet he wore a complex expression on his face. In that moment, countless Hollywood stars began to embody him. Chen Hao sighed, took out a cigarette from his pocket, offered one to Sun Kai, and lit one for himself as well. Amidst the swirling smoke, Chen Hao's gaze became somewhat profound, as if lost in a certain memory. Sun Kai, actually, when I saw you for the first time, I felt very close to you. Chen Hao flicked the ash from his cigarette. His voice, I'm not some kind-hearted person. A business is all about profit. But I have a flaw. I trust my instincts. Sun Kai held the cigarette, listening quietly. You remind me of someone. Chen Hao looked at Sun Kai, his gaze softening a little. I have a cousin who is a bit younger than you, and his last name is also Sun. His personality is just like yours, stubborn and the kind that holds on even when bullied. Off. Sun Kai was momentarily stunned. So he is now. He's gone. Chen Hao said softly. A few years ago there was an accident. Chen Hao's talent for fabrication was already superb, and he wore a pained expression. At that time I didn't have the ability I have now. I couldn't protect him. Later I thought if I could have helped him out back then, found him a proper job, and prevented him from drifting aimlessly, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Sun Kai was moved by Chen Hao's emotions. He looked at Chen Hao, feeling that this man who had just been inscrutable suddenly seemed incredibly warm and even a bit pitiful. It turned out that even a powerful big shot has such sad stories hidden within. So seeing you is like seeing him. Chen Hao extinguished the cigarette, lifted his head, and replaced his face with a sincere smile. Money is just a number to me. Losses can be recouped. But in one's lifetime, it's not easy to find a brother with whom you click. Since we are going to work together now, if you don't mind, you can call me cousin privately. This emotional gambit left Sun Kai utterly stunned. A mere 19-year-old youth, how could he possibly withstand such a meticulously woven sentimental trap laid by a seasoned veteran? Sun Kai felt a sharp sting in his nose and a burning warmth behind his eyes. Abroad, he had endured injustice, betrayal by friends, and abandonment by a lover. At this most vulnerable moment, Chen Hao had not only offered him solace, but also restored his dignity and launched his career. Brother Hao, no, cousin. Sun Kai shot to his feet and firmly grasped Chen Hao's hand. No more words need be said. This bond one shall carry in my heart forever. I swear, I will never let you suffer a loss, cousin. He paused, and suddenly a thought flashed across his mind. Oh, by the way, cousin, How strange is this, my third unclean-law also bears the surname Chen. Though only a distant relative, they rarely visited one another. My third aunt has only a daughter, no sons. Could it be that we truly share some familial tie? Chen Hao's heart swelled with quiet delight. This young man had already begun weaving his own narrative. Is that so? Chen Hao feigned astonishment. Where is your ancestral home? If it's Hebei province, then quite possibly. Trace back 3 generations, and we may well hail from the same lineage. Though a native of southern China, Chen Hao had merely passed through Hebei en route to university in Beijing. Yet that posed no obstacle to relocating their shared ancestors several centuries backward. Exactly. It's Hebei. Sun Kai flushed with excitement. I knew it. I felt an instant kinship the moment I saw you, cousin. This must be fate's ordained connection. Then it's settled. Since we're family, there's no need for formalities. Chen Hao's smile grew increasingly genuine. At last, they were truly kin. Boston, 3 blocks from Harvard Square, within a repurposed industrial complex. Rust-streaked iron staircases coiled upward past brick facades draped in withered ivy. Once a textile warehouse, the building now housed independent art studios. The real estate agent, a bald, portly white man, effusively pitched this long unsold property. Gentlemen, though this space appears raw, observe its soaring 5-meter ceilings and exceptional natural light. Moreover, both Harvard and MIT lie just 10 minutes away by car. Many artists are drawn precisely to this authenticity. Sun Kai stood on the cavernous concrete floor, gazing up at exposed ventilation ducts and thick load-bearing pillars. His footsteps creaked across the weathered wooden planks beneath him. Cousin, isn't this place a bit shabby? Sun Kai wrinkled his nose and kicked a puff of dust from the floor. If we're launching something monumental, shouldn't we rent office space in a proper high-rise? Even half a floor would convey legitimacy, a true company. This feels more like a garage. As the agent offered an awkward apologetic grin, Chen Hao strode to the window and pushed open the glass pane. Below, the street bustled with noise. In the distance, the Charles River shimmered. Exactly, it should feel like a garage. Chen Hao turned, gesturing toward the vast empty expanse. Working in a corporate tower usually means serving someone else's vision. Here, you are here to reshape the world. He pulled a cigarette pack from his pocket, ignored the prominent "no smoking" sign, and lit one without hesitation. In Silicon Valley, Hewlett-Packard began in a garage. Apple began in a garage. Today's internet pioneers, if they haven't spent time in a garage or a warehouse like this, hesitate even to introduce themselves. Chen Hao exhaled a slow, deliberate smoke ring. That is the very essence of the hacker ethos. We're building for youth, so we embrace this unpolished, defiant coolness. Install a marble reception desk and you've opened a law firm, not an internet startup. Sun Kai was thoroughly captivated by this philosophy. He imagined himself in a hoodie commanding this raw industrial space, infinitely more compelling than sitting in a sterile cubicle. That rebellious spirit resonated perfectly with his urgent desire to prove himself uniquely extraordinary. Agreed, I'm all in. At that moment, Sun Kai genuinely believed he was the next Steve Jobs. Chen Hao turned to the agent. We'll take it. Draw up the contract. The agent's face blossomed into a broad, flustered grin as he fumbled for the paperwork in his briefcase. With the venue secured, the next phase was capital expenditure. For Sun Kai, this was his strongest suit. The following day, a delivery truck idled outside. 6 cardboard boxes were hauled grunting up the narrow staircase to the second floor, 5 top-tier Dell workstations, and a tower server. At the turn of the millennium, this hardware alone could cover a down payment on a suburban Boston home. Chen Hao directed the movers to assemble the desks into a central island, arranging every computer in a tight circle with Ethernet cables snaking across the floor like a digital web. As the server's cooling fans roared to life in the corner, the derelict warehouse finally acquired the unmistakable hum of a tech startup. Thanks to expedited service, the network was already live. Chen Hao sat before his laptop, fingers flying across the keyboard. On GoDaddy, he typed a single string, hot or not. He pressed enter. The .com domain was unregistered. Payment processed. Registration locked. Domain secured. He announced, rising and brushing dust from his palms. Next, we hire talent. Sun Kai, wiping down a desk with a rag, looked up. Should I reach out to classmates at what for to sing karaoke? Chen Hao shook his head and opened his browser. We need doers, not dignitaries. He typed in a familiar URL MIPS. Clicking into the jobs forum, he rapidly composed a job posting. Hot or not technology. Hiring system administrators, content moderators. System administrator requirement. 1. Background in computer science or business, preference given to Chinese international students. 2. Proficiency in Linux systems and ability to resolve physical server failures. 3. Discretion, speed, and exceptional psychological resilience. 4. H-1B visa lottery support provided. 5. Content moderators require only basic computer literacy. Within half an hour of posting, Chen Hao's inbox began flooding with replies. In the year 2000, finding reputable part-time work was arduous for international students, especially at a seemingly legitimate tech firm hinting at immigration sponsorship. After careful review, Chen Hao selected a candidate named Zhang Yang, a Ph.D. In computer science from MIT, a long-standing international student whose pursuit of a green card had cost him nearly all his hair, and whose technical prowess was matched only by his financial desperation. For content moderation, Chen Hao prioritized one trait above all: psychological fortitude. Hot or not, as an image-based platform would, once uploads opened, be instantly inundated not with models or celebrities, but with torrents of explicit material and grotesque, unclassifiable junk. Without rigorous safeguards, the site would be banned by U.S. authorities within 72 hours. He hired 4 student part-timers on hourly shifts, rotating in 2 teams to monitor the backend image repository around the clock. Sun Kai stared blankly at the newly posted guideline: remove all images containing nudity, copyright violations, or non-human subjects. Cousin, aren't we running a beauty rating site? Why delete non-human images? Believe me, if we don't moderate tomorrow, our homepage will overflow with cats and dogs, and far worse. Chen Hao gave a cold, knowing smile. The public's baseline of decency is always lower than you imagine. By evening, the office had been transformed. Authentic, gritty, unmistakably evocative of a nascent Silicon. Sun Kai slumped into a beanbag chair, can of cola in hand, surveying the scene before him. A deep, visceral sense of accomplishment swelling within. This was infinitely more meaningful than forming yet another amateur band. Cousin, the gear's in place, the team's nearly assembled. Sun Kai sat upright, energized. Shall we begin promotion tomorrow? I know several print shop owners. We could run off 50,000 flyers and distribute them at Harvard, MIT, and Berkeley entrances. His enthusiasm mounted. He gestured animatedly. And hire a few striking Western women, dressed boldly, to stand there handing them out. Guaranteed attention grabber. Chen Hao swiveled his chair slowly, regarding Sun Kai as if he were mildly unhinged. Flyers. Have you ever seen a premier nightclub recruiting passersby on the street? Or a luxury brand peddling itself via handouts? Sun Kai blinked, momentarily speechless. Then, how do we proceed? Even fine wine suffers if hidden in a deep alley. For young people, especially these self-proclaimed elite undergraduates, anything freely offered is instantly perceived as worthless. Only what they covet desperately, but cannot obtain, is truly valuable. We will not open registration, for now. Huh? Sun Kai gaped. No registration? Then who uploads photos? Without uploads, what exactly are we rating? We launch an exclusive internal beta. Chen Hao adopted the proven playbook of future internet titans. Only users possessing an invitation code may register and upload photos. Each registered user receives exactly 3 invitation codes. Sun Kai scratched his head, still struggling to grasp it. So only a handful of people can join at first. Yet we're desperate for users. Chen Hao smiled faintly. Precisely. The scarcer the access, the higher the prestige we cultivate. Imagine Berkeley's campus queen joins. Harvard's student council president signs on. Others want a view to participate, to rate, but find themselves barred. How do they react? Sun Kai blinked, mentally stepping into that scenario. If the coolest students across campus buzz about a mysterious news site, and you alone lack even an account, that gnawing sense of exclusion, that social anxiety, will drive you to distraction. They'll beg, kneel even, for an invitation code. Sun Kai murmured, awestruck. In front of the Wellesley College at the Blue Ginger Cafe, Sun Kai sat at a window seat, facing a young woman. Lynn Weiner, 22 years old, had long black hair, casually tied up, revealing her graceful neck. She wore a beige blouse with a BMW car key and the latest Palm 5 handheld computer beside her. She was recognized as the big sister among the Chinese International Student Circle in Boston. This status was not earned through high beauty, but rather due to the Lin family behind her. In the circles of Kyoto, the Lin family and the Sun family were well connected. Lin Weiner had always been the model child, graduating from Wharton School of Business, and now pursuing a master's in art history at Wellesley purely to cultivate her temperament and mingle with her peers. Lin Weiner held a silver spoon, gently stirring her latte, her gaze sweeping over Sun Kai. The sun must be rising in the west today. Lin Weiner set down her spoon, her tone filled with teasing. At this hour you shouldn't even be awake yet. What made you think of looking for your sister today? Did you get into trouble again? Last time, when Sun Kai had just arrived in Boston, he had a conflict with the police over a parking violation, and she had to hire a lawyer to settle it. In her eyes, Sun Kai was still a young boy who had not grown up. Sun Kai chuckled awkwardly. In the past, he would have, but today was different. He was here for serious business. Sister Weiner, you know how it is. I was just young and didn't know any better back then. Sun Kai took a sip of black coffee, grimacing at the bitterness, but holding back from adding sugar. The reason I sought you out today is for something serious. Serious? Lin Weiner raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. Are you going back to China? No. Sun Kai took out a black envelope from his leather bag and placed it in front of Lin Weiner. The envelope was made of thick specialty paper with a great tactile feel, sealed with a complex emblem in wax. It was a hastily made imitation wax seal from WIPO, World Intellectual Property Organization, that Chen Hao had paid a lot for. What is this? Lin Weiner didn't move, only asked with her eyes. An invitation to the Global Digital Faces project initiated by a foundation under the United Nations WIPO. Sun Kai recited the lines Chen Hao had given him. This project aims to document and showcase the spirit of young people from top universities around the world through digital means at the dawn of the new millennium. It is a non-profit international public welfare project. The words United Nations WIPO Digital Faces and International Public Welfare sounded impressive together. It precisely struck a chord with Lynn Weiner and Elite. She extended her long fingers to pick up the envelope and opened it. Inside was a card with a black background and golden letters. The design was minimalistic. Aside from the blue emblem of the United Nations and the abbreviation WIPO, there was only a line of gilded English URL and an invitation code made up of numbers and letters. The back featured the gilded words invite only. The card had an excellent texture with the combination of black and gold looking very high-end. I am the person in charge of this project on the east coast of the great beautiful country. Sun Kai observed Lynn Weiner's expression. Seeing she had not thrown the card back, he felt slightly reassured. The headquarters has given me a few slots to find the first group of selected members. The requirement is that they must be influential elites with good images and qualities in the university circle. Sun Kai said with a flattering expression, Sister Weiner, you were the first person I thought of. You are the face of our Boston Dragon Kingdom Study Abroad Circle. If this project doesn't have your participation, it wouldn't represent top universities. This compliment was perfectly. Although Lynn Weiner was proud, she had no resistance to titles involving international image and elite representation. How does it work specifically? Lynn Weiner toyed with the card, her tone softening considerably. It's simple. Log into this website, enter the invitation code to register, and then upload a photo you like best. Sun Kai explained. This is not just a showcase platform, it is also a symbol of power. Since it is by invitation only those who possess this black card can enter. This represents WIPO's official recognition of your personal influence. Lynn Weiner looked at the URL on the card. Hot or not? Calm. The name was a bit straightforward, but in the fervent atmosphere of the 2000 tech bubble that had not yet completely burst, this straightforwardness was rather interpreted as a Silicon Valley geek coolness. Sounds interesting. Lynn Weiner tucked the card into her Hermes Birkin bag. I'll take a look at this later. Sun Kai knew that just giving her a card was not enough. Chen Hao had taught him that he needed to make the other party feel that this could become a bargaining chip in her hands. Sister Weiner, actually, aside from this card, I also have the distribution right for 50 invitation codes. Sun Kai threw out the real bait. But I just arrived here and my connections are not extensive. You have the power to summon the wind and rain in the circle. Oh, I want to hand over the usage rights of these 50 slots to you. Lynn Weiner raised her head, re-evaluating Sun Kai. 50 slots meant 50 tickets. In a circle that prides itself on elites and exclusivity, whoever holds the tickets holds the power of discourse. Are you trying to get me to promote this for you? Lynn Weiner hit the nail on the head. This is called resource exchange. Sun Kai mimicked Chen Hao's tone. You help me filter high-quality users to participate in this project. I provide you with invitation codes allowing you to have a favor to give in your social circle. After all, gifting an LV bag is too vulgar. Giving a digital identity from a UN project is what has. Lynn Weiner laughed. She did not expect this usually foolish second-generation rich kid to say something so insightful. It seems that your brain from playing in a band has finally opened up. Lynn Weiner took a sip of her coffee and smiled as she spoke. Tomorrow night, KKG will hold its annual Sapphire Charity Gala. You know KKG, right? Sun Kai nodded vigorously. Kappa Kappa Gamma, the top sorority at Boston University, whose members are either affluent or noble, and it is said that even the vice president's daughter has mingled there. However, Sun Kai had been here for too short a time and had not yet had the chance to attend. I am an honorary member of KKG and will be going tomorrow night. Lynn Weiner set down her cup. The current president, Jessica, is recently troubled about how to add some new flair to this year's gala. In previous years, it was just those old-fashioned auctions and dances, utterly boring. She glanced at Sun Kai. If your Global Digital Faces project could be launched as a special segment of the gala and even distribute those 50 invitation codes as party favors to the most important members. Sun Kai's heart raced. This was beyond what Chen Hao had anticipated. They initially just wanted Lynn Weiner to invite her socialite friends. Directly penetrating the internal gala of KKG would be the place with the highest quality of beauties in all of Boston. That would be amazing. Sun Kai almost shouted, quickly calming his emotions. Sister Weiner, if this works out, you would be a co-founder of our project. In the future, you would be a VIP at any events. All right, stop painting me a picture. Lynn Weiner stood up and picked up her car keys. There's no time like the present. Jessica should be preparing for tomorrow's gala at Boston University now. Bring your things and come with me. Half an hour later, a BMW Z4 stopped in front of a red brick building on Federal Avenue. A bronze plaque bearing the Greek letters KKG hung at the entrance. Occasionally, tall blonde girls came in and out. Lynn Weiner pushed the door open with familiarity, followed closely by Sun Kai. The first floor's hall was in chaos, filled with balloons, flowers, and unopened boxes of wine. In the center of the living room sat a blonde girl with blue eyes. Jessica, the recognized beauty of Boston University, and also the vice president of the student council. She was wearing a tight black slip dress and was loudly complaining to someone on the other end of the phone. I don't care if that what I want is the best music in all of Boston. If he can't come, make him pay the penalty and get lost. Jessica hung up the phone through her cell on the sofa and rubbed her temples. Looking up, she saw Lynn Weiner. Oh dear Lynn. Jessica's anger vanished, instantly replaced by a sweet smile as she stood up to give Lynn Weiner a hug. You finally made it. I was about to go crazy from these idiots. Relax, Jessica. Lynn Weiner patted her back and then turned to let Sun Kai step forward. Let me introduce someone. Sun Kai, also from the Dragon Country, is like a little brother to me. He has some connections at— Jessica glanced at Sun Kai. Polo shirt, Patek Philippe watch. He looked like a wealthy Asian heir, but the mention of United Nations made her look twice. Hello. Jessica extended her hand. Hello, Miss Jessica. Sun Kai shook her hand. Jessica, I brought him here as your reinforcements. Lynn Weiner urged Jessica to sit down. Weren't you worried that this year's gala would lack highlights and be overshadowed by the Tri-Delt next door? Don't even mention it. Jessica sighed. They invited the hottest Broadway team to showcase, and I can't find anything fresh for the program. Check this out. Lynn Weiner gave Sun Kai a glance. Sun Kai immediately placed a black box containing invitation cards on the coffee table and opened it. 50 black and gold cards were neatly stacked inside. This is the Global Digital Face program initiated by the Foundation under WIPO. Lynn Weiner explained for Sun Kai. She knew how to package the information in a way that Jessica would understand. This is a project defining the aesthetics of the new century. Only the chosen ones are eligible to upload their photos to the digital world. Jessica picked up a card and rubbed the embossed gold lettering with her fingertips. Hot or not? She read the domain name aloud, a smile appearing on her face. Sounds provocative. That's exactly the effect we want. Sun Kai interjected. He needed to show confidence at this moment. Miss Jessica, picture this: at tomorrow night's gala you announce KKG as one of the first partners of this UN project. Only those girls who truly support the sorority will receive an exclusive invite code from you personally. Sun Kai took out his laptop and opened an offline presentation that he had prepared. Several sample images appeared on the screen. Chen Hao intentionally selected a few visually striking photos of European and American supermodels as examples. They can upload their most beautiful photos. Sun Kai pointed at the screen. Then not just in Boston but the entire East Coast and even elites worldwide will see them and score them. Score them. Jessica keenly caught this word. Yes, a brutally honest score. Lynn Weiner added. It's like the gladiatorial arena of ancient Rome, but the competition is beauty. Jessica, you are the president of KKG. You should know that the girls here lack nothing but confidence. They yearn to be compared because they believe they will win. Jessica stared at the red-hot button on the screen. As the campus beauty, she understood this psychology all too well. Every beautiful girl subconsciously hopes for a fair stage to prove her charm surpasses others. The next evening, the banquet hall of the Copley Square Hotel was decorated in a deep blue ocean theme. The annual Sapphire Charity Gala was held here. White lilies were entwined around the marble columns. Members from the top clubs of Boston's universities gathered here. Harvard's debate team, MIT's sailing team, the Berklee College of Music's avant-garde ensemble. These young people dressed in various formal attire exchanged business cards and flirtations under the crystal chandeliers. To the right of the banquet hall entrance, an area separated by white curtains looked out of place. That was the VIP digital imaging verification zone that Chen Hao requested to set up. 3 high-powered portrait photography lights were stationed in the corner, emitting a cool white light. A white backdrop hung flat on the ground. In front of the backdrop, a metallic Nikon D1 camera was mounted on a tripod. In an era when digital cameras were still rare, this camera, priced over $5,000 with a resolution of 274 million pixels, was the top digital SLR on Blue Star at that time. The back of the camera was connected to a black data cable, the other end plugged into an IBM laptop. Zhang Yang sat in front of the computer, his fingers moving quickly over the red pointing stick focused. Chen Hao stood beside him, dressed in a deep gray suit. He wore no tie, one button undone at the collar, with a blue badge featuring the UN emblem hanging on his chest. This attire exuded a casualness of someone in power at a formal gala. Sun Kai led Jessica over. Jessica wore a silver sequin mini dress tonight, her blonde hair styled in large waves over her shoulders. A few senior members of the KKG sorority followed her. Is this the high-tech stuff you mentioned that Hollywood is using? Jessica stopped in front of the camera, inspecting the black device. Of course. Sun Kai patted the camera's body, his tone filled with pride. This is currently the most advanced digital imaging system in the world. No need to develop film. Within 0.1 seconds after taking a photo, your image will enter the digital world. He pointed at the screen in front of Zhang Yang. You can choose the perfect shot on the spot. If you're not satisfied, we can keep shooting until you are. Jessica walked to the center of the backdrop, her chin slightly raised. The photographer was hired at great expense from a fashion magazine. He bent down, his eye glued to the viewfinder. Look here, ma'am, imagine you are the queen. The shutter clicked. Snap, snap. With each sound, a clear portrait would pop up on the nearby IBM. This instant feedback experience in the year 2000 was high-tech for these girls accustomed to waiting for Jessica ran to the computer, lifting the hem of her dress. Oh, this one won't do, my arms look too thick. She pointed at the second photo on the screen, frowning. This one's expression is off. Do I look like I haven't slept? We need to retake it. The surrounding sorority members gasped. Oh my, we can really see the photos directly. I want to shoot too, but it took me 3 hours to do my makeup tonight. Jessica struck multiple poses under the lights. Each time the shutter clicked, she had to rush back to the computer to scrutinize. This power to control her image greatly satisfied her vanity. This one, Jessica pointed at a photo of herself in profile, with her long hair, flowing, her tone resolute. Sun Kai looked at Zhang Yang. Register account number 001 for Miss Jessica. Jessica took out the black card from her purse and handed it to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang took the card and typed a complicated string of characters on the keyboard. Name Jessica. ID XXXX001. Certified School, Boston University. Identity President of KKG. The photo was uploaded to the Hot Technology server. Jessica watched the screen display registration successful along with the prominent 001 at the end. She straightened her back, feeling satisfied with the respect of being ranked first. I hope my ranking is always number one. Jessica proudly lifted her chin. The banquet officially commenced. Guests entered the hall where an elegantly arranged circular dining table was set with exquisite cold dishes. First came the routine charity auction. An auctioneer in a tailcoat eloquently spoke on stage. A set of porcelain from the Dragon Kingdom was auctioned off for $3,000. A sapphire necklace was purchased by a wealthy businessman for $15,000. The proceeds would be donated to the so-called Children's Literacy Program. Chen Hao sat below watching this common Western charity performance with cold eyes. As the auction segment ended, the music in the venue came to a halt. The lights focused on the center of the stage. Jessica changed into a deep blue backless evening gown. She walked onto the stage with graceful strides. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your generosity towards charity. Jessica held the microphone, her voice crisp. But before the ball begins, I have an announcement to make. The audience fell silent. The KKG sorority has reached a deep cooperation with the Global Digital Intellectual Property Development Foundation under the United Nations WIPO. We will be the first co-organizer of the Global University Digital Face program in North America, jointly defining the aesthetic standards of the new millennium. Now please welcome the initiator of this project, the special advisor of the Global Digital Intellectual Property Development Foundation, Mr. Chen. Solemn background music played. Chen Hao adjusted his suit and stepped up the stairs. Sun Kai followed closely behind, holding a tray stacked with dozens of black gold cards. Chen Hao stood before the microphone, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. Sitting below were the most powerful and promising young people from Boston. Good evening, everyone. Chen Hao began speaking fluent American English. I am Chen Hao, representing the Global Digital Intellectual Property Development Foundation. I would like to thank Miss Jessica and KKG for their support and collaboration. In the upcoming digital age, your face, your image will become your most core intellectual property. We have united with a top technology team from Silicon Valley to launch this pilot project. What we are looking for is not professional models. We seek the most charming real faces. He paused, observing the expressions of the socialites in the audience. After careful selection, we have decided to grant the first batch of admission qualifications to the 50 outstanding members of KKG. What they will join is not just a website, but a closed elite digital community. To ensure quality, we are implementing a strict invitation system. In this community, users are divided into two categories. The first category is citizens with invitation codes. You have the right to upload photos to showcase yourselves, as well as the power to evaluate others. You are both The second category is the audience without invitation codes. They can only browse and gaze at the leaderboard featuring you, but have no rights whatsoever. A low murmur of discussion arose among the audience. This blatant class division precisely captured the psychology of this elite group. Chen Hao deliberately concealed the fact that each registered user has 3 invitation codes. He wanted to make these 50 spots the most coveted resources of the night. Jessica took back the microphone. The certification area is now open, located at the entrance of the banquet hall. Sisters whose names are called, please come to receive your exclusive invitation codes. Proceed to the certification area to take photos and register. The scene instantly spiraled out of control. The originally reserved socialites all stood up. The girl whose name was called let out a scream, lifted her skirt, and ran towards Sun Kai as though to receive some kind of medal. The girls who weren't called wore gloomy expressions, whispering to their companions about how to obtain an invitation. Chen Hao stepped off the stage. Several girls in evening gowns quickly surrounded him. Mr. Chen, I am from Harvard Law School, and I believe my image perfectly fits your requirements. A blonde girl leaned close to Chen Hao and slipped a small note with a lipstick mark into his suit pocket. This is my personal phone number. Perhaps we can discuss digital copyrights in depth. Chen Hao politely maintained a distance, neither agreeing nor refusing. Sun Kai's side was even more lively. He was surrounded by a group of girls from the Berklee College of Music. Sun, we met at the bar before. Do you remember? Please give me a card, I beg you. I can be your dance partner tonight. Sun Kai laughed, unable to contain his joy at feeling so popular. The photography area at the entrance had already formed a long queue. Flashes of light continued to go off. Zhang Yang was sweating profusely, operating the computer to register one girl after another. After the banquet ended, Chen Hao and the others returned to the office, awaiting the data changes after the website opened. Zhang Yang stared at the screen, his eyes bloodshot, yet his fingers danced quickly over the keyboard. Traffic is increasing. Zhang Yang turned the monitor at an angle. The data flow in the backend was refreshing rapidly. The majority of the IP addresses were from Boston University. Sun Kai leaned on the table, intently staring at the lines of logs flickering. Just a few hours ago, the girls from the KKG sorority had returned to their dorms. The first thing they did was not to remove their makeup, but to open their computers and enter the website. Jessica's photo was prominently displayed on the homepage, exactly the profile shot selected at the banquet. Rating 9.8. This woman is indeed charming. Sun Kai exclaimed, casually clicking on the user list in the backend. The backend showed that dozens of newly registered accounts were actively engaged. Most of them were KKG members, and the photos uploaded were mostly retouched images from the banquet. Ratings were mostly between 8.5 and 9.2. Jessica was ranked first because no one dared to click not under her photo. The current members were basically from the sorority, and no one wanted to offend the chairwoman. The main show has just begun. Chen Hao leaned back in his boss chair, feet propped up on the table, playing with a metallic lighter. Zhang Yang opened the invitation permissions. Zhang Yang nodded and typed in a command. Suddenly, a new option appeared in the personal center page of all registered users: invite friends. Next to it in small red text, it indicated remaining spots, 3. In the dormitory building of Boston University. Annie was a member of KKG. She had also been fortunate enough to receive an invitation code at the banquet. Upon returning to the dorm, she anxiously refreshed the page for 10 minutes. She discovered her ranking was quite low, with a score of 7.2. This number felt like a red slap harshly striking her face. The roommate she didn't get along with, a bimbo with nothing but breasts, was actually ahead of her with a score of 8.9. This isn't fair. Annie slammed her mouse down on the table. At that moment, she noticed the invite friends option. She quickly grabbed her phone and dialed her suitor from law school. Mike, are you asleep? Help me out. I'm sending you a website and a verification code. Register, and then click that red hot button on my photo. Yes, it must be hot. What? You want to know what this website is? Don't worry about that. After registering, give your invitation codes to your roommates and have them do the same. If you help me boost my score tonight, I might consider going to the movies with you this weekend. After hanging up, she called her cousin and her guy friend, who was doing well in the fraternity. This scene began to unfold in various corners of Boston University. The next morning, Sun Kai was awakened by the ringing of his phone. He groggily sat up in bed and grabbed his phone, noticing over 20 missed calls. There were calls from drinking buddies he met at the bar, a classmate he had only met once, and even a few goddesses who usually... He answered the phone. Hello, son. This is Linda. Yes, we met last week at the library. I heard you have an invitation code for Hot or Not. Oh, I want to check it out too. Jessica is on there, and I see that my friends have all registered, but I can't get in. Are you free tonight? They'll buy you a drink. Sun Kai held the phone, feeling a bit dazed. This tone of flattery and coquetry was coming from the proud leader of the dance troupe. In the past, when he drove a Ferrari to deliver flowers, all he got was a polite thank you. Well, Linda, it's not easy for me. The quota for the invitations is determined by the United Nations. Sun Kai began to play along. How about this? I'll ask, but I can't guarantee anything. I have a meeting now, I'll hang up. Click. As the call ended, Sun Kai felt every pore in his body relax. It felt so damn good. The thrill of having a goddess attention was even more exhilarating than actually pursuing one. 3 days later, the Student Activity Center Square at Boston University. A yellow Ferrari with its signature engine roar slowly came to a stop by the roadside. The door opened and Sun Kai stepped out while wearing sunglasses. That's Sun, the founder of Hot or Not. Someone shouted. Students scattered across the square quickly. Sun, give me a code. They'll pay $50. Sun, look at me. If my photo goes up, I can definitely make it to the... A few hot cheerleaders squeezed to the front, unabashedly brushing against Sun Kai's arm. Sun, we have a party tonight only for insiders. Can you come? Just bring your invitation code. Surrounded by the crowd, Sun Kai was engulfed in a mix of various perfume scents. He struggled to maintain his aloof persona, but the smile creeping onto his face betrayed him. He even noticed a few wealthy white kids who usually looked down on him standing at the periphery, gazing at him with longing. The bulletin board at the Berklee College of Music, once plastered with posters for the Autumn Pioneer Music Festival, was now covered in colorful sticky notes. Looking to buy a Hot or Not invitation code, price negotiable, contact XXX. Seeking high-scoring beauties for mutual rating, serious inquiries only. At this moment, no one cared about that broken music festival. Everyone was only concerned about who would rank first on... In the underground rehearsal room, A1 Jack irritably threw his guitar onto the sofa. This rehearsal is impossible. He raked his blonde hair and looked at the drummer in the corner. Tom, can you focus? You were half a beat slow on that last rhythm. The drummer Tom looked innocent, but he was secretly hiding a small palm PDA in his hand. Jack, it's not that I'm not focused. Look at this. Tom handed over the palm. The screen displayed the WAP version. What's this garbage? Jack frowned and took a glance. Everyone in school is playing this. Tom said softly. Everyone is discussing who is the hot of the day. Look, there's a leaderboard here. Jack scoffed, about to make a sarcastic remark, but his gaze suddenly froze on the 5th position on the leaderboard. It was a familiar face. A blonde girl. Just the night before she had been in Jack's bed. She was a rich girl Jack met while seeking sponsorship for the music festival. Jack felt as if he had swallowed a fly. Ever since he kicked that foolish rich kid from long where out the band's days had not been easy. The rent was about to be due and they might not be able to afford the best room A1 next month. Plus, without Sun Kai's free drinks and gourmet takeout, their rehearsal life quality had plummeted. Most critically, they had originally hoped to achieve fame through the music festival, but now the entire school's topic had been stolen by this broken website. Even last night when he tried to hit on a girl at the bar, the first thing she asked was, "Are you on that website?" How many points? When he said he wasn't playing, that the girl looked at him as if he were a caveman and turned to leave. "Where's Amy?" Jack suddenly realized that the keyboardist was missing. "She's outside on the phone," the guitarist shrugged. At the end of the corridor near the exit, Amy leaned against a wall covered in graffiti, tightly clutching her Motorola. The signal was poor here, and she could barely hear the voice on the other end. "The user you are trying to reach is busy. Please call again later." It was another busy signal. This was the 10th call she had made to Sun Kai. In the past, whenever her phone rang once, that silly guy would pick up immediately. But now that number seemed to be disconnected, and she couldn't reach it again. Amy bit her lip until it turned pale. She had been on that website last night. It was full of familiar faces. Those girls she usually looked down upon had managed to get invitation codes and uploaded retouched photos, now scoring 7s and 8s. They were flattering each other in the comments section, enjoying the treatment of queens in this virtual world. Yet she recognized as the beautiful keyboardist at Berkeley couldn't even get an invitation code. The sense of panic from being excluded from the mainstream circle was more terrifying than a breakup. What crushed her even more was seeing Sun Kai's profile. His photo was a cool shot of him sitting in the driver's seat of a Ferrari wearing sunglasses with the caption, "Hot or not." That once silly admirer who revolved around her had now become the brightest star. Damn it. Amy stomped her foot in frustration. Just then she heard Jack's voice from behind. "What are you doing?" "Rehearsal has started." Amy was startled, hurriedly closing her phone and turning around. Jack stood under the lights, still handsome, still exuding a rock and roll vibe. But at that moment the aura around him suddenly vanished in Amy's eyes. The man who once seemed so charming to her now appeared somewhat sleazy. "Jack." Amy took a deep breath and tidied her somewhat disheveled hair. "I think there's something wrong with the keyboard arrangement of this song." "What's the problem?" Jack asked impatiently. "I think it's too loud and it doesn't suit me." Amy looked into Jack's eyes and spoke softly. "Also, I think the air in this basement is terrible and it's bad for me." "What do you want to say?" Jack squinted his eyes, sensing something. "I want to take a leave." Amy put her phone into her bag. This luxurious crocodile leather bag was a gift from Sun Kai last month. "I won't be coming to rehearsal for the next few days. I want to buy an invitation code." "What did you say?" Jack's voice rose 8 octaves. "You're going to play that broken website. For that trash we kicked." "He's not trash." Amy coldly interrupted him. "He's the current star at Berkeley. And we are just rats living in the sewer." She glanced around the dilapidated corridor and chuckled bitterly. After saying that, she ignored Jack's imminent explosion of anger, slung her bag over her shoulder, and walked toward the stairs without looking back. The autumn rain in Boston caused the temperature to drop significantly. Inside the loft office, the fans of the newly added 5 Dell Tower servers were running at full capacity, emitting a thunderous noise. Sun Kai, sporting 2 massive dark circles under his eyes and hair as messy as a bird's nest, clutched several freshly printed bills, pacing back and forth in front of his desk. "Cousin, something's off here." Sun Kai slammed the bills on the table. "This traffic increase is too bizarre." On the computer screen beside him, the back-end data curve of Hot or Not was showing an almost vertical ascent. In just a week, starting from the KKG sorority at Boston University, this fire spread along the Ivy League's networking, reaching Harvard, Yale, and even crossing the Charles River to Columbia University in New York and Stanford on the West Coast. Registered users surpassed 100,000. The daily page views exceeded 3 million. In an era when most students were still using dial-up internet or university networks, these numbers were nothing short of miraculous. However, every click and every image load was consuming expensive bandwidth resources. The bill from Akamai arrived. Last week's bandwidth cost was $30,000. Sun Kai pointed at that line of numbers, his finger trembling. "On top of that, we need to add more servers and pay those parts. With $200,000 in our account at this burn rate, we won't last until next month." He originally thought running a website was just about renting space and uploading a few pictures, but he realized it was akin to a money-shredding machine. Looking at the constantly jumping user IDs in the backend, Sun Kai felt no longer the thrill of being surrounded by beautiful women asking for invitation codes. Only pure panic remained. Should we consider financing? Or start accepting advertisements? A friend of mine said that banner ads on Yahoo are accept advertisements. Chen Hao sat in the boss chair, his feet resting on the edge of the desk, playing with a coin. He looked at Sun Kai's anxious expression, yet remained remarkably calm, as he already had plans on how to monetize. "To those Wall Street elites, we are just a makeshift troupe attracting attention with hormones. Going to discuss financing now would not fetch us a good price. As for advertisements, should we sell aphrodisiac or weight loss pills with colorful banners? That would ruin the high-end community tone we've built. Then what should we do? We are out of money." Sun Kai's face flushed with anxiety. Should I sell the Ferrari? What's the rush? Chen Hao straightened up, flicking the coin in his hand. We've got the traffic and the users, now it's time to cash in. Chen Hao opened his laptop and pulled up a document he had prepared long ago. Sun Kai, what do you think these 100,000 users who are constantly clicking hot or not on our website are after? Just a fleeting thrill of looking at pretty faces. Sun Kai instinctively replied. Shallow. Chen Hao scoffed. There are plenty of places to look at pictures. Oh, why don't they go to other websites? They stay here because the people are real. They might be from the dorm next door or someone they've seen in the library or even someone they've had a long-standing crush on. Chen Hao clicked on the homepage, pointing at a photo of a male student from Harvard Law School. Look, this guy scored a 9. The girls giving him high scores aren't just praising him, they want to sleep with him or become his girlfriend. But now they can only click hot and then see the next set of photos. This anxiety of being able to see but not touch is our gold mine. Sun Kai was momentarily stunned, as if grasping something. Cousin, do you mean? Revamp. Chen Hao uttered 2 words. Next to the hot and not buttons, add a third button, I want to meet them. When user A clicks I want to meet user B, if user B clicks the same button for user A, the system will immediately send an email to both parties. Congratulations, you are mutually attracted. Sun Kai's eyes lit up. Isn't this just matchmaking? This feature is great. Don't rush, this is just bait. Chen Hao's smile looked somewhat sinister. The real hook, if someone unilaterally clicks I want to meet you or gives a high score of hot to a user, the system will also send an email to the one being watched. Someone thinks you are hot or someone wants to meet you. When that user excitedly clicks the email link returning to the website to see who has such good taste, guess what they will see? A row of blurred avatars. It's like they have been pixelated. You can see the outline and hairstyle, but you just can't see the face or the name. Want to see clearly? Want to know which campus beauty gave you a thumbs up? Or want to send a private message to your crush? $99 per month upgrade to VIP membership. You can unlock all visitor records, see who likes you, and have unlimited privileges to send private messages. Sun Kai swallowed hard at the number. This trick is too devious. Using people's vanity and desire to pry into others' affairs, turning what was originally free social interaction into a paid blind box. But $9.99 might be a bit expensive for students. Sun Kai hesitated. Most things online are free now. Downloading songs from Napster doesn't even cost a dime. For those looking to date, $10 can't even buy 2 cocktails. And who says they will only pay for 1 month? Chen Hao pulled up the design of the payment page from the document. Below the eye-catching Upgrade Now button, there was a small line of gray text 2 sizes smaller than the main text and light enough to almost blend into the background. Subscription. Notice the service will be automatically renewed monthly until you cancel it. The future trend of the small text culture from the Dragon Country appeared ahead of time in the Great Beautiful Country, and at this moment Chen Hao seemed to be embodying a wealthy tycoon. What does this mean? Sun Kai pointed at that line of small text. We have an automatic payment agreement with the credit card. Chen Hao's smile was bright. This automatic payment system will be widely used in the future, but at this moment no internet company has adopted it. People in the Great Beautiful Country are lazy and have poor memories. They will swipe their cards for a moment of impulse and then completely forget about it. Credit card bills are automatically charged every month, and as long as it isn't a large expenditure, many people may not even notice for half a year. Moreover, to protect user privacy and account security, our cancellation process will be designed to be slightly cumbersome. For example, online one-click cancellation will not be supported. You must call our customer service during business hours to undergo a complex verification process for cancellation. In the year 2000, the Great Beautiful Country's internet had no regulation, and without consumer protection associations keeping watch as long as the agreements clearly stated such clauses, they were legal. Sun Kai gasped. Looking at Chen Hao, he felt a chill down his spine. Cousin, won't this be too unscrupulous? Sun Kai felt a bit guilty. Chen Hao looked at this somewhat naive young man and shook his head. Sun Kai, there is no black and white in business, only winning and losing. Do you want to watch the company collapse due to lack of funds? Or do you want to see the numbers in your account soar, allowing you to look down on anyone in your college? Sun Kai fell silent for 2 seconds. He recalled Jack's mocking face and Amy's betrayal. The bit of compassion within him instantly vanished. Let's do it. Sun Kai gritted his teeth. No matter what, our website must succeed. In the following 3 days, Chen Hao commanded Liang Boss team in the capital through OICQ and emails to conduct urgent development. The time difference became a significant advantage. In Boston, it was daytime to request needs, while in the capital, it was night, perfect for coding overtime. By the time dawn broke in Boston, the new code package had already been uploaded to the FTP server. Zhang Yang, as the local operations and maintenance staff, was responsible for deploying the code to the server and connecting to the Visa and MasterCard payment gateways. Friday evening at 8 o'clock. This was the peak time for college students' hormones. The payment interface test is complete. Zhang Yang's finger hovered over the enter key as he glanced back at Chen Hao. Go live. Chen Hao, holding a cup of freshly brewed instant coffee, issued the command. Zhang Yang pressed the enter key. Hot or not 2.0 officially replaced the old version. Meanwhile, a script was triggered in the system's backend, sending a system email to all active users who had received a hot rating in the past week. The title was straightforward: Someone Wants to Meet You. Boston University Male Dormitory. Sophomore Mike was bored scrolling through web pages. Suddenly a notification popped up in his inbox. He clicked it open and his heart raced instantly. Inside was a blurry thumbnail of a photo, the profile of his longtime crush cheerleading captain Catherine. Though blurry, he was too familiar with that photo. The hairstyle, the background. It was definitely her. She wants to meet. Mike felt blood rush to his head. He trembled as he clicked the link in the email. The page redirected back to a delicate dialog box popped up in the center of the screen. Congratulations. A high-scoring user has shown interest in you. Want to know who it is? Want to start chatting directly? Just $9.99 month unlocks VIP privileges, ensuring you don't miss out on fate. Mike glanced at the number. $10. Just skipping 2 pizzas. But if he missed Catherine? That gambler's mindset of what if shattered his rationality in an instant. He pulled out his father's supplementary card from his wallet and quickly entered the digits. He clicked confirm payment. In the loft office, Sun Kai was fixated on another monitor which displayed the real-time flow of the payment gateway. After about 5 minutes of silence, suddenly the screen flickered. $9.99. Sun Kai clenched his fist tightly. Then, just like the first drop of rain before a torrential downpour, the floodgates opened. $9.99. $9.99. Data began to refresh wildly, the speed dizzying. In just 10 minutes, the flow surpassed $1,000. In half an hour, it reached $3,000. In 1 hour, $5,000. Sun Kai stared at the continuously jumping total, feeling utterly drained as he slumped in his chair. His face flushed red, breath quickened, eyes filled with disbelief. $5,000. $5,000. Sun Kai muttered to himself, his voice trembling. This is no longer about making a website. He turned to look at Chen Hao, who was still calmly sipping coffee, eyes filled with admiration. Cousin, this is simply robbing money. Chen Hao put down his coffee cup, looking at the accelerating numbers on the screen. This is just the beginning. This is just Boston. Once we replicate this model across the entire country and into Europe, then it will truly be robbery. Sun Kai, soon you can toss that second-hand Ferrari and get the latest model. Sun Kai stared at the screen, swallowing hard. For the first time, he truly felt the thrill of the internet. The unblocking of the monetization model eliminated any developmental bottlenecks for the company. Hot or Not began to sweep through the entire college scene in the great beautiful nation. From the Ivy League schools on the East Coast to Stanford and Berkeley on the West Coast, even the state universities in the Midwest saw exponential growth in user registrations. Soon 5 servers were insufficient, so they added 5 more. Zhang Yang had to bring 2 part-time doctoral students to work overnight to make the server architecture distributed. The air conditioning in the server room was set to maximum, yet it couldn't suppress the heat waves emitted by the machines. In less than a week, user numbers surged to 200,000. Chen Hao flipped through that day's Boston Globe. The front page was not about political news, but rather a photograph. In the photo, Sun Kai was wearing a Supreme hoodie, sitting at the boss desk, feet resting on an expensive ergonomic chair, giving a peace sign to the camera. The headline was a single line in bold: "Is this the Bill Gates from the East?" An interview with Hot or Not's CEO. Although Hot or Not was still a small company, that didn't prevent the media from using exaggerated language to describe this genius who emerged out of nowhere. Cousin, have you seen this report? Sun Kai walked in holding a copy of Wired magazine, his face beaming with pride. Even Wired magazine came to request an article. They said, "I am the entrepreneur who understands young people's desires the most in the millennium." Sun Kai plopped down in front of Chen Hao, crossing his legs. In the past few days, he had accepted interviews from at least 10 media outlets, going from nervous and stuttering to now being able to speak confidently. Sun Kai even learned to throw out a few new terms that Chen Hao taught him in front of the camera, such as social graph and decentralized aesthetics. Fame is a double-edged sword. Chen Hao closed the newspaper. When they praise you, you're a genius. When they criticize you, you're a fraud. Don't take what the media says too seriously. I know. Sun Kai waved his hand dismissively, awkwardly cutting open a box of Cuban cigars from his pocket. Recently, he began learning how to appear more sophisticated. But right now, we are indeed on fire. Yesterday, even a few second-tier Hollywood stars asked if we could bump their accounts up the rankings. As he was speaking, there was a knock at the office door. The receptionist let in 3 middle-aged white men in suits. The leader, with graying hair and sharp eyes, carried a briefcase. "Mr. Sun, nice to meet you." The white man extended his hand, handing over a business card. "I am Michael Moritz, a partner at Sequoia Capital." Sun Kai was taken aback for a moment. Sequoia Capital, a titan in the venture capital world. "We have been following Hot or Not for quite some time." Michael, once seated, got straight to the point. "Your data growth curve is very impressive. Although the current internet environment isn't great, we are still willing to place a bet. $5 million for a 20 stake. Sun Kai's heart raced. $5 million not only meant a skyrocketing personal worth, but also recognition from top-tier capital in Silicon Valley. He instinctively looked at Chen Hao. Chen Hao was fiddling with a metal lighter, silent. Sun Kai swallowed hard, recalling Chen Hao's previous views on financing. He straightened up and coughed lightly. "Mr. Moritz, thank you for your recognition. However, our cash flow is very healthy at the moment, and we have no plans to raise funds." Michael frowned, clearly not expecting such a straightforward rejection. "Mr. Sun, you should know that competitors will appear soon. With the backing of capital, you can seize the market faster and even expand into Europe and Asia. 5 million is just the angel round. If you think the valuation is low, we can negotiate. It's not about the money, Chen Hao suddenly spoke up. Michael turned to look at Chen Hao. And you are? I am the company's. Chen Hao stood up and walked over. Mr. More It's Hot or Not is not the kind of portal site that needs to burn money to buy traffic. Our customer acquisition cost is almost zero and users have a very high willingness to pay. Our monthly revenue has already exceeded $500,000 and is still growing at a rate of 30 weekly. We don't lack money. What we need are strategic resources that can help us deal with regulation and copyright disputes. If Sequoia can only provide funds, then I'm sorry, but we don't need it. Michael's expression darkened. He was used to being sought after by entrepreneurs, and Chen Hao's attitude made him uncomfortable. Young man being too confident is not a good thing. Michael put away the documents and stood up. The winter of the internet hasn't passed yet. I hope you can hold on until spring. After sending off the venture capitalist's son, Kai had a pained expression. Cousin, that's $500,000. Are we really not going to take it? If we take the money now, you'll just become their employee. Chen Hao relit a cigarette. Moreover, the current valuation is too low. Once our user base surpasses 1 million and our monthly revenue exceeds 2 million, all the venture capitalists will be kneeling to hand us money. At that point, it will be you choosing them, not the other way around. Sun Kai nodded, somewhat understanding. He had blind faith in Chen Hao's judgments. Suddenly, Sun Kai's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and his expression changed instantly. He straightened up abruptly and extinguished his cigar. Hello, Grandpa. Sun Kai's voice turned exceptionally obedient. Yes, it's me, Xiao Kai. You're still awake this late. Rest. With a grandson like you who can cause such a ruckus, how can I sleep? The voice on the other end was old but full of vigor, exuding an air of authority. I see you want me to close my eyes earlier, huh? The elder's tone was harsh, but then it shifted. I saw the newspaper. It was reported in reference news that you started some technology company in the beautiful country and have become a model for overseas students in entrepreneurship. What's going on? Weren't you going to study music? Sun Kai chuckled and boasted, Grandpa, music is just for cultivating one's character. I found that I have more talent in the internet sector. The company is now valued at tens of millions. Even Hongshan Capital wanted to invest, but I didn't take their money. Nonsense. The elder seemed to scold him, but there was a hint of satisfaction. You're getting a bit full of yourself with a little achievement. What do you know about the internet? I hope you're not being used as a pawn. How could that be? I'm the CEO. Sun Kai grew anxious and glanced at Chen Hao. Grandpa, this was all thanks to a buddy of mine. We started this company together. His name is Chen Hao. He's also from our capital and is here on a business trip to the beautiful country. He'll be going back home in a few days. This guy is incredibly capable. If it weren't for him, I definitely wouldn't have managed this well. Chen Hao. The elder repeated the name. Let him take the call. Sun Kai handed the phone to Chen Hao. It's my grandpa. Chen Hao took the call, took a deep breath, and adjusted his state. This moment was one he had waited a long time for. Although he had visited Sun Kai's house before in his past life, he said, Hello, son, Lao on Chen Hao. The elder was silent for a few seconds before slowly speaking. Xiao Chen, I know this kid Sun Kai. He has been spoiled by his family since he was young and lacks perseverance. To make such a big splash in the beautiful country this time, it seems you put in a lot of effort. You flatter me, son Lao. Chen Hao replied, his tone neither servile nor overbearing. Sun Kai is actually quite smart. He just hasn't found an area of interest before. He's been very diligent in this venture and is willing to endure hardships. I'm just helping with some ideas and keeping an eye on the big direction. The elder responded, his tone It's good for young people to have drive, but they must also stay on the right path. Making money abroad is fine, but don't embarrass the family or tarnish the country's reputation. Since you've made some achievements, then do your best. Sun Kai is carefree. Oh, please look out for him over there. You can rest assured, Chen Hao promised. I get along well with Sun Kai. Oh, I treat him like my own brother. As long as I'm here, I won't let him go astray. Good. The elder's tone softened considerably. I heard you're going back to the country. Yes, I still have some studies and work to handle back home. When you return to the capital, come by my house. Sun Kai's mother has been nagging, wanting to know how he's been doing over there. You can speak on his behalf to avoid him only reporting good news and not the bad. I will definitely pay a visit. Chen Hao controlled his excitement, responding in a steady tone. After hanging up, Chen Hao let out a long breath. He had been messing around in the beautiful country for so long, waiting for this opportunity to come to his door. Cousin, what did my grandpa say to you? Sun Kai leaned in full of curiosity. Nothing much, just to work hard and not embarrass him. Chen Hao tossed the phone back to Sun Kai. All right, now that the family knows, you can consider yourself having returned in glory. Next, let's talk business. Chen Hao took out a document from his briefcase. I really need to go back to the country soon. Sun Kai was taken aback. So soon? Can't you wait a few more days? Cousin, we've just begun. Oh, what will I do if you leave? I can't manage this internet company on my own. That's why I found you a caretaker. Chen Hao pointed to the document. James Wilson, former senior operations director at Yahoo, just laid off and urgently seeking a job. I've already spoken with him. He will be the company's CEO, responsible for daily management and technical implementation. Is this person reliable? Sun Kai was somewhat skeptical. More reliable than you, Chen Hao said bluntly. He is a professional manager who understands technology management and how to deal with those Wall Street vampires. You just need to do your job as CEO, handle external interviews, and issue invitation codes at high-end parties. Leave the dirty work to him. Sun Kai flipped through the resume and felt more at ease after seeing the long list of impressive credentials. What about you? Cousin, will you still manage things here after you go back? Of course I will manage. Even though I won't be their financial authority and major decisions must be reported to me. I will hold a weekly conference call with you. Additionally, James is only accountable to the board, which is just us two. You need to learn to think like a boss when hiring rather than doing everything yourself. Chen Hao patted Sun Kai on the shoulder. Sun Kai, this is just the beginning. Hot or not is merely a small project. We have much more we can pursue in the future. The next morning, James Wilson officially started his position. This 40-year-old balding white man began lecturing the part-time students with clarity and a commanding presence. Sun Kai drove Chen Hao to the airport. Cousin, can I take you inside? Sun Kai was reluctant to part. During this time, he truly regarded Chen Hao as his backbone. No need, don't make it feel like a tearful farewell. Chen Hao took his luggage out of the trunk. Remember, if you encounter something you can't handle, hold off for a moment and then call me. Don't make hasty decisions, especially regarding major issues like equity and funding. They must be approved by me. Don't worry, cousin, I'll keep that in mind. Sun Kai helped Chen Hao close the car door. By the way, remember to visit my house when you return to the capital. Grandpa said he has an appointment with you. Chen Hao smiled, waved his hand, and turned to walk into the terminal. After passing through security waiting and boarding the plane, Chen Hao closed his eyes as the plane soared into the clouds. This trip to the beautiful country went even smoother than expected. The only downside was that it took a bit longer. Liang Bo had already driven him crazy after half a month of vacation. After getting off the plane, Chen Hao dragged his suitcase back to Huaqing Jiyuan. He tossed the suitcase into the living room, then headed to the bathroom for a shower, changing into a simple cotton t-shirt and jeans. Chen Hao didn't bother to rest and adjust to the time difference. He grabbed his backpack and headed out. The campus of Jingheng University was still bustling with people. Chen Hao made his way to Liang Bo's office with familiarity. As soon as he pushed the door open, Liang Bo, who was engrossed in writing materials, suddenly looked up. The moment he saw Chen Hao, the expression on the counselor's face was incredibly vivid. My ancestor, you finally came back. Liang Bo tossed his pen aside and stepped over. Chen Hao placed his backpack on the sofa and took out a pack of Marlboro cigarettes he bought at the duty-free shop in the airport, tossing it to Liang Bo. Brother Bo, is it really necessary? Why so excited? I just took a leave of absence for a business trip, and I even managed to get you an upgraded project. Leave of absence? Liang Bo took the cigarette, chuckled bitterly, and lowered his voice. Is that what you call it? You made a decision without prior notice. Moreover, I didn't dare to tell the academy you took a leave. I had to rely on my connections to plead with the professors. He pointed to the ceiling, his expression turning grim. But this time you've gotten yourself into big trouble. Old Hu is furious. Old Hu. Chen Hao mentally ran through the name and immediately understood who Liang Bo was referring to. Hu Peng, the vice dean of the School of Computer Science at Jingheng University, was a renowned figure in the field of operating systems and middleware in China. Old Hu had a stubborn temperament, but his academic achievements were exceptional. In his past life, after graduating, Chen Hao mingled in the internet circle and heard that Old Hu later rose to prominence, first becoming the principal and then moving up to a ministerial position. How did he focus on me? Chen Hao pulled out a chair and sat down. I remember his advanced operating systems was a third-year course, right? There was no course from him in the second year, but you can't stop other professors from reporting you. Liang Bo couldn't help but roll his eyes at Chen Hao. Professor Lin Feng reported you after you missed his class 3 times in a row, and he went straight to Old Hu. Yesterday, he slammed the table at the faculty meeting, saying that students like you come to just get a degree, ruining the reputation of Jingheng. He has already stated that if you continue like this, you will be advised to withdraw. Being advised to withdraw from university in 2000 was a very serious punishment. Chen Hao frowned. Although he didn't care about the degree, the Jingheng name and the alumni resources behind it were important chess pieces for his future plans in the domestic technology circle. If he were expelled, many paths would be closed off. Where is he? Chen Hao stood up, his playful demeanor disappeared. In office 302 upstairs. Liang Bo glanced at his watch. He should be reprimanding someone now. Recently, he has been working on the 883 project, and the pressure is enormous. Whoever crosses him is doomed. Be polite when you go in to admit your mistakes if you need to, and whatever you do, don't argue. Chen Hao nodded and turned to leave. As he reached the 3rd floor, he could already smell the strong scent of smoke before he even reached the door of 302. The door was slightly ajar. Chen Hao knocked softly and heard a strong voice from inside say, "Come in." Upon entering, he was enveloped in a cloud of smoke that made the room resemble an alchemy furnace. Sitting behind the desk was a serious-looking middle-aged man. He wore a white shirt, held a half-burnt cigarette between his fingers, and had thick technical documents piled in front of him. Three doctoral students stood before the desk with their heads hanging low, resembling schoolchildren caught in a mistake. What kind of rubbish code is this you've written? Have you found the memory leak? The government gives us so much funding, and this is the garbage you're turning in, eh? The doctoral students shrank back, not daring to make a sound. Chen Hao stood at the door and coughed lightly. Dean, who I am Chen Hao. Hu Peng paused for a moment. He slowly turned his head, his gaze landing on Chen Hao. Oh, so you are that Chen Hao. Hu Peng extinguished his cigarette and sneered. A busy person, huh? It's been a month since the semester started, and you haven't even seen what your main course teacher looks like. So you found time to come inspect the work today. Old Huss' mouth was indeed as sharp as rumored. Chen Hao stood up straight, his tone sincere. Dean, who I was handling some part-time work abroad recently, and I did neglect my studies. I came to reflect on it with you. Part-time work. Hu Peng suddenly stood up, pointing at Chen Hao's nose. You, a freshman, not properly laying the foundation at school, running off to do part-time jobs. Do you think writing a few lines of web code is doing computer science? Do you think earning a few bucks from a part-time job means success? Old Hu became increasingly agitated, the veins on his neck bulging. Jinghang is a place to cultivate scientists and engineers. If you want to make money, it's better to leave early and not occupy a spot without contributing. Chen Hao did not retort. In the eyes of the old-fashioned intellectuals of this era, academia was sacred, while making money was vulgar. Such a gap in perspective couldn't be bridged merely by words. If you don't want to learn, just write a withdrawal application and I'll approve it immediately. Hu Peng slammed his pen down on the table. Just then the office door was suddenly slammed open. A sweaty male student rushed in without even knocking on the door. Dean, who it's bad. The middleware for the Gold-Silver Island project crashed again. The student was panting and pale. We were doing a stress test with 2,000 concurrent connections, and the system ran for less than 2 minutes before the memory overflowed and all the data was deadlocked. The server crashed. Hu Peng's face turned ashen in an instant. He didn't bother scolding Chen Hao and immediately asked, is it still the thread pool issue? I've looked at the logs, that shouldn't be happening. I don't know. The student was nearly in tears. We've expanded the thread pool to its limit, but the CPU usage remains high. Oh, it seems to be all contexts. Let's go. Check it out. Hu Peng shrugged on his jacket and strode out. As he reached the door, he stopped, turned back, and glared at Chen Hao. You write a 2,000-word reflection here. If you can't turn it in today, pack your things and get lost. With that, a group of people rushed towards the laboratory on the top floor. The office fell silent. Chen Hao looked at the empty doorway, not picking up his pen. The Gold-Silver Island project. He had some recollection of that name. Around the year 2000, the country initiated a domestic middleware development plan codenamed Gold-Silver Island to break the monopoly of foreign companies like IBM and Oracle in the financial telecommunications sectors. This was a key topic of the 883 project. At that time, the core systems of domestic banks and telecommunications relied entirely on foreign tuxedo and Corba architectures, which were not only expensive, but also posed enormous security risks. Hu Peng's team was responsible for overcoming the most critical high-concurrency communication module. It crashed with 2,000 concurrent connections. Chen Hao shook his head. If this were during the Double 11 in later years, it wouldn't even count as a minor issue. He did not stay behind to write the reflection, but instead turned and followed them out. The laboratory sat at the far end of the top-floor corridor. On crossing the threshold, one was met by the steady hum of server fans. Several costly Sun Ultra workstations stood in a neat row. 7 or 8 doctoral students clustered before a single monitor, their faces ash-gray. Hu Peng was hunched over a keyboard, fingers flying as he fetched low-level core dump files from the system. Segmentation fault. Hu Peng read the error on the screen, knitting his brows into a deep frown. Another segmentation fault. The resource contention among threads is severe. We adopted the Corba standard, and the ORB communication mechanism performs terribly when handling a large number of short-lived connections. A student who had just reported the issue offered softly, add more hardware. Apply for 2 more servers and do load balancing. Add more, my foot. Hu Peng snapped. This is an architectural defect. Even if you fill the machine room with servers, you cannot fix lock contention. It will still collapse. The national target demands 500 concurrent connections per machine, and we cannot even reach half of that. How will we explain this at next month's acceptance? Silence fell and no one dared answer. Chen Hao stood at the rear of the group, his gaze sweeping the architecture diagram and the few critical lines of C code on the screen. He understood at once. The system used the classic thread per request model. That had been the standard approach in Corba architectures. Each incoming client connection was assigned its own dedicated thread for handling. When concurrency is low, this model is simple and efficient. But once concurrency climbs, tens of thousands of threads contend for CPU time slices. The overhead of context switching alone can consume the CPU. On top of that, they had piled numerous mutexes onto shared memory to guarantee consistency. No wonder it crashed. Dean, who a sudden voice interrupted the silence. Everyone turned and saw the sophomore who should have been writing a self-criticism standing at the back with his hands in his pocket. Hu Peng saw Chen Hao and his temper flared. Who let you in? Out, he barked. If this is thread blocking under a Corba model, adding more servers won't help. Chen Hao did not move. He pointed to a line of code on the screen. You are using a synchronous blocking I/O model, BIO. In that model, threads suspend while waiting for network data. They occupy memory and do no work. Hupeng paused, reappraising Chen Hao. The remark hit the mark, and the terminology was precise, beyond what one would expect from a mere sophomore. You know Korba? Hupeng's voice grew low. A little. Chen Hao stepped to the screen. I moonlight at a company that builds high-concurrency internet applications. Not long ago, I traveled to Silicon Valley and talked with engineers at Sun who had a hand in shaping the Java EE specifications. The trend now is that the bottleneck is not hardware, but the I/O model. Chen Hao paused and looked at Hupeng. Dean, who may I have a whiteboard? The doctoral students exchanged glances. A sophomore was about to lecture them in a national laboratory. Hupeng hesitated, then said, "Let him." A doctoral student rolled a whiteboard forward from the corner. Chen Hao took a marker and without preamble drew a circle with countless lines radiating from it and a unidirectional arrow at the center. If multithreading is prone to collapse, then let us not rely on multithreading, he said as he drew. In the current architecture, a guest arrives, and we send a waiter to shadow them entirely. The waiter waits while the guest orders, eats, and pays. When guests multiply, waiters run out. He sketched another diagram alongside it. We can change the approach. Keep only a single receptionist. All guests register at the front desk. The front desk classifies requests and places them into queues in the back. When the kitchen finishes, it notifies the front desk to call the number. This is I/O multiplexing. Chen Hao wrote the words I/O multiplexing on the board. Using UNI's level select or poll, a single thread can monitor thousands upon thousands of socket connections. Only when a socket truly has data to read or write do we allocate resources to handle it. We also need to remove the synchronization locks here and replace them with lock-free queues. There was no immediate response. Some doctoral students frowned in thought, others remained bewildered. In 2000, NEO non-blocking I/O and the reactor pattern had only taken shape in academia. In domestic engineering practice, they remained avant-garde, even radical. Most people were still wrestling with multi-threaded optimizations. Hupeng's eyes brightened. He was a connoisseur. Chen Hao's diagram, though simple, formed a perfectly closed logical loop. It avoided the costs of thread switching at their root. Lock-free queues. Hupeng murmured. You mean replacing mutexes with atomic CAS operations? Chen Hao nodded. Yes. Hardware-level atomic operations are several orders of magnitude faster than operating system locks. Hupeng fell silent for a moment. He looked at Chen Hao with a complex expression. Easy to say, hard to do, he said, pointing at the screen. This codebase has hundreds of thousands of lines. Refactoring the I/O model is like changing the heart. We have only a month before acceptance. Who would dare? You do not need to replace the whole body. Chen Hao tossed the marker onto the table, stepped behind the doctoral student at the keyboard, and patted his shoulder. Senior, may I take that seat? The doctoral student was startled, glancing instinctively at Hupeng. Hupeng inhaled deeply, stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, and said, let him try. The code was backed up on other machines. If something went wrong, it would not be catastrophic. The doctoral student rose and seated the seat. Chen Hao sat his hands on an old mechanical keyboard with long key travel. He flexed his fingers and pulled up the communications module source network dispatcher. CPP. His gaze sharpened. He did not overhaul the business logic. Instead, he deleted the bloated thread pool management class outright. Keystrokes began to echo through the lab. Tat-a-tat, steady and relentless. Chen Hao introduced syselect. He started handcrafting a simple reactor event dispatcher set master set 0 select. Line by line code flowed across the dark screen. The surrounding doctoral students slowly pressed closer. At first they were skeptical, but as the lines of code accumulated, their expressions shifted. Chen Hao's coding style was exceedingly seasoned. Variable names were disciplined comments, lucid logic, compact, as if lifted from a textbook. More disquieting was that he barely consulted any documentation. The arcane Unix system calls seemed etched into his mind. Hupeng stood behind him with arms folded, growing increasingly unsettled. This was no sophomore. This was a practitioner steeped in low-level development for more than a decade. His precise control of memory pointers and grasp of kernel behavior surpassed that of many doctoral students Hupeng supervised. In barely half an hour, Chen Hao typed the final line, saved, and exited the editor. Compile. Chen Hao pressed enter. The compile log began to roll. Every heart tightened. The console reported make complete. No errors. The build had passed. Run the test, someone said. Chen Hao rose and yielded the seat. The doctoral student sat down and restarted the stress test script. The dashboard numbers began to twitch. Concurrent connections, 500. 1,000. The system ran smooth. 1,500. 2,000. They reached the threshold where it had previously crashed. Everyone held their breath. The curve climbed without a tremor. 2,500. 3,000. 4,000. At last the figure settled at 5,200. Beside its CPU usage read only 60%. A doctoral student could not help but blurt a crude expletive. They had not merely fixed the crash, they had doubled performance. Hupeng stared at the number 5,200, disbelief etched across his face. He turned sharply to Chen Hao, who was rubbing his wrist. Chen Hao produced a pack of Marlboros from his pocket, pulled one out and offered it to Hu Peng. Dean, who shall this count as my self-criticism? Hu Peng declined Chen Hao's cigarette and instead waved dismissively at the several doctoral students still standing in stunned silence. Compile the data you just measured and draft a comparative analysis report. Focus especially on how the new architecture optimizes system call frequency. Submit it to me before tomorrow's morning meeting. The doctoral students exchanged complex, unsettled glances with Chen Hao. This was their first time being schooled, by a sophomore junior no less. Hu Peng paid no mind to their reactions. He picked up his enamel cup from the desk and pointed toward the door. Chen Hao, come with me to my office. The two walked out of the laboratory one behind the other. Back in his office, Hu Peng sank into his swivel chair and set the enamel cup down firmly on the desk. He gestured toward the chair opposite him. Sit. Chen Hao didn't hesitate. He pulled out the chair and sat. Hu Peng reached into his drawer, withdrew a pack of Hongtao Mountain cigarettes, took one, and lit it. Tell me, did you really teach yourself all this? Hu Peng fixed his gaze on Chen Hao. Chen Hao nodded. I've loved coding since childhood. Back in middle school, my family bought me a Zybawang console. While others played games, I immersed myself in its built-in basic language. He wove a compelling narrative of precocious genius, as if the boy who'd stayed up all night mastering Kung Fu Master lived next door. Later in high school, I saved my pocket money to go to internet cafes, not to chat, but to browse foreign technical forums. What the school taught I grasped after skimming the textbook once. Sitting through foundational lectures felt like squandering my life. So I sought part-time work instead. Real-world practice remains the finest teacher. His account hovered between truth and embellishment. The self-taught journey was largely fiction, his disdain for classroom instruction utterly sincere. He nearly claimed he'd been born with the celestial spiritual root of programming. So effortlessly did the boast roll off his tongue. He had completely forgotten his past life history, churning out spaghetti code, repeatedly scolded by furious supervisors after graduation. Hu Peng sighed deeply upon hearing Chen Hao's words. I've taught for decades, and yes, I've encountered a handful of true prodigies. What you demonstrated today resolved a months-long thorn in our lab's side. If your skills truly matured through hands-on practice, then your absences from class, I'll let them slide. His eyes shone with genuine admiration. Geniuses are often solitary souls resistant to constraint, a truth Hu Peng understood intimately. Beyond high concurrency architecture, what else have you mastered on your own? Chen Hao paused thoughtfully, then chose to name even more forward-looking domains, distributed file systems, and large-scale parallel computing. I believe internet data volume will explode geometrically. Even the most powerful single machine hits hard physical limits. Only by clustering thousands of affordable PCs can we forge a viable path forward. In the year 2000, such words struck with seismic force. Hu Peng's furrowed brow relaxed. He recognized not only extraordinary technical mastery, but an uncanny prescient grasp of industry trajectory. Chen Hao, would you consider joining my laboratory? Hu Peng extended the invitation formally. For an undergraduate, this was nothing short of ascending to the heavens. Entry into a national key laboratory meant access to cutting-edge projects and elite resources, credentials that would significantly elevate his academic or professional future. Yet Chen Hao showed no elation, only a brief, deliberate silence, as if weighing pros and cons. Director, who joining your lab is fine, but I have two conditions. Hu Peng froze mid-motion, cigarette suspended in his fingers. He was genuinely taken aback. At Jingheng University, countless doctoral candidates begged and pleaded for a spot in his group. Yet this undergraduate dared to negotiate terms. Go on, Hu Peng said, studying him with keen interest. As I mentioned earlier, I learned best through practical work. So condition 1, I cannot guarantee daily presence on campus. If I miss classes, I ask that you coordinate with the Academic Affairs Office and my instructors on my behalf. Tell them I'm engaged in critical research within your lab and simply cannot be spared. Chen Hao spoke plainly. He refused to waste further time chasing credits. When it came to official leave approvals, director, who would undoubtedly wield far greater influence than Professor Liang Bo. Hu Peng nodded. Agreed. At your current level, those foundational courses hold little relevance. And your second condition? Second, I won't spend excessive time in the lab. After all, my part-time work follows corporate schedules. You may assign tasks. I'll deliver them punctually, but I won't be stationed there day in and day out. Hu Peng offered a wry, resigned smile. Clearly, Chen Hao had no intention of becoming a lab drudge. Rather, he envisioned himself as a technical consultant. Yet Hu Peng had to concede Chen Hao possessed precisely the credentials to justify such audacity. That half-hour refactor had accomplished more than 6 months of labor by his doctoral team combined. Your demands sound suspiciously like using the lab as a formal alibi for skipping class, Hu Peng observed, gently piercing Chen Hao's subtle agenda. Chen Hao smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. Hu Peng drew a slow, thoughtful drag from his. What mattered most was Chen Hao himself. Retaining this prodigy, even at half capacity, could elevate the entire lab's caliber by a quantum leap. Chen Hao, what are your long-term plans? Will you join an internet company straight after graduation for a lucrative salary, or pursue advanced studies? At that question, Chen Hao recalled his past life supporting Lin Xiaoya. He'd entered the workforce immediately after undergrad. never pursuing graduate study, a lifelong regret. This lifetime he lacked for neither funds nor urgency. What he sought now were higher social standing and deeper scholarly foundations. In Longwa society, such assets sometimes outweighed wealth itself. I intend to continue studying, ideally earning a doctorate. Chen Hao's answer pleased Hu Peng immensely. Then I accept your terms, but you must grant me one request in return. Hu Peng extinguished his cigarette and met Chen Hao's gaze with quiet sincerity. Become my student. Enroll directly in my integrated master's doctorate program. I'll place you under my direct doctoral track. Chen Hao's heart leapt. A patron of such stature had extended his hand. Refusing would be sheer folly. Agreed. Deal. He extended his hand. Hu Peng reached out in turn. Their hands clasped firmly, both smiling broadly. Hu Peng rummaged through the papers on his desk and slid a laboratory enrollment form toward Chen Hao. Fill this out. I'll instruct my secretary to register it with academic affairs, and I'll personally liaise with the university office regarding your integrated doctoral slot. Chen Hao accepted the form and the pen on the desk, filling it out swiftly. Upon completion, he rose and bowed slightly to Hu Peng. Thank you, Professor. The title slipped from his lips with effortless ease. Hu Peng chuckled warmly as he gathered the completed form. Enough of the formalities. Get going. Off you go. Back to your part-time work. And remember weekly lab meeting next Tuesday at 9 sharp. Be there. Chen Hao rose, opened the office door, and stepped out. Sunlight streamed in, almost blinding. As he strolled along the campus path, watching classmates hurry past with textbooks clutched tightly, a profound, wordless lightness settled over him. Chen Hao pulled out his phone and dialed Wang Chong. Xiangzi, I'm back. Drinks tonight at the alley behind campus. My treat. No special reason. Just celebrating the fact that from now on I can skip class with full legitimacy. In the morning, Chen Hao opened his eyes to see the three-blade ceiling fan above, slowly rotating, creaking softly. Wang Chong lay sprawled on the opposite bed, half of his body hanging off the edge, snoring loudly. Chen Hao rubbed his throbbing temples. He indeed drank excessively last night. He felt relaxed yesterday, having resolved the identity issue that weighed heavily on his mind, and unexpectedly managed to handle Dean Hu. Wang Chong had recently made a fortune by sharing jokes, working enthusiastically with a group of students part-time, and planned to thank Chen Hao. Thus the two of them unknowingly drank too much. Chen Hao did not even remember how he returned to the dormitory. He propped himself up, feeling a burning sensation in his stomach. Suddenly his phone next to the pillow vibrated violently. Chen Hao picked up the phone. The screen displayed the name Chen Hao. He wiped his face, put on a pair of shorts, threw on a shirt, and immediately got out of bed, leaving the dormitory to answer the call. Hello, Brother Hao. Chen Hao's voice was hoarse, clearly still not fully awake. On the other end, Chen Hao's voice sounded very cheerful. Still in bed. It seems you had another social gathering last night. Chen Hao chuckled. I was just having some fun with the guys. Sorry for the trouble you had to bear. Is this call a sign of good news? Chen Hao chuckled lightly on the phone. Sukai just called me saying the team from the State Administration of Press Publication, Radio, Film, and Television had a meeting yesterday afternoon. Regarding the pilot of the regulatory sandbox for mobile value-added services, it's confirmed that it's landing at your base. Chen Hao had anticipated this in his heart, but hearing it confirmed instantly brought him to full alertness. Has the process been completed? Chen Hao asked. Yes, it has been completed. Next Thursday, the Bureau will lead a coordination meeting with the heads of several operators' value-added services. At that time, you need to bring your plan over to discuss the specific gateway access and billing interface details. Make sure you prepare in advance. Chen Hao instructed. Don't worry, I have already set up the platform architecture. How about I arrange for Su Ju and gather together tonight? I can also report on the work I've done. Chen Hao tentatively suggested. Hold off for now. The official document hasn't been issued yet, and there are quite a few eyes watching this pilot project. Chen Hao pondered for a moment. Zhang Huai is definitely feeling frustrated. Let's take it easy and wait until everything is completely settled before proceeding. Make sure to polish that platform well so you won't be caught off guard when the operators come to inspect it. Understood. I'll keep an eye on the progress right away. Chen Hao hung up, immediately returned to his room to change clothes, and headed straight out, calling Xiao Wu to come pick him up. At the Jingda Resource Building, Chen Hao pushed open the door to the Qiandu office, where everyone was busy. Dozens of programmers crowded into the cramped workspace, the sound of keyboards forming a continuous symphony. Li Yanhong, wearing a wrinkled checkered shirt, was holding a cup and standing behind a technician staring at the screen. Hearing the door open, Li Yanhong turned back. Upon seeing Chen Hao, a smile immediately broke out on his originally serious face. President Qin Yu finally returned to Beijing. Come on, let's sit inside. Li Yanhong put down the cup and pointed to the small meeting room at the back. After both sat down, Li Yanhong eagerly opened his laptop. Take a look at this. The screen displayed real-time monitoring data from Chengdu Search's backend. The red curve resembled a soaring dragon slanting upward from the bottom left corner. The average daily search requests have already surpassed 1.2 million. The traffic effect from those two navigation websites is even more terrifying than I imagined. Li Yanhong was visibly excited, unable to contain his admiration. However, Chen Hao looked at the continuously increasing data with little surprise. As a reincarnator, he was well aware of the power of traffic entry points. In an era when internet users were still unaccustomed to entering domain names, navigation sites were like gods of the internet. How is the bidding ranking system development going? AIDG and the others still need to assess monetization. Chen Hao inquired. Li Yanhong's smile became even more radiant. The architecture has already been completed, and we started small-scale testing last week. Many companies have registered. We are currently implementing anti-cheating filters to prevent malicious clicks that would waste clients' balances. The formal version is expected to launch at the beginning of next month. Li Yanhong paused, looking at Chen Hao. President Chen, to be honest, I used to think your idea of a bidding ranking was somewhat detrimental, as it would undermine the fairness of searches. But now, looking at the list of companies scrambling to buy keywords in the backend, I realize I was too naive. The monetization capability of this thing is simply a money grab. Chen Hao chuckled, not engaging further on that topic. The essence of business is efficiency. Being able to help those in need find service providers quickly is the true value. As for fairness, that's something to consider only after one is well fed. In his past life, Old Li fell in love with the feeling of rapid monetization, and from then on he went down that path without looking back. How is the SP regulatory and distribution platform development going? Chen Hao shifted to the main topic, which was the purpose of his visit today. Li Yanhong's expression became serious. This system has complex functional requirements. It involves interfacing with the operator's underlying gateways, and real-time traffic monitoring and keyword filtering require extremely high concurrency. I have assigned the best technical personnel from the team to this project. Li Yanhong said, calling out to the outside, "Old Chui, come here for a moment." A moment later, a man in a black t-shirt with messy hair like a bird's nest walked in. He had unshaven stubble, dark circles under his eyes, and was holding half an unfinished steamed bun. Chen Hao glanced at the man. Chui Mingyuan was one of the founding members of Qiandu and a first-generation coding fanatic in the country. In his past life, this person had a huge reputation in the internet circle, being the kind of top expert who could single-handedly take on a technical department. This is Chui Mingyuan, the technical lead for our project. Li Yanhong introduced. Old Chui, this is President Chen Hao, the conceptualizer of this platform. Chui Mingyuan merely nodded at Chen Hao. He spread out a densely packed system architecture diagram on the table. President Chen, the main module of the platform has been completed. He pointed at a red box on the diagram. The dynamic filtering system for sensitive words you requested took us quite a bit of effort. We have now integrated over 500 sensitive words, and it's not just simple string matching. We introduced a word segmentation algorithm. Even if the other party adds spaces, asterisks, or uses split characters in their messages, as long as the semantics cross the red line, the system can intercept it immediately. Chen Hao took the architecture diagram and carefully examined the logic lines on it. What interception rate can we achieve? In a laboratory environment, we can reach 98. As long as the message enters the platform's pool, it must pass through this filter first. If it doesn't comply, it will be directly rejected with no chance of being sent out. This part has already been completed in a closed loop. Chen Hao pointed to another area on the diagram. What about the content distribution module? This part is also done. Old Chui drew a circle on the paper. We have built a large content library currently divided into 3 main categories: jokes, ringtones, and images. SP companies can apply for API interfaces to directly call these contents. Li Yanhong added from the side. President Chen, the virtual billing system you mentioned earlier has also been developed. Since the operators have not yet connected, we will run it internally at the base for now. Any small company that calls our content will have the system automatically record usage and traffic with a detailed reconciliation statement issued at the end of the month. When we finalize negotiations with the operators, we can directly connect this system to their payment gateway. How much concurrency can this system currently handle? 2,000 requests per second for a single machine. With a cluster, as long as we have enough servers, we can scale it several times without issue. Old Chui said confidently. Chen Hao was very satisfied, and deciding to ask Qiandu for help was indeed the right choice. The quality delivered by the experts was excellent, and it saved him a lot of time. Next Monday, I want to conduct a real-world drill. We'll load all the jokes we've collected and simulate a I want to see if this filtering system has any flaws under high-pressure conditions. Old Chui chuckled, revealing a bright, "All right, just watch, I guarantee there won't be any issues." Chen Hao looked at this technical genius, feeling quite pleased. What boss wouldn't like such a capable worker? In the depths of a quiet alley in Xiqing district, 2 crimson doors stood firmly closed, devoid of any signage, with several black Audis and a Beijing, a registered Passat, parked outside. This is a private club with a modest reputation in the circles of the capital, not open to the public, and only those of some standing can enter. Passing through the shadow wall and winding around the corridor, the innermost private room was brightly lit. An extravagant crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, with dark golden wallpaper adorning the walls, and at the center stood a large round table made of rosewood. On the table lay several plates of exquisite cold dishes, accompanied by 2 open bottles of matai. Seated in the main position was Zhang Huai, the deputy director of the regulatory bureau. He wore a white shirt with 2 buttons undone at the collar, idly fiddling with a white porcelain wine cup. The man sitting to his left was Ni Xiaoyong, Zhang Huai's brother-in-law. In his early 30s, Ai Xiaoyong had a fair complexion, but his puffy eyes betrayed a long-term indulgence in wine and women. He was the third son in the Ni family with two elder sisters above him. His elder sister Ni Xiaofeng served as the vice-chairman in a state-owned enterprises union and was married to Zhang Huai, while the second sister worked in the Municipal State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. The elder patriarch of the Ni family once wielded considerable influence in the capital's State-Owned Assets Bureau with many former students and officials. Thanks to family connections, Ai Xiaoyong was placed in the electric vacuum factory, holding the title of general manager of the incubator park. This position seemed like a cushy job to others, but for Ai Xiaoyong it felt more like a hollow bureaucratic role. As the efficiency of the electric vacuum factory declined over the years, the incubator park barely generated any income apart from a meager rental. Ai Xiaoyong spent his days in that old office, staring at the meager numbers on the accounts, longing to transfer or engage in some profitable venture. Brother-in-law, this matter cannot just end here. Ai Xiaoyong raised his wine cup and drank it all at once. That so-called matrix base is just a private enterprise. Oh, why should they get the pilot project? Our electric vacuum factory is a well-established state-owned enterprise. In terms of qualification, scale, and awareness, how could we possibly be inferior to that shabby internet cafe? The three men sitting beside Ai Xiaoyong chimed in. These three men were Ai Xiaoyong's followers in the circle, usually taking small projects thanks to the Ni family's connections. Exactly, Director Zhang, that kid looks like a mere opportunist. One of the younger men named Lu poured wine for Zhang Huai while expressing his indignation. Our general Ni has worked tirelessly for this pilot project for so long. And now it turns out that a kid who hasn't even fully matured has snatched it away. If this gets out, how will General Ni survive in the circle? Zhang Huai listened to their complaints, his brow furrowed, and he did not respond. He recalled the scene he had witnessed at that Chen Hao had spoken confidently before a group of bureau leaders, his logic tight and coherent. Especially the concept of comprehensive incubation was quite novel, supported by numerous projects as evidence. In contrast, the proposal presented by Ai Xiaoyong was filled with bureaucratic jargon and lacked any substantive content, and during the research phase the base had not showcased any noteworthy projects. Third brother, maybe you should say less. Zhang Huai put down his wine cup, his expression darkening. The decision for the pilot project was collectively approved by the Bureau's leadership, not something I can decide alone. Moreover, that Chen Hao is not simple either. Not simple. Ai Xiaoyong scoffed, his eyes full of disdain. Isn't he just running an internet cafe? Brother-in-law, are you really fooled by his high-tech facade? Zhang Huai glanced at Ai Xiaoyong, his eyes reflecting helplessness. His brother-in-law had been spoiled by the family and tended to view issues superficially. Do you think Su Kai is a fool, eh? Zhang Huai lowered his voice. Su Kai has a very close relationship with Chen Hao from the promotion division. He is the one pushing this matter from behind the scenes. And I have caught wind of some information. What information? Ai Xiaoyong leaned in, and the other three young men perked up their ears. Zhang Huai glanced around to ensure the private room door was securely shut before speaking slowly. That Chen Hao is likely connected to the Sun family. The Sun family. Ai Xiaoyong froze for a moment, the effects of alcohol dissipating significantly. Which Sun family are you referring to? The Sun family of Old Master Sun. Zhang Huai lit a cigarette and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. I heard he is the grandson of the Sun family, raised outside since childhood and just returned to Beijing recently. You all have heard of Sun Kai, right? He is the only heir of the Sun family and is currently abroad. If Chen Hao is indeed the grandson of the Sun family, then everything makes sense. The room fell silent. The three young men who had just been clamoring to find Chen Hao to settle scores now lowered their heads, pretending to study the dishes on the table. The Sun family status in Beijing is considered top tier. Although the Zhang family has some reputation in the research circle, it pales in comparison to the Sun family. Ai Xiaoyong's expression darkened as if he had swallowed a fly. He had originally thought of Chen Hao as a soft target without any background, someone he could easily manipulate. Throughout, the women conducted themselves with impeccable poise and courtesy, only allowing a trace of excited joy to surface when their names were entered onto the beneficiary list. It's just a rumor, no one has confirmed it. Zhang Huai waved his hand, signaling for this topic to end. But regardless of whether it's true or not, this matter is already settled. You all need to keep a low profile and avoid provoking that Chen Hao. The meal was tasteless. Ai Xiaoyong felt discontent, but did not dare to say anything further. The interests represented by the pilot project were too great. Once they secured the access to mobile value-added services, it would be akin to holding a printing press. Watching that piece of juicy meat slip into someone else's mouth, Ai Xiaoyong felt a pang in his heart. He drowned his sorrows in alcohol, and by the time he left the club, he was already swaying as he walked. The next afternoon, Ai Xiaoyong finally woke up from his hangover. He splashed cold water on his face, changed into a clean outfit, and drove back to the electric vacuum factory. The office building of the incubator park was a small red brick building from the 1950s with peeling exterior walls. Ai Xiaoyong parked his car downstairs, and just as he opened the car door, a black Mercedes-Benz slowly came to a stop beside him. The car door opened, and a young man wearing sunglasses stepped out. The young man appeared to be in his mid-20s, exuding an air of superiority in his every gesture. Young Master Song. As soon as Ai Xiaoyong recognized the visitor, the gloom on his face dissipated, replaced by a fawning smile. What brings you here today? The young man removed his sunglasses. It was Song Wei, the third-generation scion of the Song family. The Song family is also a prominent family in the capital, slightly inferior to the Sun family, but still someone Ai Xiaoyong needed to look up to. Ai Xiaoyong had put in a lot of effort to establish a connection with Song Wei. He had utilized his position to allocate an 800-square-meter office space in the incubator park, which he decorated nicely and offered to Song Wei as a private base at no cost. Song Wei usually hosted friends from the circle here to discuss business. He looked at Ai Xiaoyong and frowned. General Ai, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so terrible? Did you fall into a wine vat last night? Ai Xiaoyong sighed, looking dejected as he waved his hand. Don't mention it, young Master Song. I've encountered some troublesome matters. Let's go have a cup of tea at your place. The two entered the office building and headed straight to the top floor. Song Wei's office was exquisitely decorated, featuring a leather sofa and a rosewood tea table with a set of sound equipment placed in the corner. Ai Xiaoyong had put in considerable effort at the beginning. A young administrative girl dressed in professional attire approached and brewed a pot of Dahongpo tea for the two of them. Song Wei waved his hand, signaling for her to leave. Speak up, what happened? Song Wei leaned back on the sofa looking at Ai Xiaoyong. Ai Xiaoyong did not hold back and recounted the ins and outs of the pilot project. Especially when he mentioned that Chen Hao might be the grandson of the Sun family, he spoke vividly. Young Master Song, don't you find this infuriating? Ai Xiaoyong took a sip from his teacup, his face filled with unwillingness. I worked hard for half a day only to end up making a wedding dress for someone else. If that kid is truly from the Sun family, then I can accept it. But what if he is a fraud? After hearing Ai Xiaoyong's words, Song Wei fell into deep thought. Sun family. Chen Hao. He repeated these two names, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. I know a little about the Sun family situation. Old Mr. Sun has 4 daughters and 1 son. The eldest daughter married into the Zhao family, the second daughter into the Wu family, and the third daughter into the Qian family. These 3 are all in Kyoto. The 4th daughter seems to have married into the Kong family and is currently in Liaoning province. Sun Kai is the only grandson of the Sun family and is studying abroad. As far as I remember, there seems to be no boy with the surname Chun in the 3rd generation of the Sun family. Ai Xiaoyong's eyes lit up as he leaned forward. Young Master Song, are you sure? Song Wei did not answer directly, but countered with a question. How old is that Chen Hao? Ai Xiaoyong thought for a moment. He should be around 19 or 20. Song Wei shook his head. The child of the eldest daughter of the Sun family should be 25 this year. I remember, he works at the Longwood TV station. The others are still in high school. Unless what? Ai Xiaoyong pressed for more. Unless he is an illegitimate child of the Sun family who has fallen outside. Song Wei smiled, slightly denying that guess himself. But the probability of that is extremely low. The Sun family has strict family ethics, and old Mr. Sun values his reputation. Such a thing is unlikely to happen. General, you might have been played. Ai Xiaoyong suddenly stood up, his demeanor becoming agitated. Young Master Song, do you mean that Chen Hao is a fraud? It's possible. Song Wei set down his teacup, his tone calm. In Kyoto, there are always some audacious people who flaunt their connections to big families to swindle others. That Chen Hao might just know a few people and be aware of some matters regarding the Sun family, then deliberately released such a smokescreen. Ai Xiaoyong paced around the room, his fists clenched tightly. Damn it, I said it. How could a guy running an internet cafe have anything to do with the Sun family? Such a Chen Hao daring to act so boldly. He even dares to deceive the leaders in the department. He must be tired of living. At this moment, Ai Xiaoyong had completely ignored Song Wei's previous caveat of it's possible. The only thought in his mind was Chen Hao is a fraud. This thought filled him with unprecedented excitement. If Chen Hao is from the Sun family, he would have to swallow his pride. But if Chen Hao is a fraud, then things would get interesting. Not only could he reclaim the pilot project, but he could also conveniently send that kid to prison. The key is how to operate it to maximize the benefits. Seeing Ai Xiaoyong's complex expression, Song Wei chose not to say more. This matter had nothing to do with him and did not touch upon his interests. Whether it was true or false didn't matter. He was merely providing information and speculation, leaving the specifics for Ai Xiaoyong to handle. He did not wish to meddle in the affairs of other families, as he, being a member of a prominent family, understood well. Every member of a prominent family is a potential landmine. It's best to avoid them to prevent an explosion at an unknown time. Night fell, and in Yahoo Hutong along the northern banks of Hohai, a black Audi drove into the Hutong and stopped in front of a large door. Ai Xiaoyong pushed the door open and got out his steps, unsteady, clearly having had quite a bit to drink at dinner. He familiarized himself with the surroundings, pushed open the large door, passed through a shadow wall, and walked straight into the west wing. Inside, the room was shrouded in smoke, and sitting beside a Zeton wood tea table was a man wearing a camouflage t-shirt. The man appeared to be around 35 or 36 years old, with a buzz cut and a dark complexion, tossing a purple-skinned peanut into his mouth. Upon seeing Ai Xiaoyong enter, the buzz-cut man did not stand up, but merely nodded towards the chair opposite him. Old Ni, what brings you here today? Last time you mentioned running connections in the department to get some profitable pilot project. How did that go? Ni Xiaoyong sank into the armchair, grabbed the teapot on the table, and without pouring into a cup, drank a few big gulps directly from the spout. Don't mention it, lazy. Ni Xiaoyong wiped his mouth, his eyes bloodshot. This time I really fell into my grandma. That pilot project has been decided in the department, and it has been given to a kid with the surname Chen. The man referred to as Lei Zi is Lei Daqiang, the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team at the Haitian police branch, and he and Ni Xiaoyong are childhood friends who grew up together. Lei Daqiang raised an eyebrow and tossed the peanut shell in his hand into the ashtray. What do you mean? Isn't Director Zhang your brother-in-law? Doesn't he give you any face? It's not that he doesn't, it's that there are pressures from above. Ni Xiaoyong gritted his teeth and pounded the table. That kid has connections with another deputy director, Su Kai, and a director in the department who supports him. Although the official document hasn't been issued yet, it'll be just a matter of days. My brother-in-law said that there's nothing he can do about it. Lei Daqiang nodded thoughtfully, but did not respond, simply pulling out a pack of soft Chinese cigarettes from his pocket, tossing one to Ni Xiaoyong, and lighting one for himself. Lazy am not reconciled to this. Ni Xiaoyong took a deep drag on his cigarette, exhaling with strong resentment. You don't know that Matrix Base is just a shell, and that kid is just running an internet cafe. Why should he get this pilot project? If he really succeeds, then this fat piece of meat will have nothing to do with me anymore. What do you want to do? Lei Daqiang blew out a smoke ring. He knew very well that his childhood friend was not a good person, and coming to him surely meant he was planning something outside the box. You don't mean to find someone to deal with him, right? That's the worst option. This is a society ruled by law, and that kid is already registered in the department. Touching him would just bring trouble to yourself. I'm not going to touch him. I want to target his foundation. Ni Xiaoyong chuckled darkly. I heard that this kid has been hinting that he is from the Sun family. The Sun family of old Mr. Sun. Lei Daqiang's hand holding the cigarette paused, and his eyes squinted. The Sun family. This is not a joke. Is it true? If it were true, would I dare to complain to you here? I'd have gone to apologize long ago. Ni Xiaoyong sneered. I ran into Song Wei today. He helped me analyze that there is really no such person in the third generation of the Sun family. This kid is most likely a fraud waving a tiger skin as a banner to scare everyone. At this point, Ni Xiaoyong's expression turned fierce. Lazy, do you think this counts as fraud? Impersonating a high-ranking official's child to swindle national projects. If this crime is established, wouldn't it be enough for him to spend 10 years inside? Lei Daqiang said nothing, only quietly watched Ni Xiaoyong, as if looking at a fool. After a long while, Lei Daqiang finally chuckled, extinguishing the cigarette, but in the ashtray. Old Ni, has the wine muddled your brain? Ni Xiaoyong was taken aback. What do you mean? Fraud requires the fabrication of facts, concealing the truth, and deceiving both public and private property. Lei Daqiang analyzed slowly. Let me ask you, has this Chen Hao ever clearly stated in public or in written materials that he is a member of the Sun family? Ni Xiaoyong thought for a moment and shook his head. Not really. This guy is quite slippery. He never admits it directly, always letting others guess. Then that settles it. Lei Daqiang shrugged. They didn't say it, but it's just your wild speculation. What is this called? This is called a rumor. Moreover, what was the reason given by the department for approving that pilot project? Was it because he is a member of the Sun family? Definitely not. The document would certainly state that the proposal was excellent and the technology advanced, and Ni Xiaoyong opened his mouth only to find himself speechless. So even if you expose that he is not a member of the Sun family, what difference does it make? Lei Daqiang took a sip from his teacup. The law can't punish his crime. The department wouldn't withdraw the project because of this. That would mean admitting their review was not thorough, which would embarrass the leaders. In the end, this guy might just end up with a bad reputation, but he will still make money. Ni Xiaoyong felt as if his spine had been pulled out, slumping into his chair. So I can only watch this guy make. Ni Xiaoyong gritted his teeth, his voice filled with resentment. You have no idea how much profit is behind this pilot project. Just the access rights from those few operators can be sold for a lot of money. This should have been mine. Lei Daqiang looked at his childhood friend, who appeared as if he had lost everything, lightly stroking the edge of his teacup. Old Ni, you are still too rigid. Actually, there is a way to deal with him. Lei Daqiang suddenly spoke, his tone tinged with amusement. What do we do? We are a powerful agency. Some things that cannot be done legally do not mean they cannot be done. Ni Xiaoyong suddenly raised his head, hope reigniting in his eyes. Lady, you have a plan. Lei Daqiang smiled, a cruel glint in his expression. Since this guy is a fraud, what is he most afraid of? Lei Daqiang asked himself. He is most afraid of being exposed, most afraid of the police coming to his door. Even if he can find loopholes in the law, he must have a guilty conscience. A young kid who has never experienced anything, how strong can his psychological defenses be? Ni Xiaoyong's eyes lit up. Are you suggesting? We can choose not to arrest him, but we can investigate. I will take 2 brothers, wear uniforms, and go directly to his company. Bring him to the bureau, or just in his office, bang the table, glare at him, and slap the big label of pretending to be a high-ranking official onto him. Tell him we have solid evidence and are about to arrest him. Lei Daqiang's expression turned ferocious. Just think about it. Hearing this, won't he be scared to the point of wetting his pants? He will definitely plead, trying to find a way to settle things. And Xiaoyong's eyes sparkled. This tactic was indeed ruthless, but it would surely be effective. At that time you can make an appearance. Lei Daqiang pointed at Xiaoyong. You will be the benevolent bodhisattva. Tell him that you can help him suppress this matter, but the company or project must have someone to oversee it for him. And Xiaoyong slapped his thigh and stood up excitedly. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Lei, it's all thanks to you. What do they call this? Black and white face. This is called psychological warfare. Lei Daqiang said lightly. As long as we have something on him, let him sign a proxy agreement, or simply take shares to control it. Then whether the company belongs to Chen or I will just be a matter of your word, right? This is much better than struggling to run it yourself, isn't it? And Xiaoyong paced back and forth in the room, feeling increasingly that this plan was reliable. If Chen Hao really was a member of the Sun family, he wouldn't dare to act this way even if he had 10 times the courage. But as long as it is confirmed that this kid is a fraud, this fat sheep is just meat on the chopping block. Lei, we should act sooner rather than later. And Xiaoyong stopped in his tracks, his eyes filled with greed. Let's finalize our plans in the next couple of days and take action. Lei Daqiang nodded. All right, I'll arrange for 2 unfamiliar brothers. But old and if this works out, what about the team money for the brothers? And Xiaoyong waved his hand. As long as we secure the matrix, there will be a share for you in the future. Tonight we won't leave until we're drunk, and I must toast you a few times. The night was deep, and the 4th floor of Matrix Technology was still brightly lit. Chen Hao sat on the office sofa, holding a cup of strong tea. The qualification for the pilot project had been confirmed, and the platform was nearly ready, but the key next step was to resolve those copyright issues. And this required meeting with Old Sun to establish his identity. But this was not an ordinary visit, it was a qualification review. For a family of such social standing as the Sun family, accepting an outsider into their circle, even as a friend of the younger generation, required thorough background checks. Chen Hao understood the mindset of these elders all too well. In their eyes, there were only 2 types of people, those they knew well, and those with ulterior motives. He was currently the outsider with ulterior motives. A college student with no foundation who within just a few months had bought buildings, started a company, and maneuvered through overseas capital. In the eyes of ordinary people this was a myth, but in Old Sun's eyes it was a huge loophole. If he did not clarify the source of the funds, a label of white glove or commercial spy could easily be placed on him, making it impossible to survive in this circle, and he might even lose his personal freedom. I must have a perfect explanation. Chen Hao set down his teacup and rubbed his slightly swollen temples. A typical explanation would not hold up against scrutiny when facing a leader of this level. The only breakthrough point would likely be to build the image of a technical genius, and the funds should come from unverifiable overseas sources. He opened the drawer and pulled out the contract he signed with Guiyagwang for the consulting and service agreement. At the time, Guiyagwang created this title to legalize the $1 million. Now it seemed like a lifesaver. Although Guiyagwang operated an underground money house, he was regarded as a legitimate electronic import-export tycoon outside. As long as he solved a problem for a major factory or provided a high-value technical solution, this money would have, and Guiyagwang would be responsible for funding the major factory. For Guiyagwang, this contract had to be genuine. He certainly could not say he was engaged in underground money house business. But that was not enough. Relying solely on a contract lacked persuasiveness and could easily be discovered for irregularities. Chen Hao turned on the computer, the screen's glow reflecting on his face. He needed a stronger endorsement. Chen Hao created a new Word document and began writing a fully English technical document. Title: Analysis Report on Windows 2000 Kernel Object Management Vulnerability. This was a high-risk vulnerability deeply engraved in his past life memories, for which Microsoft only released a patch in early 2001. Now it was September 2000, and this vulnerability was still unknown. Chen Hao's fingers flew over the keyboard, typing out lines of obscure assembly code and memory addresses. He not only wrote a vulnerability analysis, but also forged a record of email exchanges. The email content was simple. He discovered the vulnerability, submitted it to Microsoft, which confirmed it, and paid a handsome security reward while signing a confidentiality agreement. In this era, it was extremely difficult to verify such non-public gray market transactions across countries, and major companies would not admit to it. Moreover, Microsoft indeed had a habit of privately acquiring vulnerabilities, often paying fees through third parties. He concocted several vulnerability reports targeting Oracle databases and Cisco routers. The printer started working, spitting out sheets of A4 paper with the scent of ink. Chen Hao found a craft paper envelope, placing Guiyagwang's contract, the forged email records, several substantial technical white papers, and a photocopy of his appointment from the United Nations WIPO into it. After doing all this, he leaned back in his chair, letting out a sigh of relief. These were all his identification documents. A genius youth who had reached the pinnacle of computer technology and earned his first pot of gold internationally through legal and compliant means. This story was much more credible than the stock trading genius or luck-struck gold, and also much safer. Because as long as he had matching technology, no one could question the authenticity of this wealth. He picked up the phone and dialed Gui Yaguang's number. Manager Gui, this is Chen Hao. Chen, my brother. How's it going? Did you finish things on the beautiful side? Gui Yaguang's voice was cheerful. Just came back. There's something I need to discuss with you. Recently, someone might look into that money of mine. If they ask, please say I provided technical consulting services to an overseas company and you were entrusted to help me pay. As for who it is, you can't disclose it due to the confidentiality agreement. Don't worry. Gui Yaguang was an old hand catching on immediately without Chen Hao needing to say much. The contract is in black and white. Whoever investigates will hear this explanation. In our business, the spirit of the contract is paramount. Thanks, Manager Gui. Let's collaborate again next time. After hanging up, Chen Hao's mood gradually settled. The highest realm of lies is 90% truth and 10% falsehood. The technology is real, the money is real, only the source process had a bit of artistic processing. After making the preparations, he picked up the phone and dialed the Sun family's number. In Kyoto at No. 15, Chinsho Road. This is the residential area for senior officials managed by the state administration. Tall walls topped with electric fencing enclose the premises, and armed police stand guard at the entrance 24 hours a day. In the courtyard, ancient trees tower high and several gray-white small buildings are nestled among the greenery, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and solemnity. The Sun family small building is located deep within the courtyard. The living room is covered with a thick carpet furnished with several sets of vintage fabric sofas. On the walls hang a few calligraphic paintings, all signed by names that have appeared in history textbooks. Old Master Sun, dressed in a loose tang suit, sits on the sofa, holding the telephone receiver. All right. It's settled then. Tomorrow morning, just come directly. Yes, no need to bring anything, we have everything at home. After hanging up the phone, Old Master Sun did not get up immediately, but leaned back against the sofa lost in thought. The call was from Chen Hao. On the coffee table before him lay a document which included a report on the Hot or Not website and some information about Chen Hao. There wasn't much information. Chen Hao, male, 19 years old. Both parents are working. He comes from an ordinary family. A sophomore at the Computer Science College of Jingheng University. Aside from excelling in the college entrance examination, there were no highlights in his early life. Yet this ordinary person underwent significant changes within just a few months. Old Master Sun took off his reading glasses and rubbed his nose. He had called Sun Kai and repeatedly asked about the details of their acquaintance. Although that rascal Sun Kai is quite unreliable, he would not lie in matters like this. The story of the band's betrayal and the moment Chen Hao encountered Sun Kai drinking alone on the roadside indeed sounded like a case of young people finding common ground. Moreover, the identity verification from the United Nations has been confirmed. WIPO has verified that Chen Hao is their registered external expert. This suggests that the encounter between this child and Sun Kai in the grand beautiful country seems to be a coincidence. However, Old Master Sun's doubts were not alleviated. The biggest issue is money. This year, Chen Hao suddenly acquired several million in startup funds to buy buildings, open internet cafes, and even had money to start a business in the grand beautiful country. This is not something a child from an ordinary family could possess. If this money came from dubious sources, or if Chen Hao is backed by some underhanded force, then Sun Kai could very likely be used as a shield. Though the Sun family does not fear much, they absolutely will not allow their child to be exploited. Dad, did you call for me? A middle-aged woman stepped through the door. She was dressed in a well-tailored military uniform, her hair styled in a bun, looking sharp and serious. Li Chuanxia, Sun Kai's mother, is the deputy head of a military art troop. Li Chengxia's father, General Li Song, was an old comrade of Old Master Sun. Have a seat. Old Master Sun gestured to the sofa across from him. Li Chuanxia sat down, glanced at the materials on the coffee table, and frowned slightly. Is this little Kai's partner? He's coming to our home tomorrow morning. Coming to our home. Li Chuanxia raised her voice. Dad, isn't this inappropriate? Little Kai praised him to the skies over the phone, calling him a genius, but I'm not so sure. Today's con artists are very skilled, specifically targeting children from families like ours. Little Kai has always been innocent. He could be sold and still help count the money. Li Chuanxia has been opposed to her son going to the grand, beautiful country for studies and getting involved in the internet scene. In her view, it's best to study steadily at home, graduate, and then enter the government or military. The sudden emergence of Chen Hao stirring up a storm with her son instinctively made her feel wary. Whether he's a con artist or not, we'll know tomorrow. Old Master Sun picked up his teacup and blew at the foam. Tell Zhang Hui to buy a few more dishes tomorrow, and you take a day off to wait for him at home. Are you going to? Li Chuanxia looked at her father tentatively, asking. We'll keep a close eye. If this child has potential and comes from a clean background, then I won't oppose little Kai being friends with him. But if this child's money is from dubious sources, or if he is a pawn sent by someone, then let little Kai withdraw from that company and return the money to him. Then let him go back to where he came from, never to appear beside little Kai again. If he has any ulterior motives, I will not spare him or those behind him either. Li Chuanxia nodded, her expression becoming serious. She knew her father-in-law's temperament. This was getting serious. Then I'll take a day off now and meet him with you tomorrow morning. Li Chuanxia stood up and first went to the kitchen to instruct the nanny Zhang Hui about the dishes for tomorrow. Although she was calculating how to investigate Chen Hao, the Sun family's etiquette could not be lacking. After all, Chen Hao had helped Sun Kai and his elders, they had to treat this meal well. The next morning, Chen Hao wore a white shirt with a deep blue casual suit over it, carrying 2 bags wrapped in brown paper containing. This was not the kind of beautifully packaged gift from a pharmacy, but rather wild mountain ginseng he had found in an old shop in Boston's Chinatown, with its roots intact, a rare treasure. At Old Master Sun's level, gift-giving emphasizes substance rather than flashiness. The more elaborate the packaging, the more likely it is to be looked down upon. Xiao Wu parked his Audi A6 at the entrance of No. 15, Qinsho Road. Boss, I'll wait for you outside. Such places cannot allow cars in without prior registration. Chen Hao nodded and got out of the car. The guard at the entrance stopped him. Hello, please show your identification. Chen Hao handed over his ID and mentioned Old Master Sun's name. The guard picked up the internal phone to verify, and after a moment the iron gate slowly opened. Go straight and turn left at the first intersection, and it's the 3rd building. You must be Mr. Chen Hao. Please come in, the leader is waiting for you in the living room. Chen Hao smiled back. After changing his shoes, he entered the living room. A faint scent of sandalwood wafted towards him. 2 people sat on the sofa. One was an elderly man with silver hair and a spirited demeanor, Old Master Sun. The other was a beautiful middle-aged woman who bore some resemblance to Sun Kai, but had a much sharper aura, currently sizing him up with a scrutinizing gaze. After changing his shoes, he entered the living room. A faint scent of sandalwood wafted towards him. 2 people sat on the sofa. One was an elderly man with silver hair. Sit down. Old Master Sun gestured with his chin. Li Chuanxia remained silent, merely taking a sip from her teacup. To her, this young man seemed far too composed. This composure did not resemble that of a college student, but rather that of a seasoned veteran who had been navigating the societal landscape for years. Such a person approaching innocent Sun Kai was certainly plotting something. A servant brought in a cup of hot tea and then left. Chen Hao picked up his teacup and took a sip. Recently, little Kai has been mentioning you a lot over the phone. Old Master Sun smiled as he spoke. Said you are impressive, bringing him into entrepreneurship and making the company quite successful. It's not just my credit. Chen Hao set down his teacup and pulled out an IBM laptop from his bag. Little Kai has contributed a lot. He works very hard. Perhaps you both do not know, since starting the business, little Kai has changed quite a lot recently. I think you should see some of these changes for yourselves. This is a video I shot before coming back. Chen Hao opened the screen and pressed the power button. The startup sound of Windows 2000 echoed. Chen Hao clicked on a video file on the desktop. The video was a bit shaky and the resolution was low, but the sound. In the footage, Sun Kai, wearing a polo shirt with the company logo, stood in a spacious and bright loft office. Behind him were several rows of workstations with a group of employees busy at work. Grandpa Mom. Video. Sun Kai was beaming with vitality, completely shedding his previous slacker demeanor. He pointed at a data chart behind him excitedly, saying, "This is our company's data for this week. The user count has already surpassed 200,000. Did you see the one coding? He's a PhD from MIT and now he's under my management. I wake up at 7 every morning and go to bed at midnight. Though it's tiring, it feels great." The camera panned around, showcasing the busy office scene and some media coverage of Sun Kai. The video was short, lasting only 3 minutes. As the playback ended, Chen Hao closed the laptop. Li Chuanxia stared at the darkened screen, her eyes a bit red. A mother knows her child best. In the past, when Sun Kai was in the grand, beautiful country, every phone call was either to ask for money or to complain, appearing somewhat dejected. However, the Sun Kai in the video just now was in a completely different state. That kind of confidence and fulfillment cannot be faked. Old Sun looked at the computer, his gaze softened considerably. Regardless of who Chen Hao was, at least he had set the only descendant of the Sun family on the right path. Interesting. I know Xiao Kai well. Letting him play with musical instruments is fine, but running a company, he doesn't have the brains for that. This whole affair must be managed primarily by you, right? Xiao Kai has potential, it's just that no one has guided him to work properly before. Chen Hao humbly replied, not taking credit for himself. I'm merely responsible for providing a platform. The performance still depends on him. Setting up a platform requires money and skills. Old Sun's sharp gaze pierced directly at Chen Hao. I've looked into your background. You are a sophomore at Jingheng University, and both your parents are ordinary workers. In the second semester of your freshman year, you suddenly started buying properties, running a company, and even went to the beautiful country to start a business with Xiao Kai. Where did all this money come from? Li Chuanxia also came to her senses, her gaze becoming sharp again. This was the core of today's inquiry. Since you've looked up my information, you should know that I studied computer science. Chen Hao replied calmly under their scrutiny. In this industry, age and degree aren't what counts, it's all about your skills. Bill Gates dropped out at 19 to start Microsoft, and Steve Jobs created Apple in a garage. For those who understand technology, the computer field is filled with opportunities. Are you saying you are a genius like old son retorted, his tone full of skepticism. The domestic computer education started late. How could a sophomore dare to call himself a technical expert? And to compare himself with Bill Gates? That's a bit too boastful. I wouldn't dare to call myself a genius. I just have some talent and have researched a bit more than others. Chen Hao smiled, not rushing to argue. I know that words alone are not enough. Recently, the key project 883 overseen by Vice Dean Hu Peng at Jinghang encountered a bottleneck. The underlying concurrent architecture was stuck for several months. I visited the laboratory and easily helped them restructure the core code. Old son's eyebrows twitched. He had heard of Hu Peng, a domestic expert in the computer field who enjoyed state subsidies. Dean Hu approved on the spot, granting me special permission as an undergraduate to enter the National Key Laboratory and even gave me a recommendation for a master's and doctoral program. Chen Hao spoke lightly. This matter isn't a secret at Jinghang. A phone call from you can verify it. Li Chunxiao looked at Chen Hao with some surprise. Although she didn't understand technology, she understood the system. It's not something just anyone can do to let someone from a National Key Laboratory admit a student. If this is true, then this young man indeed has the credentials to boast. Even if you are a technical genius. Old son was somewhat surprised, but still hadn't received the answer he wanted. How does technology turn into money? In the current domestic environment, it's impossible for you to earn millions in a short time. Of course, it's impossible domestically, but abroad it can be done. Chen Hao took out a prepared file from his briefcase, untied the white string, and pulled out several documents in English. This is the analysis report on the Windows 2000 kernel object management vulnerability I discovered. Chen Hao handed the first document to old son. Companies like Microsoft are most afraid of security scandals. They have a set of undisclosed vulnerability reward mechanisms. As long as hackers or security experts discover high-risk vulnerabilities, submit them, and sign a confidentiality agreement, they can receive a generous reward. Old son picked up the document. He had managed foreign affairs in his early years and still had a foundation in English. He couldn't understand the plethora of technical terms on the document, but he could grasp the photocopy of the email with Microsoft's letterhead and the amounts mentioned. $1 million. Old son squinted his eyes. This is just one of the payments. Chen Hao took out several reports on vulnerabilities for Oracle and Cisco. These large companies usually do not pay directly through public accounts to stabilize their stock prices. Instead, they use partnerships as a cover. Chen Hao took out the final document. That was the consulting and service agreement signed with Guoyaguan. This company engages in electronic import and export business and has dealings with these overseas giants. Microsoft commissioned them as a third party to pay me under the guise of technical consulting fees. This money is the initial funding for Shao Kai and me in Boston. Old son held the contract, flipping it over twice. The term's official seal and signatures showed no flaw. More importantly, this explanation perfectly fits Chen Hao's persona as a technical genius. If Chen Hao is indeed a top talent capable of solving national-level projects, then it makes sense for him to earn money from foreigners. Li Chunxiao also fell silent at this moment. She looked at the pile of all English technical documents on the table, and her internal scales began to tilt. Old son put down the documents, but did not immediately express his stance. He always acted cautiously, often considering what he heard as empty and what he saw as not necessarily true. Please sit for a moment. Old son stood up, grabbed the phone from another table in the living room, and dialed a number. Chen Hao still held the teacup, his expression calm. Hello, Department of Higher Education. This is Sun Ligua. Old son's voice was loud. Please help me check something. Hu Peng from Jinghang Computer College has a National Key Laboratory. I want to ask if they have hired a sophomore named Chen Hao. What was the reason for his admission? On the other end of the phone, there was evident confusion. A few minutes later, the phone rang again. Old son picked it up, and a respectful voice came through the receiver. The room was very quiet. At Chen Hao could faintly hear phrases like, "This matter indeed exists." Dean, who personally reported his admission, resolved significant technical issues, and key training object. Old son's expression visibly relaxed. After hanging up his gaze towards Chen Hao, completely changed. Hu Peng has very high standards. Old son sat back on the sofa, smiling as he spoke. To have him praise you as a future pillar, it seems you truly, with the verification of identity being accurate, the source of funds should also be clean. More importantly, this child has real talent and can lead his useless grandson onto the right path. Old son felt a load lifted from his heart. For families like theirs, there's no need to rely on anyone, nor do they fear offending anyone. The biggest fear is having a prodigal son in the family being exploited by those with ulterior motives. Now that Chen Hao is clear of any wrongdoing and is also a talent, this is a rare support for Sun Kai in the future. Li Chunxiao also showed a smile on her face. She looked at Chen Hao, her gaze much gentler, as if she were looking at her own junior. All right, since everything has been clarified, don't treat yourself as an outsider from now on. Old son pushed the documents back to Chen Hao on the table, waved his hand, and shouted towards the kitchen. Zhang Hui, bring out the dishes, and also bring out that Mao Tai that's been stored for 10 years. He turned back to Chen Hao, smiling as he said, let's just eat here casually at noon and drink a couple of cups together. By the way, tell me how you guys are making money from those foreign devils in the internet business. Chen Hao organized the documents, feeling a sense of reassurance in his heart. The atmosphere at the dining table was far more relaxed than anticipated. The maid Zhang Hui indeed demonstrated her culinary skills, preparing several home dishes that were visually appealing and flavorful, especially the braised pork, which was rich, without being greasy, perfectly cooked. Old Sun was in high spirits today, exceptionally drinking 2 small cups of Mao Dai. Come on, Xiao Chen, eat more meat. You young people are using your brains to start a business outside. You need to replenish your strength. Old Sun used public chopsticks to serve Chen Hao a piece of braised pork. Li Chunxiao also followed suit, filling a bowl of soup for Chen Hao, smiling, as she said, "Yes, I saw in the video that Xiao Kai has lost weight. Don't follow his example. Health is the foundation of everything." Chen Hao promptly accepted the bowl with both hands and bowed in thanks, saying, "Thank you, Old Sun. Thank you, Auntie. Actually, Xiao Kai is just working out. He now runs 5 kilometers by the Charles River every morning, and his body is much sturdier than before." Hearing that her son had started exercising, Li Chunxia's smile grew even brighter. She put down her chopsticks and casually asked, "By the way, I heard Xiao Kai call you cousin over the phone. How are you two related?" This was a sensitive question. If it was a forced kinship, it could easily lead to resentment. Chen Hao put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and replied calmly, "Actually, it's a matter of fate. When I first encountered Xiao Kai on the streets of Boston, he was sitting by the road drinking alone, looking so dejected that he reminded me of a cousin from my hometown. At that moment, I couldn't help but intervene." He paused, a hint of sentiment in his tone. Later, as we talked, we discovered that we both hail from the same province, Wing Province. Seeing a fellow townsman, and considering we were of similar age, I boldly accepted him as my younger brother. At that time, I had no idea about Xiao Kai's family situation. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to reach out. This statement pinned the timeline firmly in place. The relationship was established first, and the identity was learned later. Li Chunxia nodded slightly, and didn't say anything more. Old Sun caught the keyword and set down his wine glass. "Your hometown is also in Wing Province. Which specific area?" Chen Hao straightened up, a smile on his face. "When I was young, my elders taught me idioms, such as returning the jade to Zhao, and wearing hu clothing, and riding horses. The elders said that our branch originally came from Handan, the birthplace of these idioms. Actually, as a Hakka person, Chen Hao's true ancestral home is in Yu Province. When outside, not only is one's identity self-assigned, but the identity of one's ancestors can also be self-determined." Handan. Old Sun's eyes lit up instantly. "So we really are fellow townsmen." Old Sun indeed hailed. At his age, with a high position and power, his subordinates were all very deferential, and his children were often busy, leaving him lacking someone to converse with about his hometown. Although he had been in the capital for decades, and his accent had long changed, the deep-rooted sentiments for his hometown could not be erased. Sometimes he still participated in events organized by the Handan office in the capital. "It's quite possible that we were one family a few hundred years ago." Chen Hao seized the opportunity, pretending to be surprised. "When my grandfather was alive, he often mentioned wanting to go back and see Songtai, but unfortunately, he never got the chance." Old Sun nodded, his gaze becoming somewhat distant. "Yes, Songtai. I also haven't been back in many years. In his hometown, only a younger brother remained to guard the old house." As he spoke, Old Sun suddenly recalled something. "It seems my younger brother's 3rd daughter married someone with the surname Chen. However, this family only had one daughter, and according to the generation, that girl indeed calls Xiao Kai cousin." Chen Hao revealed a look of realization. "That makes sense. Xiao Kai mentioned to me before that there's a distant cousin from his hometown. At that time, we joked that perhaps in a roundabout way our family ties could be re-established." Old Sun laughed heartily, pointing at Chen Hao. "You are quite clever, kid. Since Xiao Kai calls you cousin, you should call me grandpa. From now on, treat this place as your own home in the capital." In Old Sun's view, Chen Hao was a sensible and capable child, and he resonated with his grandson. Now, with the added layer of being fellow townsmen, he considered him a younger generation from his hometown. If he truly returned to his hometown, there would actually be a lot of younger generations who would call him grandpa or grandfather. "Then I shall take it as an honor, grandpa." Chen Hao raised his glass respectfully, standing up. "This cup I toast to you, wishing you good health and happiness as vast as the East Sea. Sit down and drink." Old Sun waved his hand with a smile, raised his glass, took a sip, and his face was full of rosy glow. Li Chunxiao watched from the side and did not say anything more. It was rare for her father-in-law to be so happy, so she naturally wouldn't spoil the mood. By the end of the meal, both hosts and guests enjoyed themselves. After the meal, Old Sun habitually wanted to take a stroll in the yard to aid digestion. Li Chunxia had to rush back to work, having taken only half a day off, so she urged Chen Hao to accompany the old man for a walk. Chen Hao naturally welcomed the opportunity. The autumn afternoon was quite pleasant. The courtyard was very quiet, occasionally interrupted by the chirping of birds. Old Sun walked ahead with his hands behind his back. Although his steps were not as vigorous as in his youth, they still exuded a military bearing. Chen Hao followed half a step behind, always attentive to the elder's footing. "Xiao Chen, do you think the internet can really change the world?" Old Sun suddenly asked. "It can." Chen Hao replied. "Grandpa, the Industrial Revolution replaced human labor with machines, while the Internet Revolution eliminates information delays. In the future, we can sit in this yard and know what is happening on the other side of the earth, even directing business there. Efficiency has greatly improved. Old Sun nodded. That's right. If we fall behind, we will be beaten. Our country started late in this regard, and you young people need to work harder so that foreign devils don't leave us too far behind. While they were talking, they passed by the Cultural Activity Center in the courtyard. A poster was affixed to the bulletin board outside. The poster's background featured the Yalu River Bridge with a prominent line of bold text. In commemoration of the 50th anniversary of fighting against the Great Beautiful Country's aid to North Bang's overseas operations. Old Sun abruptly halted his steps. He stared at the poster, his gaze lingering on those words for a long time, and his originally erect posture appeared somewhat desolate. 50 years have passed. The old man's voice was somewhat hoarse. When we crossed the river back, then the wind stung. A classmate of mine, Heir Huzi, was blown up by planes before he even reached the other side. We were all young back then, about your age now, and none of us thought we would survive to come back. Chen Hao quietly stood to the side, not interrupting the elder's memories. After a long time, Old Sun turned his head and pointed at the poster. For this exhibition, I heard that they put up the large flag of the Great Beautiful Country's regiment that I captured back then. The military museum was not far from the courtyard, less than 2 kilometers in a straight line. Shall we go take a look? Chen Hao suggested. After all, it's just a stroll. Old Sun hesitated for a moment, then, let's go, I'll take you to see the flag I captured. The aide Xiao Zhang, seeing this, hurriedly jogged a couple of steps to catch up, holding a thermos and a coat. 2 kilometers is not much for a young person, but for an elder in his 70s, it was still somewhat strenuous. As they neared the military museum, Old Sun's steps began to slow. Upon entering the military museum, a solemn and dignified atmosphere enveloped me. The exhibition hall was bustling with visitors, mostly students and military personnel organized for the visit. Old Sun, familiar with the surroundings, led Chen Hao through the crowd and headed straight to the special exhibition hall on the 2nd floor. He stopped in front of a glass display case. Inside the display case lay a tattered Stars and Stripes with noticeable burn marks on its corners alongside a confiscated carbine. The plaque read, "The commander of a certain unit of the volunteer army Sun Ligua led a surprise attack on the command post of the beautiful nation and seized this flag." This is it. Old Sun's hand touched the glass and his gaze softened. At that time, the beautiful nation's colonel fled in such haste that he didn't even have time to withdraw the flag. For this thing we sacrificed 12 brothers. Just then a flurry of footsteps approached. "Old Sun, what brings you here without notifying me in advance? I should have come to pick you up." A middle-aged man in military uniform hurried over, followed by several staff members. He was the director of the military museum. He had just heard from the guide downstairs that an elderly man resembling Old Sun was present, and he rushed down. "I was just looking around, no need to make a fuss. You are the owner of this flag, a living hero. Your presence here is the best recognition for our exhibition." The director wore a bright smile, his attitude extremely respectful. The commotion caught the attention of those nearby. Not far away, a group of people carrying a camera and microphone also cast their gaze over. They were the interview team from Longhua Television's news broadcast conducting a special report. The reporter Sharpeed immediately recognized Old Sun and noticed the director's attitude. He instantly realized this was a fantastic news opportunity. The reporter whispered a few words to the director, who turned to Old Sun and tentatively asked Old Sun, "The colleagues from the television station would like to interview you for a moment. What do you think?" Old Sun initially wanted to refuse, but glancing at the flag and then at the respectful eyes of the young soldiers around him, he reconsidered. "All right." The old man straightened his back and adjusted his collar. "For those brothers who never returned, I will say a few words." The red light on the camera illuminated. The reporter held the microphone out to Old Sun. "Old Sun, on this special day, looking at the spoils of war from back, then what message do you have for the young people today?" Old Sun faced the camera, his expression solemn. "Peace is hard won. This flag is not just my achievement, it was earned through the blood of countless martyrs. We bled back then, so that today's children wouldn't have to bleed and could live with their heads held high." His voice resonated powerfully in the hall. In the composition of the shot alongside Old Sun's resolute face, there was another figure. Chen Hao stood slightly behind Old Sun's left side. His hands supported the old man's left arm, his expression calm as he gazed at the camera. The cameraman, well-versed in his craft, captured a medium shot. In the frame, the venerable old general with his glorious past and the youthful man created a remarkable sense of legacy. The interview lasted 5 minutes. After it concluded, Old Sun clearly showed signs of fatigue. "All right, no more looking, let's head back." He waved his hand. The director dared not let Old Sun walk back and promptly arranged a special vehicle from the museum, a coaster. Chen Hao continued to assist Old Sun onto the vehicle. Back at the compound, Old Sun felt somewhat tired and wanted to rest, so Chen Hao bid farewell and left. Outside the Haitian Sub-Bureau compound, a black Audi A6 parked under the shade of a tree, with Ni Xiaoyong seated in the driver's seat. The cigarette in his hand had burned down to the filter, and only then did he abruptly awaken, lowering the car window to flick the butt into the grass by the roadside. He raised his wrist. The hour hand on his watch pointed to 6:15. "Damn it, what are they dawdling for?" Ni Xiaoyong cursed, grabbing the Nokia 8210 from the passenger seat and pressing the redial button. A monotonous beep-beep sounded in the receiver, ringing 7 or 8 times before being answered. "Old Ni, are you hurrying me?" Lei Daqiang's voice was low with someone in the background reading a script. My Captain Lei, what time is it? If we don't act now, what if that kid leaves work? And Xiaoyong shouted into the phone. That's a hen that lays golden eggs. Delaying even a minute increases the uncertainty. I want to withdraw too, but who knew the city bureau would suddenly come to supervise? That dismemberment case was just solved and the leaders are eager to take credit at the meeting. How could I dare to leave now? Lei Daqiang also sounded frustrated. Keep your heart calm. The monk can run, but the temple can't. He's running a net cafe in our jurisdiction. Can he really fly away? Just wait, the meeting will wrap up soon. The call ended. And Xiaoyong tossed the phone back into the passenger seat, running his fingers through his hair in frustration. His mind was filled with the enormous profits brought by that pilot project. As long as he could scare Chen Hao into signing the holding agreement today, the money would henceforth bear the surname Ni. In Zhongguan village at Hailong Electronic City. Although it was nearing evening, the electronic city was still buzzing with voices. Chen Hao walked ahead with a lively step. Xiao Wu and Zhao Gang followed behind, both carrying large and small bags. Boss, why are we buying this stuff? Zhao Gang struggled to carry a huge cardboard box labeled Conca TV. Doesn't the company have computers? We don't need to buy a TV to watch shows. Chen Hao stopped at a counter, pointing at the items in the glass case. Boss, get me that HP burner, the 8X speed one. And 2 boxes of Sony discs. Don't give me subpar stuff. Oh, I want those with the deep blue surface. The counter clerk, a thin man with glasses, recognized Chen Hao as a knowledgeable customer from his attire and tone, so he didn't dare inflate the price and swiftly went to fetch the items. There's an important program tonight that needs to be recorded. Chen Hao turned to Zhao Gang. The video capture card on the computer has poor quality. We need a clear TV signal. Zhao Gang looked confused. He didn't understand what program was so precious that they had to buy a new TV and a several thousand yuan burner to accommodate it. Chen Hao didn't elaborate. This afternoon at the military museum, the footage from the Longhua television reporter was substantial. According to the routine of the news broadcast, coverage of significant commemorative events is always a major highlight and won't be brief. In this era, without online playback or smartphones, the news broadcast serves as the official barometer. As long as that footage is recorded on a disc, he would never need to prove anything again. After shopping, the three squeezed out of the crowded electronic city. Back at Matrix Technology, it was already dark. Chen Hao led Zhao Gang and Xiao Wu into a small meeting room on the 4th floor. Quick, set up the TV. Chen Hao directed. Xiao Wu swiftly unboxed and set the 29-inch flat-screen TV on the conference table. Zhao Gang squatted on the ground, sweating profusely as he fiddled with the newly purchased burner, connecting the red, white, and yellow AV cables to the TV's output ports. Boss, the antenna signal isn't good, it's all snow. Zhao Gang twisted the indoor antenna, causing the image on the screen to distort and emit a harsh crackling sound. Get a piece of copper wire and connect it to the radiator. Chen Hao glanced at his watch. It was 6:50. Xiao Wu quickly found a piece of network cable, stripped the copper core, and connected one end to the antenna and the other to the heating pipe by the window. The screen shook twice, and the image instantly became clear. The retractable gate at the entrance of the Haitian police station slowly opened. A white and blue Santana police car surged out. Lei Daqiang rolled down the window and waved at the Audi parked by the roadside. And Xiaoyong had been waiting impatiently. Seeing this, he pressed the accelerator, and the Audi A6 closely followed the tail lights of the police car. It was rush hour, and the traffic on the street of Zhongguan village was heavy. Lei Daqiang cursed under his breath, reached for the police light switch, and activated the siren. The red and blue flashing lights were particularly glaring in the dusk, causing the vehicles ahead to swerve aside. Old Anai is as anxious as if his life depended on it, Lei Daqiang said, one hand on the steering wheel. De Lu Xiaozhong, once we arrive, act according to my signals. If that kid dares to put up a fight, just cuff him, no need for conversation. The two young officers in the back seat immediately straightened up and replied in unison. Understood, Captain Lei. The two cars forced their way through the solid line and turned onto the road leading to Matrix Technology. At this moment, the entrance of the internet cafe was bustling with activity. Students were coming and going incessantly with bicycles parked all around. A few small-time delinquents with dyed blonde hair squatted on the steps smoking. Upon seeing the police car rushing towards them, they quickly tossed their butts and slipped into the crowd, hunching their necks. The Santana blocked the entrance of the internet cafe with the Audi close behind. Lei Daqiang pushed the door open, pulled down his wide-brimmed hat, tightened his belt, and the handcuffs hanging from it clinked as he walked. And Xiaoyong also got out quickly and walked up to Lei Daqiang's side, followed closely by the two young officers. The four of them strode towards the entrance of the internet cafe. The first-floor hall was filled with noise. Hundreds of computer screens emitted a ghostly blue light. The sounds of keyboards clacking and game effects intertwined. Lei, who was standing by the bar checking the accounts for the day. As the glass door swung open, he looked up, his gaze coinciding perfectly with that of Lei Daqiang walking in front. Seeing the dark blue police uniform, Lei Hu's footsteps paused for a moment. The prison term 2 years ago had left him with a deep psychological scar. The feeling of being forcibly pressed into an interrogation chair, unable to defend himself, made him instinctively reject those who wore that uniform. But he did not back down. Chen Hao had given him this job, enabling him to stand tall and take responsibility for him. Lei Hu quickly approached. Officers, is there something you need? He positioned himself in the center of the passageway, speaking politely, but his body showed no intention of moving aside. Lei Daqiang sized up Lei Hu. Having worked in criminal investigation for many years, he could instantly sense the aura of someone who had been through the system. Haitian Police Station Criminal Investigation Team. Lei Daqiang took out his badge from his chest, waved it briefly, and then put it away without lingering. We are looking for Chen Hao. There is a major case that requires his cooperation in the investigation. Hearing the words major case, Lei Hu's brows furrowed. The boss was a legitimate businessman spending his days in meetings or meeting clients. How could he possibly be involved with a criminal case? Our boss is in the upstairs office area. Please wait a moment while I make a call to inform him. Lei Hu turned around and walked toward the bar. Lei Daqiang did not stop him. This was the kind of open intimidation he sought. In the small conference room on the 4th floor of Matrix Technology, the snowflakes on the color TV screen had disappeared, and the image displayed the logo of China Central Television. The indicator light of the CD burner was glowing green, and there was a faint hum of operation from within the machine. Chen Hao was seated in a boss chair at the conference table. He held a cup of freshly brewed Longjing tea. The wall clock pointed to 6:55. There were 5 minutes left until the news broadcast. The phone on the table rang. Chen Hao set down his teacup and picked up the phone. Boss, 3 police officers have come downstairs, and 1 is in plain clothes. The lead officer said he is from the Haitian Criminal Investigation Team, and that there is a major case that requires your attention. Lei Hu's voice came through the receiver. Chen Hao stared at the TV screen, his expression unchanged. He had already settled the matters regarding the Sun family today. The source of funds had a reasonable explanation, and his identity and background had received the approval of Old Master Sun. All the enterprises under his name had complete business and tax documentation with no illegal issues to be found. Let them come up. Proceed, Chen Hao instructed into the microphone, then hung up the phone. In the 1st floor hall, Lei Hu hung up the phone and walked out from behind the bar. Gentlemen, our boss is on the 4th floor. Follow me. Lei Hu walked in front to lead the way. Lei Daqiang exchanged glances with De Lu and Xiao Zhang, and the 3 followed behind Lei Hu. And Xiaoyong brought up the rear. The 4 of them passed through the non-smoking area on the 2nd floor and ascended the stairs. In the office area on the 3rd floor, Zhao Gang was checking data against several reports. Dajuan sat at the opposite workstation holding a wrench repairing a broken office chair. Hearing the chaotic footsteps coming from the stairs, Zhao Gang looked up. He saw Lei Hu and the police officers following him. Zhao Gang set down his pen. Dajuan also halted. What happened? Zhao Gang stood up and walked to the stairway, grabbing Lei Hu. The police are looking for the boss. Lei Hu replied quietly. Without hesitation, Zhao Gang followed along. Dajuan tossed the wrench onto the table and hurried after them. The door to the 4th floor conference room was slightly ajar. Lei Daqiang charged in first, forcefully pushing the door open, his gaze instantly locking onto Chen Hao, who was seated. And Xiaoyong followed closely behind. Seeing Chen Hao leisurely sipping tea, a surge of anger welled up inside him. De Lu and Xiao Zhang, the 2 officers, positioned themselves on either side, hands resting on their waists, ready to make a move. Lei Hu, Zhao Gang, and Dajuan rushed in behind. Boss. Upon seeing the scene, Zhao Gang's face paled. He and Lei Hu squeezed to Chen Hao's front, instinctively wanting to block the police officers. Dajuan even picked up a chair, glaring fiercely at Lei Daqiang. What are you doing? Put that down. De Lu and Xiao Zhang, seeing this, stepped forward, hands moving toward their batons. The atmosphere in the room instantly became tense. However, Chen Hao didn't even lift his eyelids. He gently set down his teacup. Dajuan put the chair down. Chen Hao said, "These gentlemen are police officers. What are you trying to do? Are you rebelling?" Dajuan hesitated for a moment, then slowly lowered the chair, but his body remained taut. Chen Hao slowly raised his head, fixing his gaze on Lei Daqiang. Officer barging in without knocking and coming in with such anger. Chen Hao pointed to the wall clock. It's past working hours. Oh, what major case could possibly necessitate your personal visit? Lei Daqiang looked at Chen Hao, not answering the question directly. This person was too young. That was Lei Daqiang's first impression. Although Xiaoyong had told him that Chen Hao was only 19. However, seeing him in person, Lei Daqiang still found it somewhat unbelievable. Such a young man could stir up such a big commotion in the capital. Lei Daqiang walked to the conference table and said solemnly, "Chen Hao, you are involved in a case. Come with us for a while." "Officer, do you know what you're saying?" Chen Hao's tone remained calm, without a hint of panic. "What crime have I committed? You barged into my company and demanded to take me away for no reason. Do you have an arrest warrant?" Lei Daqiang looked at Chen Hao and let out a cold laugh. He had handled many cases and seen all sorts of suspects. Some suspects cried and begged when arrested, while others stubbornly denied everything. Chen Hao's behavior in Lei Daqiang's eyes was just someone relying on a bit of cleverness, not shedding tears until facing the coffin. "Chen Hao, you really can put on an act. Even at this point, you can remain composed. No wonder you dare to deceive even the government leaders." Chen Hao leaned back in his chair, his demeanor relaxed. "What have I deceived?" he retorted. Seeing Chen Hao still arguing, Xiaoyong, who had been standing in the back, finally couldn't hold back. Xiaoyong squeezed between Lu and Zhang, pointing a finger at Chen Hao's nose. "You are just a fraud. You impersonate the children of the courtyard using tiger skins to make a big banner. I have already verified with the people from the courtyard. The Sun family doesn't have anyone by your name. You even dared to deceive the leader of the Electronic Information Department. You are committing fraud. The moment those words were spoken, the conference room fell silent for a few seconds. Zhao Gang and Daejin's expressions changed. The reason they initially followed Chen Hao was not only due to lack of money, but also largely because of Li Weiguo's recommendation. Li Weiguo had hinted that Chen Hao was a child of the courtyard. Zhao Gang and Da Juan had always believed they had latched onto a strong supporter. Now this person said everything was a lie and Chen Hao was a fraud. If this were true, then all their hard work over the past few months would have gone to waste. Furthermore, working with someone suspected of fraud would also implicate them. Zhao Gang's palms began to sweat. Da Juan furrowed his brows. Chen Hao looked at the agitated Ai Xiaoyong in front of him, unsure of where this casually dressed guy came from, as he didn't look like a police officer. But it didn't matter. Having already secured Old Sun's support, he wasn't afraid of anyone. Chen Hao smiled, but did not rush to refute. This smile appeared to Lei Daqiang as a sign of guilt. He didn't want to waste any more time here. He knew that such psychological warfare would have a better effect in a different environment. As long as they got Chen Hao into the interrogation room at the precinct, the various tools there would teach him how to talk. Alright, Lei Daqiang turned his head, pointed at Chen Hao, and ordered Lu and Zhang take him away. Just then the television, accompanied by the familiar opening tune known by the entire nation, two news anchors sat in front of the camera in the studio. The male anchor's deep voice resonated in the conference room. Good evening, viewers. Today is September 25th, Monday. Welcome to the news broadcast. The main content of today's program includes Lu and Zhang had already taken a step forward, the handcuffs in their hands clinking together, producing a crisp sound. These two young police officers usually followed Lei Daqiang on cases, accustomed to pressuring people with their imposing demeanor. They flanked Chen Hao, preparing to forcibly pull him up from the chair. In their view, there was no need to be polite with someone suspected of fraud. Lei Daqiang stood to the side, arms crossed, chin slightly raised, waiting to see Chen Hao's awkwardness as he was handcuffed. After working in this field for over 10 years, he most enjoyed watching these self-righteous criminals being crushed by reality. Once the handcuffs were on, even the toughest bones would soften a little. And Ai Xiaoyong looked proud. He was already calculating how to deal with Chen Hao once he was taken into custody. Chen Hao ignored the approaching two officers. He picked up the teacup on the table, blew on the floating tea leaves, took a small sip, and slowly spoke. Regardless of whether you have an arrest warrant or not, let me finish watching this news first. Lu and Zhang halted, turning to look at Lei Daqiang. They were used to acting domineeringly, but when faced with someone so calm in a crisis, they felt uneasy. Lei Daqiang scoffed. He pointed at Chen Hao. You, a fraud, really act tough and still have the mood to watch the news broadcast. What do you expect someone from the television to jump out and save you? Chen Hao placed the teacup back on the table, not responding, his gaze fixed on the television screen. The picture shifted. This morning, a large exhibition commemorating the 50th anniversary of resisting the beautiful country's aid to the North Stick was officially launched at the Long Country Military Museum. This exhibition showcases a large number of precious historical artifacts and photographs, vividly recounting the glorious history of the volunteer soldiers fighting bravely. Hearing this news report, everyone in the conference room instinctively turned their attention to the television screen. The footage switched to the exhibition hall at the military museum. The camera swept across, showing a bustling exhibition hall. Veterans in old military uniforms, young soldiers lined up for a visit, and many civilians who came spontaneously surrounded the various display cases. The scene shifted. The camera zoomed in and froze in front of a glass display case. Inside the case was a tattered Stars and Stripes flag and a captured carbine. A reporter holding a microphone stood beside the display case for a live report. At today's exhibition, we are fortunate to have a special visitor. He is the battle hero General Sun Ligua, who led his troops to launch a surprise attack on the enemy command post and captured this banner of the beautiful country. As the camera followed the reporter's voice, it panned to the side. Old Sun was dressed in a neat tang suit, standing straight, his expression solemn as he faced the camera. Peace is hard won. This flag is not just my achievement, it was earned through the blood of countless martyrs. We bled back then to ensure that today's children wouldn't have to bleed and could live with their heads held high. The old man's voice was powerful, but no one in the conference room was listening to what Old Sun was saying anymore. All eyes were glued to the left side of the television screen. There stood a young man supporting the old general's arm, and that person was none other than Chen Hao, sitting right in front of them. The conference room fell into a dead silence. Only the sound of the news broadcast continued on the television. Lei Daqiang's pupils contracted sharply, and the muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably. Fine beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks and into his collar. He had worked in criminal investigation for many years and had seen countless grand scenes, but he had never encountered a situation like today. The scene on the television indicated that Chen Hao was not only a member of the Sun family, but also held significant weight in Old Sun's heart. Otherwise, how could he be interviewed together? Lei Daqiang slowly turned his head to look at Ai Xiaoyong, who stood beside him. His eyes were filled with unmistakable rage. He wished he could devour this bastard in front of him. Without understanding the opponent's background, he dared to drag himself into this muddy water. This was not about catching a fraud, it was practically a death wish. Having worked within the system for so many years, Lei Daqiang knew how easy it was for such high-level figures to crush him. One sentence from above could not only cost him his skin, but might also land him in jail for a few years. His only thought now was how to extricate himself from this matter. And Ai Xiaoyong was completely stunned. He gaped, his eyes fixed on the young man's face on the television screen. This face completely overlapped with Chen Hao, who was sitting in the chair. This is impossible. And Ai Xiaoyong mumbled to himself unconsciously. He held his head in his hands, feeling as if the world was spinning. Song Wei's words in the tea room echoed in his ears. It seems there are no boys with the surname Chen in the Sun family for 3 generations. And Ai Xiaoyong cursed Song Wei crazily in his heart. Song Xiao, if you aren't familiar with the Sun family, don't speak carelessly. Your casual guess has pushed me into the fire pit. But he seemed to have forgotten that many of Song Wei's words were filled with possibilities and uncertainties. He had completely overlooked them out of excitement at the time. De Lu and Xiao Zhang were originally prepared to step forward to apprehend the person. After seeing the image on the television screen, they exchanged a glance, both reading fear in each other's eyes. They remained silent, but their feet honestly shuffled backwards. 1 step, 2 steps, until they retreated to the door of the conference room, trying to minimize their presence. The hands gripping the handcuffs had already loosened, palms slick with cold sweat. They harbored only one thought: their captain had run into a steel plate this time. When gods fight, mortals suffer. They must not lose their skin just because they followed along this time. They were merely following orders, not wanting to become pawns in a power struggle. Zhao Gang and De Jun stood behind Chen Hao. The tension and worry on their faces vanished, replaced by wild joy. They had placed the right bet. The news report on the television concluded. The screen switched to the next international news segment. Chen Hao reached for the remote control and pressed the power button. The screen flickered and turned completely black. The conference room fell completely silent. Chen Hao tossed the remote onto the table, creating a soft thud. He slowly turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the few people standing in front of him, finally locking onto Lei Daqiang. What crime did you just say I committed? Chen Hao asked. His tone was very calm, his volume not high. Yet to Lei Daqiang's ears it sounded more terrifying than a loud reprimand. Lei Daqiang opened his mouth, but could not utter a single word. He did not dare to respond. He knew that whatever he said now would be wrong. And Ai Xiaoyong did not even dare to raise his head, his body trembling uncontrollably. De Lu and Xiao Zhang looked down at their toes, fearing they would attract Chen Hao's attention. Seeing that no one answered, Chen Hao slammed the table. Bang! The solid wood conference table emitted a dull sound. Speak up! Chen Hao roared. He stood up and strode over to Lei Daqiang. Weren't you just going to take me away? Chen Hao extended his hands, wrists together, offering them to Lei Daqiang. Come on, take me away. Lei Daqiang looked at the hands within reach, frightened, and instinctively took half a step back, his back colliding with an Ai Xiaoyong. In his life, he had apprehended countless people, but he had never felt handcuffs so hot to the touch. Chen Hao withdrew his hands and adjusted the cuffs of his suit. You had better take me away today. If Uncle Jiang Wang doesn't come to personally escort me, I will refuse to leave your... Let him explain to my grandfather and see how your Haitian branch handles cases. Jiang Wang, the current minister of the police department. Upon hearing this name, Lei Daqiang's psychological defenses completely collapsed. Although he was the head of the criminal investigation team in the branch, in front of such a big shot, he was no more than an ant. Upon hearing this name, Lei Daqiang's psychological defenses completely collapsed. Although he was the head of the criminal investigation team in the branch, in front of such a big shot, he was self-preservation. Someone must take the blame. He could not risk his future and life for the foolish Ai Xiaoyong. Lei Daqiang suddenly turned around. He hesitated not at all, swinging his arm and delivering a fierce slap to Ai Xiaoyong's face. Smack! The slap was delivered with all his might. Ai Xiaoyong staggered from the blow, half of his face swelling rapidly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He covered his face, looking incredulously at his childhood friend. Lei Ziyu. Shut up! Lei Daqiang shouted angrily. He swiftly drew handcuffs from his waist, deftly cuffing Ai Xiaoyong's hands behind his back. There was a series of the cold metal handcuffs tightly locked around Ai Xiaoyong's wrists. Ai Xiaoyong winced in pain, yet did not dare to utter another word. He understood that Lei Daqiang was severing a limb to save himself. In this circle, it's common for people to flee in a crisis, especially since he was the one who had dragged Lei Daqiang into this. After cuffing Ai Xiaoyong, Lei Daqiang turned around. The ferocity on his face vanished without a trace, replaced by an extreme expression of fear. He bent low, his attitude supremely humble. Young Master Chen, we were wrong. Lei Daqiang's voice trembled, even his form of address changed. It was this guy who made a false police report. He provided false clues and maliciously framed you. We were deceived by him, which is why we came to disturb you. We apologize to you. Please forgive our minor offense. Lei Daqiang pulled Ai Xiaoyong forward, pushing him to the front. We will immediately apprehend him and take him back to the bureau for strict interrogation. Such scum that disrupts social order and falsely accuses good people will not be tolerated. De Lu and Xiao Zhang, seeing this, hurriedly stepped forward. They each gripped Ai Xiaong's shoulders tightly. Lei Daqiang still maintained a bent posture, not daring to look Chen Hao in the eye. He waited for Chen Hao's final decision. As long as Chen Hao did not pursue the matter, he would escape this calamity today. Chen Hao saw through this act of self-sacrifice, fully aware of the play these two were performing. Lei Daqiang was attempting to protect himself by shifting all the blame onto Ai Xiaoyong in exchange for his own safety. Chen Hao was equally torn. Though he was furious and wanted to punish these scoundrels before him, he dared not truly escalate the matter. After all, his identity as the grandson of the Sun family was fabricated and could not withstand the scrutiny of state violence. If the details of this incident reached the ears of Old Man Sun, the hard-earned trust would collapse. However, this matter could not be brushed away lightly. The children of the courtyard have their own rules and temperaments. If they were merely scolded and released after being handcuffed in an office, such a weak display would not align with the demeanor of courtyard children and would instead invite suspicion. All right, enough of the theatrics, Chen Hao said with a cold smile. Lei Daqiang's hand trembled slightly, and he quickly released Ai Xiaoyong, but he did not dare to straighten up. Ai Xiaoyong gasped in pain, cowering to the side, not daring to speak. Gangzi de Jun Lei Hu. Chen Hao raised his head, looking at the three men standing behind him. Take those two police officers to the third floor for a break. Close the door. Zhao Gang and De Jun exchanged glances. De Jun stepped forward, nudging De Lu and Xiao Zhang. Come on, you two, let's go downstairs for a smoke. De Lu and Xiao Zhang, eager to comply, quickly followed De Jun out of the conference room. Zhao Gang and Lei Hu also exited. The conference room door was firmly closed. Only Chen Hao, Lei Daqiang, and Ai Xiaoyong remained inside. Chen Hao leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed on Ai Xiaoyong's swollen face. Now tell me, who exactly are you? I, Chen Hao, believe I have not offended anyone in the capital. What deep-seated feud do I have with you that warrants you bringing the police to apprehend me? Young Master Chen, my name is Ai Xiaoyong. Ai Xiaoyong swallowed hard, not daring to raise his head. I am the general manager of the Electronic Technology Incubation Park under the Electric Vacuum Factory. Deputy Director Zhang Huai from the Information Management Bureau is my brother-in-law. Upon hearing Zhang Huai's name, Chen Hao pieced together the entire storyline. A few days ago, the Information Management Bureau conducted an investigation, and Zhang Huai made things difficult for him. The root of the problem originated here. So it was a case of competition among peers. Chen Hao picked up his teacup and took a sip. The pilot project couldn't compete with us, so they planned to resort to such underhanded tactics to seize our opportunity. Young Master Chen, I truly did not know you were from the Sun family. Ai Xiaoyong was nearly in tears. If I had known your identity, even if I had 100 guts, I wouldn't have dared. Someone deceived me. Who deceived you? Chen Hao asked. It was Song Wei, a person from the Song family. Ai Xiaoyong recounted the entire conversation from the previous afternoon in the incubation park office. He told me that there was no boy with the surname Chen among the 3 generations of the Sun family. I was blinded by the profits of the pilot project and believed his words. I thought you were a fraud using the Sun family's name to swindle people. Young Master Chen, I truly did not intend to frame you. I was just a fool being used as a pawn. Chen Hao's pen came to a halt in his hand. Song Wei. He noted this name. The circle in the capital was so small, it was normal for courtyard children to inquire about each other's backgrounds. Song Wei's speculation was actually quite accurate. He just didn't expect that Chen Hao was following Sun Kai's path, thereby solidifying this identity. Chen Hao turned his head to look at the bent-over Lei Daqiang. What about you? What is your relationship with him? He called you to apprehend someone, and you came with handcuffs. Is the Haitian branch your family's? Lei Daqiang's forehead was beaded with sweat. He hurriedly explained, Young Master Chen, I am Lei Daqiang, a childhood friend of Ai Xiaoyong. This afternoon he came to find me saying there was a scammer acting under the pretense of being a child of a high-ranking official in the district. I didn't think much of it, assuming he had solid evidence. I was deceived by him. That's why I didn't follow the proper procedures and brought people directly. This was a mistake on my part, and I am willing to accept punishment. Chen Hao looked at Lei Daqiang. Such crafty talk from a grassroots veteran could not be trusted, even the punctual. What being deceived? It was merely a matter of being tempted by the benefits promised by Ai Xiaoyong, wanting to use this police uniform to help his childhood friend clear obstacles and conveniently reap some benefits. Chen Hao did not expose Lei Daqiang's lies. Driving someone to a dead end brings no benefit except for adding one more enemy. What he needed was to maximize the benefits of this situation while minimizing potential risks. Your actions today are extremely reprehensible. Chen Hao stood up and walked in front of the two. You baselessly slandered me as a scammer and intended to publicly handcuff me in the company. If this gets out, it would not only be a humiliation to me, Chen Hao, but also to the Sun family. Lei Daqiang and Ai Xiaoyong bowed their heads, not daring to breathe. Logically, I should call Uncle Jiang Wang to have him send someone to clean up this mess. You need to take off that police uniform today, and as for your position as the general manager of that incubation park, you might as well just stay inside for a few years. Upon hearing Jiang Wang's name, Lei Daqiang's legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. Ai Xiaoyong trembled like a leaf. Chen Hao paused for a moment, observing their reactions. The timing was right. It was time to give them a way out. However, just now you mentioned that you are the little brother-in-law of Director Zhang Huai. Chen Hao looked at An Xiaoyong. Director Zhang led a team to our base for research a few days ago and offered many valuable suggestions regarding our work. From now on, the business of our base will also fall under the guidance of the Trust Management Bureau. Since it's for Director Zhang Sake, I won't report this matter to the higher-ups today. Upon hearing this, the tense nerves of Lei Daqiang and An Xiaoyong relaxed. The two let out a long breath, feeling as if they had just walked out of the gates of hell. Thank you, young Master Chen, for your mercy. An Xiaoyong thanked repeatedly. Don't be too happy yet. Although I won't report this, the Sun family is not to be trifled with. You think you can just leave without any repercussions? There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If this gets out, others might think the Sun family is easy to bully. Lei Daqiang's heart, which had just settled, began to race again. He cautiously asked, Young Master Chen, what do you need us to do? As long as you command, we will face any hardship without flinching. Chen Hao took out 2 blank A4 papers and 2 pens from a nearby cabinet and tossed them on the conference table. Write down exactly what you did today. Chen Hao pointed to the 2 sheets of paper. An Xiaoyong, you write about how you were misled and maliciously framed me to seize the pilot project. Lei Daqiang, you write about how you violated regulations and abused your power. Clearly state the time, place, and motives. Lei Daqiang and An Xiaoyong looked at the blank paper on the table, their faces even grimmer than before. This was not about writing an account of what happened, it was clearly a confession. Once this document fell into Chen Hao's hands, it was equivalent to handing over their weaknesses. In the future, whenever Chen Hao wanted to crush them, he could do so at will. This was like turning a death sentence into a suspended sentence. What's this? Unwilling to write. Chen Hao picked up his teacup. Then I will call the higher-ups right now. Willing. Lei Daqiang, quickly, we will write it right away. An Xiaoyong did not dare to delay, dragging over another sheet of paper. His hands were cuffed behind his back, making it impossible to hold the pen. Lei Daqiang glanced at Chen Hao, and seeing Chen Hao did not object, he took out the key and unlocked the handcuffs on An Xiaoyong's wrist. An Xiaoyong rubbed his wrist, which had a red mark from the cuffs, picked up the pen, and began to write on the table. The conference room was filled only with the sound of pen tips scratching against paper. The two wrote with beads of sweat on their foreheads, racking their brains to choose their words, carefully needing to clarify the situation without angering Chen Hao. 10 minutes later, the two stopped writing. We are done, young Master Chen. Lei Daqiang handed the 2 sheets of paper to Chen Hao with both hands. Chen Hao took them and read through them. They had written very detailed accounts clearly outlining what had happened today and signed their names at the end. Now leave your thumbprints. Chen Hao pushed the ink pad over. And write down your phone numbers below. The two obediently pressed their red thumbprints on their names and wrote down a series of numbers. Chen Hao pushed the ink pad over. And write down your phone numbers below. The two obediently pressed their red thumbprints on their names and wrote down a series of numbers. All right, get out of here. Chen Hao waved his hand. I will contact you again when I decide how to handle you. Lei Daqiang and An Xiaoyong felt as if they had been granted amnesty. The two bowed repeatedly and walked backward out of the conference room. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Lu and Zhang were sitting on the sofa in a daze. Seeing the captain come out, the two quickly stood up. Lei Daqiang said nothing, leading the two downstairs, quickly passing through the internet cafe on the 1st floor and exiting the Matrix Technology building. The sky had darkened and the streetlights cast long shadows of the three. The autumn wind blew, causing Lei Daqiang to shiver. He realized that his back was already soaked with cold sweat. Reaching the police car, Lei Daqiang turned around and pointed at An Xiaoyong's nose, cursing loudly. An Xiaoyong, you almost got me killed. Don't bring me those nonsensical rumors in the future. If I lose this skin of mine because of you, I will haunt you even as a ghost. An Xiaoyong covered his swollen cheek, his heart also burning with anger. Lazy, can you blame me for this? It was that bastard Song Wei who misled me. He swore that the Sun family had no such person, and that's why I dared to take action. Song Wei is nothing. Lei Daqiang spat at An Xiaoyong's face. Chen Hao even mentioned Minister Jiang's name. How could you compare him to Song Wei? Is there nothing but shit in your head? An Xiaoyong was scolded into lowering his head. He glanced toward the direction of Matrix Technology. That confession with the thumbprint felt like a heavy stone pressing on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. Lazy, what do we do now? With that document in his hands, we will have to live in fear every day. An Xiaoyong's voice trembled. Lei Daqiang opened the car door, pausing for a moment. He looked at An Xiaoyong and lowered his voice. Chen Hao just said for Zhang Huai Sake he won't escalate this matter. This means he still needs to deal with the Trust Management Bureau and doesn't want to truly offend your brother-in-law. Lei Daqiang analyzed the situation. To resolve this, we need the person who caused it. You should quickly find your brother-in-law and tell him everything that happened. Since Chen Hao gave him face to completely bury this matter and reclaim that leverage, your brother-in-law must take the lead in negotiations. An Xiaoyong nodded repeatedly. He felt lost and confused, and Lei Daqiang's words were a lifeline. All right, I will find my brother-in-law immediately. Lei Daqiang no longer paid attention to An Xiaoyong, jumped into the police car and sped off with Lu and Zhang. He just wanted to return to the branch quickly and erase the record of today's call. An Xiaoyong stood by the roadside, feeling for the car keys in his pocket. He hurried toward his Audi, opened the door, and got inside. Starting the engine, the Audi sped toward the direction of the Xiqing district. He needed to clarify this mess before Zhang Huai went to rest. Tuesday, 9 a.m., at Jinghang University. The conference room of the National Key Laboratory of Computer Science was filled with people sitting around a long wooden table. Hu Peng sat at the front of the long table with a teacup, stained with tea marks, in front of him. Several assistant professors were seated on either side. Behind them were 7 or 8 doctoral students. Chen Hao chose a seat near the water cooler. His youthful face and thick hair made him stand out awkwardly among the group of doctoral students with receding hairlines. Hu Peng cleared his throat and opened his notebook. The meeting has begun. Let's start with the progress of the 883 project from last week. The testing group submitted their report yesterday, confirming that the single machine concurrent connections stabilized above 5,200 with CPU usage kept under 60%. This data exceeded the acceptance standards set by the department. Applause erupted in the conference room. Several doctoral students let out a long sigh of relief. For the past few months, this concurrency bottleneck loomed over them like a mountain. Hu Peng raised his hand and pressed it down, signaling for everyone to be quiet. The breakthrough this time is primarily due to the reconstruction of the I/O model, switching from the traditional blocking model to the event-driven reactor pattern. Hu Peng turned his head and looked at Chen Hao, who was sitting in the corner. I want to especially commend Chen Hao, who has recently joined our research group. Everyone's gaze shifted to the young man beside the water cooler. Although Chen Hao is only a sophomore undergraduate, he possesses a remarkable understanding of underlying architecture and system calls. The core code for this reconstruction was completed independently by him. Hu Peng's praise was high. In technology, the capable are the masters. Our laboratory does not adhere to the concept of seniority. In the future, everyone should communicate more with Chen Hao in terms of system architecture. Chen Hao stood up and gave a slight bow to everyone. Professor, you flatter me. I merely provided an idea. The subsequent module integration and stress testing were all completed by the seniors working overtime. I am new here and will rely on everyone's guidance in the future. Chen Hao lowered his stance. Several doctoral students felt relieved after hearing this. Being technically overshadowed by an undergraduate, they were already embarrassed. Chen Hao's modest attitude gave them an avenue of escape. All right, let's not dwell on pleasantries. Hu Peng shifted the topic back on track and began to assign work for the week. Li Hui, take charge of completing the data consistency documentation. Wang Kai, you are responsible for running the stress testing scripts 3 more times, making sure to record any memory leaks. The department's expert group will come for acceptance next month, and no mistakes can be made at any stage. With all tasks assigned, Hu Peng closed his notebook. The meeting is adjourned. Chen Hao, stay for a moment. Everyone packed their things and gradually left the conference room. The footsteps in the corridor faded away. Only 2 people remained in the conference room. Hu Peng picked up his teacup, took a sip of strong tea, pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, tossed one to Chen Hao, and lit one for himself. You young man, have you caused any trouble outside? Hu Peng asked, directly exhaling a puff of smoke. Professor, why would you say that? I've been either coding at the company or attending classes at school, behaving very well. Chen Hao replied calmly. Stop playing coy with me. Hu Peng pointed at the phone on the table. Yesterday afternoon, the leader from the Department of Higher Education personally called. They specifically inquired about your situation, asking very detailed questions, even inquiring about the day you entered the lab and the reasons for your exceptional admission. Hu Peng flicked the ash off his cigarette and continued, our Jinghang is a ministry-affiliated university, and the Department of Higher Education has the authority to inquire. But in all my years leading a key laboratory, I've never encountered a ministry leader personally checking the file of an undergraduate. Tell me honestly, what is going on? This seems like someone has reported you. Have you offended someone, or have you done something wrong? My space is small. If it escalates, I can't protect you. Hearing this, Chen Hao understood what Hu Peng was asking. Yesterday at noon, after having lunch at the Sun family, old Master Sun personally called to verify his identity. With such a high-level figure making a call, the Department of Higher Education must have been startled, immediately connecting with Jinghang to investigate the details. Chen Hao pressed half the cigarette into the ashtray, rubbed his hands together, revealing an embarrassed expression. Professor, you misunderstood. I truly haven't caused any trouble. It was a relative of mine. He used to serve in the military and has a rather stubborn temperament. Yesterday, when I went home for dinner, I casually mentioned that I had entered a national key laboratory. He didn't believe me and insisted that as an undergraduate, I had no right to enter such places, fearing I would misuse the family's name and disrupt the rules. Chen Hao paused, observing Hu Peng's reaction. He usually disciplines me strictly, so he probably sent someone of error. I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. It's my fault for not communicating well with my family beforehand. Chen Hao lowered his stance, speaking sincerely. Hu Peng's hand holding the cigarette paused in midair. Relative. Sending someone to verify. Hu Peng, who had been navigating the system for decades, had seen all kinds of situations. What level is the director of the Department of Higher Education? That is a ministerial level official. Someone who can instruct a ministerial level official to personally verify a situation must have a significant identity. Hu Peng quickly pieced together an image of a child from a prominent family. No wonder Chen Hao could find a part-time job at such a high-level internet company in his sophomore year, No wonder he carried himself with a confidence uncommon for an undergraduate. Reflecting on Chen Hao's seemingly ordinary family background, Hu Peng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. For some families, a file is merely a piece of paper meant to deceive others. Hu Peng did not continue to press the issue. The rules within the system are understood but not spoken. So it's like this. Hu Peng extinguished the cigarette but in the ashtray. Your relative is responsible. But rest assured, I reported to the Department of Higher Education clearly. You entered based on your true abilities. Our laboratory only recognizes technology and does not engage in those superficial social niceties. Hu Peng's words not only affirmed his impartial stance, but also hinted that he had shielded Chen Hao from the scrutiny above, granting a favor of sorts. Chen Hao seized the opportunity and shifted the topic to his true purpose for today. Professor, actually, I have something I want. Previously, we agreed that I would work part-time outside and wouldn't have much time to contribute to the laboratory. But upon reflection, since I've entered the laboratory and taken a spot, it wouldn't be right to do nothing. If I were to take resources from the school without contributing, my relative would surely scold me. Hu Peng looked at Chen Hao strangely. This kid had previously been eager to slack off, and now he was suddenly so proactive. What do you have in mind? I've reviewed our laboratory's recent project list. The general framework for the 883 project has been established, and the remaining work consists of minor testing tasks. The role I can play in the group is limited. Chen Hao analyzed clearly. I would like to apply for a subproject on my own. The focus would be on distributed computing and network middleware. This direction not only supplements our existing project, but also has significant research potential currently considered cutting edge in the country. You want to lead a project yourself? Hu Peng thought he misheard. How could an undergraduate lead a project? Yes. The company where I work part-time happens to have a group of high-level programmers. I can take this project over there utilizing the company's resources for research and development. As the project lead, I would regularly submit code and technical papers to the laboratory. Chen Hao proposed his plan. This way it won't interfere with my company's business, and it will ensure that our laboratory has a steady output of research results. Hu Peng fell into thought. Chen Hao's proposal broke the conventional management model of the laboratory. Placing a national-level project in a private enterprise for development carries certain risks. But Hu Peng was a pragmatist. He had seen Chen Hao's technical abilities, he was top-notch, and had a substantial background. Such a person would be difficult to manage as an ordinary researcher in the laboratory. If not handled well, it might lead to other troubles. Letting Chen Hao go out and do his own thing seemed a better option. The laboratory only needed to lend its name, and it could receive a batch of high-quality research results and papers for free, which would be greatly beneficial for year-end evaluations. This was a surefire profitable deal. The ministry has always placed great importance on the direction of distributed computing. Hu Peng crossed his arms and stroked his chin. Can you guarantee to produce results regularly? Within 6 months, I will deliver a complete source code for distributed message queue middleware along with a core journal paper. Chen Hao made a military pledge. Upon hearing Chen Hao's guarantee, Hu Peng no longer hesitated. Good. Well, proceed as you said. I approve. List what hardware support you need for Li Hui, and he'll get a note approved at the institute. No hardware is needed. The company has everything. Chen Hao smiled shyly. However, teacher, I have a small request. Go on. Since I am responsible for this subproject, could the laboratory issue me a formal written proof? Chen Hao, it's mainly because my elder is too serious. If I just say I'm in charge of the project, he surely won't believe it. Having a stamped document to take back would give me some assurance proving that I am indeed working on something serious and not just fooling around outside. Hu Peng listened and found it reasonable. The older generation in the courtyard values written documents the most. What is this? Hu Peng stood up, walked to the door, and shouted down the hallway. Li Hui, come here for a moment. The assistant professor Li Hui, who was responsible for recording earlier, hurried in. Director Hu, what instructions? Draft a proof document. Hu Peng instructed. Just write that Comrade Chen Hao is a member of the National Key Laboratory of Computer Science at Jingheng University and is currently fully responsible for the research and development of the subproject on distributed computing and network middleware. After writing, print it out and affix our laboratory's official seal. Li Hui hesitated. There had never been a precedent for issuing such a level of proof for an undergraduate. But seeing Hu Peng's resolute attitude, he didn't dare ask more and nodded before heading to the adjacent administrative office. 10 minutes later, Li Hui returned with a printed A4 sheet. The paper was printed with the emblem of Jingheng University at the top. The content was rigorous and formal, drafted exactly according to Hu Peng's instructions. At the bottom was a bright red circular official seal, National Key Laboratory of Computer Science, Jingheng University. Hu Peng took the proof, glanced at it, and handed it to Chen Hao. Take it to report to your elder. Hu Peng picked up. Hurry up with the project. If you encounter any technical difficulties, come find me at school. Thank you, teacher. Chen Hao accepted the proof with both hands, carefully folded it, and placed it in the inner pocket of his jacket. Then I'll head back to work now and report to you when there are developments. Chen Hao walked out of the administrative building. The September sun was somewhat glaring. Chen Hao stood on the steps, reached into his inner pocket, and touched the A4 paper. This paper was merely a work proof at school. Once outside, it became a golden signboard. Half an hour later, Chen Hao entered the office area on the 3rd floor of Matrix Technology. Chen Hao walked straight to Zhao Gang's workstation. Zhao Gang was checking several documents. Don't worry about that for now. Chen Hao reached into his inner pocket and pulled out the folded proof document, slapping it on Zhao Gang's desk. Zhao Gang set down his pen and picked up the document to read it. When he saw the bright red seal of the National Key Laboratory at the bottom, his eyes widened in surprise. Boss, you joined the National Key Laboratory. Zhao Gang swallowed. He had never expected that his boss was a scientist capable of joining a national-level laboratory. Less chatter. Chen Hao pointed at the text on the document. Take it to the graphic design shop on Zhongwan Village Street and find a skilled craftsman. Have a plaque made for me that says Distributed Computing and Network Middleware Research Group, National Key Laboratory of Computer Science, Jingheng University. Make it urgently. Money is not an issue, and I want to see the physical item by this afternoon. Zhao Gang understood Chen Hao's intention. Got it'll go personally to supervise. Zhao Gang put the document into his briefcase, grabbed the car keys, and ran out. At 4 in the afternoon, Zhao Gang, sweating profusely, carried a flat object wrapped in newspaper up to the 3rd floor. Boss, it's done. Zhao Gang placed the item on Chen Hao's desk and tore off the newspaper wrapping. A plaque made of brass was revealed. The surface had been polished to a shine, reflecting light clearly. 2 rows of bold black letters were engraved on it: National Key Laboratory of Computer Science, Jingheng University. Distributed Computing and Network Middleware Research Group. The letters were filled with black paint, creating a strong visual contrast against the brass background, making it appear extremely formal. Chen Hao reached out to touch the cold surface of the plaque and nodded. Dajuan. Chen Hao called out to the outside. Dajuan rushed in, carrying a toolbox. Grab the electric drill and follow me. Chen Hao picked up the plaque and walked out of the office. He arrived at the white wall directly opposite the staircase on the 3rd floor. This was the entrance to the incubator, the first thing any visitor would see. Let's place it here at eye level. Chen Hao gestured on the wall. Drill 4 holes and secure it with expansion screws. Dajuan plugged in the power and aimed the drill at the wall. Accompanied by the piercing sound of drilling, white lime powder fell in small flakes. A few minutes later, the 4 holes were drilled. Dajuan aligned the plaque with the holes and tightened the screws. Chen Hao stepped back 2 paces, admiring the plaque on the wall. The spotlights at the top of the corridor shone on the plaque, reflecting a dazzling luster. On Thursday morning, thin clouds drifted across the sky in the capital city. Xiao Wu drove the Audi A6 smoothly along Central Street. Chen Hao sat in the back seat, flipping through the printed materials in his hand. Zhao Gang sat in the passenger seat, holding a black computer bag containing the laptop and printed plans he would need later. Yesterday afternoon, Chen Hao personally supervised Lao Chui at Qianda's office during the final round of stress testing. The SP monitoring and distribution platform maintained stable data throughput in a simulated environment of 5.0 high concurrency, with interception rates fully meeting standards. The car turned into the courtyard of the Information Management Bureau of the Ministry of Electronic Information. The 3 of them got out. Chen Hao adjusted the hem of his suit and walked into the office building with Zhao Gang. The door to meeting room 2 on the 3rd floor was open. Low voices of conversation could be heard inside. Chen Hao stepped in. Sukai was standing by the oval conference table, explaining something to a staff member. Seeing Chen Hao enter, Sukai came forward. You're here. Sukai extended his hand. Good morning, Director Su. Chen Hao shook Sukai's hand. How's the preparation going? Sukai asked in a low voice. Rest assured, I guarantee there will be no issues. Chen Hao replied. That's good. Today, the business leaders from the 3 major operators are all present. These people are used to being domineering, so when you report later, elevate the technical level to prevent them from picking out flaws. Sukai pointed to a position near the front on the right side of the conference table. You sit there. Chen Hao looked in the direction Sukai pointed. On the reddish-brown solid wood tabletop, there was a sign with red background and black letters: Jingdu Information Popularization and Industrial Incubation Demonstration Base. Chen Hao walked over, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Zhao Gang found a seat in the back row to listen, placing the computer bag on his lap. Footsteps echoed in the corridor. Zhang Huai walked in holding a thermos cup. He was wearing a light gray jacket and his hair was neatly styled. After entering, Zhang Huai's gaze swept around the conference room and landed directly on Chen Hao. A warm smile appeared on Zhang Huai's face. He proactively walked up to Chen Hao and extended his right hand. Director Xiao Chenyu arrived quite early. Zhang Huai's tone was friendly, completely devoid of the condescending attitude he had during his recent research visit to the base. Chen Hao stood up, shook Zhang Huai's hand, and returned a warm smile. Good morning, Director Zhang. I hope you can provide more support today. The 2 exchanged pleasantries, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Sukai, sitting next to the main seat, watched this scene with a slightly changed expression. Just a few days ago, Zhang Huai had argued passionately in the leadership meeting over the affiliation of the pilot project. Today, this attitude shift seemed utterly ridiculous. Chen Hao understood everything clearly. Zhang Huai's demeanor today was clearly a gesture of goodwill. As long as Zhang Huai wanted to protect his little brother-in-law in this pilot project, he had to fully support Chen Hao. At 9 o'clock sharp, the door of the conference room was pushed open. Representatives from the 3 major operators entered one after another. The executives from Longwa Mobile, Longwa Telecom, and Longwa Unicom each took their seats after placing nameplates with their respective company names. These individuals greeted each other familiarly. At this moment in the domestic telecommunications market, the first mover, the Mobile Dream Network, would not officially launch until next month, and the SP business was still in its extremely nascent stage. Previously, the major operators had complete control over the access and regulation of value-added services with approval authority firmly in their hands. The Communications Administration issued a formal document stating that a regulatory sandbox pilot would be established in Haitian district requiring operators to open certain billing interfaces and gateway permissions to a private base. This was equivalent to taking food from the bowls of these state-owned giants. The executives attending the meeting were all feeling the heat. The personnel had arrived. Sukai cleared his throat and opened the microphone in front of him. Everyone, I have called you here today mainly to implement the ministry's related work regarding the regulatory sandbox pilot for mobile value-added services. Sukai got straight to the point. With the development of internet technology, mobile value-added services are poised for an explosion. To standardize market order and prevent the spread of undesirable information, the Bureau has decided to introduce third-party technical forces for preliminary exploration of dynamic regulation. Sukai elaborated on the policy background of the pilot and the support from the ministry. Next, Director Chen Hao from the Kyoto Information Popularization and Industry Incubation Demonstration Base will provide a specific report on the scheme. Sukai handed over the speaking rights to Chen Hao. Chen Hao stood up and walked to the front of the conference room beside the projection screen. Zhao Gang immediately stepped forward to open his laptop and connect the projector. A blue background lit up on the screen, displaying a line of white text: Dynamic Regulatory Gateway Technical Plan for Mobile Value-Added Services. Chen Hao, holding a laser pointer, began his explanation. Leaders, the current traditional regulatory model has serious delays. It relies solely on post-event inspections and manual reviews. The system we have independently developed at our base centers around proactive interception and dynamic filtering. Chen Hao pressed the page turner, and a complex system architecture diagram appeared on the screen. All SP service providers accessing the pilot must ensure that every text message command sent to users first passes through our filtering gateway. We have deployed 3 layers of semantic analysis algorithms at the gateway level with over 100 sensitive word libraries built in. Chen Hao pointed to the nodes on the diagram. From illegal terms such as gambling and drugs to variations of split characters and pinyin abbreviations, the system can identify and automatically block them within milliseconds. Chen Hao's report focused entirely on regulation and technical implementation. He did not mention that this system also has content distribution and virtual billing capabilities. In front of these telecom executives, he could not reveal his ambition to create an industry central kitchen. He had to lower his posture and present himself as a purely technical service provider that was working hard to cooperate with national regulatory policies. The 20-minute report concluded. Chen Hao returned to his seat. The conference room was very quiet. Everyone was an industry insider. The Communications Administration had summoned them not to solicit opinions, but to issue execution tasks. The formal document had already been issued, openly opposing it would be counter to the ministry. However, not opposing it did not mean that obstacles could not be set at the execution level. As long as it could be proven that this private base was incapable of undertaking the task, the pilot would naturally become an empty shell. Lu Jianhui, the Deputy General Manager of Longwa Telecom's Data Business Department, put down the signature pen in his hand. He pulled the microphone closer to him. Director Chen's report was excellent. Lu Jianhui spoke in a calm tone, embodying the speaking style of an old state-owned enterprise cadre. The concept of a regulatory sandbox is novel. Replacing manual review with technical means is a good starting point. We in the telecommunications sector firmly support the ministry's innovative decisions. After the formalities, Lu Jianhui shifted his tone. However, the security of the communication network is the lifeline of the nation. Once SP services are fully rolled out, the daily volume of information exchange will be massive. This requires the regulatory gateway to possess extremely high concurrent processing capabilities and stability. Lu Jianhui looked at Chen Hao. Developing a provincial-level billing gateway internally in our telecom company requires the mobilization of hundreds of experienced engineers and takes more than half a year. Director Chen, as far as I know, this base is just a newly established private enterprise. He took a sip of water from his teacup and continued to hand over such an important regulatory node to a small private enterprise team for development and operation. If the system crashes, leading to widespread SMS congestion or billing errors, who will take responsibility? I believe that in terms of technical feasibility, this scheme still requires discussion. Lu Jianhui's remarks were logical and directly hit the most vulnerable aspect of private enterprises' technical foundation and risk resistance. The representatives from the other 2 operators nodded in agreement. As long as they could block the technical standards, the interface docking could be indefinitely delayed. After listening to Lu Jianhui's speech, Chen Hao placed the laser pointer he was holding on the table. He was about to press the microphone to refute when Zhang Huai, sitting diagonally across, suddenly reached out and pressed the speaking button. Manager Lu, your statement is somewhat biased. Everyone was taken aback. Su Kai was particularly surprised and turned to look at Zhang Huai. Previously, Zhang Huai had maintained reservations about this pilot. Su Kai had thought that Zhang Huai would follow Lu Jianhui's words to apply pressure on Chen Hao. Who would have thought that Zhang Huai would be the first to jump out and help Chen Hao counterattack? During the entry before the meeting, Zhang Huai had shown enthusiasm towards Chen Hao, which could be explained by Zhang Huai's cunning nature. However, Zhang Huai's active support for Chen Hao was something he could not comprehend. Could it be that Chen Hao had made some arrangements? Ignoring the astonishment of the crowd, Zhang Huai continued to rebut Lu Jianhui. As the superior regulatory authority, we in the Communications Administration are well aware of the technical development capabilities of your three major operators. You have maintained the mindset of an old state-owned enterprise with cumbersome processes and slow reactions. Upgrading a small business function involves reporting approvals, project establishment, and development, which takes several months. How can such efficiency adapt to the rapid pace of internet development today? Lu Jianhui's face turned ugly as he was publicly reprimanded by Zhang Huai, but due to Zhang Huai's identity, he could only suppress his anger. Zhang Huai continued, look at the current market, the most active internet companies such as Xinlong Wangi and Suhu, which one is not a private enterprise? Private enterprises have flexible mechanisms and quick responses. Most of the top internet talents in the country are concentrated in private enterprises. To measure the RD capabilities of private enterprises with the rigid frameworks of state-owned enterprises is a classic case of carving a boat to seek a sword. Zhang Huai's lengthy argument left the operator speechless. Su Kai picked up his teacup to mask his emotions. He truly could not understand what Zhang Huai was up to, but it was a good thing. He was pleased to see the original resistance turning into support. Chen Hao watched Zhang Huai's enthusiastic performance and seized the opportunity to interject. Thank you, Director Zhang, for your support and recognition of our private enterprises. As Director Zhang mentioned, the most cutting-edge technological exploration in the market is often led by private. When we undertook this pilot task, we fully considered the rigorous requirements for high concurrency and stability in telecom-level applications. Chen Hao turned to Zhao Gang and instructed, please flip the PPT to the page introducing the technical team. Zhao Gang tapped the keyboard and the image on the projection screen switched. The page displayed no complicated text, only two high-definition half-body photos. On the left was a young man in a checkered shirt, slim and focused. On the right was a middle-aged man in a jacket exuding a scholarly authority. Below the photos were written the names and titles of both individuals. Chen Hao stood up and pointed at the photo on the left. To ensure the development and operation of the pilot platform, our base has assembled the top-tier technical research and development team in the country. The person on the left is Li Yanhong. The team he leads at Chengdu has received investment from top venture capital in Silicon Valley. They possess globally leading algorithms for ultra-large-scale data processing and the underlying architecture of search engines. Currently, the Chengdu team has fully settled into our base, taking complete responsibility for the semantic analysis and data retrieval modules of the gateway system. A low murmur of discussion arose in the conference room. Seated were executives from the telecommunications and internet sectors. They were not unfamiliar with Li Yanhong's name. A technical expert back from Silicon Valley, he created an engine that could provide back-end search services for Xinlong and Suhu. A technical team of this caliber is certainly not an amateur group. Lu Jianhui frowned. He did not expect Chen Hao to hold such a strong card. Chen Hao then moved the laser pointer's light to the photo on the right. This is Dean Hu Peng from the Computer Science Department of Jingheng University. Chen Hao continued his introduction. Upon hearing the name Hu Peng, several technical background executives present showed even more astonished expressions. Hu Peng holds a very high status in the domestic computer field and is the leader of several national key research projects. They did not expect that such a small private enterprise could mobilize national-level talent for technical support. To thoroughly address the technical barriers of massive content distribution and high-concurrency processing, Dean Hu Peng has specifically approved the establishment of a distributed computing and network middleware research group under the National Key Laboratory of Computer Science at Jingheng University. This research group provides the underlying technical support and architectural reconstruction for our regulatory platform. Chen Hao gestured to Zhao Gang. The PowerPoint slid to the next page. It was a photo taken just yesterday afternoon. On the white wall of the third-floor incubator, a bright yellow bronze plaque shone under the spotlight. The photo zoomed in, and the bold black letters on the plaque were very eye-catching: Distributed Computing and Network Middleware Research Group, National Key Laboratory of Computer Science, Jingheng University. The conference room fell silent. If Li Yanhong represented the pinnacle of technology in the business sector, then Hu Peng and the National Key Laboratory represented the national team. Chen Hao turned off the microphone and smiled at Lu Jianhui across from him. Lu Jianhui swallowed hard, retracting all the technical challenges he had prepared. With a National Key Laboratory handling the underlying architecture and a top Silicon Valley team working on algorithms, this divine lineup could easily handle not just developing a small platform, but even rewriting the billing systems of the three major telecom operators. Who would dare say this team lacks technical prowess? Su Kai timely opened the microphone, continuing to preside over the meeting. Everyone has seen the technical strength of Director Chen's side. Since there are no technical issues, let us move on to the next agenda item. Su Kai opened the folder in front of him. Regarding the details of the gateway interface opening and the joint debugging schedule for each telecommunications operator, let's discuss. The business head of Longhua Mobile, Chen Hao, paused for a moment on Chen Hao before speaking first. Director Chen, let's speak frankly. The Mobile Dream Network of Longhua Mobile is set to officially launch next month. This is our group's top priority this year. Since the Information Management Bureau has designated you as the pilot, we will definitely cooperate. But I need to confirm, can your gateway integration keep up with our schedule? Chen Hao placed the laser pointer flat on the table, speaking confidently. Mr. Chen, our system is already ready. As soon as you provide the ISMG SMS gateway interface documentation, the joint debugging test will only take 3 days. Our development team, led by Li Yanhong, can be on standby 24 hours a day. Chen Hao nodded. Okay, you'll have the technical staff send you the interface documentation after the meeting. We need you to handle the first layer of content filtering. All SPs connecting through your base must run through your gateway before SMS distribution. We want to see specific weekly reports on the interception rate of illegal content. Chen Hao replied. No problem. We will update the interception rules in real time based on mobile's requirements. Moreover, we will also establish a blacklist. Once any SP is found to have malicious charging or spam SMS behavior, the system will automatically trigger a fail-safe mechanism to physically cut the connection. Chen Hao was quite satisfied with this response. For mobile, the SP business is a double-edged sword. While it can bring in significant revenue, the accompanying complaints can overwhelm the customer service department. If someone can alleviate this regulatory pressure in advance, they would actually welcome it. In contrast, the representatives from Longhua Unicom and Longhua Telecom appeared less urgent. Wang Xian, the representative from Unicom, flipped through the materials in his hand and spoke slowly. Our Unicom value-added business platform is still in the planning stage. Currently, the focus is still on the construction of the CDMA network. As for SPs, we probably won't have any formal actions until the second half of next year. Director Chen, we will take your pilot plan back for study and include it in next year's projected plans. Lu Jianhui from Telecom also expressed his stance. The situation with Telecom is similar. Our current priority is broadband dial-up internet. As for mobile communications, we are still waiting for the department's policies. However, since this is a pilot, we can establish a communication mechanism first. When we start our business, we hope to directly utilize your mature regulatory model. Chen Hao was well aware that the two companies were merely observing for now. At this time in 2000, Longhua Mobile was the true pioneer. Once the Mobile Dream Network goes live next month, and those SP service providers make a fortune, Longhua Telecom and Unicom will then be eager to jump in. I understand the opinions of both leaders. Chen Hao did not rush them, but turned his attention back to Chen Hao. Mr. Chen, I have a proposal regarding subsequent cooperation. Since we are a pilot, we need to demonstrate some sincerity to attract quality enterprises to settle in. Chen Hao set down the teacup in his hand. Go ahead. As a regulatory unit, our base has undertaken a substantial amount of review and content distribution work. We do not intend to take any profits from this platform. All operating costs will be borne by our base. Upon hearing this, the telecom executives present were somewhat surprised. In this era, what platform does not take a cut? Chen Hao continued, but we hope to secure some policy preferences for startups entering the incubator. These small companies possess strong technology and creativity, but often are too small to even get through the doors at your mobile headquarters to apply for integration. Chen Hao paused for a moment, observing Chen Hong's expression. I propose that any SP operator approved and integrated through our pilot base should receive the highest tier of market share percentage from Longhua Mobile. Chen Hong's brow furrowed slightly. The highest tier. Director Chen, you may not be aware. Our current proposed revenue sharing standard is that mobile takes 30% and SPs take 70%. Only major portals with tens of millions of users like Xinlong and Wang Yi can receive the top-tier treatment of 15 to 85. Chen Hao shook his head. Mr. Chen, we can't calculate it this way. Although major portals have high traffic, they also impose significant regulatory pressure on mobile. The small enterprises incubated at our base, however, focus on high-quality niche content. The key point is that the base provides them with credit endorsement and regulatory guarantees. You at mobile save a lot on review and complaint handling costs. Isn't the administrative expense saved worth that 10% of the revenue share? Chen Hao fell into thought. His aide whispered something in his ear. Chen Hao calculated the pros and cons in his mind. Now that the Mobile Dream Network is just starting, what it needs most is content and partners. If through this base a batch of high-quality developers can be gathered, it would greatly benefit mobile's ecological construction. Moreover, Director Zhang's earlier attitude was already quite clear. If they get stuck on this detail, it would be a slight to the Information Management Bureau. Director Chen, your reasoning is very sufficient. Chen Hao raised his head, giving a clear answer. I can agree to you. For any SP that submits an application from your pilot base and passes the joint debugging, we will offer the highest level of settlement policy. That means mobile takes 15% and SPs take 85%. This policy will be trial run for 1 year, and if the group's policy adjusts, we will follow suit. Chen Hao's face revealed a satisfied expression. Thank you, Mr. Shen, for your support of our base and small and medium-sized enterprises. The conclusion of this cooperation meant that Chen Hao held a massive bargaining chip. In the early stage of the SP business explosion, a 10% revenue share difference would drive countless SP service providers to flock to his incubator. At 10:30, the meeting concluded satisfactorily. Su Kai stood up and turned off the microphone. All right, today's meeting was a success. Director Chen, please stay. Everyone else can disperse. The representatives from the operators gradually left, and Zhao Gang was instructed by Chen Hao to wait in the car. Zhang Huai walked last. When he passed Chen Hao, he deliberately paused to pat Chen Hao on the shoulder. Young Director Chen, do your best. If you encounter any difficulties, come directly to my office. Zhang Huai's voice was loud, seemingly intended for the representatives from the operators who had not yet walked far. When only Su Kai and Chen Hao were left in the meeting room, Su Kai pointed to the door. Let's go to my office for a while. The two of them made their way to Su Kai's office. Su Kai took out a document from his drawer. This is the official pilot red-headed document approved by the department. There were too many people in the meeting just now, so I didn't bring it out. Now I'm handing it to you. Chen Hao took the document and flipped through it. With this document, his pilot status was officially confirmed. Su Kai sat in his office chair, took a sip of tea, and could no longer suppress his curiosity. Chen Hao, let's get to the bottom of this. That old fox Zhang Huai, why did he seem like a different person today? A few days ago, he was practically eager to dismantle your base in the meeting. Just now in the meeting, he actually took the initiative to speak up for you. Su Kai looked at Chen Hao, his gaze full of confusion. Chen Hao put the red-headed document into his briefcase, his actions appearing very composed. Director Su, it's actually nothing much. Chen Hao's tone was casual. Last night, Zhang's brother-in-law and I, Xiaoyong, came to see me for a chat. We sat down and talked, clearing up some previous misunderstandings. Su Kai was taken aback. And I, Xiaoyong. He is notoriously difficult to deal with. This pilot program is precisely what he wanted to seize. Can he really heed your advice? This wasn't the first time Zhang Huai had to clean up after Ni Xiaoyong. The leaders in the bureau were somewhat aware of this person. Persuasion doesn't really work. Chen Hao chuckled. I just inadvertently let him know some family situations. Chen Hao left it at that. Upon hearing this, Su Kai's heart sank. He was a grassroots scholar who had relied solely on hard work and diligent study to reach today's position. Although Su Kai was in the core of the ministry, he didn't have much contact with various big families, nor did he have a deep understanding of them. He had seen Zhang Huai's attitude today, which seemed eager to promote Chen Hao. Su Kai raised Chen Hao's background a few more levels in his mind. Su Kai had initially thought that giving Chen Hao the pilot position was a significant favor owed to him. Now it seemed that without him, Chen Hao might still succeed. Su Kai set down his teacup, his smile becoming more genuine. So that's how it is. It's good that the conflict has been resolved. Although Zhang Huai has some self-interest, he does have the capability to get things done. With his support in the bureau, many processes will be expedited. Su Kai picked up a cigarette from the table, took one out, and handed it to Chen Hao. Chen Hao, the ministry has high hopes for this regulatory sandbox. If you do well and achieve some results, it will be worth the ministry's support. Chen Hao accepted the cigarette, lit it. Director Su, don't worry, there will definitely be results. Next month, when the Mobile Dream Network launches, you will be able to see the effects. At that time, I'll invite you to the base to guide the work. Su Kai laughed heartily. All right, I will definitely go then. Chen Hao stood up and adjusted his clothes. Director Su, I will head back now. There are still many things waiting to be handled at the base. I'll find a time to invite you and brother Hao to gather together. Su Kai escorted Chen Hao to the elevator. Watching the elevator doors slowly close, Su Kai stood in the hallway, recalling Zhang Huai's fawning demeanor just now. He shook his head, secretly relieved. Fortunately, back at Donglishan, he didn't underestimate Chen Hao because of his youth. It seems this move was the right one. Chen Hao stepped out of the Xinguang Bureau building, sunlight spilling onto the steps. Xiao Wu had already driven the Audi A6 to the entrance. Chen Hao climbed into the back seat, tossed the red-headed document onto the seat, closed his eyes, and rubbed his temples. To Matrix technology. Xiao Wu acknowledged and hit the gas, driving out of the compound. Chen Hao leaned back in the seat, contemplating his next steps. Just now in the meeting, Shin Hong from Mobile mentioned that the Mobile Dream Network would officially launch next month. According to his memories from his past life, the actual launch time was a week or two later, likely not until November. Even so, the time left for him was barely just over a month. Sandwiched in between was a long holiday in October, during which government agencies and enterprises would be closed, making it impossible to push forward with real business. Once the SP business opens up, it will be a contest of content. Among the 4 categories of content, he previously planned images, ringtones, and others involve a large amount of audio and video digital copyrights. In this era, domestic awareness of copyright was nearly non-existent and piracy was rampant. In the early stages of the SP business explosion in his past life, various small workshop-type SP companies sprang up like mushrooms after rain. They had no awareness of copyright and casually grabbed a few popular songs from the internet, taking snippets of the climax to create monophonic ringtones, making money hand over fist. However, such rampant growth could not last long. As the market became regulated, copyright would become the sword of Damocles hanging over all SP companies. What Chen Hao needed to do was to take hold of this sword in advance. However, to sweep through all the various record companies, film production centers, and book publishing institutions in less than a month to consolidate digital copyrights was no easy task. In the year 2000, the domestic copyright market was a desert rife with piracy. Major record companies were overwhelmed by pirated tapes and CDs, and no one cared about digital copyrights online. Taihe and Maitian held many copyrights of domestic singers. Gunsher Records had a large number of resources from Hong Kong and Taiwan singers. Jingwen Records had signed a batch of rock bands. These record companies held a wealth of quality music copyrights, but were unable to monetize them. At this time, discussing the authorization of digital copyrights had extremely low costs. The difficulty lay in trust. The bosses in these cultural circles had been fooled by pirates. If an unknown company approached them for cooperation, they wouldn't even let them through the door. Even using the name of the United Nations to intimidate them wouldn't work. That name works on outsiders. But against the old hands in the entertainment and cultural circles, it's ineffective. To achieve the goal, one must still leverage influence. Whose influence to leverage? The answer is clear. Old Sun. With such a solid backing, not using it would be a waste. Chen Hao took out his phone and dialed Old Sun's number. The call was answered by a servant. Upon hearing the purpose, the call was transferred to Old Sun. Chen Hao spoke into the microphone. "Grandpa, I have a holiday in October and would like to come visit you." The cheerful laughter came from the other end. "You should come home for dinner during the holiday. Come over early on the morning of October 1st. The autumn in the capital is crisp and refreshing." Chen Hao left home early and went to the Senyuanli vegetable market. This place gathers the finest ingredients in the capital. Many foreign embassy buyers shop here. He walked to the seafood section. Various seafood swam in the tanks. Chen Hao picked a live Dongshin grouper. The fishmonger scooped it out with a net. The fish was lively and flopping in the net. "This one is good with bright eyes and red gills," Chen Hao said, pointing at the fish. The vendor waited and packed it into a thick black plastic bag. He then went to the meat stall. Half a pork leg was displayed on the counter. "Boss, I want the middle section of the ribs. Cut it in half and chop it into 2-centimeter pieces," Chen Hao instructed. The vendor swiftly complied. Next, he went to the vegetable section and selected a few seasonal fresh vegetables: cabbage hearts, fresh shiitake mushrooms, and tender green asparagus. After gathering all the ingredients, Chen Hao walked out of the market with his bags. Xiao Wu parked the Audi A6 in front of the Qinshu Road courtyard. The guard checked Chen Hao's ID, saluted, and let him pass. Carrying several bags of ingredients, Chen Hao stepped into the gray-white building. The house was very quiet. During the 11th holiday, there weren't many people in the Sun family. Sun Kai's mother Li Chuanxia had taken a team to perform a visit in another city. The art troupe is busiest during holidays. The other three daughters and son-in-law in Beijing also took the opportunity to travel, not returning until the 6th. Only Sun Lao, the housekeeper Zhang Hui, and a duty soldier outside remained at home. Chen Hao brought the ingredients into the kitchen. Zhang Hui was tying on an apron to prepare the vegetables and paused her work when she saw what Chen Hao had brought in. "Young Master Chen, why did you buy so many vegetables?" "There are already some at home," she said. Chen Hao placed the plastic bags on the cutting board. "And Zhang, I'm the chef today. Just assist me a little." Chen Hao replied, taking off his coat and hanging it on the hook behind the door, rolling up his shirt sleeves, washing his hands, and tying on an apron. He picked up a kitchen knife and began to prepare the Dongshin grouper. The back of the knife scraped off the scales, the tip pried out the entrails, and he rinsed it clean, making precise cuts on both sides of the fish with smooth, fluid motions. These cooking skills were honed during the 3 years he cohabited with Lin Xiaoya. Back then, Lin Xiaoya never touched a drop of water. After work, Chen Hao had to come up with various dishes for her, forcing himself to become a great chef. Zhang Hui watched from the side, her eyes shining. She had worked in this family for over a decade and had never seen a young master with such knife skills. Chen Hao sliced green onions and ginger into thin strips, stuffed them into the fish's belly, and poured in some cooking wine for marination. He cleaned the shiitake mushrooms, slicing them thin, and trimmed the asparagus, blanching them for later use. The cabbage hearts were cut into fine shreds, blanched in boiling water, and arranged around the edge of the plate. He heated oil in a pan, the hot oil sizzling as it warmed up. He added the ginger, garlic, and green onions to the pan, frying until fragrant, then tossed in the ribs to stir fry until browned, adding rock sugar, aged vinegar, and light soy sauce, covering the pot to simmer. The sweet and sour aroma filled the kitchen. Sun Lao walked to the kitchen door with his hands behind his back. Watching Chen Hao's skillful tossing of the pan, the old man's eyes filled with appreciation. Nowadays, young people can hardly cook, let alone wash a bowl clean. This grandson not only makes a big splash outside, but can also cook at home, showing his down-to-earth side. It was 4 dishes and a soup were served on the table. Steamed Dongshin grouper, sweet and sour ribs, blanched cabbage hearts, stir-fried asparagus, and a flavorful mushroom soup. Chen Hao took off his apron and sat down opposite Sun Lao. Zhang Hui brought a bottle of Feitian Mitai and poured each of them a small cup. "Grandpa, try my cooking." Chen Hao raised his glass. Sun Lao lifted his cup, took a sip, and placed a piece of fish in his mouth. The fish was tender, cooked to perfection. There was no fishy taste at all. The old man nodded repeatedly, saying, "Not bad, your skills are much better than those of the cafeteria chefs. That rascal Shao Kai is abroad, hasn't he enjoyed your cooking quite a bit?" Chen Hao placed a piece of rib into Sun Lao's bowl. "Shao Kai is very busy now. He spends all day in the office, barely even has time to eat. I can only cook him a nice meal on the weekends." Sun Lao replied, "That kid Shao Kai used to only know how to play music and was not serious about anything. Can he really settle down and work over there?" Sun Lao asked. "Grandpa, people can change. Shao Kai, he is now responsible for the company's human resources management, overseeing more than a dozen gifted students from MIT. He arrives at the office first every morning and leaves last at night." Chen Hao closed his eyes, enthusiastically praising Shao Kai, completely oblivious to the fact that Shao Kai only shows such enthusiasm during parties. Sun Lao listened, the corners of his eyes crinkling with laughter. "Good. As long as you stay on the right path, it's never too late for anything." They chatted while eating. Chen Hao picked up the wine bottle, ready to pour Sun Lao a fourth cup. Zhang Hui interjected from the side. "Young Master Chen, the doctor has instructed. The chief's blood pressure has been a bit high these days, so he should only have 3 small cups per meal." Chen Hao, with a flick of his wrist, placed the wine bottle back on the table. "Grandpa, let's keep it at that for today. Your health is the priority." Sun Lao smacked his lips, finished the last sip of wine in his cup, and did not insist further. After lunch, the autumn sky was clear and bright sunlight pouring into the courtyard. Chen Hao accompanied Sun Lao out of the small building for a stroll in the courtyard. The two walked slowly along the tree-lined path. Most of the buildings in the courtyard were Soviet-style red brick structures from the 1950s and 60s. The exterior walls were modeled, exuding a sense of solemnity. Several black Audis and Hongqi cars were parked by the roadside. A few guards in military uniforms stood at the intersection. Sunlight filtered through the leaves of the sycamore trees, casting dappled shadows on the asphalt road. Occasionally they encountered a few familiar faces taking a walk as well. "Old Sun, have you eaten?" An elderly man in a Zhongshan suit approached. Sun Lao stopped. "I have. Oldly, you still seem quite healthy." "I'm holding up well." "Who's this?" Oldly looked at Chen Hao. "This is my grandson, Chen Hao," Sun Lao introduced. "Oh, quite a handsome young man." Oldly nodded, chatted a couple of sentences, and then walked away. After walking for a while, they arrived at a small garden with few people. The garden was planted with several osmanthus trees, filling the air with fragrance. Sun Lao sat down on a wooden bench. Chen Hao followed and sat beside him. The old man turned his head to look at Chen Hao. "Go ahead," Sun Lao said with a smile. Chen Hao turned to look at Sun Lao, but said nothing. Sun Lao pointed at Chen Hao, saying, "You've been so proactive today, buying vegetables and cooking. Is there something?" Chen Hao laughed, leaning back in his chair. "I haven't encountered any difficulties. My current business is proceed. It's just that there's something I'm unsure whether to pursue or not. I want to hear your opinion, Grandpa." Sun Lao took out his reading glasses from his pocket and wiped them with a soft cloth. "Go ahead, I'm not familiar with business matters, but I can help you with policy issues." Chen Hao organized his thoughts. "Grandpa, you've seen my file before. Besides doing business, I also hold a title with the United Nations. I'm a special advisor to the Global Digital Property Development Foundation under the World Intellectual Property Organization." Sun Lao put on his reading glasses and nodded. "I remember. What's going on? Did the foreigners assign you some work?" Chen Hao sighed. "Not only did they assign me work, but they also put some pressure on me. The foundation has tasked me with establishing a special fund for digital copyright protection in the Asia-Pacific region." Sun Lao initially thought Chen Hao was bringing up business issues in Beijing to seek approvals, land, or policies. Many young masters from affluent families spend their days pondering how to exploit family connections for shortcuts. But Chen Hao was discussing an official matter with a UN agency. It seems this kid knows his limits and isn't trying to take advantage of connections right away. This is a good thing. Working in an international organization is beneficial for your personal qualifications. Have you encountered any resistance? Chen Hao furrowed his brows, displaying a look of helplessness. The resistance does not come from the big, beautiful country, but from within the nation. Grandpa, you have managed cultural affairs in the past. You know better than I do the state of digital copyright in our country. Sun Lao did not respond, waiting for Chen Hao to continue. Chen Hao continued to analyze the situation. No one in the country acknowledges digital copyright at all. In every street and alley, the audiovisual shops sell nothing but pirated tapes and CDs. On the internet, it is even more chaotic, with all kinds of music and movies available for download without any oversight, and no one seems to think there is anything wrong with it. Sun Lao sighed. The foundation of the country is weak. The common people have just managed to solve their basic needs, but how can they afford to buy legitimate copies? The enforcement departments are understaffed and cannot keep up. This is an inevitable phenomenon during a developmental stage. Chen Hao nodded in agreement. You are right. But this situation has led to a very troublesome consequence. Foreign countries regard Longhua as a major disaster zone for piracy. Every year at international conferences, those developed nations bring this up to discredit our country. I am responsible for this work at the foundation, and my situation is quite awkward. A gust of autumn wind blew by. A few small yellow flowers fell from the osmanthus tree overhead, landing on Chen Hao's shoulder. He brushed the petals away. In the days since I returned to the country, I have also researched some record companies. I found that these copyright holders have essentially given up. They have been beaten down by pirates and do not expect digital copyright to generate revenue at all. Sun Lao understood Chen Hao's predicament. This matter involves too many parties. It is not something that a young lad like you or some foundation can resolve. Progress takes time step by step. What do you mean by saying you can't grasp the situation accurately? Chen Hao presented his plan. I want to start with a face. At least we will have something to show at the United Nations. Sun Lao's eyes lit up. A face project. These 4 words are not favorable in the political arena. What exactly do you want to do? Chen Hao began explaining based on the reasons he had prepared beforehand. When it comes to undertaking tasks, the breakthrough from nothing to something is the most crucial. The difference between having and not having is like heaven and earth. Currently Long's digital copyright protection is at 0. No one recognizes it, no one pays, and the copyright holders have not even thought about selling it. Chen Hao paused for a moment to let Sun Lao digest this information. I want to break this state of 0. I aim to facilitate the first batch of digital copyright transactions in the country. Even if it's just selling for 1 yuan, or even a cent, that would be a breakthrough from 0. Sun Lao's eyes glimmered, hitting the nail on the head. How will you facilitate it? Who will foot the bill? Chen Hao provided the answer he had long prepared. I will lead with the Asia-Pacific Digital Copyright Protection Special Fund. I will unite the relevant domestic authorities along with several mainstream audio and video copyright holders to jointly initiate a Longwood digital copyright protection action. Within this action framework, we will facilitate a batch of digital copyright transactions. Chen Hao pointed to himself. To ensure this project is implemented, I will foot the bill. I will use my own company to purchase this batch of digital copyrights. Sun Lao did not respond immediately. He rapidly calculated the political implications of this plan in his mind. The government departments will not need to allocate a single penny or bear any risk of trial and error. As long as they lend their name and issue an initiative, they can achieve a breakthrough from 0 in the field of digital copyright protection. This is not only a domestic achievement, but also a powerful weapon to counter Western criticisms in international meetings. The copyright holders do not need to incur additional costs and can receive a tangible copyright fee, though it may not be much. Chen Hao spends his own money to buy reputation, fulfilling his obligations to the United Nations Foundation and solidifying his position in international organizations. This is an excellent chess move that benefits all parties. No party's interests are harmed. It is exceedingly clever. Sun Lao looked at Chen Hao, growing more satisfied by the moment. This grandson of his not only understands technology and business, but also has an acute grasp of political logic. This line of thinking is on point. Sun Lao offered his judgment. From a national perspective, such a breakthrough from 0 carries strategic value. It can silence those foreign media. The relevant departments will be pleased to see this happen. Sun Lao shifted his tone. However, how will you control the costs of this face project by financing it yourself? Your little savings cannot fill the gap in the domestic copyright market. Chen Hao climbed higher on the ladder of the conversation. Grandpa, you hit the nail on the head. Therefore, I need to coordinate with those copyright companies and offer them a symbolic price. After all, their digital copyrights are worth nothing now, or they cannot sell them. I will pay to help them launch their products and promote them. They have to give me a friendly price. Sun Lao pointed at Chen Hao and laughed, chiding him. You lad, your calculations are quite precise. This is a strategy to earn reputation without spending too much. Chen Hao replied candidly. In business, one must always control costs. As long as the transaction is completed, whether it is 1 yuan or 1 million, the significance in news reports is the same. Sun Lao's smile faded. To make this happen, simply reaching out to the Copyright Bureau or the Ministry of Culture is not enough. You need to build momentum and gather all the stakeholders, which requires a strong leading organization. Sun Lao pondered the current institutional setup in the country. The Audiovisual Electronic Publishing Management Department of the National Press and Publication Administration. This department oversees all audiovisual publication and distribution in the country. If they step forward, it will be legitimate, and those record companies and film production centers will have to comply. Chen Hao was waiting for these words. The Audiovisual Electronic Publishing Management Department. Chen Hao pretended not to understand. Sun Lao nodded. Coincidentally, your third uncle Qian Guoping is the deputy director of this department. This matter falls under his purview. Sun Lao's third daughter is married to the eldest son of the Qian family. The Qian family holds major resources in public relations. This project will also be a substantial achievement for him. They are currently on holiday and will return on the 6th. I will inform Guoping in advance and share your thoughts with him. When work resumes after the holiday, you can go directly to his office to find him. You two can discuss the specific details. Chen Hao immediately smiled and said, Thank you for the support, Grandpa. With my third uncle coordinating this matter is already half done. Sun Lao waved his hand. We are all family, there is no need for thanks. You are handling this matter with a clear methodology, taking into account both the overall situation and practical results. Guoping helping you is also helping himself. The two sat in the garden for a while longer. The autumn sun warmed their bodies. Chen Hao glanced at his watch. It was 2 in the afternoon. Grandpa, I have a meeting at the company this afternoon, so I need to head back first. Son Lao stood up. Go ahead and be busy. Young people should do more work. Remember to meet Guoping after the holiday? Oh, I will send you his phone number shortly. Chen Hao agreed with a smile. He accompanied Son Lao back to the gray-white small building. Zhang Hui was cleaning the living room. Chen Hao greeted Zhang Hui, grabbed his coat from behind the door, and walked out of the courtyard. Xiao Wu drove the Audi A6 over. Chen Hao opened the car door and sat in the back seat. Back to the company. October 1st was particularly lively in Kyoto. The streets and alleys were adorned with red lanterns, and various celebratory events played repeatedly on television. The workers welcomed a rare 7-day holiday with bustling crowds in shopping malls and parks. This was a festival for the common folk. However, for the bosses and the leadership, the long holiday was nothing short of a disaster. Government offices were tightly closed, banks suspended public services, and all cooperative discussions between enterprises came to a halt. In the afternoon, Chen Hao sat in the office on the 4th floor of Matrix Technology, extinguishing a cigarette in the ashtray. He hated holidays, mainly because it left him with less time to manage affairs while there was still much work to be done. He could only try to move up whatever tasks he could, not willing to waste these 7 days. Chen Hao opened his laptop, launched a Word document, and began typing rapidly on the keyboard. He was drafting a document titled Proposal for Initiating the Digital Copyright Protection Action of Longhua. Chen Hao outlined the framework of the action proposal point by point using formal and precise language, striving to meet the document standards of government departments. Following that, he attached a complete set of detailed action plans. After finishing the proposal, he began drafting the accompanying digital copyright transfer agreements and authorizations. Having seen many such legal documents in his past life, he was well aware of the loopholes in the clauses. Chen Hao set the buyout duration to 20 years, but did not include exclusive terms. This was because the copyright holders could allow him to benefit significantly, but could not tolerate him having exclusive. Once the copyright prices surged and the copyright holders could continue selling, no one would dare breach the contract, considering Chen Hao's powerful background. If Chen Hao had signed exclusive agreements based on information asymmetry, the copyright holders would choose to breach the contract once they discovered their gold mine was being exploited, especially with low breach costs. Excess and moderation, as long as he could make money himself, he had no interest in stopping others from profiting. Chen Hao created a new document starting to list potential partners. Taiho Wheatfield, Gunstone Records, Jingwen Records, Haidai Music, and more than 10 established record companies from the mainland and Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan were all on the list. Next were over 10 large film and television production companies, as well as several mainstream television stations in the country. Together, these covered almost all currently valuable copyright holders. Chen Hao's mind flashed with the frenzied scene from the ringtone era of his past life. A song, Mouse Loves Rice, had monthly downloads exceeding several million, generating over 10 million in revenue. A song, Two Butterflies, saved a nearly bankrupt SP company, with the owner directly purchasing an entire floor of office space in the 3rd Ring Road. Yet the copyright holders behind these songs hadn't received a single cent in distribution initially. It wasn't until years later that strict copyright regulations were enacted, awakening these record companies to start vigorously protecting their rights. Looking at this long list, Chen Hao's eyes glimmered with fervor. At this point in time, it should be his last opportunity to acquire digital copyrights at a bargain price. In a few months, the SP market would reveal its terrifying capacity to attract funds. Those record and film companies that initially treated digital copyrights as worthless paper would quickly recognize the profit potential. By then, attempting to obtain authorization would cost dozens or even hundreds of times more and would face countless competitors driving up the prices. On the morning of October 2nd, Chen Hao took out his phone and dialed a number. The phone rang twice before being answered. Hello, Mr. Chen. Happy holidays. Happy holidays, Grace. I hope I'm not disturbing your rest. Chen Hao leaned against his office chair. Of course not. What urgent matter do you need me for? Without wasting words, Chen Hao got straight to the point. I want to register an institution in Xinjiang. It will be called the Asia-Pacific Digital Copyright Protection Special Fund. I will serve as the chairman of the foundation. I need a complete set of registration documents, official seals, financial seals, and a corporate account opened at your Huagi Xinjiang branch. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the line. Grace, having been in the financial circle for so many years, understood what a name with Asia-Pacific and Special Fund implied. In the mainland, such names often intimidate a large number of people. Xinjiang has a unique legal system. As long as it does not infringe on existing registered trademarks, company names have a high degree of freedom. Moreover, the shareholder information and financial status of non-listed companies are kept confidential, making it difficult for mainland institutions to verify. The title he previously purchased from the United Nations and the so-called Asia-Pacific Digital Copyright Protection Special Fund is essentially just a shell. When he initially hired a lawyer as an intermediary, it was agreed that there would be no actual operation. Hence, the Global Digital Property Development Foundation has not genuinely established this sub-fund, called the Asia-Pacific Digital Copyright Protection Special Fund. There were no operational institutions, official seals, or corporate accounts. It wasn't a problem when bragging, but when it came to officially collaborating with the government and major institutions, merely having a power of attorney was insufficient. Now he had to create a physical entity in Xiangjiang. By combining the registered special fund in Xiangjiang with the United Nations power of attorney, a complete logical loop could be formed. Mr. Chen, they resumed normal operations in Xiangjiang today after the holiday yesterday. Grace provided a professional response. Registering a non-profit foundation is relatively complicated. You will need to provide your identification documents and a set of foundation bylaws. I'll send the bylaws to you by email right away. You have the identification documents on file. Chen Hao made his request. I'm in a hurry, I need this set of procedures after the holiday. The regular process takes 2 weeks. Grace hesitated before not directly agreeing. I'll pay double there's no problem. I will personally follow up with the agency in Xiangjiang. We'll use the green channel to complete all procedures within 3 days. All right, Mr. Chen, I will get on it right away. After hanging up, Chen Hao began drafting the foundation's bylaws. On October 3rd, Chen Hao had Xiao Wu drive him to the Jingdao Resource Building, where Qiandu Company was located. The entire building was desolate with only a few companies still lit. Pushing open the glass door of Qiandu's office, dozens of workstations in the lobby were filled with people. The sound of keyboards clacking echoed, and the light from computer screens illuminated weary faces. Entrepreneurs had no holidays. Li Yanhong had previously signed a harsh bet agreement with the previous round of investors to secure this funding from Chen Hao. They had to increase revenue within 3 months or face substantial equity compensation. The pressure of the betting agreement loomed overhead, with Qiandu's entire staff only taking 1 day off on the national day, starting a marathon of overtime from the second. Chen Hao walked through the office area to a private office at the back. Li Yanhong was sitting at the computer staring at a massive code on the screen, holding a half-burned cigarette between his fingers. Old Chui was sitting on the nearby sofa clutching a laptop and typing rapidly. Mr. Li Engineer Chui, you haven't had lunch yet, have you? Chen Hao knocked on the open door. Li Yanhong looked up, his bloodshot eyes glancing at Chen Hao as he stubbed his cigarette into the ashtray. Director Chen, what brings you here? Li Yanhong stood up and rubbed his sore neck. I came to check on your progress and brought some food with me. Chen Hao waved his hand toward the door. Zhao Gang entered carrying 2 large plastic bags filled with Quanjued roast duck rolls and a few bottles of Red Bull. Old Chui caught the aroma and tossed his notebook onto the coffee table, leaning in closer. Let's eat while we chat. Chen Hao distributed the roast duck rolls to the 2 of them. Li Yanhong took a big bite of the roast duck and downed half a bottle of Red Bull, feeling a bit more energized. Have you looked at the interface documentation I sent earlier for the connection with Longwa Mobile? Chen Hao pulled up a chair and sat down. We've reviewed it. The ISMG gateway protocol is standard compliance. Old Chui replied while chewing. We have already set up a simulated testing environment based on the documentation. Currently, we are running data tests. How's the progress? Chen Hao asked. The underlying logic has been successfully implemented. The gateway's interception rules and billing interface have been reserved. Li Yanhong pulled out a napkin to wipe his hands. Once we resume work after the holiday and Longwa Mobile opens the official keys and ports, we can directly connect and complete the joint debugging in 2 days. Chen Hao nodded. Indeed, the technical capability of this group from Qiandu is commendable. After the holiday, I will go to finalize the formal agreement with Longwa Mobile. Chen Hao outlined the subsequent arrangements. You all need to be ready. Once the agreement is signed, we will start the integration immediately. We cannot delay the launch scheduled for next month. Li Yanhong reignited a cigarette and took a puff. Director Chen, there won't be any issues with the integration. However, we need to discuss an important matter in advance. Li Yanhong exhaled a smoke ring, his tone turning serious. Go ahead. The core business of Qiandu is all our focus must be directed towards the development and optimization of the Phoenix Nest system. This relates to the survival of the company. Li Yanhong pointed at the busy workstations outside. Regarding the SP supervision and distribution platform you mentioned, we have set up the underlying framework for you, and initial integration won't be an issue. However, we won't have the energy to manage the ongoing operation system upgrades and technical audits for new SP service providers in the long run. Li Yanhong's words were very straightforward. He couldn't allow the company's core technical team to be tied up with Chen Hao's project for an extended period. The deadline of the bet agreement loomed over him like a whip, urging him forward. Chen Hao did not argue. This was already part of his plan. Qiandu was merely a resource he intended to borrow temporarily. Now that the communications bureau and operators were settled, he couldn't keep borrowing indefinitely. I understand your difficulties, Chen Hao said with a smile. However, once this platform is established, it will indeed require a dedicated technical team for maintenance. How about this? Let Qiandu help me recruit a batch of technical personnel. Chen Hao proposed a solution. Recruiting under your Qiandu name will be more attractive and will help us find skilled individuals. Once the personnel are recruited, their positions will be under Matrix Technology. Old Chui will handle the initial training and technical handover. Once they can work independently, you will be completely relieved of the burden. Li Yanhong and Old Chui exchanged glances. This proposal was quite reasonable. It wouldn't take up Qiandu's existing core personnel and would resolve Chen Hao's concerns. As for the salaries, social security, and various expenses incurred during the recruitment of this batch of personnel, Chen Hao promised Matrix Technology will bear the full cost. Additionally, during the time Old Chui leads the team, I will pay him an extra consulting fee at the rate of a senior engineer of Chengdu. Old Cui's eyes lit up at the mention of the consulting fee. No problem, I will take care of this. Old Chui patted his chest. I will recruit a few sharp individuals. They will grasp this system in half a month. Li Yanhong also let out a sigh of relief. All right, we will proceed as you suggested. After the holiday, I will have the HR department issue a recruitment notice. With the matter settled, Chen Hao did not linger. You all carry on with your work. I won't disturb you any longer. Chen Hao stood up and left the Chengdu office with Zhao Gang. The morning of October 5th. A courier truck bearing the DHL logo stopped outside the Matrix Technology building. The courier took a document bag and swiftly ascended to the 4th floor. Zhao Gang signed for the delivery and brought it into Chen Hao's office. Chen Hao tore open the seal and dumped the contents onto the desk. Several gold-embossed English registration certificates and a thick foundation charter. 3 different size seals were neatly arranged in a box: a steel seal, a rectangular signature seal, and a round financial seal. Clearly engraved on them were the words Asia Pacific Digital Copyright Protection Special Fund. There was also a receipt for opening a public account from Huachi Bank's Hong Kong branch. Chen Hao picked up the round financial seal and weighed it in his hand. It was quite heavy. October 7th. Matrix Technology's 4th floor office. Several documents were scattered across the desk. The business license of the Asia Pacific Digital Copyright Protection Special Fund sent from Hong Kong was placed on top. Chen Hao sorted the materials into categories and placed them in a brown paper bag, sealing it with a wire staple. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. The call connected. Who is this? A low, middle-aged male voice came through. Uncle Sen, hello. I am Chen Hao. Chen Hao. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the line. Oh, Xiao Hao. The old man has mentioned you to me. Qian Guoping's voice was quite flat, clearly not very willing to acknowledge this relative. Qian Guoping maintained a natural wariness towards Chen Hao, a newly introduced relative. People in the courtyard disliked outsiders who waved the family banner, as they were less controllable. Once trouble arises, it is they who are in charge who will have to clean up the mess. However, since the old man had spoken, he had to extend this courtesy. Uncle Sen, I know you just returned from a trip, and I shouldn't disturb you at this time. Chen Hao paid no mind to Qian Guoping. The foundation is urging me about the Digital Copyright Protection Project, and I would like to report on the work in person. Keep work matters within the work process. Qian Guoping replied. Come to the headquarters to see me tomorrow afternoon at 3. I will be in my office. All right, I will arrive on time tomorrow at 3. The call ended, and Chen Hao placed his phone back on the desk. October 8th, 2:45 p.m. Outside the Xuanwu Gate in the office building of the National Press and Publication Administration. Chen Hao registered his ID and visitor information at the security desk while carrying a briefcase. After receiving his pass, he walked into the building and took the elevator to the floor where the Audiovisual Electronic Publishing Management Division was located. The corridor was covered with red sound-absorbing carpet, and most of the office doors were closed, occasionally interrupted by staff walking by with teacups. Arriving at the deputy director's office door, Chen Hao raised his hand and knocked. Come in. Chen Hao pushed the door open and entered. Qian Guoping sat behind a large desk, wearing half-frame glasses, reviewing documents. The redwood bookshelf against the wall was filled with various internal references and document compilations. He raised his head and assessed the young man before him. In a white shirt and dark trousers without a tie, holding a black briefcase. Chen Hao's attire was impeccable, neither overly ostentatious nor too naive like an ordinary university student. Uncle San. Chen Hao greeted as he stood in front of the desk. Have a seat. Qian Guoping gestured to the sofa in the reception area, setting his cup down and walking over. The two settled onto the sofa. The old man mentioned you were involved in some digital copyright project. Qian Guoping unscrewed the lid of his thermos and took a sip of water. This business is currently a hot potato. The country can't even manage physical piracy, let alone the digital copyright, which is an endless pit. What are you hoping to achieve by wading into such murky waters at this time? Qian Guoping asked directly. He did not want Chen Hao to use the family name to engage in dubious money-making activities. Chen Hao opened his briefcase, took out the proposal and the complete set of qualifications from the Xiangjiang Foundation and handed them to Qian Guoping with both hands. Uncle Sam, please take a look at this first. Chen Hao did not rush to explain. Qian Guoping set down his thermos and took the documents. He opened the first page and scanned the contents. Initially, he thought it was just an ordinary proposal, but as he read further, he slowed down his page turning. In the year 2000, Longwa was making its final push to join the WTO. Intellectual property protection was the fiercest point of attack by Western countries at the negotiation table against Longwa. The National Press and Publication Administration, as one of the supervisory units, bore immense external pressure. The funding was fully covered by the Asia-Pacific Digital Copyright Protection Special Fund, which would be used to purchase the first batch of digital copyrights in the country. This was a textbook-style achievement. The funding was fully covered by the Asia-Pacific Digital Copyright Protection Special Fund, which would be used to purchase the first batch of digital copyrights in the country. This was a textbook-style achievement project. There was no need for the administration to allocate a single cent, nor to bear any trial and/or costs. As long as it had a name, it could present a tangible achievement at international conferences, silencing those Western media. Qian Guoping picked up the red and blue pencil on the table and drew a heavy horizontal line under the words "Breakthrough of Zero." He looked up and re-examined Chen Hao, who was sitting across from him. "Did you write this proposal yourself?" Qian Guoping asked. "I drafted it," Chen Hao replied. "The foundation has prepared a special fund. However, this money was donated by my own company. My goal is to spend this money to complete the transaction for the first batch of digital copyrights in the country. But if I go talk to those record companies and film companies myself, I definitely won't succeed. Only with the administration taking the lead can this play continue." Qian Guoping leaned back on the sofa, took a sip of water, and began to silently calculate. This project was a gift that fell from the sky for the Audio and Video Electronic Publishing Management Department. If handled properly, it could not only bring visibility within the administration, but also earn recognition from. Most importantly, the qualifications provided by Chen Hao's foundation were complete, and the funding was provided by the other party, leaving no room for any violations. The seriousness on Qian Guoping's face faded, replaced by a gentle expression. "Xiaohao, your material is well written. Our country has a weak foundation in digital copyright. It is commendable that you have the foresight to use international organizations' resources to benefit domestic copyright development. It's all to get the job done." Chen Hao followed the conversation. "Uncle San, do you think the administration can take the lead in this project? Such a good deed that benefits the country and the people should be strongly supported by the administration." Qian Guoping gave a positive response. "However, according to the procedure, I need to report to the director and strive to pass through our department first, then report for the administration's approval." Qian Guoping closed the document and placed it next to him. "Besides our administration, this action also requires coordination with the National Copyright Administration and the Ministry of Culture." Qian Guoping began planning the follow-up work. "The record companies and film production centers listed in your proposal are all under our supervision. Once the administration's approval letter comes down, I will personally step in to coordinate a meeting with them. At that time, you will attend as the representative of the foundation to finalize the specific details of the copyright transfer. Then I will trouble you, Uncle San." Chen Hao stood up. This was their first meeting in the office, and as long as the deal was settled, it was not appropriate to stay too long. Chen Hao did not bring any gifts, nor did he mention treating to a meal. "You go back and wait for my notification. Once the process is complete, I will call you." Qian Guoping stood up and accompanied Chen Hao to the office door. On the morning of October 9th, an Audi A6 drove on the asphalt road of Xiqing District. Xiao Wu held the steering wheel with both hands, focusing on the road ahead. Chen Hao sat in the back seat, reviewing the documents in his hand. Lao Chui sat in the passenger seat with a black laptop bag on his lap. The car stopped in front of the Longwa Mobile Headquarters building. Chen Hao and Lao Chui got out, and under the guidance of the staff arrived at a small conference room on the 18th floor. Shen Hong, the head of the Value-Added Services Department of Longwa Mobile, was already waiting inside, seated behind 3 technical staff dressed in plaid shirts. Director Chen Yu came right after the holiday, quite proactive. Shen Hong stood up and shook hands with Chen Hao. "Mr. Shen, with the imminent launch of the Mobile Dream Network, I cannot afford to slack off." Chen Hao sat down across from the conference table. 2 printed copies of the cooperation agreement for the supervision and distribution platform for mobile value-added services were placed on the table. Chen Hao took out a pen, signed his name in the designated area, and stamped the company seal of Palm Infinite. Shen Hong checked the terms, and after confirming they were correct, also signed his name and stamped the Longwa Mobile contract seal. Director Chen, the contract is signed, and now it's time to get down to serious business. Shen Hong handed the contract to his assistant behind him. "Our technical team is ready and will finalize the interface details today." Chen Hao signaled to Lao Chui. Lao Chui placed the laptop on the conference table and connected the projector. The screen displayed the topology of the ISMG gateway. "Mr. Shen, our server cluster has been fully set up." Lao Chui went straight to the technical topic. "Regarding the concurrency limit for SMS, sending the document you provided states 2,000 messages per second. That threshold is too low. According to our predictions, during peak business periods, the concurrent volume will exceed 5,000. A technical staff member from Mobile opened his mouth to refute. 2,000 is the safe upper limit of our provincial gateway. If it is raised to 5,000 once data congestion occurs, it will paralyze the entire signaling network. We will solve the congestion issue." Lao Chui called up a set of test data. "We have added a layer of message queue middleware to the supervision platform. All the data sent by SPs first enters our cache pool. We will smoothly push it to your gateway at the rate of 2. This ensures high concurrency at the front end without impacting your underlying network." The technical staff from Mobile looked at the data model on the screen, exchanged a few words, and nodded in approval of this solution. "How do we synchronize the whitelist and blacklist mechanisms?" another Mobile engineer asked. "We will do front-end interception." Lao Chui typed on the keyboard to demonstrate the rule engine. The violation word database updates automatically at 2 a.m. every day. As long as a blacklist rule is triggered, data packets will be directly discarded at our gateway layer without occupying your downstream bandwidth. At the same time, the system will automatically generate interception logs, which will be sent to your supervision email every Friday at 5 p.m. The collision of technical details lasted for a full 2 hours. From the encryption method of the API key to the reconciliation cycle of the billing code, every link was meticulously gone through. Lao Chui demonstrated a high level of technical proficiency, providing comprehensive countermeasures for various extreme situations raised by the mobile engineers. At 12:30, all technical obstacles were cleared. Chen Hao took out a blank work schedule and placed it in the center. Mr. Chen, let's set a schedule. Chen Hao took a pen and drew lines on the form. This afternoon, you will open the ports of the testing environment. Tomorrow morning, we will start running simulated data. The joint debugging test will last for 3 days. Chen Hao looked at the schedule and nodded in agreement. On the 13th, we will issue the joint debugging test report. Chen Hao continued to write down the dates. On the 14th, we will officially deploy it to the production environment. Subsequently, as long as the Mobile Dream Network undergoes a full network public test, our supervision platform will go live simultaneously. Time is tight. Chen Hao looked at the schedule. However, let's stick to this. As long as your system doesn't fall short, mobile will not lag behind. It's a deal. Chen Hao put away his pen. The atmosphere in the conference room became relaxed. After leaving the Longwa Mobile headquarters building, Chen Hao got into the Audi A6. Lao Chui sat in the passenger seat, closed the laptop, and let out a long sigh. Director Chen, these technicians from Statone Enterprises are quite difficult. The questions they ask are very tricky. Difficult means they know their stuff. That's actually a good thing. People who understand the field will cooperate as long as you show real capability. Chen Hao leaned back in his chair. Xiao Wu started the car, and the Audi merged into the main road, joining the On the morning of October 10th, at 9 o'clock, a spacious conference room was filled to capacity. At the oval redwood conference table sat the heads of various ministries. Service personnel quietly approached, refilling the teacups of the leaders with hot water. The meeting commenced and good news was announced. Comrades, we have gathered everyone here today to first convey some good news. We have made a breakthrough in the negotiations regarding our entry into the world market. Last month, the Parliament of the Great Beautiful Nation voted to grant us permanent normal trade relations. Today, the Great Beautiful Nation will officially sign this bill. A round of enthusiastic applause erupted in the conference room. Smiles appeared on everyone's faces. The country had been negotiating for over a decade to join the world market. This journey had seen countless setbacks and difficulties. This bill had been the greatest obstacle on the path to entering the world market. According to relevant data, in the first 3 quarters of last year, domestic export companies paid nearly $4 billion in punitive tariffs due to the lack of most favored nation treatment. This was the hard-earned money of the workers forged through their toil. Now that this obstacle has been removed, it is equivalent to clearing the last critical hurdle for our entry. The heads of the ministries present let out a sigh of relief. The applause subsided. Unfortunately, there was more than just good news. Everyone, don't be too quick to celebrate. Even though there was a concession on the bill, those politicians will not allow us to pass smoothly. According to the latest intelligence received, many media outlets and legislators are stirring up trouble. They are attempting to impose various harsh additional clauses during the final protocol negotiations. The core target of their attack this time is the issue of domestic intellectual property protection. They accuse us of rampant piracy and a lack of regulation. They claim that our market environment tramples on the spirit of innovation. The Copyright and Publications Bureaus, you are the responsible units. The 2 directors who were called out straightened their backs, their expressions serious. They are using the piracy issue to target our weak spot. We cannot always be on the defensive. In the coming period, you must produce tangible results. We need to find powerful countermeasures to provide our negotiation team with ammunition. Let those media outlets. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, in the large conference room on the 7th floor of the General Administration of Press and Publication, the director sat at the very front of the table. Several deputy directors were seated on either side. The directors and deputy directors of various business departments sat in the back half of the room. Qian Guoping, the deputy director of the Audiovisual and Electronic Publishing Administration, sat by the window. The director slammed the notebook on the table. At this morning's meeting, our bureau was specifically mentioned, stating that our usual work is not solid enough, and we fail to provide adequate responses at critical moments. The negotiations for entry into the world market have reached a critical stage. The Westerners have us by the throat over the piracy issue. Let's discuss how to respond. How can we make some noise in the short term and report back to the higher-ups? The conference room fell silent as everyone quickly contemplated and organized their thoughts. Lee, the deputy director in charge of publication, cleared his throat, breaking the silence first. Director, I have a suggestion. Lee flipped open his notebook. The piracy issue is a chronic problem. To achieve results, we must address it at the source. I propose that our bureau collaborates with the Copyright Bureau and the Ministry of Public Security to conduct a nationwide special operation against piracy. I suggest we mobilize a capable team to form 10 supervisory groups to go to Guangdong, Fujian, and other piracy-stricken areas. We should require local public security agencies to cooperate and raid underground CD production lines. We aim to dismantle over 50 counterfeiting and fraud rings within a month. We should confiscate over 20 million pirated CDs. As long as the figures look good, this is a result. The deputy director in charge of distribution, Wang, echoed this. Old Li's proposal is actionable. I would like to add one point. Simply apprehending and confiscating is not enough. We need to create a buzz. We could hold the destruction ceremony outside the workers' stadium in Kyoto, renting 2 heavy road rollers to cover the entire square with those 20 million CDs. We should invite reporters from Reuters, the Associated Press, and Agence France-Presse to the scene and send them press releases. The visual impact would be tremendous. Listening to the speeches of these 2 deputy directors, the other directors nodded in agreement. This was a common tactic within the system to respond to sudden inspections. Simple, crude, and effective. The director leaned back in his chair, his brows furrowing into a frown. He did not take notes on these suggestions. Old Wang, the methods you mentioned are things we do every year. Rolling over CDs with road rollers is something foreign media has long grown tired of. Do you think those foreign reporters are fools? They will take pictures and write articles critiquing us for putting on a show. What they want to see are changes that align with international standards, not how we destroy CDs. What the leadership wants are results that can be taken to the negotiating table, not a few underground production lines or some waste plastic. They want institutional constructions that can silence the foreigners at the negotiation table. Your old-fashioned solutions cannot resolve the current predicament. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense. Leadership rejected conventional methods, yet no one could come up with new ideas. Intellectual property protection is a slow process that requires improvements in laws and regulations, as well as an increase in public awareness. To achieve institutional results in the short term is nothing short of a fantasy. Everyone looked at each other, and no one spoke. Sitting in the back, Du Peng, the director of the Audiovisual and Electronic Publishing Administration, raised his hand. The director glanced over. Du Peng, do you have an idea? Du Peng stood up. Director, we definitely need to continue with traditional methods. That is the basic strategy. But if we talk about new ideas, our department indeed has one. Du Peng turned to Qian Guoping, who was sitting beside him. Yesterday afternoon, Comrade Qian Guoping from our department reported a plan to me. I find this plan very much in line with the requirements proposed by the Chancellor. Du Peng pointed at Qian Guoping. Let Comrade Guoping provide a detailed report to all the leaders. Qian Guoping, what new ideas do you have? Please share. Qian Guoping stood up, holding a neatly bound stack of A4 papers. This was the proposal that Chen Hao had given him yesterday. Having worked in the bureau for so many years, he knew exactly when to step into the spotlight. Now was precisely the time when the bureau needed solutions the most. Qian Guoping began to report his suggestions based on Chen Hao's plan. Director, esteemed leaders, the current piracy issue is mainly concentrated in physical audiovisual products. This market segment is thoroughly rotten, and it's hard to remedy it in the short term. Qian Guoping threw out a lead. But there is an emerging field that is still a blank slate in our country. That is digital copyright. Upon hearing the term digital copyright, the several deputy directors present displayed puzzled expressions. In 2000, the internet in the country had just begun to take off. Ordinary people still used dial-up connections to access the internet, so slow that it took ages to load a single image. No one took the music and text online seriously. Digital copyright, the director asked. Is anyone managing this? Precisely because no one is managing it, this is the key to breaking the deadlock. Qian Guoping echoed Chen Hao's rhetoric and began a logical deduction. Western countries criticize us for lacking the soil for intellectual property protection. If we can achieve something from scratch in this cutting-edge field of digital copyright, it will be the best counterattack. Qian Guoping raised the plan in his hand. I have a proposal here put forth by the Asia-Pacific Digital Copyright Protection Fund under the United Nations World Intellectual Property Organization. Upon hearing the names of the United Nations and the World Intellectual Property Organization, the expressions of the people in the conference room changed slightly. Involving international organizations changes the nature of this matter. Qian Guoping continued his report. This foundation intends to promote the standardization of digital copyright in our country. They have approached our audiovisual department, hoping that our General Administration of Press and Publication will take the lead to jointly initiate a Longwood digital copyright protection action. The director interrupted Qian Guoping. Take the lead. Does this require us to allocate funds? The budget in our bureau is limited as the year-end approaches. No need for us to spend a single cent. Qian Guoping revealed the most crucial card. All operational funds will be covered entirely by this Asia-Pacific Special Fund. They will invest in purchasing the first batch of digital copyrights from domestic audiovisual production companies and record labels. Qian Guoping emphasized his tone. Director, this will be the first batch of digital copyrights truly transacted in our country. This represents a genuine breakthrough. Low murmurs of discussion arose in the conference room. Everyone understood the cleverness of this plan. The General Administration only needed to lend its name and issue an initiative. No need to allocate funds, no need to bear commercial risks. They could claim credit for the first batch of digital copyright transactions in the country. Moreover, the partner is a foundation under the United Nations. This not only allows us to gain visibility domestically, but also directly elevates our political achievements to the international stage. Chen Guoping watched the director's reaction, continuing to build on his argument. This plan leans more towards a superficial initiative at this stage. However, its political significance is enormous. This is a milestone event. With this transaction, our negotiating representatives in Geneva will have a solid foundation. We can confidently tell the Westerners that Longhua is not only cracking down on physical piracy, but is also aligning with international standards in the cutting-edge field of digital copyright, achieving substantive commercial implementation. Chen Guoping handed the materials in his hand to the staff in the front row, asking them to distribute them to the leaders. This is the Foundation's registration qualifications and authorization documents. The procedures are very complete. The director received the photocopy. He took out his reading glasses from his coat pocket and put them on. He picked up the bank account opening receipt issued by the Xiangjiang Huagi Bank and carefully checked the English header and fund flow on it, confirming that this is a legitimate entity operating with real funds and not a shell company. On the 6th, Chen Hao had already transferred the over $50,000 left in the Huagi account to the Foundation's account. The director took off his reading glasses and put them back in the case, his previous gloom dissipating and his face glowing with excitement. This plan is excellent. It has depth, innovation, and an international perspective. The director looked at Chen Guoping, not sparing any words of praise. Comrade Guoping, your audiovisual department has made a significant contribution this time. This spirit of innovation is worth learning for the entire bureau. In our work, we must break free from existing frameworks and be adept at utilizing external resources to serve our national interests. Receiving public praise from the director, Chen Guoping maintained a humble expression. All of this is innovative work conducted under the guidance of the bureau leadership. Chen Guoping sat back down. The director picked up his teacup and took a big sip of water. A complete reporting logic had formed in his mind. As long as this project is reported to the cabinet, the Prime Minister will definitely be satisfied. The director cleared his throat and began summarizing the meeting. Comrades, the direction is clear. We will proceed according to this direction. The director looked at the deputy directors on either side. Old Wang, the anti-pornography and concentrated destruction initiatives you proposed earlier must also be executed, and we need to create a significant momentum. The director paused for a moment and summarized his thoughts. I have decided to integrate these routine actions with this new proposal from the audiovisual department. We will collaborate with the National Copyright Administration and the Police Department to organize a large-scale Intellectual Property Protection Month event. The anti-piracy and destruction efforts will showcase our determination in law enforcement. This Longwood Digital Copyright Protection Action will be the core highlight of this Protection Month, a key display of our institutional development to the international community. The director raised his head and began assigning tasks. Oldly, the proposal for anti-pornography and destruction must be submitted to me by the end of the day tomorrow. I will personally approach the police department to discuss with Minister Jiang and finalize the joint action. Old One, you must strictly oversee the media list. Not only should we invite foreign media, but we also need to invite influential domestic financial newspapers. We must hype up the concept of digital copyright and create a strong momentum. The director finally looked at Chen Guoping. Guoping, you will be fully responsible for this digital copyright protection action. Immediately connect with that Asia-Pacific Foundation and finalize the details of the plan's execution. Contact those major record companies and film production centers in the country. Tell them this is a national task that requires their full cooperation. The director issued a strict order. Special matters will be handled specially, and we will provide a green light throughout the process. I want to see this action initiated and yielding results in the shortest time possible. All departments should begin preparations according to their assignments. The meeting is adjourned. On October 11th, at 2:30 p.m. in the office of the Deputy Director on the 7th floor of the General Administration of Press and Publication, Chen Hao pushed the door open and walked in. This time, Chen Guoping did not want to remain aloof as he did last time. Seeing Chen Hao enter, he took a few steps forward and extended his right hand. The two shook hands. Chen Guoping pointed to the sofa for Chen Hao to sit down, then turned to pick up the thermos and personally brewed a cup of green tea for Chen Hao. The General Administration held a leadership team meeting yesterday afternoon. Chen Guoping placed the teacup on the coffee table and sat down across from Chen Hao. The cabinet conveyed the spirit of the meeting, and the negotiations for entry into the World Trade Organization have reached a critical juncture. The West is using the piracy issue to pressure us. The director was very upset during the meeting and expressed dissatisfaction with the traditional methods of combating pornography and piracy. I submitted your plan. Chen Hao picked up the teacup and blew on the steam without interrupting, waiting for more. The director highly praised this plan. Chen Guoping's tone conveyed joy. The director decided to make our digital copyright protection action the core highlight of this nationwide Intellectual Property Protection Month event. Special matters will be handled specially, and we will provide a green light throughout the process. This task has been assigned to me for full responsibility. Chen Hao put down the teacup. Congratulations, Sanifu. If this matter is accomplished, it will represent a substantial achievement both in the general administration and at the cabinet level. Qian Guoping waved his hand. Achievements are a matter for later. The key is to get the job done. We need to finalize the execution details urgently. We can't just keep it on paper. Qian Guoping took out a soft notebook and flipped to a page filled with writing. I thought of a practical plan last night. We will first issue a notice to the top record companies and film production centers, invite them to come to the general administration for a seminar. At the meeting, we will unify thoughts and explain the international pressure the country is facing. We will urge them to consider the bigger picture and cooperate with this action. Qian Guoping pointed at the notebook with his pen. Once we have unified thoughts, we will introduce your foundation's matters. Then we will sign the digital copyright transfer agreements with them. Our general administration will issue a news release and contact several official newspapers to publish it. This matter will be considered complete. What do you think? After hearing this plan, Chen Hao picked up a cigarette from the table, took one out for Qian Guoping, and took one for himself. Lighting the cigarette, Chen Hao took a puff. Sanifu, if this is how you proceed, it will suffice for a formality in the country. But it won't achieve the counterattack effect the Prime Minister desires. Qian Guoping's hand holding the cigarette paused in midair. What do you mean? Chen Hao flicked the ash off his cigarette. What is needed from above is something that can serve as leverage at the negotiation table in Geneva. We need something that can silence the foreign media with its international influence. Calling people into the conference room, shutting the door to have them sign a dry press release won't work. The foreign media will completely ignore it and might even write a report claiming that this is a forced levy by the Dragon country's officials just to show. Qian Guoping frowned. Having spent a long time within the system, he was accustomed to this top-down administrative order. He lacked experience in dealing with foreign media. Then what do you suggest we do? Qian Guoping asked. We can't just hold a symposium. We need to make a big splash. Chen Hao pressed the half-burnt cigarette into the ashtray. I suggest a combination of real and virtual strategies proceeding in 2 steps. Qian Guoping picked up a pen ready to take notes. The real aspect is the symposium you just mentioned. But this must be a closed-door meeting not open to the public. You will summon people in the name of the general administration without needing to mention any international pressure. These cultural industry bosses are all savvy individuals. Discussing the bigger picture with them is useless. Chen Hao slowed down his speech. Just tell them that the issue of digital copyright is a political task. The general administration is going to team up with the Copyright Bureau for a crackdown. Those who cooperate with the government to set a positive example in this action will have smooth sailing for their future license approvals and distribution qualifications. Those who lag behind will be investigated by the supervisory team of the general administration. Qian Guoping understood. This was the carrot and the stick. The price is symbolic. Just operate at the lowest price they can accept. At the closed-door meeting, finalize all transfer agreements. Once we have these agreements, we will have genuine transactional evidence to promote externally. Chen Hao continued. Next is the virtual aspect. With the agreements in place, we won't fear any mishaps. We need to host a high-profile international summit on digital copyright protection. This forum will be co-hosted by the National Press and Publication Administration, the National Copyright Administration, and the Global Digital Property Development Foundation. Chen Hao planned based on events he participated in during his previous life. The venue should be one of the top hotels in Kyoto, like the Guamao Hotel or the Peninsula Hotel. The guest list must be prestigious. Invite leaders from various ministries to attend. Domestic legal experts, representatives from internet companies, and those copyright owners who have signed agreements must all be present. Qian Guoping's mind was completely opened. Arrange for leaders to give speeches at the forum, setting the tone for the country's protection of intellectual property. Schedule experts to present reports discussing future trends in digital copyright. Organize several roundtable discussions, and let those copyright owners take the stage to express their support for national policies. Chen Hao continued to depict the vision for the forum. Then, in the presence of all media, announced the initiative for the protection of digital copyright in Dragon Country. Representatives from all attending organizations will come on stage to sign and co-sign, pushing the momentum to its peak. Finally, the core segment hosting the first digital copyright transaction signing ceremony in Dragon Country. As a representative of the foundation, I will exchange contracts with those copyright owners under the spotlight. The transaction amount will be displayed on the big screen. This is what the foreign media wants to see. With official endorsement, participation from international organizations, and concrete commercial implementation. Qian Guoping took a deep breath. He looked at Chen Hao sitting across from him. This young man, barely 19, had transformed what was originally a dry administrative levy into a grand international political public relations spectacle. Such proficiency in the tactics of political activities is something that even those old scribes in the general administration who have worked for decades couldn't think of such a comprehensive plan, let alone a freshman. Qian Guoping set aside his previous condescending attitude of an elder toward a younger person. Xiao Hao, your plan is very thorough. But for such a grand international forum, domestic media alone won't suffice. We also need reputable foreign media and international organization representatives to stand on stage. Can your foundation invite them? Qian Guoping raised the most crucial question. He needed to know what Chen Hao's status was in that foundation. Chen Hao leaned back against the sofa looking relaxed. Third uncle, leave the foreign media to me. I will hire journalists from Reuters, AP, and the Wall Street Journal in Beijing through a PR firm. As long as the travel expenses are covered, they will come. Chen Hao paused for a moment. As for the foundation, I will invite the chairman of the Global Digital Property Development Foundation to fly to Kyoto personally to attend this forum and sign the initiative. Qian Guoping was a bit surprised. You can get the main person to come. Money can make the world go round. Chen Hao did not elaborate further. In his past life, when he was involved in the crypto world, he was best at hiring various foreigners to act as fronts. Find a well-mannered, well-groomed foreigner, dress him in a high-end suit, and have him memorize a few lines of the speech. In the year 2000, when information was extremely asymmetric, no one in the country could check the details. Moreover, he really could get in touch with the foundation, and it wouldn't be difficult to spend some money to invite the chairman for a visit. All right. Qian Guoping glanced at the notes he made and nodded. Then let's proceed with your plan that combines both real and virtual aspects. Let's divide the tasks. Domestic official coordination will be handled by me. I will communicate with the Copyright Bureau to bring them in as co-hosts. I will contact the venue booking the banquet hall at Guomao Hotel. I will send invitations to domestic official media, including Huaxia News Agency, Renbao, and Dragon Country Television. Qian Guoping looked at Chen Hao. I will issue a formal notice in the name of the general administration to those record companies and film production centers. Invite them to a closed-door meeting. I will personally oversee it, working with them one by one. I guarantee that all copyright transfer agreements will be signed before the forum starts. Chen Hao nodded in agreement with this division of labor. No problem. I will be responsible for inviting foreign media and foundation personnel. All material setup and conference expenses on the day of the forum will be fully covered by my company. We want to use the general administration's accounts to avoid any procedural issues for you. Qian Guoping was very satisfied with Chen Hao's thoroughness. The two continued to discuss the forum's details. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Chen Hao glanced at his watch. Third uncle, it's getting late. I need to head back and prepare. I need to contact the foreign media in advance. I also need to expedite the invitation for the foundation's chairman. Qian Guoping stood up. All right, you go ahead and get busy. Let's stay in touch by phone. Qian Guoping escorted Chen Hao to the office door. Xiao Hao, I have scheduled the closed-door meeting for next Monday. Prepare the transfer agreements in advance. We will sign them on the spot in the conference room. Understood. I have already drafted the agreements. I will be there on Monday on time. Chen Hao carried his briefcase and exited the building of the National Press and Publication Administration. At 8 o'clock in the evening in the office on the 4th floor of Matrix Technology, Chen Hao leaned against the sofa, picked up his phone, and dialed a long-distance number. A lengthy beeping sound came from the receiver. There is a 12-hour time difference between Longhua and Niuyu. It is currently 8 in the morning in Niuyu. The call connected, and a slightly hoarse voice of Robert Harrison came through. Harrison Miller Law Firm, this is Rob. Good morning, Lawyer Robert. This is Chen Hao. Chen Hao switched to fluent American English. There was silence on the other end for 2 seconds, followed by the sound of a chair sliding. Mr. Chen, I am pleased to receive your call. How is your business progressing in Longhua? Robert's tone became very smoothly. The Foundation's documents have been a great help. Chen Hao lit a cigarette and took a puff. I am reaching out to you today regarding a new business opportunity. Please go ahead. The Longhua government intends to hold a high-profile international summit on digital copyright protection this month, led by the General Administration of Press and Publication, with the National Copyright Administration participating. As a co-organizer of this forum, I am responsible for inviting foreign guests. Chen Hao flicked the ash into the air. I need the chairman of the foundation to personally fly to Kyoto, attend this forum, and sign the initiative letter for this. Robert paused on the other end. Inviting celebrities to give speeches is a common side business in the legal profession of the beautiful country. They have access to numerous contacts of politicians, scholars, and heads of non-governmental organizations. As long as the money is right, even a retired president can be invited to cut the ribbon. According to industry practice, the first step in negotiations must be to raise the bar. Mr. Chen, this is somewhat difficult. Robert measured his tone. Chairman David Smith is a highly respected scholar. His schedule is very full, dealing with a large number of international affairs every day. Convincing him to cancel other commitments to make a trip to Longhua requires. Robert, we are all smart people, let's not beat around the bush. Chen Hao interrupted him. Just give me a price. Not feeling embarrassed at being directly called out, Robert enjoyed this type of straightforward client. He quickly calculated in his mind a few days of business travel to Longhua would place David Smith's psychological price at around $20,000. Adding his own commission, he also needed to leave room for negotiation. $30,000, Robert stated the figure. This does not include international airfare and 5-star hotel travel expenses. Of this, $5,000 is my service fee. I will ensure David Smith is present at the venue in Kyoto on time. $30,000 translates to over 200,000 Longwa yuan. In 2000, that could buy a small two-bedroom apartment in the third ring of Kyoto. Chen Hao did not hesitate at all. With the SP market opening next month, this amount of money was just a drop in the bucket. Chen Hao agreed readily. The specific time for the forum will be set within this month, and I will notify you a week in advance. You will handle his itinerary then. Robert laughed on the other end of the phone. Mr. Chen, you are the most straightforward client I have ever encountered. I look forward to our cooperation. Don't rush to hang up, though I have another request. Chen Hao extinguished his cigarette. Your law firm often helps coordinate such events. You should be familiar with the media circle in the beautiful country. I would like to find a few mainstream media outlets like Reuters, Associated Press, and Wall Street Journal's reporters in Beijing to cover the event. What are the rates for publishing? How is the appearance fee calculated? Robert was well aware of these market conditions. Publishing a standard news release costs $1,000. If a reporter needs to be present sitting in the front row with a camera asking questions, the appearance fee is $5,000 per person. Travel expenses are extra. Chen Hao took a notepad from the table and wrote down several figures. I want 10 publishing slots and 3 appearance slots. The media level cannot be lower than the few I just mentioned. Chen Hao made his request. Including the chairman's appearance fee, the total is $55,000. No problem, I will send you the list and the reporter's contact information. Robert agreed. Send the firm's public account details to my email. I will transfer you a deposit of $10,000 shortly. The remaining balance will be settled on the day the itinerary is confirmed. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Chen. I will get things done beautifully. After hanging up, Chen Hao called the customer service of Huaji Bank to arrange the transfer. In Nuyue, in the Manhattan area, in an office building near First Avenue, is the headquarters of the Global Digital Property Development Foundation. David Smith sat on the sofa, holding a cup of black coffee. He is a white man in his 60s with graying hair, dressed in an exquisite tweed suit and wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. Sitting opposite him is Thomas, the general manager of Bertelsmann Group for the beautiful country. Bertelsmann is one of the leading media giants in the world. Thomas and David Smith have been old acquaintances for many years. David, those record company folks have gone crazy. Thomas put down his coffee cup, complaining. The Record Industry Association of the beautiful country has united 5 major record labels to launch a devastating lawsuit against Napster. They are asking the court to completely shut down the site. Napster is currently the most popular P2P music sharing software on Blue Star. Tens of millions of young people are downloading MP3 music for free. This has disrupted the traditional record company's cheese. Thomas, you have to understand them. David Smith leaned back in his chair. The existence of Napster has significantly reduced CD sales. They are defending their livelihoods. Defending their livelihoods cannot be done by obstructing technological progress. Thomas spread his hands. Online distribution of digital copyright is the trend of the future. Bertelsmann plans to invest in Napster, providing them with legal music rights to establish a paid download. However, the old guards of the Record Industry Association refuse to listen. They oppose not only piracy, but also digital copyright itself. They fear that online music will completely destroy the offline record industry. Thomas sighed. I came to see you today to see if we could use your foundation's channels to organize a seminar under the framework of intellectual property protection to bring the Record Industry Association people together for a discussion. To leave a lifeline for Napster. David Smith shook his head. Thomas, the foundation is just a non-governmental. We cannot influence those record tycoons holding heavy money. They currently do not even regard Congress members, so how would they listen to my advice? The phone on the table rang. David Smith glanced at the caller ID and answered the phone. Robert, do you have any good news? David Smith asked. Robert Harrison's voice came from the other end of the line. David, there is a big business opportunity. The Longwa government wants to hold an international summit on digital copyright protection. The organizers want to invite you to personally give a speech and sign the initiative letter. David Smith raised his eyebrows. Longwa. They can't even manage physical piracy, and now they want to promote digital copyright protection. This is led by a young man named Chen Hao, the same individual who purchased the special consultant title from us last. Robert explained. They offered a fee of $25,000 and will cover all travel expenses. The time is set for this month. It's quite profitable to earn that money in just a few days. Upon hearing the quote of $25,000, the nonchalance in David Smith's eyes vanished. The foundation doesn't typically make many social donations. This sum is quite a substantial additional income for him. $25,000 is a fair price. David Smith agreed. Tell that young man I will attend on time. Have him send me the topic and agenda of the speech, and all right, I will arrange everything. David Smith hung up the phone, took a sip of his coffee, and smiled at Thomas across from him. Thomas, can you guess what just happened? Someone invited me to Dragon Country to attend an international forum on digital copyright protection. Thomas paused for a moment, then laughed. Dragon Country, the place where pirated discs are sold everywhere. They want to engage in digital copyright protection. Exactly, it's that Dragon Country. David Smith set down his coffee cup. And it's being led by the government. The National Press and Publication Administration is the organizer. They even plan to issue some kind of initiative. Piracy is rampant there, but the government's enforcement capability is strong. They are willing to pay for me to be there, so I have no reason to refuse. Thomas' smile faded, and his mind began to race. As an executive of a multinational media giant, Thomas had a keen business sense. The Big Beautiful Country's Recording Industry Association has always suppressed the development of digital music under the guise of protecting intellectual property rights. They claim that digital copyright cannot be regulated and would destroy the entire music industry. In Dragon Country, a place where the internet has not yet been widely adopted, the government is publicly supporting the commercialization of digital copyright. This is an extremely stark contrast. If the attitude of the Dragon Country government supporting digital copyright can be conveyed back to the Big Beautiful Country through the media, it can create a pressure in public opinion. While Dragon Country is actively embracing the commercialization of digital copyright, the recording giants of the Big Beautiful Country remain stagnant. Such news, once published, can spark widespread discussion and exert tremendous pressure on the Recording Industry Association. This is highly beneficial for Bertelsmann's plan to save Napster. David, when exactly does this forum take place? Thomas fixed his gaze on David Smith. This month, but the exact date has not been determined yet. David Smith replied, "Can you ask the organizers if I..." Thomas made a decision. "I will attend as a representative of Bertelsmann Group. I can give a speech about the future of digital copyright and the prospects of online distribution. I don't need a speaker fee. I will cover my own airfare and hotel expenses." David Smith looked at Thomas' serious expression and understood his intentions. "You want to use the opportunity in Dragon Country to perform for the people of the Big Beautiful Country. Just a mutual benefit." Thomas did not hide it. The Dragon Country government needs internationally renowned companies to support them. I need a platform to voice my opinions. This is a win-win situation. David Smith calculated in his mind. With the $25,000 appearance fee, bringing along a top executive from a global media giant would certainly delight the organizers. This would not only showcase his connections and strength, but also leave the young man named Chen Hao in his debt. "I'll call Robert right away and have him communicate." David Smith picked up the phone again and dialed Robert Harrison's number. New York Harrison Miller Law Firm. Robert had just received the deposit notification from Huaji Bank. The $10,000 deposit was already in the account. The phone on the desk rang. He answered the call and listened to David Smith's narration. The general manager of Bertelsmann Group's Big Beautiful Country region wants to attend the forum at his own expense. Robert's eyes lit up. What level of enterprise is Bertelsmann? It is one of the top 5 media empires globally. Such high-level executives are usually hard to pay for. To voluntarily request to attend a forum organized by a Dragon Country individual without pay and at their own expense is simply a windfall. "David, wait for my news. I will contact Mr. Chen right away." Robert hung up the phone and found Chen Hao's number to dial. In Kyoto Matrix Technology office. Chen Hao was looking at the news website on his computer screen. The phone on the desk rang. He picked up the phone to answer. "Mr. Chen, there's an unexpected surprise." Robert's voice came from across the ocean. "Go ahead. Chairman David Smith has agreed to attend the forum. Additionally, he expressed a desire to bring a friend along." Robert paused for a moment and emphasized, "Mr. Thomas, the general manager of Bertelsmann Group's Big Beautiful Country region. He is willing to cover all expenses and give a speech." Chen Hao was taken aback. Bertelsmann. This name is renowned in the media industry. He initially only expected David Smith, the nominal chairman of the Hollow Foundation, to make an appearance. He didn't anticipate hooking a real international shark. With the attendance of Bertelsmann executives, the specifications of this forum would be greatly elevated. The bosses of domestic record companies would surely cooperate upon seeing international giants present. The coverage from foreign media would also be more positive. Having Bertelsmann executives discussing digital copyright in Dragon Country is itself a highly newsworthy event. "Robert, this is excellent." Chen Hao controlled his emotions, appearing calm. "Please convey to Chairman David that the organizers are very welcoming of Mr. Thomas' arrival. Once in Dragon Country, I will be fully responsible for their reception, ensuring the highest standards." The call ended. Chen Hao picked up a half-pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from the table, took one, and pressed the windproof lighter. The blue flame flared up, igniting the tobacco. He inhaled deeply, the pungent smoke swirling in his lungs before exhaling through his nose. Thomas' proactive involvement exceeded his initial design. In his past life dealing with the crypto world, he learned a lot about international markets, and Chen Hao was well aware of the actions of these Wall Street capitalists and multinational executives. These individuals are driven by profit. They wouldn't cross half the globe to attend a forum organized by a developing country's government just to promote universal values of copyright protection. Chen Hao pulled over the keyboard and entered the words Bertelsmann and copyright into the computer's search browser. The screen refreshed and a few scattered English reports appeared. The web page loaded slowly with images refreshing one by one. Chen Hao focused on the text on the screen, and memories of the century copyright battle from the millennium were thoroughly activated. This year's Big Beautiful Country music market is at the epicenter of a massive earthquake. Napster, a P2P music sharing software, has tens of millions of active users, generating a vast amount of free MP3 downloads daily. The Big Beautiful Country Recording Industry Association has united with 5 major giants, including Universal, Sony, and Warner, to launch a frenzied lawsuit attempting to eradicate Napster from the servers by legal means. However, Bertelsmann, as one of the giants, has seen serious internal divisions. The reformists represented by Thomas do not want to destroy Napster. They aim to convert these tens of millions of freeloaders into paying subscribers, establishing a new digital distribution rule. Thomas needs leverage. He requires a sufficiently weighty official voice to demonstrate to the conservatives in the Big Beautiful Country that even Dragon Country, which is criticized by the West for rampant piracy, has begun to embrace the commercialization of digital copyright under government leadership. If the recording industry in the Big Beautiful Country continues to cling to outdated practices, it will be eliminated by the times. The Dragon Country government also needs international giants to uphold their image, showcasing their determination to protect intellectual property at the WTO negotiation table. Thomas urgently needs a platform at an official forum to send a message to the competitors in the Big Beautiful Country. By a twist of fate, he connected them without spending any money. In the year 2000, the audiovisual market in the Dragon Kingdom was a grotesque monstrosity. Over 90% of the tapes and CDs circulating in the market were pirated. Genuine tapes were priced at 10 to 15 yuan, while pirated ones were sold for only 2 or 3. Genuine CDs were marked at 60 to 120 yuan, while street vendors offered bootleg discs and burned CDs for 5 to 10 yuan. In the underground storage of Taihe grain fields in the Zhaoyang district of Kyoto, the owner Song Yu stood before rows of metal shelves staring at the mountain of cardboard boxes. The boxes were filled with unsold tapes and discs that had been returned by distributors. Song Yu reached out to open one of the boxes and took out a sealed CD that had yet to be unwrapped. This was a new album produced at a cost of over $1 million by a popular singer, recorded with top-notch equipment in the studio, and its promotion had covered the entire nation. Yet within 3 days of its release, pirated copies had flooded the streets and audiovisual shops. The sales of the genuine album were dismal, unable to even cover the electricity bills of the recording studio. In these times, creating records was akin to gambling. Releasing an album was synonymous with incurring losses. This was the dilemma faced by all record companies. Song Yu tossed the CD back into the box, dusted off his hands, and turned to leave the storage room. Back in the general manager's office upstairs, several executives were already seated on the sofa waiting. The storage room is almost overflowing, Song Yu remarked as he sat down behind his desk and adjusted his tie. Returns are coming in daily, the distribution director sighed. President Song, the distributors below are saying that pirates are delivering goods right to their doors sold by weight. Our genuine products are barely making a splash. Song Yu rubbed his face and issued an order. All physical album promotions are halted. Hold back on the new artists we're preparing to launch. Store the recorded songs in the archive for now. The artist director hesitated. President Song, how will the company generate income? Shift to offline, Song Yu replied decisively. We will channel all our resources and artist schedules into commercial performances and gigs. Nightclubs, corporate annual meetings, real estate launches. Anywhere that offers money, we will go. This is our only means of obtaining cash flow now. The executives nodded in agreement. With physical sales dead, the company could only rely on artists to perform and sustain itself. The office door swung open. A secretary entered with a document. President Song, the red-headed document from the audiovisual department of the General Administration of Press and Publication has just arrived. The secretary placed the document on the desk. Song Yu took the document and glanced through it. The document required the heads of major record companies and film production centers to attend a closed-door seminar at the General Administration's 7th floor conference room at 2:30 on Monday. It was stamped with the bold red seal of the General Administration. Looking at the document, Song Yu's mood worsened. The administration rarely used such stern language to summon business leaders to meetings, especially the words closed-door seminar, which carried an ominous tone. You all go ahead and get busy, Song Yu dismissed the executives. Once the office door closed, Song Yu picked up the landline and dialed Su Zhoming, the owner of Jingwen Records. Old Su, have you received the red-headed document from the General Administration? Song Yu inquired. On the other end of the line, Su Zhongming's irritated voice responded, just got it. Old Song, you have good sources. What does the General Administration intend to do? I'm not sure, Song Yu lowered his voice. I'm afraid they have set their sights on the commercial performance market. Our survival now depends on gigs. If the administration introduces any policies restricting commercial performances, we will be in dire straits. Don't scare me, Su Zhongming's voice rose an octave. I just signed a few rock bands and was planning to tour the southern provinces next month. Song Yu also called by Xiaoshi, the owner of Haidai Music. Bai Ziyashi's response was similar, filled with panic in his words. The three moguls agreed on a strategy over the phone. At Monday's meeting, no one would take the lead, regardless of what the General Administration proposed. They would collectively feign poverty. As long as they didn't touch the reserved land of commercial performances, everything else could be negotiated. At 2:15 on Monday afternoon, the building of the General Administration of Press and Publication, 7th floor conference room. Half of the domestic audiovisual and film industry gathered here. The artistic moguls who usually command the entertainment circle flaunting their power were all dressed in formal dark suits, sitting obediently at the conference table today. There was no loud chatter in the conference room, only low murmurs of conversation. Song Yusu Zhongming and Bai Xiaoshi sat together exchanging glances with uncertainty weighing heavily on them. At exactly 2:30, the wooden door of the conference room swung open. Qian Guoping, the deputy director of the audiovisual department, strode in, followed by a young man in a white shirt and dark trousers without a tie. This person was naturally Chen Hao. The eyes of the seated executives darted around Chen Hao. There was no one like him in the entertainment circle, and such a young leader had never been seen within the system. Anyone who could accompany Qian Guoping to such a high-level closed-door meeting must have significant credentials. Qian Guoping took his seat at the main position, while Chen Hao settled into the adjacent empty chair. Now that everyone is here, let's begin the meeting. Qian Guoping wasted no time on pleasantries and went straight to the point. The General Administration will soon collaborate with the Copyright Bureau and the Police Department to launch a nationwide intellectual property protection month. Qian Guoping scanned the room. This will be a crackdown operation focusing on investigating underground production lines for pirated discs and piracy sales networks. Upon hearing this, the executives breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the commercial performance market wasn't under scrutiny, they could manage. Cracking down on piracy was a good thing, although they had long lost faith in such sporadic crackdowns. They still needed to present a facade. Song Yu was the first to speak up. Director Qian, this decision from the General Administration comes at just the right time. Song Yu began to lament according to the script. We at Taiha Grain Fields have been driven to a dead end by piracy. The genuine tapes in our storage have piled up like mountains, and our staff can barely receive their wages. If we don't crack down on piracy, soon we will have to close our doors. Su Zhongming followed suit. Yes, Director Qian. We at Jingwen Records are in the same situation. The music we painstakingly create is immediately pirated for profit. We can't even afford a bowl of soup. Other executives chimed in, turning the conference room into a grievance session. Qian Guoping took a sip from his thermos, letting them vent. Chen Hao leaned back in his chair, quietly observing these moguls perform. As the noise in the conference room gradually subsided, Qian Guoping set down his thermos. We will make a substantial effort to combat traditional physical piracy this time. But there is another key focus for this protection month. The executives perked up their ears. The General Administration aims to prominently showcase our country's protection of digital copyrights. Qian Guoping introduced the core topic. The conference room fell silent for a few seconds. The executives exchanged glances. Director Qian, what exactly is digital copyright? Bai Xiaoshi from Haidai bravely asked. In the minds of these traditional record executives, copyright meant tapes, CDs, and videotapes. The term digital copyright was completely beyond their comprehension. Qian Guoping explained, it refers to digital audiovisual products that do not have a physical carrier, primarily existing in digital form on the internet or played offline on computers. For example, music in MP3 format, movies in RMVB format. The copyright for these items is digital copyright. The expressions of the bosses turned peculiar after hearing this. In their eyes, the internet of 2000 was a free garbage dump. Accessing the internet relied entirely on dial-up phone lines, and downloading a few megabytes of MP3 could take over 10 minutes. Everything online is freely shared. Who would spend money to buy it? Director Qian, Song Yu carefully chose his words. What does it matter what is on the internet? Our immediate priority is to eliminate the stalls selling CDs in Shoshui Street and Zhongguan Village. If physical albums do not sell, the company cannot survive. Who has the leisure to care about what's on computers? Exactly, Su Zhongming agreed. The music online sounds terrible, it's just for noise. No one would spend money. Who would protect that? Isn't this putting the cart before the horse? The bosses showed no interest in digital copyright. They were only concerned about their current physical sales and performance approvals. Chen Hao sat nearby, taking in the reactions of these individuals. He understood clearly that this was a cognitive blind spot caused by the limitations of the era. These veterans who had wrestled in the traditional record industry for decades could not foresee the terrifying profit potential that digital music would unleash after the launch of the Mobile Dream Network. The more they ignored it, the lower their bottom line costs would be. Qian Guoping's expression darkened. Everyone calm down. Offline piracy will definitely be addressed. However, this time the focus must be on cooperating with the General Administration to promote the protection of digital copyright. This event is a joint effort with an agency under the United Nations. The goal is to demonstrate our Dragon Nation's determination and measures to protect intellectual property rights on the international stage. This is a political task. Hearing the words United Nations and political task, the old foxes present understood. So that's how it is. The Bureau wants to do a face project to show off to the foreigners. No wonder they're ignoring the pirated CDs all over the streets and insisting on something no one understands like digital copyright. Understanding this, the bosses showed even less enthusiasm. They had no problem cooperating with the government for publicity. Hanging a banner and issuing a statement was trivial. but to expect them to spend real money or invest energy. No way. The atmosphere in the conference room turned indifferent. Some began to check the time, while others fiddled with their pens. Those who actively cooperate with the general administration during this action will have their future license approvals and distribution qualifications expedited. The bosses looked up. For those who do not cooperate, Qian Guoping's gaze was sharp as he scanned Song Yu and the others. The supervisory team from the general administration will come to audit your accounts tomorrow. Moreover, the general administration will collaborate with the cultural department to halt all performance approvals for your artists. With this statement, the entire conference room fell silent. Song Yu's pen fell onto the table. They were not afraid of an audit, at worst they would pay a fine. But halting performance approvals directly cut off their lifeline. Current record companies rely on performances to survive. If artists cannot perform, the company won't even be able to pay next month's rent and will go bankrupt on the spot. This threat was too severe. Song Yu reacted quickly. He straightened up, the indifference on his face vanished. Director Qian Taihao Maitian firmly supports the decision of the general administration. Song Yu declared loudly. Protecting digital copyright is a great thing that aligns with the trend of the times. Our company will absolutely cooperate fully. You direct us, and we will follow. Su Zhongming cursed in his mind at Song Yu's quick change of face, but did not lag behind. Jingwen Records too. Whatever the general administration needs us to do, whether it's manpower or resources, we will comply, without hesitation. We have been looking forward to this day for the protection of digital copyright. Bai Xiaoshi and other bosses also hurriedly followed suit, eager to express their loyalty. Fearing that they would be overlooked by the supervisory team from the general administration, Qian Guoping looked at the eager bosses in the conference room and nodded in satisfaction. Now that the intimidation tactic has been executed, it's time to get down to business. He pointed to Chen Hao, who was sitting next to him. Everyone quiet down. This is Chen Hao, a special advisor from the Global Digital Property Development Foundation under the United Nations World Intellectual Property Organization. This digital copyright protection initiative from the Dragon Nation was jointly launched by the General Administration and the Foundation, represented by Advisor Chen. The conference room quieted down. Dozens of eyes turned to Chen Hao simultaneously. These veterans who had been navigating the entertainment industry for decades were very perceptive. Chen Hao was too young, he looked like a college student. However, a powerful leader of Qian Guoping's level not only allowed him to participate in such a high-level closed-door meeting, but also treated him with courtesy. Song Yu picked up his teacup, using the action of drinking water to mask his observation. Su Zhongming and Bai Xiaoshi exchanged glances. Everyone had their own calculations. A young man with the title of United Nations Advisor, personally supported by a deputy director from the general administration. They were too familiar with this tactic. Most likely he was a young master from a prominent family in the capital, using a title to gain international recognition. Chen Hao met their scrutinizing gazes and simply turned on the microphone in front of him. Gentlemen, time is tight, so I will be brief. The core goal of this protection initiative is to achieve a breakthrough in the zero transactions of digital copyright in the Dragon Nation. We intend to hold a high-profile international summit forum, inviting foreign media reporters and representatives from international organizations to attend. At the forum, we will showcase the actual achievements of the Dragon Nation in digital copyright protection to the world. Hearing terms like holding a forum and organizing events, the bosses present were skeptical. Based on past experience, such large-scale official events usually required these enterprises to contribute financially. Sponsorship fees, conference fees, and they might even be forced to cover a few tables for banquets. They had prepared a whole set of sob stories, planning to bargain later. However, Chen Hao changed his wording, surprising everyone. To facilitate this breakthrough, the foundation has prepared a... Chen Hao drew a circle on the paper with his pen. We do not require each company to provide sponsorship. Instead, the foundation will invest to purchase the digital copyrights held by your companies. A brief silence filled the meeting room. Song Yu's teacup froze midair. Su Zhongming stared blankly at Chen. Bai Xiaoshi, bewildered, even checked his ears to ensure he hadn't misheard. Digital copyright. Purchase. In the year 2000, most MP3s on major websites were uploaded and shared by netizens for free download, costing nothing at all. These record companies couldn't even manage the piracy of physical CDs, and no one cared about the audio files played on computers. To them, this was as insubstantial as air, not even worth the price of scrap paper. Now someone is willing to spend real money to buy this unwanted air. And this forum isn't asking for their contributions, but is giving them money instead. Song Yu's mind raced. He looked at Chen Hao, more convinced of his earlier speculation. This young master was pulling strings to make his gilded project look good, throwing down heavy money for a show. Only a fool would turn down such a windfall. Advisor Chen Taihao Maitian fully supports your work. Song Yu was the first to respond. The copyrights we have are yours to choose from. Advisor Chen Taihao Maitian fully supports your work. Song Yu was the first to respond. The copyrights we have are yours to choose from. Advisor Chen, whatever you need we can provide. It is our honor to assist you and Director Qian in completing this political task. The bosses of these record companies in the mainland all expressed their support. After all, it was a matter of trading useless items for money while also giving face to this well-connected young master. This deal was advantageous regardless of how it was viewed. As for how much digital copyright could sell for, they simply didn't care. Amidst a chorus of harmonious expressions, a discordant voice emerged. Advisor Chen, Director Chen, we at Gunstone Records also wish to support the national policies. However, shouldn't we refine the pricing? The speaker was Huang Jiqiang, Vice President of Gunstone Records for the Great. He was a native of Xinjiang, having navigated the capital markets for many years. He looked at Chen Hao, calculating another. Huang Jiqiang was convinced that the bosses from the mainland were too conservative. Since the official funding was a facade project backed by foreign foundations, there was no harm in profiteering. Since this young man was eager for political achievements, he surely wouldn't mind spending a little more money. If he could strike a lucrative deal in this neglected business, reporting back to the headquarters in Xinjiang would be a significant accomplishment, and the board would reward him handsomely. Advisor Chen, we at Gunstone are different from those companies in the mainland. Huang Jiqiang leaned back in his chair. We hold exclusive copyrights to a plethora of top-tier artists from Hong Kong and Taiwan. The production costs of these music pieces are exceedingly high. Since this is a legitimate copyright transaction, it must adhere to market regulations. I propose a price of 10,000 per song. We will provide 100 selected songs to the foundation, totaling 1 million. This price is quite fair, isn't it? 10,000 per song. A gasp echoed in the conference room. Song Yu widened his eyes at Huang Jiqiang. Is this old guy out of his mind? The appearance fee for a third-tier singer nowadays is only around 10,000. He dares to charge 10,000 for a lousy audio file that can only be listened to on a computer. A few smaller record label owners nearby started to entertain Huang Jiqiang's proposal, since it was public funds who wouldn't want to profit a little more. Advisor Chen, our company's songs may not match Gunstone's fame, but they are also produced at a significant cost. We wouldn't dare ask for 10,000, but surely we should get a 3,000 to 5,000 per song right. A small business owner with long hair boldly spoke up. Yes, 3,000 per song, we'll take 50 songs. Another owner chimed in. Chen Hao threw his pen down on the table, looking at Huang Jiqiang and the others who had joined the ruckus. Mr. Huang, and to the other bosses here, I think you might be mistaken. The digital copyrights you hold aside from me, no one else is willing to pay for them. I am purchasing these copyrights not to sell them. I intend to place them on a website for free download by internet users. I am doing this to fulfill the Foundation's requirements to present a solid transaction record at the international forum and to uphold the image of Dragon Country's intellectual property rights. This is a loss-making endeavor for me meant to attract attention. Chen Hao's expression turned serious, his voice grew stern. I am giving you money to help you establish a positive example before the general administration. Are you now discussing market principles with me? Are you trying to raise prices? Chen Hao pointed at Huang Jiqiang. Have you forgotten what Director Chen just said? This is a political mission. You are treating the national political task as a bargaining chip for your own merits back in Xinjiang. Are you undermining the general administration or the nation? This accusation hung heavily in the air. Qian Guoping, who had remained silent, spoke up at the right moment. He picked up his thermos and slammed it on the table. Mr. Huang, it seems that Gunstone Records has significant resistance to the national policies. Qian Guoping coldly observed Huang Jiqiang. If you feel disadvantaged, then don't force yourselves to participate. Gunstone Records is excluded from this protection initiative. Qian Guoping flipped through his notebook and marked a cross next to Gunstone's name. For companies not participating in this action, the general administration will place them on a key supervision list. Subsequently, we will conduct the strictest reviews during the approval of publication numbers and the distribution of audiovisual products. Moreover, for companies lacking a broader perspective, we have reason to suspect there are uncontrollable risks in your other operations, such as artist performances. I will notify the comrades in the cultural sector to reassess all recent commercial activities of Gunstone Records. Huang Jiqiang's composure evaporated, cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He had overestimated his leverage and underestimated the devastating power of the mainland's administrative force. Gunstone Records made a fortune in the mainland entirely reliant on the general administration's publication numbers and the Ministry of Culture's performance approvals. If these two arteries were cut off, Gunstone's business in the mainland would be over. At that point, don't even think about taking credit. The board would strip him of everything. Director Chen, Advisor Chen, it's a misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding. Huang Jiqiang stood up, bending slightly, his attitude completely reversed. I was just joking earlier, trying to lighten the atmosphere. Being from Xinjiang, I'm used to this bargaining style and conversation. Please don't take it seriously. Huang Jiqiang took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Gunstone Records firmly supports the general administration's decisions and will actively cooperate with Advisor Chen's work. Whatever you say, we will comply without hesitation. The small business owners who had been cheering earlier were also frightened, repeatedly waving their hands, indicating they were just joking and would follow the leadership's arrangements. Chen Hao looked at this group of thoroughly subdued bosses and reopened the conference call. Now that everyone is on the same page, let's discuss the specifics of the transaction. I will directly present my proposal. Since many companies are participating this time, the status of their copyright libraries varies, with many historical contents being quite mixed. The forum is about to be held. We do not have time to verify details song by song, nor do we have time to haggle over a few dollars in price. Therefore, we will bundle the existing copyright libraries from each company and transfer all non-exclusive copyrights for audio and video up until today to the Foundation in one go. Depending on the size of each company, we will implement a flat rate. Chen Hao declared the figures. For large companies like Taiha Mighty and Gunstone and Jingwen with large copyright libraries, the bundled price is 100,000. For smaller companies, the bundled price is 50,000. The bosses quickly calculated in their minds. 100,000 wasn't a small amount for them, but it wasn't too much either. The key point is that this money is pure profit with no costs involved. Chen Hao didn't give them much time to think and threw out the last condition. Dear bosses, I know that most of the copyrights you hold are still in master tapes and physical CDs. You haven't even converted this content into digital format. The MP3s circulating online are recorded by pirates using inferior equipment. Chen Hao looked at Song Yu and the others. After the Foundation purchases your copyrights, it will fund a professional technical team to digitize all of your master tapes with high quality. Moreover, once the digital files are completed, we will provide you, the copyright holders, with a free copy. This statement completely alleviated everyone's concerns. Digital conversion is a time-consuming and labor-intensive technical task that requires purchasing professional servers and transcoding equipment. Many record companies have refrained from building their digital libraries due to the hassle and cost. Now Chen Hao not only offered to pay for the unwanted copyrights, but would also help them with the digitization for free. Just this production cost alone could save each company tens of thousands. Song Yu took the lead in applauding. Advisor Chen's proposal is incredibly thoughtful. Taiha Maitian has no objections, and we fully accept it. Huang Jiqiang quickly joined in the applause, fearing he might not appear proactive enough. Gunstone Records agrees to the bundled proposal. Advisor Chen is helping our entire industry with its foundational infrastructure, and we are immensely grateful. The conference room erupted in synchronized applause. Receiving 100,000 for free along with the substantial savings on transcription costs, coupled with Qian Guoping's earlier stern remarks, none dared to voice any objections. Chen Hao took out a stack of pre-prepared agreements from his bag. Each agreement had the red official seal of the Asia-Pacific Digital Copyright Protection Special Fund stamped at the end. He stood up and walked around the conference table, distributing the agreements to the bosses of the companies present. Gentlemen, please take a moment to review the terms of the agreements. Chen Hao pointed at the blank spaces on the document. The copyright holder's company name and the price sections are left blank. Please fill in your company's full name and stamp and sign it before handing it back to me. I will fill in the amount based on the bundled price we just discussed. The staff from the headquarters had specifically instructed that the heads of participating companies bring their official seals. The bosses did not need to return to their companies to go through cumbersome approval processes. They could sign the documents on the spot. Song Yu opened the agreement and quickly skimmed through the terms. The terms were written simply, without exclusivity restrictions, merely granting the existing digital copyrights for the Foundation's use. Song Yu felt relieved. As long as it did not affect their own future sales of copyrights, exchanging these useless things for 100,000 yuan was a surefire profitable deal. He swiftly signed his name on the agreement for Taiha Wheatfield. Then he took out his official seal from his bag, took a deep breath, and pressed it firmly next to his signature in the blank space. Taiha Wheatfield held a vast array of copyrights from mainland folk singers, such as Lao Lang and Pu Shu. Su Zhongming looked at the terms in the agreement, contemplating how to spend this 100,000 yuan. Jingwen Records had just signed a few rock bands and was in urgent need of funds to purchase instruments and rehearsal spaces. This money came at just the right time. He took out the official seal and pressed it down with more force than Song Yu. Huang Jiqiang carefully read the terms twice, confirming they were correct before he began to write. He was now just hoping to ride out this storm and preserve Jinsha Records' business in the mainland. Chen Hao collected the agreements one by one. He confirmed the amounts with each party and filled in the blank spaces with the figures of 100,000 or 50,000. In just half an hour, Chen Hao acquired the vast digital copyrights of a dozen of the most valuable audiovisual companies in the country for a mere 2 million RMB. With all the agreements gathered, Chen Hao placed them back into his briefcase. Qian Guoping watched as the agreements were signed, showing a satisfied expression. Important work was solidified, providing the forum with the most solid support. Thank you all for your cooperation, Qian Guoping said with a smile. The signatures you all put here today have created a new chapter in the history of copyright in Longhua. Digital copyright has achieved a breakthrough. The summit forum, jointly held by the headquarters and the Foundation, is scheduled for October 25th. The venue will be in the banquet hall of the Guanmao Hotel. Once the detailed event plan is finalized, it will be sent to everyone. Please be sure to attend on time and cooperate with the relevant segments. Chen Hao echoed. Thank you for your support. After I return, I will arrange for the finance department to transfer the copyright transfer fees to the respective companies' public accounts. Chen Hao looked at the bosses present. Additionally, to expedite the digital transcription, I will arrange for my assistant to collect all the master tape files that are covered by today's agreements from your companies. These will be digitized on our company's professional server. Once the recording is completed, the master tapes along with high-quality digital files will be returned to everyone. The bosses nodded in agreement. Some were willing to help for free and even get paid. Who would refuse such a good deal? Chen Hao dropped a bombshell. Regarding the forum on the 25th, I want to give everyone a heads up ahead of time. This time, not only will the chairman of the Global Digital Property Development Foundation be present, but there will also be more than a dozen major international media outlets, including Reuters and the Associated Press, covering the event extensively. Moreover, I have also invited a heavyweight guest. Chen Hao paused for a moment to gather everyone's attention. Mr. Thomas, the general manager of Bertelsmann Group for the Beautiful Country region. He will attend this forum as a special guest and is very much looking forward to discussing copyright cooperation with all of you from Longhua. The conference room erupted in a commotion. Bertelsmann Group is one of the top 5 media giants in the world with businesses spanning publishing, music, television, and more. These record companies and film production centers present would dream of pushing their products into the global market. If they could connect with Bertelsmann, it would greatly boost their development. The boss's gazes toward Chen Hao completely changed. To invite executives of such a high-level international giant as a guest and influence their cooperation intentions was no small feat. Consultant Chen's background and influence exceeded their previous imagination. They had to hold tightly to this opportunity that could lead them to earn money overseas. The meeting concluded. The bosses did not rush to leave, but gathered around handing their business cards to Chen Hao. Song Yu presented a gold-embossed business card with both hands to Chen Hao. Consultant Chen, we need to stay in touch more often. Taiho Wheatfield's resources in the mainland are at your disposal at any time. If Mr. Thomas comes to Kyoto, could you arrange a dinner? We would be delighted to host. Chen Hao accepted the business card and took out his newly printed card to return the gesture. His card bore 2 titles: Special Advisor of the Global Digital Property Development Foundation, Chairman of the Asia-Pacific Digital Copyright Protection Special Fund. Su Zhongming stepped forward to exchange business cards. Chairman Chen, on the day of the forum, we at Jingwen Records will bring more people to support. Is Bertelsmann interested in domestic rock music? We have quite a few promising talents. Huang Jiqiang stood on the periphery waiting for the people in front to finish exchanging cards before stepping forward. Chairman Chen, I apologize for any past misunderstandings. Jinsha Records has resources in Xiangjiang and Baodao. As long as you say the word, I Huang will fully cooperate. If you go to Xiangjiang, we will certainly give you a warm reception. Could you perhaps invite Mr. Thomas to Xiangjiang for a visit? Chen Hao accepted Huang Jiqiang's business card and handed him one of his own. You're too kind, Mr. Huang. We are all here to get the job done well. Mr. Thomas has a tight schedule, but I will help introduce you if the opportunity arises. Chen Hao walked out of the building of the National Press and Publication Administration. Xiao Wu drove the Audi A6 down the steps. Zhao Gang opened the door, and Chen Hao sat in the back seat while he returned to the passenger seat. Chen Hao placed his briefcase beside him and handed a stack of business cards to Zhao Gang. Gongzi, these are the business cards of the bosses who attended today's meeting. Chen Hao instructed. Tomorrow you will contact them one by one in my capacity as your assistant. Retrieve all the master tape files from their company warehouses. Zhao Gang took the cards and put them in his pocket. All right, I'll take care of it first thing tomorrow. Where should I place them? Bring them back to the company and find an empty room on the 3rd floor to use as a temporary storage space. Chen Hao detailed the arrangements. The master tapes require high storage conditions. Please purchase a few high-power dehumidifiers and air conditioners. Also buy a few anti-magnetic cabinets. Arrange for dedicated personnel to monitor them 24 hours a day. These items will be our future cash cows, and we cannot afford any mistakes. Understood. I'll go to Zhongguan Village this afternoon to buy the equipment. I'll change the warehouse door lock to the highest level anti-theft door. Zhao Gang agreed. The Audi A6 merged into traffic heading toward Zhongguan Village. Returning to the 4th floor office of Matrix Technology, Chen Hao pressed the call button on his desk. Su Jing, please come to my office. Su Jing entered holding a notepad. Chen Hao took out the agreements from his bag. Contact the dedicated customer service representative from Huasher Bank in Xiangjiang. Ask her to transfer the copyright fees to these companies' public accounts as per the agreements, using the account from the Asia-Pacific Special Fund. Chen Hao handed the agreement to Su Jing. Have all the funds deposited by the end of the workday today. Once the money reaches the other party's account, the copyright transfer agreement will be fully executed. Su Jing took the agreement, glanced at the amount, and nodded. I will handle it immediately. Do we need Huasher to issue a payment receipt? Su Jing asked. Yes, we need a receipt. International transfers can have time discrepancies and exchange rate issues. Chen Hao instructed Su Jing. Let Huasher settle it in RMB at the real-time exchange rate of the day. The handling fees will be deducted from our account to ensure that each company receives exactly 100,000 or 50,000. We cannot let anyone find fault over these small amounts. After receiving the receipt, please confirm with the finance departments of each company that they have received the funds. Okay, I will verify with Huasher. Su Jing recorded the instructions in her notebook and turned to leave to handle the matters. After settling the financial matters, Chen Hao retrieved his mobile phone and dialed Liang Bo's number. The call connected and the rhythmic tapping of keyboard keys echoed through the line. Brother Bo, it's Chen Hao. Chen Hao, what's up? Liang Bo replied. We need to make some refinements to the music website and PC player your team developed for the company. The music website and PC player, commissioned by Chen Hao and built by Liang Boss team, had been completed a month earlier. Chen Hao had deliberately withheld its launch awaiting copyright clearance. Rename the site Hui Ting Wang Wisdom Listening Network and the player Hui Ting. On the homepage's most prominent banner display this bold headline Longwo's first legitimate online music platform. Rename the site Hui Ting Wang Wisdom Listening Network and the player Hui Ting. On the homepage's most prominent banner display this bold headline Longwo's first legitimate online music. The company has acquired official licensing agreements. At the webpage footer prominently feature the names and logos of record labels such as Taiha Maitian and Gunsha Records. They'll send you a full list of authorized companies shortly. Liang Bo hesitated. But we don't actually possess legitimate MP3 files. That's easily resolved. Chen Hao replied offering a solution. Scour major BBS music forums and independent MP3 download sites run by hobbyist webmasters. Develop a multi-threaded web crawler to batch harvest audio files by artist and track title. Automatically skip broken links. Organize downloaded files into album-specific folders and upload them to our servers. For tracks unavailable online, purchase pirated CDs from street vendors and manually convert them into MP3 format. Just fill the music library for now. Liang Bo still struggled to grasp the logic. Using pirated content to claim legitimacy. What defines piracy? We hold legally binding licensing agreements. Regardless of how these audio files were sourced once hosted on our platform, they become legitimate by virtue of authorization. Chen Hao corrected his misconception. Adopt a pragmatic approach first. Build the framework swiftly. Later, as high-fidelity master recordings become available, systematically replace low-quality files. Liang Bo finally understood Chen Hao's operational logic. Understood, it's straightforward. We'll script it. One overnight run can harvest dozens of gigabytes. 2 days to complete the entire music library. One more task, Chen Hao continued. Recruit several additional staff to edit these audio and video files. Extract 30-second highlight clips from each song to serve as monophonic ringtones. Convert celebrity photographs into grayscale bitmap images optimized for various mobile screen resolutions. Also excerpt iconic film and television dialogue lines. Why edit those? Liang Bo asked. Our company will use them as content sources for SP service provider services. Xiang Chong strode forward and with a raised hand delivered a resounding slap to Xiang Sheng's face. The harsh crack echoed, and instantly Xiang Sheng's left cheek swelled. Produce multiple versions, both MIDI and RTTTL formats. Likewise, adapt grayscale bitmap dimensions precisely to match diverse handset screen specifications. Categorize and populate all edited assets into Zhongshang Wuxin Company's distribution platform. Compensation will be calculated per unit of work. Please tally the quantities accordingly. Excellent. Payment makes everything feasible. Liang Bo readily agreed. Chen Hao's strategy was a coordinated, multi-pronged operation. Hui Ting Wang, the peak-facing platform, would launch under the banner of legitimacy and offer free downloads to netizens. This would rapidly capture internet traffic and by October 25th at the forum demonstrate unequivocally to copyright holders and foreign media alike that the foundation operated purely as a public benefit initiative, operating at a loss with zero commercial motive. The true revenue engine lay beneath the surface. SP services. Zhongshang Wuxin Company would leverage these licensed assets, distributing them via mobile carriers' channels and charging users premium fees for downloads. Such B2B platform operations remained inconspicuous. Most observers would fail to detect them immediately. As for the provenance of Zhongshang Wuxin's licenses, few would inquire. By the time anyone traced the chain back to the foundation's authorization, likely 6 months to a year later, the associated public discourse would have long since dissipated. When does the site go live? Liang Bo asked. October 25th, Chen Hao declared. In the following days, Chen Hao collaborated closely with regulators to finalize forum details. He visited the venue multiple times to verify the day's layout and rehearsed the entire sequence. At 3 p.m., returning from Guomao, his phone rang. Chen Hao answered. Mr. Chen, came Chui Gong's voice. The SP platform's interface with Longwo Mobile has been fully deployed. How did the stress tests perform? Chen Hao asked. We sustained 50,000 concurrent requests per second for 12 hours. Packet loss remained below 0.01. The billing interface and Longwo Mobile's provincial gateway reconciliation system operate flawlessly, zero discrepancies. Chui Gong reported technical metrics. Upon receiving Longwo Mobile's official nationwide trial directive, we're ready to deliver service instantly. Gateway-level content filtering rules are hard-coded into the system's base layer. The prohibited terms database auto-updates daily at 2 a.m. We've also implemented a failover disaster recovery system. If the primary server fails backup, nodes assume operations within 3 seconds. How's the hiring progressing? Chen Hao recalled his agreement with Li Yanhong. We've recruited 5 technical, all have over 3 years hands-on experience building foundational architectures at Zhongguan Village, proficient in both C and Java. I mentored them for several days. They've fully grasped the business logic. They can independently manage routine server maintenance and vet new SP service providers' integration interfaces. 2. Even contributed to outsourced telecom billing system projects. They know carrier interface protocols intimately. This cohort possesses exceptional fundamentals and unwavering work ethic, with competitive compensation, overtime, and late-night coding pose no obstacle. Send me their names, resumes, and salary grades. Forward them to Su Jing. Chen Hao issued the instruction. She'll process their onboarding through Fusion Technologies' payroll system. Salaries and benefits will match Chengdu standards. Your consulting fee will be wired to your account tomorrow by finance. Your team's dedication during this period has been invaluable. Got it. I'll compile the list right away. After ending the call, Chen Hao opened his browser and entered the backend management URL for the SP regulatory and distribution platform. The page loaded. Backend analytics revealed Wang Chan's part-time team had cataloged over 100,000. Dozens of students from Jing'an University spent their days in internet cafes and dormitories transcribing jokes verbatim from publications like Story Collection and Jian, as well as campus BBS forums. These texts were meticulously tagged and categorized into adult humor, prank messages, holiday greetings, and more, with over 1,000 unique entries per category. MP3 files harvested by Liang Bo's crawler filled the disk arrays of 3 high-specification servers. Manually edited 30-second monophonic ringtones, grayscale pixel art celebrity portraits, and cinematic dialogue audio clips had all been calibrated to match screen resolutions and audio formats of mainstream handsets, including Nokia and Motorola models. Formats included MIDI and RTTL. Every image and every ringtone underwent manual verification. Comprehensive classification indices had been established. All preparations were complete. Only Longwell Mobile's official launch remained. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Chen Hao picked up his phone and dialed Robert Harrison's number. The call connected. Mr. Chen, good morning. Robert's voice came through. Robert, have the flight details been confirmed? Chen Hao asked. Chairman David and Mr. Thomas will be taking United Airlines Flight UA-888, flying directly from New York to Kyoto. They are expected to land at 10 o'clock in the morning on October 24th, Dragon Country time. Robert reported the flight number. How are the arrangements for the foreign media reporters? All transportation fees have been distributed. The station reporters from Reuters, Associated Press, and the Wall Street Journal have promised to arrive at the venue of Guimao Hotel by 9 o'clock on the 25th. I have already sent the first draft of the press release to your email. These reporters are very interested in the digital copyright protection action led by the Dragon Country government. They need this topic to meet their publishing KPIs for the month. As long as the press release meets their expectations, they will send it back to the headquarters in the beautiful country without any changes. I will transfer the final payment to your account on time. Chen Hao hung up the phone. At 9 o'clock in the morning on October 24th, Kyoto International Airport, an Audi A6 stopped at the VIP passage entrance of Terminal 2. Chen Hao sat in the passenger seat, while Zhao Gang was in the driver's seat. An airport dispatcher wearing a white shirt ran over and handed Chen Hao a red special access pass for the tarmac. Chen Hao had arranged for this document in advance through the National Press and Publication Administration. Director Chen placed this pass under the windshield and drive straight in. The dispatcher handed the document through the car. Chen Hao took the pass and threw it on the center console. The Audi A6 started. The car passed through 2 barbed wire gates and entered the spacious tarmac. The early winter cold wind howled across the open tarmac. In the distance, several Boeing passenger planes were taking off and landing, the roar of the engines deafening. Ahead, 2 white-painted traffic police motorcycles stopped beside the guideline. The red and blue police lights on the motorcycles alternated flashing. Lei Daqiang found an old comrade from the traffic police team to help dispatch these 2 vehicles. After being caught by Chen Hao, he lived in constant fear. Upon learning that Chen Hao would be receiving foreign guests, Lei Daqiang proactively took on the task of leading the way. He didn't show himself, but laid out the grandeur for Chen Hao. The Audi A6 stopped behind the 2 motorcycles. Zhao Gang opened the door and got out. He was dressed in a sharp black suit, wearing sunglasses, and holding a sign with their names written in English. The cold wind blew at his suit's hem as he stood straight, his posture tall. Chen Hao sat in the car, rolled down the window, and lit a cigarette. At 10:15, a Boeing 747 passenger plane landed on the runway and taxied to the designated parking position. Ground staff pushed over the boarding stairs. The cabin door opened. David Smith and Thomas walked down the boarding stairs. They stepped down the last step. The scene ahead came into view. 2 motorcycles with flashing red and blue lights. A black Audi with the license plate Jing A83. A tall, cold-looking man in a suit held a sign with their names. David Smith stopped in his tracks. Thomas switched the briefcase to his other hand. In the beautiful country capital can buy many things. This privilege of driving directly onto the tarmac escorted by police vehicles belongs to a select few in the political core or super tycoons. Initially, they regarded Chen Hao as a wealthy opportunist from the Dragon Country, someone who bought a foundation title and spent money to invite them for appearances. The scene before them overturned their previous judgment. Chen Hao opened the car door, extinguished the cigarette, but on the ground, and walked towards the two. Chairman David, Mr. Thomas, welcome to the Dragon Country. Chen Hao extended his right hand, greeting them in pure American English. David Smith shook Chen Hao's hand, sizing up the young man before him. Mr. Chen, your way of receiving guests is quite special. A bit of hospitality, Chen Hao replied, turning to Thomas and shaking his hand. Mr. Thomas Bertelsmann has great potential in the Dragon Country. I look forward to our cooperation, Thomas replied politely. Chen Hao turned sideways, gesturing for them to enter the car. Please, I have arranged the hotel. Zhao Gang opened the back door of the Audi A6. David and Thomas bent down and got in the car. Chen Hao entered the passenger seat. Zhao Gang closed the door and returned to the driver's seat. Chen Hao turned to Zhao Gang and issued instructions. Gongzi, activate the siren and follow the motorcycles ahead. Zhao Gang pressed a concealed switch under the armrest. The two flashing lights deep within the Audi A6's grille lit up, accompanied by a low short siren sound. The two traffic police motorcycles ahead sounded their sirens and exited the tarmac. The Audi A6 followed closely behind. The convoy passed through the airport expressway toll booth. The toll barrier was raised in advance with no stops. Social vehicles along the way heard the sirens and quickly moved aside. The convoy sped smoothly on the airport expressway. David Smith looked at the scenery retreating outside the window. He turned his head to look at Chen Hao, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Mr. Chen, I'm a bit curious, David Smith. Go ahead, Chen Hao replied, looking at the rearview mirror. With such power in the Dragon Country, why do you still need to purchase the title of our foundation? David Smith expressed his confusion. Thomas perked up his ears, wanting to know the answer too. Chen Hao leaned back in his seat, adjusting to a comfortable position. He understood the thinking patterns of these Westerners too well. Western society inherently values bloodlines, families, and classes. Chairman David, the Dragon Country has a history of 5,000 years. Chen Hao began to speak in a calm tone. In this country, some family legacies have outlived the dynasties. David Smith and Thomas remained silent. My ancestors once established an empire named after our surname, the Chen dynasty, on this land. Chen Hao shared his fabricated narrative. Even the ancestors whose origins had been changed now wore the yellow robes he bestowed upon them. Thomas knew nothing about the history of the Dragon Country. This did not prevent him from understanding the implications of empires and royal families. The empire later changed, but the family's foundation remained. Chen Hao continued to weave his tale. After thousands of years of propagation, the family still stands as one of the top noble classes in this country. Our family currently plays a major role in the integration of cultural industries and internet resources in the Dragon Country. Chen Hao pulled the topic back to reality. David Smith nodded. This explained why a young man could easily mobilize government resources to organize a high-profile forum. As for why I need the title of the foundation, Chen Hao smiled slightly. The Dragon Country is currently implementing an open-door policy. We need to connect with the international community. As the representative of my family's generation, I need some international branding. This statement was riddled with flaws in the ears of any Dragon Country citizen who understood a bit of history. Zhao Gang gripped the steering wheel, his eyes fixed straight ahead. He couldn't understand English, and there was no change in his expression. This indifference and professionalism made him the standard for a noble bodyguard in the eyes of the two foreigners. David Smith and Thomas completely accepted Chen Hao's narrative. In their perception, the existence of such hidden noble families in the ancient Eastern Empire was logical. Thomas began to reassess the value of this trip to the Dragon Country. Initially, he just wanted to borrow an official platform to address the domestic audience of the beautiful country. Now sitting before him was a noble representative who controlled the core resources of culture and the internet in the Dragon Country. Mr. Chen Bertelsmann has always had a keen interest in the Asian market. We possess globally leading experience in digital copyright distribution and media operations. I know, Chen Hao said, looking at Thomas in the rearview mirror. The Dragon Country has over 1 billion people. This is a vast market that has not yet been fully developed. Its potential exceeds your imagination. Chen Hao paused for a moment, allowing the other party time to reflect. The number of mobile phone users in the Dragon Country is growing by millions each year. The number of internet users is experiencing exponential growth. The traditional recording industry and media distribution channels are about to face upheaval here. New rules are being established, and I have complete control over this market. Chen Hao spoke steadily at that moment. He seemed to embody the authority of the highest leadership. If you are both interested here, I have sufficient resources and strength to help you succeed in this market. Such resources reported back to the group would surely earn the approval of the board. David Smith, on the other hand, was contemplating how to use the foundation's name to earn more dollars in this vast market. The convoy drove into the street outside the National Gate and stopped in front of the revolving door of the Guemao Hotel. The doorman approached and opened the door of the Audi A6, shielding the top with his hand. David Smith and Thomas descended one after the other. This building was an absolute landmark in Kyoto back in 2000. The lobby featured large marble floor tiles, and the brilliance of the crystal chandeliers illuminated the entire space. Chen Hao walked ahead, leading the two to the front desk. He handed his ID to the receptionist and mentioned the forum committee receiving 2 keys to the executive suite. Chairman David, Mr. Thomas, you two should go back to your rooms to freshen up and rest, adjusting to the time difference. Chen Hao handed the room keys to both. They'll be in the lobby bar having tea waiting for you. I've arranged dinner at a place where you can try authentic Kyoto cuisine. The two nodded in thanks and then headed towards the elevator. David Smith swiped his card and entered the executive suite located on the 22nd floor. The room was spacious with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a view of the traffic flow on Central Street. He did not go to the bathroom to wash his face, but directly took out his Motorola phone and dialed an international number. It was evening in the great beautiful country, and the phone rang 5 times before being answered. Richard, I'm sorry to disturb you so late, David said apologetically. On the other end was Professor Richard Collins from Yale University, a respected figure in the field of East Asian history and culture. David, didn't you go to the Dragon Country for that copyright forum? What makes you free to call me? Richard's voice was thick with nasal tones, sounding as if he had just had a drink. I encountered something quite interesting that I need to verify with you, a historian. David pulled out a chair and sat down, looking at the night view outside the window. I met a young man in the Dragon Country. He possesses extremely high privileges, even able to have the police clear a path for his private car. He told me that his ancestors once established an empire named after their surname on this land. You've studied the history of the Dragon Country. Is there really such a dynasty? There was the sound of pages turning on the other end of the phone. Richard paused for a few seconds. What is the young man's surname? Richard asked. His surname is Chun. The pronunciation is Chun. David repeated it twice to ensure the other person understood. Indeed, there is one. Richard's tone became clearer. In the year 557, a man named Chun Baxian founded the Southern Qin dynasty, which is known in history as the Qin dynasty. Though this dynasty existed during a period of extreme turmoil and lasted only a little over 30 years, it is recognized as a legitimate dynasty by historians of the Dragon Country. David's eyes narrowed. Oh, Chen Hao had indeed not lied. That young man also said that their family has remained in a position of prominence throughout the changes of various dynasties. David continued to inquire. Does this align with historical facts? Richard laughed lightly on the phone. David, you lack understanding of the clan culture in the East. In the Dragon Country, the turnover of imperial power is frequent, but the foundations of noble families are very deep. The surname Chun is one of the most common surnames in the Dragon Country. From the Sui and Tang dynasties to the Song, Ming, and Qing dynasties, this surname consistently ranks at the top in the imperial examination. Countless chancellors, famous ministers, and regional officials have come from it throughout history. Even in modern times, the proportion of top figures in various industries with this surname is still very high. Richard provided professional academic endorsement. If that young man is indeed a direct descendant of some ancient branch, then the resources and privileges he mentioned are entirely plausible. Thank you, Richard. You've been a great help to me. David hung up the phone and tossed the device onto the table. He stood up and paced around the room. Professor Richard's words completed the final piece of the puzzle. Chen Hao's official background, police escorts, and that high and mighty demeanor all suddenly made sense. This was a prestigious Eastern family with a lineage spanning thousands of years. David began to calculate his own interests. Chen Hao had paid for the title of a special advisor to the Foundation. This title was too low and did not match the other party's identity. Since Chen Hao needed a layer of international packaging, the Foundation could certainly offer more. Why not promote Chen Hao to the vice chairman for Asia-Pacific affairs? This would not only bind this influential noble of the Dragon Country firmly to the Foundation's chariot, but also ensure that any business the Foundation pursued in Asia would receive the protection and resource tilt from the Chen family. This was a political investment that guaranteed profit. Meanwhile, in a suite at the other end of the corridor, Thomas was contacting Ichiro Watanabe, the CEO of Bertelsmann Group's Asia-Pacific sector. Watanabe was based in Tokyo, and according to the company's hierarchy, they were of equal rank. However, the Great Beautiful Country was the core profit area for Bertelsmann, and Thomas had much more influence in the boardroom than Watanabe. Watanabe, I've reviewed the business report for the Dragon Country market. It's extremely poor. Thomas stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, his tone severe. The group has invested so much capital in the Dragon Country, why is only the book business operational? The music and film copyright distribution has completely zero results. Ichiro Watanabe sighed on the other end of the line. Thomas, you're not in Asia and don't understand the actual situation in the Dragon Country. Watanabe explained in stilted Japanese English. The copyright environment there is too harsh. The streets are filled with pirated discs sold for $5 each. What do we have to compete with? Currently, we can only sell some books through the Bertelsmann Book Club using a direct sales model with a catalog mailed to customers. Although there are hundreds of thousands of members, the average spending per customer is extremely low. The profit focus for the entire Asia-Pacific region must be placed on developed countries like Japan and South Korea. After listening to this, Thomas directly pressed the hang-up button. He put his phone back in his pocket and went to the bathroom to splash cold water on his face. Ichiro Watanabe was a bureaucrat without pioneering spirit, sitting on the vast market of over 1 billion people, yet only managing to survive by selling books through flyers. Thomas looked at himself in the mirror. The energy Chen Hao displayed today far exceeded the conventional government relationships that foreign enterprises could access in the Dragon Country. The National Press and Publication Administration organized the forum, and the police were dispatched to clear the way. Such high-level resources were something Ichiro Watanabe could never touch, even if he spent his entire life drinking sake in Tokyo. If he could bypass Watanabe and establish an exclusive partnership directly with Chen Hao, integrating Bertelsmann's digital copyright and media distribution business into the channels controlled by the Chen family. Not only would this rapidly open the market in the Dragon Country, creating substantial revenue growth, but with this achievement, he would have every right to propose to the board to bring the Asia-Pacific region under his jurisdiction and kick Ichiro Watanabe out. Thomas dried his face and adjusted his suit and tie. He was determined that this trip to the Dragon Country must secure Chen Hao as a valuable resource. Half an hour later, David and Thomas met at the elevator on their floor. David lowered his voice and relayed Professor Richard's verification results to Thomas in full. Descendants of a 1,000-year dynasty, a family lineage that has produced high officials and notable figures throughout history. After hearing this, Thomas shared the difficulties he had learned about the Dragon Country market from Watanabe. The two exchanged glances in the descending elevator. They reached a completely unanimous conclusion. In this ancient and mysterious Eastern country, foreign enterprises could not operate according to conventional business logic. And Chen Hao was their greatest opportunity to seize substantial profits in this land. The elevator doors opened in the lobby on the first floor. Two individuals stepped out, heading towards Chen Hao, who was seated on the sofa in the lobby bar. Their demeanor was even more respectful than at the airport. Chen Hao set down his teacup and stood up to greet them. "How did you rest?" Chen Hao asked. "The room was absolutely perfect, thank you for the arrangement, Mr. Chen." David replied with a smile. "Let's go, we'll take you out for dinner." Chen Hao led the two out the door and into the Audi A6. Zhao Gang started the car, heading towards Heapingman. Inside the vehicle, soothing light music played. Chen Hao leaned against the passenger seat, his tone seemingly casual. "Today I'm taking you both to enjoy Kyoto's specialty dish, roast duck. The restaurant we're going to is called Kwanjuding. Speaking of which, this restaurant has some ties to our family." David and Thomas immediately perked up. More than 100 years ago, the founder of this restaurant was originally the private chef in our Chen family mansion. Chen Hao fabricated the history with a calm demeanor, completely unconcerned that his ancestors likely had never seen roast duck. As for whether there were any Chens among the supporters of Kwanjuding over 100 years ago, who could know? His skill in making roast duck was exceptional. Later, the family invested to help him buy a shop in a prosperous area and establish this brand. Today, it stands as a hallmark in the culinary world of Longhua. David and Thomas exchanged glances, nodding repeatedly. Many century-old brands in the beautiful country often have the shadow of a financial group behind them. The story casually mentioned by Chen Hao perfectly aligned with their imagination of the profound heritage of top-tier aristocratic families. The Audi A6 stopped in the parking lot outside the Heapingman store. This is an ancient-style building with ornate beams and painted rafters and flying eaves. Red lanterns hung at the entrance, and the welcoming staff wore traditional kipeos. Chen Hao led the two inside, passing through the resplendent hall. The walls were adorned with beautifully framed photographs. Chen Hao paused, pointing at the photos on the wall to introduce them to the two. "This is a photo of your former leader, Mr. Nixon, during his visit. The one next to it is a signature from old leader Bush." Chen Hao's finger moved along the wall. "This place has hosted hundreds of heads of state and dignitaries from various countries. Many high-profile diplomatic banquets of Longhua are arranged here." Thomas leaned in to take a closer look at the photos. The image of Nixon eating roast duck with chopsticks was very clear, and old Bush's signature was unmistakable. A restaurant run by a private chef with the support of a family has surprisingly become a venue for hosting the leaders of the beautiful country and global dignitaries. This grandeur thoroughly stunned the two foreigners. They no longer had any doubts about the family heritage. Chen Hao spoke of even developing a sense of reverence. The waiter led the three into a luxurious private room on the second floor. The room was laid with thick carpets, and exquisite porcelain tableware was set on the redwood round table. After the three took their seats, the waiter brought out hot towels. Shortly after, a chef dressed in a white uniform wheeled in a food cart. On the cart was a freshly roasted duck, the reddish-brown skin glistening with oil, and the aroma instantly filled the entire room. The chef held a duck slicing knife, skillfully cutting thin slices of duck skin and pieces of duck meat from the breast. Chen Hao took a steaming lotus leaf pancake in his palm, using chopsticks to pick up 2 slices of duck meat dipped in sweet sauce, adding a few strips of green onion and cucumber. He rolled the pancake into a beautiful cylinder and placed it in front of David's bone dish. "Chairman David, give it a try. This is the traditional way to enjoy it," Chen Hao explained in English. David picked up the duck roll and took a bite. The crispy duck skin shattered in his mouth, mingling with the richness of the sweet sauce and the fragrance of the green onions, creating a distinct flavor. It's amazing, this is the most delicious food I've ever had, David praised repeatedly. Thomas also imitated Chen Hao rolling a duck roll and popping it into his mouth, nodding in agreement. The waiter continued to serve other classic Beijing dishes. The waitress in a qipao held a white porcelain wine bottle with both hands, pouring a clear liquid into 3 small delicate wine glasses. The rich aroma of sauce spread in the air. Chen Hao raised his wine glass, gesturing towards David Smith and Thomas sitting on either side. Gentlemen, this is the finest Maotai liquor from Longhua. In the business culture of Longhua, the most significant collaborations are often achieved at the dining table. Let's toast to our friendship. David and Thomas raised their glasses, mimicking Chen Hao. The three clinked their glasses. The strong liquor went down, and David coughed twice, his cheeks flushing. Thomas also furrowed his brows. This high-proof alcoholic beverage was completely different from the red wine or whiskey they usually drank. Chen Hao set down his glass and picked up the public chopsticks to serve food for the two. The atmosphere at the table became amicable. The alcohol bridged the distance between businessmen from different cultural backgrounds. David Smith set down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a napkin. He glanced at Chen Hao and got straight to the point. Mr. Chen, aside from attending tomorrow's forum, I have an important matter to discuss with you. Please go ahead. The Global Digital Intellectual Property Development Foundation has been committed to promoting the protection and commercialization of intellectual property worldwide. We place great importance on the development in the Asia-Pacific region, especially in Longhua. Longhua has a vast population base and an emerging economic strength. There needs to be a strong voice to represent the foundation here. David paused, observing Chen Hao's reaction. Chen Hao smiled, not interrupting, quietly playing the role of a listener. Mr. Chen, you come from a noble background, possess vast family resources, and hold significant influence in both political and business circles in Longhua. It's a waste to have someone as outstanding as you merely serve as a special advisor in the foundation. David continued. I plan to propose to the headquarters to invite you to serve as the vice chairman responsible for Asia-Pacific affairs. David revealed the trump card. In the structure of Western NGOs, the global vice chairman is a substantial high-level position. You can officially represent the organization at various international conferences and even participate in relevant agendas of the United Nations. Chen Hao picked up a Chinese cigarette from the table and lit one. He exhaled a puff of smoke, looking at David through the haze. Chairman David, your proposal honors me. However, in Longhua's traditional concept, we value seniority. Chen Hao began to feign modesty. I haven't been with the foundation for long and haven't made any substantial contributions to the organization yet. Moreover, I'm still young. It's hard to convince others for me to directly hold such a high position as the vice chairman for the Asia-Pacific region. David waved his hand, interrupting Chen Hao. Mr. Chen, you are too modest. The rules of Western society differ from those of Longhua. We do not emphasize age, we only value ability and results. Tomorrow's International Summit Forum is your greatest contribution to the foundation. You have single-handedly promoted the dissemination and popularization of digital copyright among Longhua's population of over 1 billion. This marks an important milestone in the foundation's history. The foundation needs young elites like you to explore the Asian market. Aside from you, I can't think of anyone more suitable for this position. Once this forum concludes and I return to New York, I will initiate the process to nominate you for the vice chairman position. David made a clear commitment. Thomas timely joined the conversation. Mr. Chen, David is right. Your abilities and contributions fully deserve this position. Thomas casually revealed his intentions. Bertelsmann Group occupies a significant share in the global cultural industry. We have high hopes for the Long Country market and wish to engage in in-depth cooperation with you, the future vice chairman of the Asia-Pacific region, in this new field. Chen Hao extinguished the half-burnt cigarette in the ashtray. The moment had come. Since Chairman David and Mr. Thomas have such confidence in me, I shall not decline. Chen Hao raised his glass in front of him. Thank you, Chairman David, for your trust. I will take on the responsibilities of vice chairman for the Asia-Pacific region and promote the foundation's ideals on this land. David and Thomas also raised their glasses. The 3 glasses clinked in midair. This was a mutually beneficial transaction. Both Chen Hao and David tacitly avoided sensitive topics. David did not mention whether this vice chairman position had a fixed salary, a subordinate team, or an independent office at the headquarters in New York. Chen Hao did not ask about these matters either. David only provided an official title, one that could be recognized internationally. What Chen Hao lacked was precisely this title. He held ample funds and local political and business resources. With the backing of this United Nations title, he could tell many stories more compellingly. Setting down his glass, Chen Hao turned his gaze to Thomas. Mr. Thomas, you mentioned that Bertelsmann Group wishes to seek cooperation in the Long Country. I wholeheartedly welcome that. Chen Hao picked up the decanter and filled Thomas' glass. I have my own unique approach to the digital copyright industry. Thomas sat up straight, ready to listen to the insights of this noble from the Long Country. Over the past few months, I have constructed a completely new payment and distribution system for digital copyright. Chen Hao donned the hat of the father of the SP business. The internet in the Long Country is still in its infancy, and netizens do not have a habit of paying. To make money in this market, one cannot follow the old path of credit card charges like in the beautiful country. Thomas nodded in agreement. The situations in the two countries were different, and the Asia-Pacific division had already verified that the old path was not viable. I utilized my family's influence to work with high-level government officials. The National Press and Publication Administration and several ministries, including the Ministry of Electronic Information, have approved my plan. I have obtained an exclusive license. The largest mobile communication operator in the Long Country Mobile has been arranged to cooperate with me. Together we have built a foundational billing and distribution platform. In the future, all digital copyright content in the Long Country will be distributed through this channel to tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of mobile users. The more Thomas listened, the more astonished he became. On the content side, I have already secured the full support of all the top record companies and film production agencies in the Long Country. Tomorrow at the signing ceremony at the forum, you will see all the most valuable digital copyrights in the country fall under my control. In simple terms, in the Long Country, from policy approval, foundational channels, billing settlements to content sources, I have completed a closed loop of the entire industry chain. Thomas was profoundly shaken by these words. He originally intended to leverage Chen Hao's official background to facilitate Bertelsmann's business expansion in the Long Country. He never anticipated that the young man before him had constructed such a vast and intricate monopoly system. This kind of maneuvering Thomas had only seen among the ancient blue-blood aristocrats of the beautiful country. A century ago, the Rockefeller family controlled the railway transportation lines through collusion between politics and business, thereby monopolizing the entire North American oil extraction and sales. The Morgan family utilized government concessions to control the lifeblood of financial settlements. Now Chen Hao was replicating the monopolistic paths of those tycoons in the burgeoning market of the Long Country, relying on policy barriers, establishing a unique channel, and mastering core content. This is a business empire without competitors. Thomas looked at Chen Hao, his gaze filled with a newfound reverence. He was convinced that he was not facing an ordinary businessman, but an oligarch who wielded a portion of the operational power of the national machinery. Mr. Chen, your layout is astonishing. Thomas composed himself. You have already mastered the digital copyrights in the Long Country. So what are your plans for digital copyrights from abroad? Bertelsmann Group held a vast amount of European and American music and film copyrights, which were the interests Thomas cared about most. Chen Hao smiled and took a sip from his teacup. For foreign copyrights wishing to enter the Long Country market, I am still selecting suitable partners. Chen Hao looked at Thomas. We Long Country people value fate. Mr. Thomas, your acceptance of the invitation and your long journey to Kyoto to support the forum I am hosting is fate. In business, I place great importance on fate. Chen Hao offered a reassuring statement. Since Bertelsmann Group has the desire to enter the Long Country digital copyright market, I am naturally willing to consider you as the preferred partner. I can collaborate with you on the distribution of foreign copyrights in the Long Country. Thomas' heart raced. This was a growing market of over 1 billion people. If Bertelsmann could secure this exclusive partnership, it would not only rescue the group from its decline in Europe and America, but also significantly elevate his position in the board. Of course, business is business. I am putting such a large piece of cake on the table, and it depends on what kind of conditions Bertelsmann Group can offer that satisfy me. Chen Hao elevated his stance. Monopolists never need to quote prices themselves, they only wait for various parties to bid. Thomas fully understood this business logic. In the face of monopolistic channels, content providers have no bargaining rights. Mr. Chen, it is an honor for Bertelsmann to become your preferred partner. Thomas spoke with enthusiasm. We are indeed fated. Rest assured, as long as you are willing to open the channel, I will definitely persuade the group board to offer the most favorable cooperation terms. Whether it is profit sharing or resource exchange, Bertelsmann will show you our sincerity. Thomas stood up and raised his glass in front of him. Mr. Chen, I toast to you. Thank you for giving Bertelsmann this opportunity. Thomas' demeanor was very humble, completely reflecting the attitude of a subordinate facing an industry oligarch. Chen Hao also stood up, gently clinking his glass against Thomas. They drank their glasses dry. The two resumed. Chen Hao did not continue discussing specific cooperation details at the dining table. Such intricate business terms were not suitable for negotiation at a feast. Mr. Thomas, today we only discuss friendship, not business. Chen Hao picked up his chopsticks and urged the two to continue enjoying the meal. Once tomorrow's forum successfully concludes, let us find a time to sit down and finalize the framework of our cooperation. I will fully abide by your arrangements. Thomas agreed. David Smith was eating nearby, contemplating how to leverage Chen Hao, the newly appointed vice chairman, to solicit favors from those multinational corporations once he returned to New York. Soon the waiter pushed open the door of the private room, delivering the final fruit platter. The dinner drew to a close amidst friendly conversations. Chen Hao arranged for Zhao Gang to settle the bill and escorted both of them back to the hotel to rest. October 25th, 8:00 m. Ingwamal Hotel in Beijing. Crimson carpet stretched across the entrance to the banquet hall, flanked by luxury vehicles bearing license plates from every corner of the nation. Security was exceptionally tight, uniformed guards in black suits, earpieces gleaming, meticulously verified credentials, at every access point. Half the luminaries of China's audiovisual industry, rising internet tycoons, and over a dozen elite domestic and international media correspondents stationed in Beijing had all assembled. A blinding constellation of flashbulbs illuminated the registration desk like midday sun. In the VIP lounge behind the banquet hall, Qian Guoping arrived early, seated on a sofa, beside a translation assistant seconded from the State Administration of Press and Publications Foreign Affairs Division. Officials from other ministries and district-level departments were still en route. Chen Hao escorted David Smith and Thomas toward the VIP lounge. They were staying in executive suites at the Guamao Hotel, mere steps away from the venue. At the lounge's threshold, Chen Hao paused and turned to the two men. Gentleman, inside awaits Mr. Qian Guoping, the highest-ranking official directly overseeing this forum, deputy director of the State Administration of Press and Publication. Chen Hao offered the introduction in advance. Within Longwa's administrative hierarchy, this rank is equivalent to an assistant secretary of state in the United States. He is also a member of my maternal family. David and Thomas immediately straightened their expressions, turning solemn. Chen Hao pushed open the lounge door and ushered them inside. Qian Guoping rose to greet them. Director Qian, allow me to introduce, Chen Hao said in Mandarin. This is Mr. David Smith, president of the Global Digital Property Development Foundation. And this is Mr. Thomas, general manager of Bertelsmann Group's U.S. division. Qian Guoping extended his right hand, a warm smile gracing his features. Chen Hao then turned and introduced Qian Guoping to the foreign guests in English. We warmly welcome you both to Longhua and express our deepest gratitude for your steadfast support of Longwa's intellectual property protection initiatives. Qian Guoping spoke those words himself. The translation assistant swiftly rendered them into English. David stepped forward and clasped Qian Guoping's hand firmly with both of his. Director Qian, it is a profound honor for our foundation to receive your personal invitation. David's tone was deeply respectful. I must especially thank Mr. Chen Hao. It is he who granted us this invaluable opportunity to participate in so monumental a chapter of Longwa's history. Thomas followed closely, shaking Qian Guoping's hand in turn. Director Qian, Bertelsmann Group holds tremendous confidence in Longwa's market potential. Thomas bowed slightly, adopting a posture of marked humility. Mr. Chen Hao's extraordinary talent and extensive resources have instilled in us unwavering faith in our future collaboration. We are profoundly grateful to him for building this bridge between us. Qian Guoping listened to the assistant's precise translation. His gaze lingered thoughtfully upon David's and Thomas's faces. These two foreigners deferred to Chen Hao with greater deference than they showed to Qian Guoping himself, a deputy director wielding substantial authority. Ni's bureau's foreign affairs colleagues had already rigorously verified both men's business visas and identity documents. No discrepancies detected. Had that not been the case, Qian Guoping might well have suspected they were Hollywood extras hired by Chen Hao. In past diplomatic receptions, Western institutional representatives and multinational executives typically carried themselves with aloof arrogance, heads tilted skyward, eyes clouded with condescension. Yet today, these internationally renowned figures behaved as though they were Chen Hao's subordinates. Qian Guoping found himself compelled to reassess Chen Hao's true influence on the global stage. This distant relative was not only flourishing domestically, he clearly commanded formidable sway within Western circles as well. After pleasantries, the group settled onto the sofas. Minutes later, the lounge door swung open once more. Wang, director of the State Administration of Press and Publication, two deputy directors of the National Copyright Administration, Ali, deputy district governor of Zhaoyang District responsible for culture, and Zhang Qingdong, director of Zhaoyang District's Bureau of Culture, all arrived in succession. Qian Guoping rose and formally introduced David and Thomas to the assembled dignitaries. The lounge buzzed with animated exchanges, polished diplomatic courtesies flowing smoothly across linguistic boundaries, aided by expert interpretation. Promptly at 9:00 am, staff opened the lounge door to signal the forum's commencement. The delegation proceeded to the banquet hall, already filled to capacity. Before the main stage loomed a colossal backdrop emblazoned in bilingual Chinese and English, Longwa's first international summit forum on digital copyright protection. A renowned female anchor from Longhua Television strode confidently onto the stage, her diction crisp and resonant as she delivered the opening address. The program unfolded with seamless precision. Director Wang of the State Administration of Press and Publication took the podium first. Standing before the lectern, he surveyed the hall with quiet authority. Comrades, friends, today we gather here to witness a historic stride forward for Longhua in the realm of intellectual property protection. The government's resolve to eradicate piracy is unshakable. We must not only purify the physical audiovisual marketplace, but also wholeheartedly embrace the digital age. Legalizing and standardizing digital copyright is a duty we cannot shirk. His impassioned speech drew thunderous applause. Official media photographers in the front row clicked furiously. And next, the two deputy directors of the National Copyright Administration each delivered speeches on legislative and regulatory frameworks. Deputy District Governor Li of Zhaoyang District delivered a concise address affirming local government's full commitment to national policy and its dedication to cultivating a robust, innovation-friendly ecosystem for the digital cultural industry. Once official remarks concluded, the moderator invited David Smith to the stage. In clutching his prepared speech, David approached the microphone. The draft had been crafted by a PR firm, but he had refined it carefully the previous night in his hotel suite. Distinguished leaders, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. And David began in fluent English, the auditorium's dual side screens instantly projecting synchronized Chinese subtitles. At this exhilarating moment, I first wish to express my deepest appreciation to the Longhua government and to all our distinguished leaders for your visionary leadership in the cause of digital copyright. David paused briefly, his gaze sweeping to Chen Hao seated in the front row. And here I must extend special thanks to one individual. Mr. Chen Hao, Special Advisor to the Global Digital Property Development Foundation. And David raised his voice with deliberate emphasis. And it was his tireless efforts over recent months that made this forum possible. He has rendered indelible contributions to the popularization and protection of digital copyright in Longhua. Naviri eye in the hall converged instantly upon Chen Hao. To honor Mr. Chen Hao's exceptional service, and to further advance the Foundation's mission across Asia, and David unveiled his bombshell announcement. I am proud to announce on behalf of the Global Digital Property Development Foundation's global headquarters, Mr. Chen Hao is hereby appointed Vice Chair for Asia Pacific, with full authority over all Foundation-related affairs throughout the Asia-Pacific region. A ripple of quiet astonishment stirred through the hall, and several ministry leaders in the front row exchanged knowing glances. Such a senior post within a formal, unaffiliated institution was exceedingly rare for any ethnic Chinese, let alone a young man. Director Wang etched Chen Hao's name indelibly into his memory. In the rear corporate seating section, murmurs swelled. Song Yu, CEO of Taiha Maitian, leaned in close to Su Zhongming of Jingwen Records. Brother Song, this consultant Chen, no Chairman Chen, his backing runs deeper than we imagined, whispered Su Zhongming. We chose wisely with our earlier move. Song Yu watched David on stage. Hold fast to this pillar. We'll soon be earning foreign currency. David concluded his address amid sustained applause and descended from the podium. Thomas adjusted his tie and strode confidently onto the podium. Hello everyone, I am Thomas from Bertelsmann Group. Thomas went straight to the point. The online distribution of digital copyright is the future of the global cultural industry. Bertelsmann has always been seeking emerging markets that can support this future. The Dragon Kingdom has a vast number of internet users and a rapidly growing communication network. We are very optimistic about the digital copyright market here. Bertelsmann hopes to engage in deep cooperation with outstanding enterprises in the Dragon Kingdom in the near future, jointly exploring the commercialization path of digital content. This statement ignited the enthusiasm of all the entrepreneurs present. When an international giant like Bertelsmann extends an olive branch, those who can connect with Thomas will be able to promote their artists and film works globally. Thomas finished his speech and stepped down from the stage, heading straight to the front row where he sat beside Chen Hao and David. The three whispered to each other, laughing and chatting. The entrepreneurs in the back row observed this scene. Everyone understood that if one wanted to get close to Thomas, using Chen Hao as a bridge was the most convenient way. The forum continued. Mr. Zhang from SuNet, representing the new internet elite, took the stage to speak. He passionately discussed how internet companies should take on the social responsibility of protecting copyrights and strongly support the healthy development of digital copyright. Next was the roundtable forum segment. Executives from several major record and film companies, including Song Yu and Su Zhongming, were invited on stage to sit on the sofa and answer questions from the host. These bosses were usually troubled by piracy, unable to sleep at night, and were unfamiliar with digital copyright. Yet under the spotlight, each transformed into a pioneer of the digital age, eloquently discussing their optimism for the future and extolling the policies of the general administration. As the roundtable forum concluded, it ushered in the core segment of the event. The host announced the signing of the Dragon Kingdom Digital Copyright Protection Initiative. The hostess walked onto the stage holding a tray. David Chen Hao, Director Wang, two deputy directors from the Copyright Bureau, Deputy District Chief Li, and representatives from major domestic enterprises all stepped onto the stage together. Everyone lined up at the long table picked up signing pens and solemnly wrote their names on the initiative's display board. Journalists in the audience surged forward, pointing their cameras at the stage. The bright flashes of lights converged into one, illuminating the entire banquet hall as this meticulously planned political and business public relations show reached its climax. As the signing ceremony concluded, the leaders retreated to the side. The screen behind them switched to display the words "breakthrough in digital copyright transactions." Chen Hao stood at the center of the stage with Song Yu, Su Zhongming, and more than 10 other company executives lined up. They held the already signed and stamped agreement texts facing the camera, pretending to sign on them, then exchanged texts and posed for photos. This was merely a performance. The real transaction had already been completed days ago during a closed-door meeting. However, foreign media needed such scenes for their reports. As the group photo ended, the company executives gradually walked off the stage. Chen Hao remained alone on stage. He took the microphone handed to him by the host. Dear guests, media friends, in order to implement the initiative of this forum, let digital copyright truly enter the lives of the public. On behalf of the Asia-Pacific Special Fund, I announce that the world's first free online music listening website, Hui Ting Wang, officially launches today. The audience fell silent for a moment, then erupted into buzzing discussions. Most attendees believed that Chen Hao's expenditure on acquiring copyrights was merely for show and to achieve political performance. No one expected that he actually turned these copyrights into a product, and it was a free website at that. Spending millions to acquire copyrights and then spending money to rent servers for a free website was entirely a bottomless pit of expenses. Song Yu shook his head and said to Su Zhongming, this Chairman Chen really does not treat money as money. He is simply burning cash for the sake of face. Ignoring the audience's reaction, Chen Hao returned the microphone to the host and walked off the stage. The host stepped up with a smile. Thank you, Chairman Chen, for the wonderful release. With that, the first International Summit Forum on Digital Copyright Protection in the Dragon Kingdom comes to a successful conclusion. The atmosphere in the venue became relaxed. Foreign media reporters who had already received their travel fees gathered around, blocking Chen Hao in the aisle of the front row. Several recording pens were extended to Chen Hao. Mr. Chen, as the vice chairman of the foundation, how do you evaluate the current copyright environment in the Dragon Kingdom? Asked a Reuters reporter. The Dragon Kingdom is undergoing rapid transformation. The determination of the government is evident to all. Our foundation is willing to be the driving force behind this wave of change. How long can the free model of Hui Ting Wang last? What is the source of funding? Asked an Associated Press report. Funding is fully backed by the Asia-Pacific Special Fund. We do not pursue short-term profits. What we seek is to cultivate the awareness of copyright among internet users. Chen Hao responded fluently. Just as the interview was progressing smoothly, a harsh voice cut through from the outskirts. Mr. Chen, is your approach, which contradicts commercial principles, part of a collaboration with the government of the Dragon Kingdom for a false political show? Chen Hao turned to look in the direction of the voice. A short-haired woman in a gray business suit squeezed into the crowd, holding up a microphone with the Lianbao logo. This was a media outlet from the Pekingdom, not on the list of those Chen Hao had paid to invite. I am Lin Na, a reporter from Pekingdom Lianbao. The short-haired woman's gaze was sharp and aggressive. As far as I know, the source of funding for your copyright acquisition is unclear. Now you are also launching a free website without any profit model. This completely contradicts basic business sense. Are you using this method to help the government whitewash the... As soon as this question was raised, the surrounding foreign reporters stopped asking questions, all turning their recording pens towards Lin Na, preparing to document this sudden conflict. Qian Guoping, not far away, saw this scene, and his expression changed. His greatest fear was that foreign media would not follow the script. If this reporter's statement was reported, this perfect political performance would turn into an international joke. Qian Guoping rushed over, preparing to have security personnel expel this reporter. Chen Hao's expression darkened as he immediately retorted. Reporter Lin, your question is filled with bias. There are many forms of business. Cultivating user habits for free at the beginning is a common practice in the internet age. Using traditional physical business logic to measure internet products indicates that your understanding is still stuck in the last century. Do not shift the topic. Lin Na persisted, continuing to press. Commercial behavior without profit support is just a performance. How much benefit did you receive from the Dragon Kingdom government to cooperate with them in this play? More and more people gathered around to watch. Thomas frowned, pushed through the crowd, and strode purposefully toward Chen Hao. He pointed at the press badge pinned to Lin Na's chest. Which media outlet do you represent? His voice was sharp, laced with the unmistakable authority of a senior executive from a global conglomerate. Lin Na hesitated, her gaze fixed on the tall Caucasian man before her. I'm a reporter for the Singapore United Daily. Your question is riddled with subjective assumptions and malicious defamation, utterly violating the fundamental principle of journalistic objectivity. Thomas rebuked her without restraint. Mr. Chen Hao is one of the rare visionaries worldwide who is genuinely advancing digital copyright protection and development. He has earned profound respect from all international peers, including Bertelsmann. Longwa's explorations in the field of digital copyright have already taken a leading position globally. Thomas swept his gaze across the assembled journalists and raised his voice. Bertelsmann Group is engaged in deep commercial collaboration with Mr. Chen Hao to jointly drive the commercialization of digital copyright. Your so-called stage performance is an insult, not just to Mr. Chen, but to our entire industry. Thomas locked eyes with Lin Na. I will personally call the editor-in-chief of the United Daily to lodge a formal, serious complaint regarding your professional conduct. Should it prove necessary, Bertelsmann's legal team will assist Mr. Chen Hao in filing a defamation lawsuit against you. Lin Na's face drained of color instantly. She had merely sought a sensational scoop to stand out among her peers. Lin Na cared little about Longwa's official response. After all, she held a foreign passport. Yet she never imagined that a Bertelsmann executive would step in personally to endorse Chen Hao. Bertelsmann is a top 5 global media empire wielding decisive influence over countless news organizations. A single word from Thomas could not only get her dismissed from the United Daily tomorrow, but render her effectively unemployable across the entire Asian media landscape. Faced with such overwhelming asymmetrical pressure, Lin Na's psychological defenses shattered completely. Mr. Thomas, I sincerely apologize. I failed to verify the facts and my question was reckless. Her voice trembled as she bowed her head. You should not be apologizing to me, Thomas replied coldly. Lin Na turned toward Chen Hao and executed a deep solemn bow. Chairman Chen, I offer my deepest apologies. I retract everything I said earlier. Please forgive my insolence. Chen Hao regarded the terrified ethnic Chinese journalist before him, his tone icy and unyielding. Reporter Lin, journalism demands fidelity to truth, never prejudice. Regardless of which passport you hold, never forget the color of your own skin. Do not rush home to bark viciously at your own people simply to pander to Western bias. Lin Na nodded repeatedly, too intimidated to utter a single word in reply. This time I accept your apology. Chen Hao adjusted the cuff of his suit jacket. Should I hear such baseless slander from you again, my attorneys will ensure you rot in prison. Lin Na fled the scene in disarray. After witnessing Thomas's uncompromising stance, the other journalists tempered their questions considerably. Chen Hao stood bathed in light, answering questions about Hewitting Network's technical architecture and its public interest mission with calm precision, portraying himself as a true idealist willing to sacrifice his fortune for the cause of copyright reform. This persona resonated powerfully with Western media. Half an hour later, the interview concluded and hostesses began guiding the press out in orderly fashion. Standing by the side entrance of the banquet hall were Song Yusu Zhongming, Huang Jiqiang of Gunshare Records, and several of their deputies, approaching Chen Hao with swift, eager steps. These titans of Longwa's audiovisual industry now gazed upon Chen Hao with feverish intensity. Thomas's explicit acknowledgement of deep collaboration had ignited their hopes of lucrative expansion into Europe and America. Chairman Chen, the forum was an extraordinary success. Song Yu extended both hands from afar, his voice brimming with reverence. Tonight, I've reserved a private dining room at Shunfeng Restaurant. I humbly request the honor of hosting you, Chairman David and Mr. Thomas, for a celebratory dinner. Su Zhongming elbowed his way forward, positioning himself beside Song Yu. Celebration is absolutely essential, Chairman Chen. Jingwen Records would be honored if Mr. Thomas might offer some guidance, perhaps on opportunities for international expansion. We'll arrange tonight's gathering. Huang Jiqiang refused to be outdone. Chairman Chen, please allow Gunshare Records to host tonight's banquet. The standard will fully satisfy our distinguished foreign guests. Chen Hao surveyed their faces, etched with naked ambition, and suppressed a cold, inward laugh. Having navigated the volatile worlds of cryptocurrency and capital markets in his past life, he had seen this kind of opportunistic sycophancy far too often. When you possess utility, they kneel to lick your boots. When you lose power, they become the first hyenas to tear your carcass. He raised his hand, glanced at his wristwatch, then gestured toward the distance. Gentlemen, I truly appreciate your goodwill, but today is unfortunately inconvenient. Senior officials from the ministry and the district have invited Chairman David and Mr. Thomas to an official luncheon, a protocol arranged by the Foreign Affairs Department. As the Foundation's representative, I must accompany them throughout. Following Chen Hao's gesture, Song Yu and the others saw several high-ranking officials surrounding the two foreigners like stars orbiting the moon. A gathering of such stature was unquestionably beyond their reach. We understand, completely understand. Song Yu nodded vigorously, his face wreathed in smiles. Official hospitality takes absolute priority. We'll reschedule our private gathering accordingly. Chairman Chen, whenever you're free, just give us a word. I'll be there instantly. Chen Hao smiled and accepted graciously. I'll schedule individual meetings with each of you later. Regarding Longwa's digital copyright export strategy, I've already outlined a preliminary framework with Mr. Thomas. Rest assured, the opportunities are abundant. Hearing this, the executives buzzed with exhilaration, profusely thanking him as they watched Chen Hao walk toward the waiting officials. At noon, the third-floor Chinese restaurant of Guomao Hotel, a meticulously appointed private dining room featuring a rosewood round table centered with an exquisite floral arrangement. Director Wang occupied the seat of honor. Qian Guoping sat at the deputy host position. Chairman David and Mr. Thomas were seated at the most prestigious guest seats. Chen Hao sat between the two foreigners, serving informally as interpreter and social catalyst. The table displayed traditional state banquet dishes, lion's head meatballs, Buddha jumps over the wall, and several delicately crafted Longwa specialties. The wine was 20-year Mao Tai, its rich mellow soy sauce aroma filling the room the moment the bottle was uncorked. Chairman David, Mr. Thomas, this toast is offered on behalf of the General Administration, welcoming you to Longwa, Director Wang declared, raising his glass, while the interpreter conveyed the official greeting. Both David and Thomas responded with impeccable decorum, rising to return the toast. Conversation flowed smoothly around cultural exchange and bilateral friendship. Officials of Director Wang's and Qian Guoping's caliber spoke with flawless precision, exuding national confidence while expressing sincere respect for international copyright norms. Chen Hao served as the perfect lubricant. He wove in insightful anecdotes from Western media history and deftly bridged policy discourse with diplomatic nuance. The luncheon lasted 2 hours, graceful, harmonious, and deeply satisfying for all. As they departed, Director Wang deliberately clasped Chen Hao's hand and imparted a weighty personal message. Xiaoqin, you've made an exceptional contribution to this event. Should you require any support from the administration going forward, go directly to Director Qian. Thank you, Director. I'll ensure all follow-up work is executed flawlessly, and I'll certainly consult Director Qian whenever support is needed. Chen Hao replied with earnest sincerity. At 2 p.m., after seeing off the official motorcade, Chen Hao escorted Thomas back to the Guamao Hotel's business conference room. David Smith, overcome by jet lag and the effects of alcohol, had retired to rest. Only Chen Hao and Thomas remained inside the conference room. Zhao Gang stood guard at the door, barring all staff from entering. Chen Hao placed a box of cigars on the table and lit one for himself. Thomas, how did today's forum strike you? Profoundly impressive. Thomas expertly clipped the cigar's tip, his movements practiced and precise. I can sense that this nation's government places extraordinary trust and support behind your initiative. In the West, securing endorsement of this magnitude would demand tens of millions of dollars in lobbying expenditures and years of sustained public relations effort. This is the heritage of a millennium-old family. Of course, I also provided them with political achievements. Chen Hao smiled. Now we can talk about the more practical matters. Regarding our cooperation, Thomas sat up straight, knowing that the real game of interests had begun. Thomas, I mentioned before that the internet environment in Longhua is different from that of the great beautiful country. Here the netizens do not have credit cards and lack mature online payment methods. Therefore, I have constructed a completely new digital distribution and payment system. Chen Hao opened the briefcase beside him and took out his phone. In Longhua, the most popular digital payment method is only one, which is phone credit. Thus, I partnered with Longhua Mobile. This is the largest telecommunications operator in Longhua, controlling over 100 million mobile users. I edited music into 30-second ringtones and created star posters adapted to mobile screen resolutions. Users can download this content to their phones by sending specific text message commands. Chen Hao picked up the Nokia phone and pressed a few buttons. Accompanied by a crisp beep, a text message was sent out. A few seconds later, the phone screen lit up, receiving a reply. Chen Hao pressed the confirm button and a rough, yet recognizable ringtone began to ring in the conference room. This time, he sent it to the test number of Longhua Mobile, and the ringtone was sent from the fund's distribution platform. Downloading such a ringtone costs 2 Longhua coins. This fee is directly deducted by Longhua Mobile from the user's phone balance. At the end of the month, the operator takes 15% of the channel fee. The remaining 85% goes to me. Thomas stared at the Nokia phone, his eyes brightening. This model perfectly bypasses the deadlock of online payment, directly utilizing the existing billing channel. With over 100 million mobile users in Longhua, as long as a small portion is willing to pay for ringtones, the resulting cash flow will be terrifying. Chen, this is truly a genius idea. Thomas did not hold back his praise. This plan is perfectly suited to the current payment situation in Longhua. It is built on a completely monopolistic channel with no bad debt risk. Users do not even feel the pain of spending, as the phone credit is prepaid. Chen Hao flicked the ash from his cigar into the crystal ashtray. The channel and billing system have already been tested successfully. All domestic digital copyrights are in my hands. Now I need content from the European and American markets to fill some user demands. This is the basis for my cooperation with you. Thomas sat up straight, adjusting his tie to show his willingness to cooperate. Bertelsmann holds the world's top music library and film resources. As long as we reach an agreement, these resources can all be integrated into your platform. Regarding profit sharing, Bertelsmann has always adhered to the principle of mutual benefit. You can propose a plan. Chen Hao looked at Thomas and held out 3 fingers. Bertelsmann can obtain exclusive cooperation rights for the digital copyrights of overseas music and films in this system. Of course, we are exclusive partners in this business. In terms of profits, we will split it 30-70. Thomas smiled at this ratio. Chen, you take 30% of the profit, and we take 70%. Although this condition is not our optimal ratio in the past, for the sake of our partnership, I can agree on behalf of the company. After returning home, I will prompt the legal department to draft the contract. Chen Hao took a puff of his cigar and slowly exhaled smoke. Thomas, you misunderstood. It is I who takes 70% and Bertelsmann takes 30%. Thomas' smile disappeared and his expression stiffened. He stared at Chen Hao, confirming that the other party was not joking. As a senior executive of a multinational media giant, he was used to taking the dominant position at the negotiating table. Chen Hao's quote challenged his long-held business logic. Chen, this is impossible. Thomas' tone became serious. Bertelsmann has never accepted such a ratio in copyright cooperation in any region around the world. According to the group's convention, as a top content provider, we have a very high pricing power. In most regions, we take 80% of the profit. Even when facing the strongest channel providers in Europe and America, we still split it 20-80. You propose 30-70, or you take 70, and we take 30. Such absurd conditions, I simply cannot persuade the board. Chen Hao did not rush to refute. He picked up the blue and white porcelain teacup on the table and took a sip of warm black tea. Thomas, what was Bertelsmann Group's global revenue last year? Thomas did not understand why Chen Hao suddenly asked for this data, but still provided the accurate figure. More than 15 billion euros. Chen Hao put down the teacup. Evaluate how much revenue the digital copyright market in Longhua can bring to Bertelsmann in the short term. Thomas calculated in his mind the consumption level mobile penetration rate and exchange rate conversion in Longhua. According to the business model you described, it can initially generate several million, at most tens of millions of dollars in revenue. This is already a very optimistic estimate. Chen Hao nodded, indicating his agreement with the figure. You are right. This figure will grow exponentially every year in the future, but for now, it is just the tens of millions of dollars. Chen Hao looked directly at Thomas. Returning to what you just said, you believe that the board will not accept this profit sharing. In fact, you have made a cognitive error. The reason you believe you cannot persuade the board is that your ecological position, though mass expression stiffened. As a senior executive of a multinational giant, he rarely heard someone so bluntly belittle his position. This was more uncomfortable than a direct rejection of his quote. Do not take this as an offense. Chen Hao coldly looked at Thomas, assuming a superior's posture. You are the general manager of the great beautiful country region for the group, wielding great power. But in the eyes of the real decision-makers on the board, you are still just a senior executor. Your thinking pattern remains stuck in specific performance evaluations, profit margins, and tactical execution. Chen Hao began to embellish his story. I have been cultivated as the successor by my family since I was 14. The education I received and the discussions I participated in were all about macro-regulation of family resources, political interest exchanges, and top-level design. Chen Hao maintained a straight face as he fabricated nonsense. He completely filtered out the painful memory from when he was 14, when he wanted to use his red envelope money to buy a Nintendo Famicom, but was forcefully denied by his parents. I have always viewed problems from the perspective of the upper-level decision-makers. In your entire Bertelsmann Group, only your CEO Mittelhoff and a few directors are close to my ecological position. Chen Hao looked at Thomas. So I am very clear about what they think when they encounter problems. Thomas was captivated by Chen Hao's grand narrative. He was used to negotiating with business reports and investment returns, and completely did not expect Chen Hao to implement a dimensionality reduction attack from the perspective of family inheritance and class ecological positions. He momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Chen Hao continued his output. Consider this: for a massive conglomerate with an annual income exceeding 100 billion euros and a market value close to $800 billion, is an additional revenue of merely $10 million really significant? This money is crucial for you. It can make your quarterly reports look exceptionally appealing, serving as leverage for you to demonstrate your worth to the group and vie for promotions and pay raises. However, for your CEO Mittelhoff, this sum is nothing but a trivial decimal on the financial statements. It is hardly. As the helm of a $100 billion conglomerate, he is simply unconcerned with petty tactical finances. His focus lies solely on the broader strategic landscape. Chen Hao threw out information gleaned from various business publications in his past life. According to our family's intelligence network on Wall Street, Mittelhoff, defying the majority opinion, forcibly acquired Napster because he had set a grand strategic goal for Bertelsmann to transform towards the internet. He even planned to spin off the group's music sector and take it public, seeking funds on NASDAQ. Thomas felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. This was a secret within Bertelsmann, known only to a select few senior executives. This young man from the Dragon Country seemed to be well acquainted with the group's circumstances. The intelligence capabilities of this ancient family were truly terrifying. This radical transformation strategy faced fierce opposition from the conservative old-timers on your board. They firmly believed that digital music would destroy the traditional record industry, jeopardizing the foundation of the group. Chen Hao fixed a cold gaze on Thomas. At this very moment, Mittelhoff is mired in a quagmire. What does he need most? He needs a strategic victory. In this era rampant with global piracy, he needs to find a successful case that proves digital music can be commercialized and can generate real profits. The amount of money is inconsequential. What matters is that he needs this functioning business model to silence the conservative members of the board and demonstrate that his decision is entirely correct. In such circumstances, do you think Mittelhoff would care about the $10 million in profit sharing? Would he choose to haggle with me over a few $1 million, or would he decide to decisively secure this successful case to solidify his position as CEO of a $100 billion conglomerate? Following Chen Hao's logic, Thomas contemplated, and the answer was evident. Mittelhoff would undoubtedly spare no effort to facilitate this collaboration. Moreover, Chen Hao leaned back in his chair, adopting a more relaxed posture. With the mature, digital music profit model from the Dragon Country as support, when Bertelsmann's music sector debuts as the first global digital music stock on NASDAQ, or the Frankfurt Stock Exchange, Wall Street's capital will pay handsomely for this story. The capital market will offer a very high valuation, Even a slight fluctuation in stock price could recoup what you missed in profit sharing over a decade in the Dragon Country market. The decision makers are absolutely willing to sacrifice 10 tactical interests for a single strategic victory. And right now I just need you to take a slightly smaller share. Chen Hao picked up his teacup and cleared his throat. If it weren't for our fortunate connection, Mittelhoff should be willing to pay an additional $10 million in public relations fees to ensure my cooperation in this performance. After all, it is not just Bertelsmann that needs this strategic victory to tell a story to Wall Street. Universal, Sony, Warner, they are all queuing up to obtain this victory. Thomas was utterly speechless. He realized that all the negotiation skills and business rhetoric he had prepared became utterly powerless in the face of Chen Hao's logic. Chen Hao had elevated this business to a strategic height that could influence the political life of the group CEO. In this arena of competition, a regional manager from a major beautiful country had no qualifications to interrupt. Thomas picked up a napkin from the table to wipe the fine sweat from his forehead. Chen, your analysis is incredibly insightful. I admit my perspective has been limited by my position. Thomas' tone became very cautious, completely shedding the arrogance from before. Regarding the condition of a 70-30 profit share, I no longer have the authority to refute. I must report your proposal verbatim to Mr. Mittelhoff. He will make the final decision. Please give me some time to consult. Thomas added. No problem. You can report at your leisure. I'm not in a hurry. Chen Hao lit his second cigar. When you report, please convey a message to your CEO for me. Thomas took out his notebook ready to jot down notes. In addition to bringing European and American copyrights into the Dragon Country, I also need Bertelsmann to collaborate exclusively with me to push domestic music and film copyrights into overseas markets. Note that this includes not only digital copyrights, but also physical distribution and performance authorizations. I want a comprehensive partnership. Chen Hao exhaled a puff of smoke. As for the profit sharing, the rules remain unchanged. It will still be 70 for me and 30 for Bertelsmann. Thomas' hand holding the pen trembled slightly. In the European and American markets, Bertelsmann possesses overwhelming channel dominance. Even on someone else's turf, Chen Hao still expected to take 70 of the profits. This was no longer negotiation, it was blatant plunder. Yet Thomas no longer had the courage to question this ratio. He meticulously recorded Chen Hao's demands in his notebook. I will report these 2 cooperation items to Mr. Mittelhoff as well. Thomas closed his notebook. Pingsheng. On the 4th floor of Sage Technology Park, Ma Huatin sat in the small general manager's office, which was less than 10 square meters. In front of him, an old color TV was placed on a metal cabinet. The television screen was on broadcasting the news. The male anchor's clear and articulate voice echoed in the cramped space. This morning, the first international summit on digital copyright protection in the Dragon Country was held at the Kyoto Guemao Hotel. This forum was led by the General Administration of Press and Publication, with multiple ministries participating. A representative from the United Nations Global Digital Property Development Fund attended the meeting. The television screen switched. The banquet hall was brightly lit. The camera swept over the leaders seated in the front row, then focused on an interview scene. Chen Hao, dressed in a sharp suit, stood in front of the microphone. A caption appeared at the bottom of the screen: Vice Chairman of the Global Digital Property Development Fund for the Asia-Pacific region, Chen Hao. Ma Huatin stared at the screen, not even blinking. On the television, Chen Hao faced numerous foreign media reporters with cameras responding to questions with composure. Ma Huatin picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip of cold tea. This was already the second time he had seen this young new shareholder on the news. The last time was a month ago. The television reported on the large-scale exhibition commemorating the 50th anniversary of the aid from the beautiful country to the North Bang in defense of their homeland. Chen Hao was seen assisting Mr. Sun in the footage. That news did not mention Chen Hao's name or position, but Ma Huatin recognized him at a glance as that new. Ma Huatin glanced at the calendar on the table. It was October 25th. It had been a few months since Chen Hao invested in Penguin in Pengcheng. Chen Hao had promised that once the SP license was approved by the local authorities in Pengcheng, he would be able to handle the SP licenses for the entire country. Ma Huating had always remembered this agreement. During this time, he had been under immense pressure, server costs were still burning, and the user base of OICQ was growing exponentially every day. Without a profit model, Penguin was still struggling on the brink of survival. He really wanted to call and ask about the progress, but he held back. When dealing with disciples from such high-ranking families, the worst thing to do is to be unversed in etiquette and urge them casually. Making a call rashly would only annoy them. However, after seeing the news today, Ma Huating could no longer sit still. He picked up his phone from the table, found Chen Hao's number, and pressed the dial button. The phone emitted a series of waiting tones. At the same time, in the Haitian district of Kyoto, at the headquarters of Matrix Technology Company, Chen Hao sat in the boss chair with his legs crossed over the edge of the desk. The television on the wall was also broadcasting the news. Chen Hao looked at himself on the screen, picked up a Zhonghua cigarette from the table, took one out, and lit it. The phone beside him vibrated. The screen displayed Ma Huating's name. Chen Hao pressed the answer button and brought the phone to his ear. "Hello, Chairman Chen, good evening." Ma Huating's voice came through the receiver. "Old Ma still at work?" Chen Hao exhaled a puff of smoke. I'm still working overtime at the company. Director Chen, I just saw you on TV. Congratulations on your new position. Ma Huadeng quickly corrected himself. No, you should call me Chairman Chen now. Chen Hao chuckled lightly. Old Ma, we are on the same side, no need to be so formal. Those are just superficial titles for others to see. Just call me Chairman Chen. Ma Huadeng repeatedly agreed on the other end. Chen Hao guessed that Xiao Ma Gu was looking for him for a specific reason, so he directly cut to the chase. Old Ma, how is the SP license situation in Pingqing? Less than 2 days after you left Pingqing, the municipal bureau approved it, and the process was extremely fast. That's good enough. Chen Hao flicked the ash off his cigarette. Tomorrow have the administration prepare the materials for the application of the national SP license and send them to my company address in Kyoto. Once I receive the materials, I will approve the national licenses for you. Ma Huadeng was taken aback. He pulled the phone away from his ear, glanced at the screen, and confirmed that he had not misheard. Chen Hao used the term approve for you, not help you apply. Ma Huadeng placed the phone back against his ear, his tone hesitant. Chairman Chen, doesn't the national license have to go through the ministry's approval process? Sending the materials to you doesn't require passing through the ministry. On the other end of the line, Chen Hao's tone was relaxed. The ministry deals with approval documents from all over the country every day. The workload is too large and the process is too cumbersome. I just applied for the qualifications of a pilot unit specifically to help the ministry handle the approval of SP business, which is a tedious job. So you don't need to worry about the ministry's process. Just send me the materials and I can directly approve the national license. Ma Huadeng listened to this and felt his mind go blank. He had been dealing with the local communications bureau in Pingqing for years and was well aware of the procedural rules in those bureaucracies. A national business license involves extremely strict regulatory reviews. Chen Hao actually found the ministry's approval too slow and directly established a pilot unit to take the approval power into his own hands. This was equivalent to putting the official seal of the national ministry into his own pocket. Ma Huadeng understood that the sons of powerful families in the capital have wild paths and great influence. He had never anticipated that the methods could be this audacious, directly replacing the ministry to make decisions and issue national operating licenses. Ma Huadeng swallowed hard. Chairman Chen, is this compliant? That's not something you need to worry about. Just focus on using the license for business. In fact, what Chen Hao issued to Penguin was just a pilot operation license. The original materials submitted by Penguin would still be bundled and handed over to the ministry to go through that long formal approval process. However, during the pilot period with the license issued by Chen Hao, Penguin could legally and compliantly conduct SP business nationwide. For a company, being able to conduct business and earn money is the core issue. Whether they hold a pilot license or a formal license makes no difference at all. Chen Hao did not explain these underlying logics to Ma Huadeng. Maintaining a sense of mystery and information asymmetry is the best way to control these future business tycoons. I will arrange for the materials to be sent out first thing tomorrow morning. Ma Huadeng quickly replied. There's one more thing. Chen Hao placed his legs down from the desk and sat up straight. I also helped you negotiate the cooperation with Longwa Mobile. I promised you before that I would get you the highest revenue share. Mobile will take 15 as a channel fee and the remaining 85 will all belong to Penguin. We have set it to officially operate next month. Ma Huadeng's hand holding the phone trembled slightly. Recently, news about the Mobile Dream Network in the internet circle had been spreading like wildfire. Wang Yi and Suhu, among others, had invested enormous resources to seize the first batch of entry tickets for the Mobile Dream Network. Ma Huadeng learned through industry friends that these major companies not only formed specialized teams, but also reported their plans daily at Longwa Mobile's headquarters. They even dispatched core technical personnel to participate in the development and interface testing of Mobile's internal billing system. After such a huge investment, these major companies managed to secure a maximum revenue share of 85. But what about Penguin? They had done nothing. They had not submitted a single cooperation proposal, nor sent a single technical person to participate in testing. The high-level executives at Longwa Mobile probably had not even heard of Penguin, a startup based in Pingqing. Chen Hao casually helping to mention Penguin was enough to place it on the list of first batch candidates for the Mobile Dream Network. Additionally, they obtained the same highest revenue share ratio as the 3 major portal websites. Ma Huadeng was well aware of the difficulty involved. This required having a very high level of influence within Longwa Mobile, allowing one to disregard all entry barriers and review mechanisms, easily inserting themselves and directly setting the revenue share ratio. Ma Huadeng's mind again flashed back to the image of Chen Hao supporting Old Sun while walking in the military museum exhibition hall during the news broadcast. That scene overlapped with Chen Hao's casually spoken words now. Chen Hao's status in Ma Huadeng's heart had completely ascended to an unfathomable level. Old Ma, the Mobile Dream Network, will officially enter public testing next month. Chen Hao's voice interrupted Ma Huadeng's thoughts. How is your business interface and content library preparation coming along over there? Ma Huadeng came back to his senses and assured him repeatedly. Chairman Chen, don't worry. The team is doing the final interface debugging. We have also adapted the popular emoticons in OHCQ into mobile-compatible images. As soon as we receive the license, we can connect at any time. Hurry up and run through the process. This is a market for making money. Those who enter early get the meat, and those who enter later can only drink soup. Chen Hao instructed. Understood. Thank you so much, Chairman Chen. Ma Huateng's tone was sincere. Work hard. I have faith in Penguin's future. After Chen Hao finished speaking, he hung up the phone. The early morning Kyoto was shrouded in a thin mist. An Audi A6 was cruising along the highway towards Kyoto International Airport. The interior of the car was very quiet. David Smith leaned against the leather seat, his head bobbing slightly as he dozed off with the subtle bumps of the car. Climbing the Great Wall, visiting the Forbidden City, and listening to Peking opera, the old man was exhausted by the intense itinerary, yet he enjoyed himself immensely. Climbing the Great Wall, visiting the Forbidden City, and listening to Peking opera, the old man was exhausted by the intense itinerary, yet he enjoyed himself immensely. Thomas sat next to David, wide awake. He tilted his head, watching the poplar trees rush by outside the window, his brow furrowed. The day before yesterday, after discussing with Chen Hao, Thomas had called Bertelsmann Group's CEO Mittelhoff in the evening. He provided a detailed account of the sights and experiences from this trip to the Dragon Country. He described the highly prestigious official forum and the astonishing political and business resources displayed by Chen Hao. Finally, he recounted Chen Hao's proposed SP digital copyright distribution model and how it could lead to a strategic victory. Thomas had expected Mittelhoff to be excited by this breakthrough proposal. However, there was a long silence on the other end of it. Then Mittelhoff sternly questioned Thomas. In Mittelhoff's understanding, the grand, beautiful country, as the most developed nation in the world, possessed the most mature internet infrastructure and credit card payment systems. Even so, Bertelsmann still faced tremendous difficulties in advancing the commercialization of digital music, encountering fierce resistance from the traditional recording industry. However, Thomas informed him that in a third-world country which was just beginning to rise in the internet age and was widely regarded by the West as underdeveloped and rife with piracy, there emerged a local noble claiming a heritage of 1,000 years. This person presented a perfect digital music monetization plan, having completely established a closed loop of the entire industry chain, from fundamental technology to official policies. Mittelhoff bluntly told Thomas that this argument was akin to the Anglo-Saxons in Marvel Comics setting foot on Wakanda for the first time and encountering the technologically advanced Black Panther. This was entirely beyond the common understanding of a Western financial group's leader. Mittelhoff recognized Thomas' capabilities, which was why he was appointed as the general manager for the grand, beautiful country. He did not believe that Thomas would intentionally lie, but he thought Thomas had been brainwashed by that Dragon Country man named Chen Hao through some clever Eastern trick. Mittelhoff issued a strict order over the phone, demanding Thomas to fly back to the group's headquarters in Kowloon and explain the matter in person. After hanging up, Thomas paced back and forth in his room. He had no tangible evidence to convince the CEO. After all, words alone were not enough. In a multinational conglomerate like theirs, no one would sign a cooperation agreement based on a tale that seemed far-fetched. Early this morning, Thomas knocked on Chen Hao's door. He truthfully informed him of Mittelhoff's reaction and requested Chen Hao's assistance. Chen Hao made a call to Qian Guoping. In less than an hour, a video disc of the official forum report, recorded and edited by the Dragon Country television station, was delivered to the Guemao Hotel. Chen Hao then took out a mobile phone in front of Thomas. Thomas held up a handheld DV camera, recording the entire process of Chen Hao sending text commands, deducting call charges, downloading a monophonic ringtone, and playing it without missing a single second. With the video disc and DV camera in hand, Thomas regained his confidence. He intended to take these to Kowloon to prove to Mittelhoff that he had not become obsessed with comics or hallucinated from smoking marijuana. What he brought back was an opportunity for Bertelsmann to win the battle in the digital age. The Audi A6 entered the airport VIP lane. A red special pass was placed under the windshield. The car smoothly drove onto the tarmac, stopping next to a Boeing aircraft's boarding stairs. David Smith was startled awake by the sound of the car's brakes. He rubbed his eyes and got out of the car. Chen, thank you for your warm hospitality. This trip to the Dragon Country was fantastic. David embraced Chen Hao with a handshake. Once I return to New York, I will immediately submit your vice chairman appointment document to the council. Wait for my good news. Safe travels, Chairman David. I look forward to our reunion in New York, Chen Hao replied with a smile. Thomas stepped forward and shook Chen Hao's hand. Chen, I will get back to you as soon as possible. Once I sort things out at headquarters, I will fly to Kyoto with the legal team. I await your news. Good luck, Thomas. Chen Hao patted his shoulder. The two turned and walked up the boarding stairs, entering the cabin. The plane taxied down the runway, soaring into the clouds. Chen Hao retracted his gaze and opened the front passenger door, taking a seat. Gongzi, head back to the company, Chen Hao instructed. The Audi A6 turned around, leaving the tarmac and merging onto the highway back to the city. Chen Hao leaned back in his seat, watching the buildings retreat outside the window, lost in thought. All external resources and channels had been fully opened. The official policy endorsement had been obtained, and the authorization agreements for the domestic copyright database had been signed. The connection for Bertelsmann to overseas copyrights had also been established. The current trouble lay internally. Chen Hao was very clear about his current situation. The foundation was too shallow, the startup was too rapid, and the personnel configuration was entirely a makeshift crew. He was considering the several companies he had. Matrix Technology was nominally a technology company, but its actual business was a large internet cafe. Daily operations relied entirely on Lei, who overseeing with a few brothers, while Zhao Gang occasionally helped keep an eye on accounts and security. The cash flow of the internet cafe was very stable, completely lacking in technical content, and did not require high-level management talent. On the other hand, Shui Leduo had a pleasant surprise with Su Jing's performance. This section chief, who had resigned from a state-owned enterprise, was highly capable in business. Not only did she keep the financial accounts clear and concise, but she also led Lu Lan and did Jun managing the daily operations, supply chain, and personnel of the entire milk tea chain. Shui Leduo was now operating without Chen Hao needing to worry at all. Huishang Technology was currently just a shell, although it had a navigation website, ERP software, an internet cafe management system, a music website, and a player, among other products. Liang Bo was working on technical development and maintenance with a few part-time college students. Zhao Gang was responsible for running errands and handling some administrative coordination. The current scale and business complexity of these three companies could barely be managed by the existing team. The upcoming SP business was a completely different concept. The Mobile Dream Network is set to go public next month. Once the SP business is operational, it will be a bottomless pit for capital. The initial onboarding work is not too heavy, with only about a dozen to 20 companies expected to cooperate at the start. When the first batch of SP operators sees profit returns, the entire internet circle and capital market will go. A myriad of companies will rush and eager to grab a piece of the pie in this market. By next year, the number of SP companies connected to the platform may soar to over 1,000. The following year, this number could surpass 10,000. The qualification reviews of so many companies, interface, debugging, content compliance, supervision, billing, reconciliation, and profit-sharing settlements will generate an immense operational workload. Chen Hao himself had no time to manage these trivial daily operations. He needed to free up energy to strategize for larger endeavors. Therefore, this business must find a knowledgeable and capable professional to establish and manage the SP operation. Chen Hao searched his memories of the history of the SP industry development from his previous life within his mind. The names that once wielded power in this primitive era flashed through his thoughts one by one. The first person that came to his mind was Wang Lele, acclaimed as the #1 in SP within the industry. At this moment, Wang Lele served as the Deputy Chief Operating Officer and Online General Manager of Tom Group. In the original course of history, Wang Lele, with his exceptionally keen business acumen and formidable execution, led Tom Group on a rapid sprint through the SP sector. Through a comprehensive business layout involving SMS, MMS, and IVR voice services, he propelled Tom Group's SP revenue to the top of the industry, leaving established portal sites like Suhu and Wangi far behind. Wang Lele earned the title of the Big Brother in the SP world because at his peak he controlled or held shares in over 90 SP companies through various means. He alone occupied a significant market share of the entire industry. For Chen Hao, who held the platform with the approval channel and copyright distribution rights, Wang Lele was undoubtedly the best operator. He understood the business, the rules, and how to maximize profits in this gray area. However, Chen Hao still crossed this name off his list. Chen Hao could not utilize this person. First of all, he simply could not afford him. Wang Lele was already a senior executive in a large internet enterprise like Tom Group, earning a high salary and wielding significant power. Chen Hao's current scale was far too small compared to Tom Group. He could not offer a salary and options that would entice Wang Lele. More critically, Chen Hao could not manage Wang Lele. Chen Hao publicly claimed to be a child of a prestigious family, able to appear profound before outsiders. But all of that was superficial. Wang Lele was different. He was a genuine, well-rooted scion of a prominent family from the capital. His grandfather was the first secretary of the Ministry of Email in Longhua, with a family legacy deeply entrenched in the communication and internet fields. Hiring Wang Lele would mean letting him take full control of the SP platform's operations. With Wang Lele's background and capabilities, it would take less than half a year for him to thoroughly understand the connections and channels within the platform. Chen Hao's facade would be utterly exposed before Wang Lele. Once Wang Lele discovered that Chen Hao was merely an empty boast, the ownership of the platform would no longer be in Chen Hao's hands. Chen Hao sighed and withdrew his gaze from the window. One must evaluate their own capabilities when hiring. Seeking a highly capable subordinate who might turn against him was akin to seeking his own demise. He could only settle for second best. Chen Hao continued to rummage through his mind. Another name surfaced. Lu Xiaosong. Chen Hao was very familiar with this person's resume. Lu Xiaosong graduated from Huqing University and was a typical tech entrepreneur. In the early 1990s, he moved south to Pengcheng and entered the financial security system. Later, he resigned to start his own venture, establishing Shanghai Technology, where he developed Longwo's first Windows-based securities trading system and earned his initial fortune. In the original timeline, Lu Xiaosong was also a heavyweight player during the SP era. The A9 Music he founded became the earliest and largest digital music SP service provider in Longhua. He perfectly combined digital music with mobile communication, earning a substantial profit by selling ringtones and caller tones, ultimately leading A9 Music to a successful IPO in Xinjiang. More importantly, Liu Xiaosong had an astonishing vision in the investment world. He was one of the earliest angel investors in Penguin, and that investment brought him tens of thousands of times in returns. At this moment, Liu Xiaosong was experiencing a low point in his life. 2 years ago, he sold Xinghai Technology and held a considerable amount of cash. He was optimistic about the internet's development and was searching for investment opportunities. He invested in Penguin, but Penguin was still struggling in a cash-burning quagmire with no prospect of profitability. He also launched a website called Longdong Feitian, the predecessor of A9. At this moment, the website was merely the Longhua version of Napster, a free piracy music distribution site, completely lacking a profitable model while continuously burning money. Liu Xiaosong likely had very little funding left, and without the emergence of the SP business, he would probably Liu Xiaosong understood technology, music, and capital operations, and he was currently in a difficult time. Most critically, Liu Xiaosong was a businessman without the kind of deep official background that would make Chen Hao wary. As long as Chen Hao firmly held onto the pilot qualification and the legitimate copyright database, Liu Xiaosong could not turn the tables on him. Chen Hao took out his phone and searched through his contacts. He did not have Liu Xiaosong's number, but he had Ma Huadeng's number. Liu Xiaosong was an investor in Penguin, and Ma Huadeng definitely had his contact information. Just as he was about to dial Ma Huadeng's number, Chen Hao reconsidered and decided to abandon the idea. He needed recruiting talents who had already achieved financial freedom and had successful entrepreneurial experience could not be approached the same way as recruiting fresh graduates with grand ideals. He must use absolute advantages to directly breach the other party's psychological defenses. Returning to the company, Chen Hao walked to his desk and sat down. He pressed the power button on the computer's main unit, and the monitor lit up. He entered the domain name of Longdong Feitian in the address bar and hit enter. The web page loaded slowly due to the bandwidth limitations of the year 2000, with the progress bar stuttering for a few seconds before fully displaying. The website's design was rudimentary with a blue and white color scheme, and the homepage was cluttered with various popular. Chen Hao scrolled through the list of song titles with his mouse wheel. Wang Fei, Lao Lang, Pu Shu, and the latest songs from several popular Hong Kong and Taiwan stars were all listed. Casually clicking on a song, the page redirected, popping up a built-in simple player with an MP3 download link. Chen Hao clicked the download link, and a few megabytes audio file began transferring. The download speed was only a few KB per second. After a few minutes, the file finished downloading. He clicked to play, and the sound quality was rough, a typical product of poorly recorded and transcoded materials. This was the current state of the domestic internet. Individual webmasters and startups recklessly scraped and transported pirated audio and video files to attract traffic, offering free downloads. Internet users had become accustomed to it, and copyright holders had no time to pay attention. Chen Hao flipped through several pages of the website's song list, which mostly consisted of songs from companies like Taiha Maitian and Gunsha Records. From a legal standpoint, over 90% of the songs available for download on the Longdong Feitian website violated the digital copyrights recently purchased by the Asia-Pacific Special Fund. Chen Hao picked up the phone on his desk and dialed Qian Guoping's number. The phone rang twice before being answered. "Third uncle, am I interrupting your work?" Chen Hao asked casually. "Just finished a meeting, Xiao Chun. What's the matter?" Qian Guoping's voice came through the earpiece. The next morning, in Peng City, at an old office building, the office area of Longdong Feitian Company is barely 50 square meters, filled with several rows of cramped computer desks. Several programmers are typing code at their screens, the sound of keyboards echoing throughout the room. In the corner, a few old servers are piled up, their fans buzzing with noise. Liu Xiaosong sits in a private office by the window, holding a bill sent from the telecom data center, his brow furrowed. The number of registered users on the website has exceeded 100,000 this month. In the internet circle of the year 2000, this is considered an impressive figure. However, the more users there are, the more troubled Liu Xiaosong becomes. Users consume massive amounts of server bandwidth every day by streaming and downloading MP3 files from the website. The billing at the telecom data center is based on traffic. Last month's bandwidth fees have already drained the cash flow from the company's accounts. The money Liu Xiaosong previously earned from selling Xinghai Technology has almost run out after investing in Chia and establishing Longdong Feitian. Chia is still burning cash, and he cannot rely on dividends. Longdong Feitian is nothing more than a bottomless pit. The website offers music for free with no advertising revenue and no internet users willing to pay for listening. Without finding a way to monetize or securing new funding in 2 months, he won't even be able to pay the office rent and employee salaries. A noisy commotion comes from outside the office area. The receptionist bursts in flustered. "Mr. Liu, there are several police officers outside along with some uniformed personnel saying they want to see you." Liu Xiaosong puts down the bill and quickly walks out of the office. In the center of the office area stand for uniformed law enforcement officers led by 2 middle-aged men. One is dressed in police uniform with 2 stripes and a star on his shoulder. The other wears a dark blue cultural inspection uniform. The programmers all stop their work and stare at these unexpected guests. Who is the legal representative Lu Xiaosong? The man in the cultural inspection uniform surveys the room and asks. I am. Lu Xiaosong steps forward, forcing a smile. Gentlemen, what instructions do you have? The police officer pulls out an identification badge and briefly shows it to Lu Xiaosong. Peng City Police Department's Cyber Monitoring Division. This comrade is from the Market Division of the City Cultural Bureau. The officer puts away his badge, his tone serious. We received a notice from the higher authorities to come to your company for some inquiries. Lu Xiaosong's heart races. The joint visit from the Cyber Monitoring Division and the Cultural Bureau is not a routine inspection. Please, leaders, come inside and have some tea in my office. Lu Xiaosong steps aside and gestures for them to enter. Two officials follow Lu Xiaosong into the office, while the other two law enforcement officers remain in the office area monitoring the computers and servers. Closing the office door, Lu Xiaosong takes out a box of soft Zhonghua cigarettes from the drawer, pulls one out, and offers it to the lead police officer. Sir, would you like a smoke? The officer waves his hand, declining the cigarette. Lu Xiaosong, let's be brief. The National Copyright Administration and the State Administration of Press, Publication, Radio, Film, and Television have recently launched a joint campaign for Intellectual Property Protection Month, focusing on cracking down on piracy, especially in the realm of digital copyrights. Lu Xiaosong's hand holding the cigarette freezes in midair. He is familiar with the term digital copyright, but has always believed it was a concern only in foreign countries. In the domestic internet landscape, copyright is hardly acknowledged. The authorities in Kyoto have directly issued a cooperation notice. The Cultural Bureau official interjects. The department has monitored your Longdong Feitian website, and there are numerous unauthorized music download links. The copyright holders have already sent a complaint letter and evidence of infringement to the department. Lu Xiaosong puts the cigarette back into the box, his mind racing. Sir, is there some misunderstanding here? Lu Xiaosong argues. There are countless music websites online, and everyone is doing this. Users upload their own MP3 files. We merely provide storage space and links. How is that considered infringement? What others do is not our concern, but you have been directly named by the department. The officer's tone is stern. The complaint letter clearly lists copyright claims from major companies like Taihe Meitian and Gunshare Records, all of which are present on your website. They hold legitimate digital copyright authorization agreements, and what you have here is blatant infringement. Lu Xiaosong begins to sweat. Taihe Meitian, Gunshare. These traditional record companies can hardly manage the pirated CDs sold for 5 yuan each on the street, so how could they suddenly focus on MP3 files online? Moreover, they have directly escalated the complaint to national agencies. A small startup website could not possibly attract such a significant regulatory force. What do you need me to do to cooperate? Lu Xiaosong lowers his stance. The department has given instructions. The Cultural Bureau official pulls out a notice stamped with an official seal from his briefcase and hands it to Lu Xiaosong. You are required to go to Kyoto tomorrow to cooperate with the copyright compliance investigation. This is your opportunity to explain in person. If you do not go, or if you cannot explain clearly. The official pauses, pointing to the outside office area. Our city bureau will have to follow procedures and directly seal your servers, initiating judicial proceedings. Lu Xiaosong receives the notice. It states the time, location, and contact person: Director Qian Guoping from the Audiovisual Division of the State Administration of Press, Publication, Radio, Film, and Television. Sealing the servers would be tantamount to issuing a death sentence for Longdong Feitian. Once the website is shut down, the previously accumulated 100,000 users will be lost, and the company's valuation will plummet to zero. This is even more fatal than being fined. However, Lu Xiaosong also catches a detail. If it were a sudden strike, the Cyber Monitoring Division would have come in today to directly cut the internet connection and seize the computers. Now they are merely issuing a notice to go to Kyoto for an investigation, indicating that there is still room for maneuver. What they want is not to destroy him, but to negotiate terms. Who is pulling the strings behind this? Rest assured, leaders, I will definitely cooperate with the investigation. I will book a flight immediately and arrive in Kyoto on time tomorrow. Lu Xiaosong assures them repeatedly. All right, the notice has been given. Make sure to act quickly. The two officials do not linger and turn to leave the office, taking the law enforcement personnel outside with them. Once the law enforcement personnel leave, the programmers in the office area all crowd around. Mr. Lu, what happened? Are we getting shut down? Lu Xiaosong forces himself to calm down. It's nothing, just a routine inspection. Please continue with your work and ensure the servers operate smoothly. I will be going to Kyoto. Allow Li, please keep an eye on things at the company for the next couple of days. Lu Xiaosong gives a brief instruction before turning back to the office to pack his things. He picks up the phone and dials the ticket agent's number to book the soonest flight to Kyoto. Later that evening, a Boeing passenger plane lands at Kyoto International Airport. Lu Xiaosong steps out of the terminal carrying a backpack. The temperature in Kyoto has already dropped to around 0 degrees. In early winter, the cold wind cutting across his face like a knife. He wraps his coat tightly around himself and queues at the taxi waiting area. Sitting in the back of the taxi, Lu Xiaosong gazes at the rushing night scenery outside the window, mentally strategizing for tomorrow's response. He repeatedly recalls what the Cultural Bureau official had said earlier. Taiha Maitian Gunsher Records. Although these companies are well known, they lack the ability to directly mobilize the resources of the State Administration of Press Publication, Radio, Film, and Television for interprovincial law enforcement. In Longwa, mobilizing administrative resources requires an exceptionally strong background. There must be a powerful figure behind the scenes consolidating the copyrights of these record companies using official means to slice off a piece of his small cake. What Liu Xiaosong cannot understand is why his struggling website, which has yet to find a profitable model and is losing money every month, would hold any value worth such intense scrutiny. The second day, at 1 in the afternoon, Liu Xiaosong arrived half an hour early at the entrance of the National Press and Publication Administration. "Hello, comrade. I'm here to see Director Qian from the Audiovisual Department." Liu Xiaosong handed over his identification and the notice issued by the Pengqing Cultural Bureau. The guard dressed in a security uniform glanced at the documents. "From Pengqing?" he asked. "Yes, cooperating with the investigation," Liu Xiaosong replied. The guard didn't ask further, picked up the phone on the table and dialed a number. "Is this Director Qian's office?" "There's someone named Liu Xiaosong here, claiming to be from Pengqing with a notice." After confirming a few details on the other end of the line, the guard hung up, returned the documents to Liu Xiaosong, and handed him a visitor registration form. "Fill out the form, go into the main building, and take the elevator to the 7th floor. Turn right after getting off the elevator." After completing the form, Liu Xiaosong took the visitor badge and entered the building. The elevator stopped on the 7th floor. As the doors opened, the corridor was quiet, covered with a deep red carpet. Liu Xiaosong followed the guard's instructions and turned right at the end of the corridor. A room with a sign reading Administrative Office had its door open. He knocked on the door. A young administrative staff member looked up. "Are you Liu Xiaosong?" "Yes, I am." "Follow me," the staff member said, standing up and taking a bunch of keys. Liu Xiaosong followed behind. The staff member walked to a small meeting room in the middle of the corridor and unlocked the door. "Wait inside, a Director Qian will be here shortly." Several calligraphic works hung on the walls. He sat down on one of the chairs, his palms sweaty. In Pengqing, he had been a multi-millionaire boss at his peak, often sharing laughs with leaders at banquets. However, in this capital's ministry facing an unknown investigation, he felt a sense of powerlessness. The wall clock ticked. It was 2 o'clock sharp. The doorknob of the meeting room turned. The door was pushed open. Liu Xiaosong stood up, his gaze fixed on the entrance. A middle-aged man strode in, wearing a white shirt and dark trousers. This was undoubtedly Qian Guoping. Following him was a young man in a casual suit, looking relaxed. The two sat directly opposite Liu Xiaosong. Qian Guoping spoke first, his expression serious. "Let me introduce myself. I am Qian Guoping, the Deputy Director of the Audiovisual Department of the National..." The two sat directly opposite Liu Xiaosong. Qian Guoping spoke first, his expression serious. "Let me introduce myself. I am Qian Guoping, the Deputy Director of the Audiovisual Department of the National Press and Publication Administration." Liu Xiaosong quickly stood up, placing his hands on his trousers and bowing slightly. "Hello, Director Qian." Qian Guoping raised his hand, signaling him to sit down, then pointed to Chen Hao beside him. "This is Mr. Chen Hao, the Vice Chairman of the Asia-Pacific Division of the Global Digital Property Development Foundation. He is also the legal representative of the majority of digital music copyrights on your Longdong Feitian website." As Liu Xiaosong had just settled into his chair, he leaned forward, slightly nodding to greet Chen Hao. "Hello, Chairman Chen." Chen Hao looked at Liu Xiaosong, but did not rush to speak. He sized up this figure who would command the winds and waves in the future SP era of the internet. At that moment, Liu Xiaosong wore a worried expression, his hair disheveled, completely devoid of the calm demeanor he would later possess. "Mr. Liu, let's get straight to the point." Chen Hao spoke coldly. "Our foundation is a specialized agency under the United Nations dedicated to the protection of global intellectual property rights. A few days ago, we purchased the digital copyrights of several mainstream record companies in the country, with the National Press and Publication Administration witnessing the transaction. However, we have monitored that your Longdong Feitian website has been providing free downloads of this music for a long time, without any authorization. This is a serious infringement of our digital copyrights." Faced with such a direct accusation, Liu Xiaosong forced himself to remain calm. Having navigated the business world for many years, he understood that he must not easily back down at this moment. Admitting to infringement would lead to a complete passive position in subsequent negotiations. Chairman Chen, Director Qian, Liu Xiaosong chose his words carefully. The internet in Longhua has just begun. How everyone is feeling their way forward. The core spirit of the internet is free and sharing. Our website merely provides a platform. Those MP3 files are uploaded by enthusiastic netizens, and we do not profit from them. According to the consensus in the internet industry, this should be considered technology neutrality. We only provide storage space and cannot verify the copyright ownership of the vast number of files one by one. If any right holder raises an objection, we will promptly delete the relevant links upon notification. He attempted to use the safe harbor principle to justify himself. As long as it can be proven that the files were uploaded by users, the platform can be exempt from liability. This is a common shield used by many sites engaging in pirated downloads in the country. After listening to this, Chen Hao did not refute. He took out a stack of photocopies from his bag and slid them across the table to Lu Xiaosong. Mr. Lu, take a look at these. Chen Hao looked down at Lu Xiaosong. Lu Xiaosong picked up the photocopies. They were all in English, formatted like articles from the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times. The headlines were bold and enlarged, accompanied by visually impactful images. Even though his English was only average, he could still comprehend the shocking numbers and familiar words. Napster, the world's largest free music sharing site, which Longdong Feitian has been mimicking since its... The report detailed how the 5 major record labels globally jointly sued Napster, claiming damages in the billions of dollars and requesting the court to issue a permanent injunction to shut down the site. Your model is now standing on the edge of a cliff, Chen Hao said, crossing his arms and looking at him coldly. A federal judge in the United States has already made a preliminary ruling rejecting Napster's defense regarding technology neutrality and user sharing. They face exorbitant punitive damages and the prospect of complete bankruptcy. Think about it. If you were in a Longwa court facing a supervisory case from the administration, do you think your arguments would hold any weight with the judge? Do you believe that Longwa's laws would violate internationally accepted intellectual property rules to protect a pirated website? Lu Xiaosong's fingers holding the photocopy began to feel numb. He had crumpled the edge of the paper. Chen Hao continued to apply pressure, not giving him a chance to breathe. It not only features popular domestic songs, but also a large number of foreign songs from Europe and America. Those copyrights belong to companies like Universal, Sony, and Bertelsmann. Coincidentally, Bertelsmann has just signed an exclusive cooperation agreement with me. I will fully represent their copyright interests in Longwa. If it comes to judicial proceedings against you, I won't even mention claiming billions like they do in the United States. Just based on the 100,000 registered users on your site and the massive download data, considering both domestic and international copyrights, I could easily apply to the court for compensation of several tens of millions of RMB, which would be entirely reasonable. Tens of millions of RMB. This terrifying amount bore down on Lu Xiaosong like a mountain, making it hard for him to breathe. He was on the verge of not being able to pay next month's server rent. If he were to shoulder a compensation of tens of millions, he would never be able to turn his life around. Once he had also been a millionaire, savoring the taste of success. It was precisely because he had experienced success that he feared losing everything more than an ordinary person. Transitioning from the owner of a glamorous tech company to a debtor in disgrace was a blow that could shatter a person. Lu Xiaosong put down the copies in his hand, beads of sweat constantly trickling down his forehead. He reached into his pocket and took out a tissue to wipe his brow. Lu Xiaosong understood that he had no room for resistance. The other party held absolute power over the interpretation of the rules and administrative resources. Chairman Chen. Lu Xiaosong forced a bitter smile. I admit defeat. You went through all this trouble to call me from Pingching to Kyoto. It must not be just to watch me go bankrupt and jump off a building. What do you want to do? Just draw the line directly. Lu Xiaosong chose to surrender. He was a pure businessman, knowing when to cut losses in a disadvantageous situation. Chen Hao did not respond to Lu Xiaosong's words, but stated his purpose directly, for it was still far from the right moment. Mr. Lu has also engaged in big business. I'm just a bit curious. Chen Hao's tone became casual, as if they were chatting idly. You've been toiling over this online music website for over half a year now. The bandwidth fees for the servers keep burning every month. Have you made any money? Upon mentioning this, Lu Xiaosong felt a bitterness in his mouth. This touched on the greatest pain point since he started his venture. No. He shook his head, his tone resigned. I haven't made a single cent. I used to think that as long as I expanded the user base, someone would eventually be willing to pay for high-quality downloads. At the very least, I could monetize through selling web ads. But now it seems that it's all hopeless. Internet users have become accustomed to freeloading and have no awareness of paying. Advertisers also look down upon our gray traffic. We can't even land a banner ad. Lu Xiaosong sighed. But soon he felt a bit excited again. After all, he pondered about making money every day. However, Chairman Chen, I've recently stumbled upon a new direction. As long as we can endure this period, the website will surely turn a profit. Oh, what direction? Chen Hao asked, following his lead. SP business. Lu Xiaosong mentioned this term, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. I heard that the telecom operators are setting up a value-added service platform. We can turn the music on our website into ringtones and send them to users via SMS. This way, users won't need to pay through online banking. The fees will be directly deducted from their phone bills. Undoubtedly, this is a gold mine. As long as we connect to the channels, our 100,000 users can immediately convert into cash flow. Lu Xiaosong's excitement grew as he spoke. This was the lifeline he had thought long and hard about. Chen Hao looked at Lu Xiaosong, his fingers gently stroking his chin. Good idea. Chen Hao commented, then threw out a question. If you want to be an SB, do you know who you need to cooperate with? Of course I do. Cooperate with operators like China Mobile and China Unicom. Lu Xiaosong replied straightforwardly. Do you understand what type of enterprises these operators are? They are all state-owned enterprises. Since you know they are state-owned enterprises, Chen Hao said with a smile. Think carefully, would a large state-owned enterprise take on great political and legal risks to help a piracy website, without any copyright authorization, deduct user fees? Lu Xiaosong's excitement quickly faded from his face. If they did that, it would be equivalent to using monopolistic channels to facilitate piracy. They would also become accomplices in infringement. Chen Hao pointed out the stakes. If you were a leader of a state-owned enterprise, would you take on the risk of losing your position just for that bit of commission? Lu Xiaosong's face turned pale. He had been immersed in the joy of discovering a new opportunity, filled with thoughts of how to monetize traffic. He had completely overlooked the most fatal compliance issue. The compliance review of large state-owned enterprises is extremely strict. Without legal copyright proof, Longdong Feitian cannot even enter the gates of the operators. What he thought was a way out was actually a dead end. Chen Hao did not give Lu Xiaosong a chance to catch his breath and continued to deliver a second heavy blow. Even if we assume the operators turn a blind eye to copyright issues, do you currently have the operational qualifications for SP? A national SP license requires multiple layers of approval from local to the Ministry of Electronic Information. Do you have these things? Lu Xiaosong opened his mouth, but could not make a sound. He was merely a startup without even a profitable model, struggling for survival every day. Where would he obtain those highly regulated official licenses? Without qualifications or licenses, you don't even have the right to sit at the negotiation table and discuss cooperation with the operators. Chen Hao's words were unrelenting. Your current investments and all your efforts are merely a castle built on thin ice. Once the sun comes out, it will melt away without a trace. Lu Xiaosong slumped in his chair. Without making money, your cash flow will inevitably break, leading to total loss. Once you earn money through some unscrupulous means, it will be even worse. Those copyright holders watching you will come after you, drawn by the scent of blood, using hefty claims to bankrupt you, or even sending you to prison. Chen Hao looked at the once spirited entrepreneur across from him. Everything you currently possess is too fragile. Lu Xiaosong lowered his head, rubbing his cheeks vigorously with his hands. The technology, traffic, and business model he was proud of had turned into something as fragile as bubbles, in Chen Hao's words, with all escape routes blocked. Seeing Lu Xiaosong's expression like that of a dead man, Chen Hao determined that the time was right. When dealing with such a clever person, one must not push too hard. He needed to leave him space to digest it himself. Mr. Lu, your current actions have constituted de facto infringement. Continuing to resist like this is meaningless. Today I am merely laying the facts before you. Take some time to reflect. Think about how to rectify the situation and how to give us an explanation. Chen Hao stood up, looking down at him from above. Once you've thought these issues through, contact me and tell me your answer. After speaking, Chen Hao handed a business card to Lu Xiaosong. Qian Guoping, who had been sitting quietly beside him, Lu Xiaosong, the impact of this matter is very severe. The department's original stance was to investigate thoroughly. However, Chairman Chen pleaded for you. He said it's not easy for internet companies to develop, and you should be given a chance to reform. I won't notify the enforcement agency in Pengcheng to seal your servers for now. But you must hurry and clarify the copyright issue with Chairman Chen, obtaining a letter of understanding. Do you understand? Lu Xiaosong quickly raised his head. Qian Guoping's words pointed out the only way for him to survive. Not sealing the servers meant that Longdong Feitian still had a chance. The premise is that he must completely compromise with Chen Hao and meet all the conditions Chen Hao proposed. Understood. Thank you, Director Qian, and thank you, Chairman Chen. Lu Xiaosong stood up straight and nodded repeatedly. Qian Guoping stood up and walked toward the conference room door. Chen Hao followed behind. The two left the conference room, leaving Lu Xiaosong in an empty room. Lu Xiaosong trudged out of the National Press and Publication Administration, the cold autumn wind seeping in through his collar, causing him to shiver. Taxis whizzed past on the street, but he did not wave them down, wandering aimlessly along the road. Passing by a stall selling roasted sweet potatoes, the steam and fragrant aroma wafted toward him, and he realized he hadn't had a drop of water since noon. But he had no appetite at all. In a nearby alley, he found a dilapidated guest house. After paying a 30 yuan deposit, he took the key with a brass tag, climbed the creaky wooden stairs, and entered a single room that smelled of mildew. The room contained only a single bed and a chipped bedside table. The radiator was icy cold, providing no warmth whatsoever. Lu Xiaosong did not even take off his coat. He simply collapsed onto the bed, staring at the yellowed ceiling. Chen Hao's words from the meeting room played repeatedly in his mind. The tens of millions in compensation, the server seizure. These terms weighed heavily on him. He had once been a millionaire businessman, and after selling his company, he had hoped to ride the wave of the internet to achieve greatness again, only to find himself trapped in the dead end of piracy. He sat up, pulled out his phone from his pocket, and scrolled through his contacts. He dialed the number of another music download site in Pengcheng. The other party ran a website called Music Paradise. Old Chen, how's the traffic on your site lately? Lu Xiaosong asked. Not bad, we have tens of thousands of unique IPs every day. What about you? The sound of typing came from the other end of the line. In managing. Lu Xiaosong didn't disclose that he was under investigation. How are you handling bandwidth costs? Telecom fees aren't cheap nowadays. We put up a few pop-up ads and redirected some traffic from health product sales pages. It barely covers the server fees. Isn't that what everyone does? If it doesn't make money, we just keep it running hoping for a turnaround someday. A few days ago, I even formed an alliance with a few other site owners to exchange traffic. It makes our data look better. Doesn't anyone bother you about copyright issues? Lu Xiaosong asked tentatively. Who cares about that? MP3s are everywhere online. Everyone is moving them around. Those record companies can't even manage the sales of their CDs, let alone worry about us. The law does not hold the crowd accountable. Besides, our servers are located in remote data centers. How would they find us? Lu Xiaosong hung up the phone and dialed another peer from the live streaming website in Husher. Oldly, what have you been busy with lately? Lu Xiaosong asked. What else? Scraping new MP3 files to fill the music library. I just got a batch of new songs from Hong Kong and Taiwan yesterday. Old Lee's voice sounded weary. You're burning money on server fees every day. Oh, what's the point? It's all about traffic. The internet nowadays is about enclosing territory of first you draw users in. When capital takes notice, you can sell the site for profit. I hung up and called the third colleague. Hey, old Wong, how's your music forum doing? Don't mention it. It's driving me crazy. We have plenty of registered users, but they're all posting requests for songs. As admins, we're constantly searching for MP3 links to post for them. This job is exhausting, and we see not a penny. Last month, the forum held a donation drive, but not a single one of 100 users was willing to pay. Old Wong lamented over the phone. Have you thought about other avenues? What avenues? Everyone is just hanging on. Once broadband is ubiquitous, we might manage to charge for video on demand. But this current crop of internet users has gotten used to free lunches. Getting a dime out of them is harder than climbing to the sky. Lu Xiaosong hung up the phone and tossed his mobile onto the pillow, staring at the yellowed ceiling. The blind optimism of his peers filled him with dread. Everyone is building houses on the ice. When the sun hasn't come out, everyone assumes the foundation is solid. Now that the sunlight has shone down, he is the only one who feels the chill of the melting ice. Once the government or copyright holders get serious, everyone will sink into the water and drown. Lu Xiaosong walked to the window, opened it a crack, and lit a cigarette. The cold wind on his face made him much more alert. He recalled every detail from the meeting room that afternoon. Chen Hao had gone to great lengths to summon him from Pingcheng to Kyoto, but he didn't directly seize the servers or issue a compensation notice on the spot. This indicated that he valued him. Lu Xiaosong took a deep drag from his cigarette, his mind racing. What value did he possess? The 100,000 users from Longdong Feitian. In the eyes of a big shot like Chen Hao, who could mobilize resources from various departments, 100,000 users were hardly worth considering. However, Chen Hao held so many digital copyrights, he needed someone to help him turn those copyrights into money. His value lay in his technical skills, his team, his experience running a website, and understanding the tactics of those pirating peers. Rather than waiting to die in the quagmire of piracy, it would be better to completely switch to the legitimate camp and assist Chen Hao in monetizing. Moreover, to make a name for himself, the best approach was to strike against his current pirating peers. In this world, the traitors who surrender often fight their former comrades with more ruthlessness and effectiveness than regular troops. Lu Xiaosong extinguished his cigarette, but sat up straight, and ideas flowed like a spring. He grabbed a notepad and a ballpoint pen from the bedside and began to jot down ideas. First, he suggested sending legal letters to major IDC data centers. The domestic server hosting business is currently highly competitive, but data center owners are most afraid of getting into legal trouble. As long as they take the red-headed document from the administration and the copyright holder's authorization letter to negotiate demanding the cessation of server hosting services for infringing websites. To avoid risk, data centers usually cut the network cable immediately. Next, they can cooperate with search engines. Nowadays, when internet users look for songs, they rely on Baidu or Suhu's search boxes. As long as they reach an agreement with these search engines to block keywords for pirated websites or prioritize legitimate links, they can cut off the flow of traffic to pirated sites. Without traffic, those websites will naturally die. Finally, they can utilize their team's technical skills. Previously, they had written scripts to scrape others' links to enrich their music library. Now they can reverse the script to scan the internet for infringing links, batch generate complaint documents, and submit them to the Cultural Supervision Department. It'll be a sure hit. He wrote for a solid 2 pages. Then he picked up his phone and dialed the number from the business card. The call connected. Mr. Chen, this is Lu Xiaosong. He changed his address. Have you thought it through? Chen Hao's voice came through. I have thought it through. I have an idea for a correction, and I would like to report it to you in person. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock at XX Qinsho Road, call me when you arrive. Chen Hao provided an address. The next morning, Lu Xiaosong checked out early and took a taxi to XX Qinsho Road. The taxi drove along Central Street and turned into Qinsho Road. The car stopped in front of a spacious gate. Lu Xiaosong paid the fare and got out, looking up at the sign beside the gate, Longhua Ministry of Electronic Information. Lu Xiaosong had researched the SP business and was very clear about what was happening here. This is the highest approval authority for all telecommunications value-added services and internet licenses in the country. The telecommunications operators and internet companies of the entire Longhua are all under its jurisdiction. He originally assumed that Chen Hao would meet him in a high-end office building or a club. He never expected that Chen Hao would set the meeting location at this government ministry. Just yesterday, he had a lengthy discussion with Chen Hao about the grand prospects of the SP business. The other party even set their office in a licensing authority. No wonder they emphasized that the SP business also requires copyright, and without a license one doesn't even qualify to sit at the negotiation table. The power behind this made Lu Xiaosong feel a wave of apprehension. As he reached the entrance, he was stopped by "Which department are you looking for?" The guard asked professionally. "I'm looking for General Manager Chen Hao," Lu Xiaosong replied. "Without an appointment, you cannot enter. Let someone come out to receive you." Lu Xiaosong stepped aside, took out his phone, and dialed Chen Hao's number. "General Manager Chen, I'm at the main entrance and can't get in. Wait there, I'll send someone to get you." A few minutes later, a burly man in a black suit walked out from the courtyard. Zhao Gang scanned the crowd, and his gaze landed on Lu Xiaosong. "Lu Xiaosong." Zhao Gang assessed him. "That's me." Lu Xiaosong nodded repeatedly. Zhao Gang signaled to the guard at the entrance, and the guard let them pass. Lu Xiaosong followed Zhao Gang into the courtyard, passing several Soviet-style buildings. He couldn't help but look around, feeling like Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden. Soon Lu Xiaosong followed Zhao Gang into a 4-story building marked with a sign reading Agency Service Center. The two ascended to the 4th floor. Zhao Gang led Lu Xiaosong to an office door deep in the corridor. The nameplate read Value-Added Services. After obtaining the pilot qualification, Chen Hao redecorated this office. The name on the sign made Lu Xiaosong gasp inwardly. Pushing open the door, Zhao Gang brought Lu Xiaosong inside. Chen Hao was sitting behind a large desk reviewing. "General Manager Chen, the person has been received," Zhao Gang said. "Have a seat." Chen Hao replied without looking up. Lu Xiaosong approached the chair across from the desk. He dared not sit fully down, only allowing his rear to touch half of the chair, keeping his back straight. His hands rested on his knees, resembling a student awaiting a teacher's reprimand. Zhao Gang walked to the water dispenser, brewed a cup of tea, and placed it on the coffee table in front of Lu Xiaosong. "Thank you," Lu Xiaosong said, holding the teacup with both hands. Chen Hao closed the document and looked at Lu Xiaosong. "Have you thought it through?" Chen Hao asked. "Yes, I have a rough idea, and would like to seek your guidance, General Manager Chen." Lu Xiaosong's attitude was very humble. "Let's hear it." Chen Hao leaned back in his chair. Lu Xiaosong cleared his throat and recited the points he had prepared in the small hotel last night. "General Manager Chen, after yesterday's lesson, I have deeply realized that piracy is a dead end. It is not only illegal, but also lacks commercial future. Our team possesses certain capabilities in the internet, especially in internet music. I am willing to lead the team to fully support the digital music legalization initiative you are promoting." Lu Xiaosong observed Chen Hao's expression and continued, "I also understand how those piracy websites operate in the current market. As long as you need, I can help you expose them one by one and cooperate with relevant departments to combat them. I have also organized a plan to help you tackle other piracy platforms. It won't be long before we can clear out the piracy platforms in the market." Chen Hao, after listening, lightly clapped his hands twice. "Good awareness. You've quickly identified your position." Lu Xiaosong felt a bit relieved. "Then let me ask you a question. Chen Hao, if you were to operate legitimate music, how would you do it?" Lu Xiaosong glanced at the national emblem on the office wall and thought of the ministry sign outside. He steadied his mind and replied, "I still plan to start with the SP business. This is currently the only channel that can quickly generate revenue. Without cash flow, talking about legalization is all in vain." Chen Hao pressed further, "How specifically will you operate it?" Lu Xiaosong began to explain his plan based on the pathways he had designed for his website previously. "First, we need to establish a completely free, legitimate music website. Utilizing the copyright advantages at your disposal, we will ensure the best sound quality and the most comprehensive music library. Simultaneously, using the aforementioned anti-piracy measures, we will squeeze out the living space of those piracy websites. In this way, we will quickly become the largest music platform in the country." Lu Xiaosong spoke more fluently as he envisioned becoming the largest, starting to feel a bit excited. "With no other options available, music-loving netizens will naturally flock to our platform. With massive traffic, promoting SP business on our website will become very easy. Users can listen to high-quality music on the site, find it enjoyable, and directly click the links on the page to subscribe to ringtones via SMS. This creates a perfect closed loop." After finishing, Lu Xiaosong looked at Chen Hao with great anticipation. This plan had both strengths and weaknesses, addressing copyright issues while also creating a profit model. Chen Hao picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. "Your idea is good," he evaluated. "However, it's too slow. It will take a long process to operate your website to become #1 in the country." Chen Hao placed the teacup. "The opportunities in the internet are fleeting. Moreover, you just mentioned wanting to clear out piracy websites. You are overestimating the efficiency of administrative enforcement. There are thousands of individual webmasters across the country with servers located all over the place, even abroad. It's like playing whack-a-mole. Knock out one today, and 3 will pop up tomorrow. Piracy cannot be completely eradicated. It's impossible for there to be only you." Lu Xiaosong was left speechless. He understood that Chen Hao was speaking the truth. The construction cost of piracy websites is extremely low and they can easily relocate, making it impossible to eliminate them completely. So what do you mean? Lu Xiaosong humbly asked. Change your perspective, Chen Hao said with a smile as he looked at Lu Xiaosong. We can recruit them. Lu Xiaosong was momentarily taken aback looking at Chen Hao with confusion. Those webmasters running piracy websites use piracy as a means to gain traffic, not as their ultimate goal. Their end goal, like yours, is to make money. Lu Xiaosong nodded. Everyone is in it for the money, no one wants to waste money on server costs. Now I hold the majority of legitimate licenses in the country and can directly issue national SP operation licenses. The billing channels from Longwell Mobile have already been established. Chen Hao looked down at Lu Xiaosong. I'll have the operators introduce a regulation that all music content accessing the SP platform must provide legitimate copyright proof. Otherwise, settlements will be refused and the channel will be directly shut down. Lu Xiaosong gasped in shock. He understood Chen Hao's intention. This is equivalent to cutting off the only channel through which all piracy websites can monetize via SP business. Chen Hao sat back in his chair. Those webmasters who want to earn SP money must obtain legitimate licenses. And all the legitimate licenses are in my hands. Lu Xiaosong felt a chill run down his spine. This strategy of cutting the root was ruthless, monopolizing the monetization channel right from the source. So we don't need to play whack-a-mole. We just need to set the rules. Those piracy websites, in order to survive and make money, will come to us. Instead of knocking them all down like a whack-a-mole game, it's better to turn them into cooperative SP service providers. Let them use their respective channels to promote our legitimate content. Let them all work for us. Chen Hao opened the drawer on the right side of his desk. Inside were several newspapers. He pulled out a copy of the Kyoto Youth Daily and handed it to Lu Xiaosong. Lu Xiaosong looked down. At the bottom of the front page was a bold subheading: the world's first authorized music website, Hui Ting Wang, launched in Beijing. Lu Xiaosong had heard about this news. A couple of days ago in Pengcheng, he and several site owners had discussed this matter in a QQ group. At that time, everyone in the circle regarded it as a joke. Everyone unanimously determined that this was merely a facade project initiated by some government office to align with the Intellectual Property Protection Month. The internet advocates a spirit of free access. Creating a legitimate website that does not charge users while incurring high server and bandwidth costs is essentially throwing money down the drain. Everyone in the circle was waiting to see when Hui Ting Wang would close down for good. Coupled with Chen Hao's earlier remarks about incorporation, Lu Xiaosong suddenly understood. Chen Hao was not engaging in a superficial project. This Hui Ting Wang was a platform Chen Hao used to showcase authorized music, serving as an entry point for SP operations. Lu Xiaosong raised his hand, rubbing his somewhat stiff cheeks. He looked at Chen Hao and smiled awkwardly. Mr. Chen, it seems I was really showing off in front of an expert earlier. You had already laid out this grand scheme. Not quite. The proposal you mentioned earlier has its own constructive merit. However, many things cannot be accomplished overnight. Different stages require different strategies. Chen Hao picked up a Zhonghua cigarette from the table and lit one. Currently, internet users have little awareness of copyright. Everyone is used to taking things for free. At this point, a legitimate platform is not significantly different from piracy in their eyes. In fact, many freedom-loving internet users may even have a negative reaction. Therefore, the promotional effect of legitimate websites at this stage will not be very good. Even when starting to crack down on those pirated platforms, people will still seek out more hidden sites. At this time, we can simultaneously incorporate willing cooperating websites, granting them legitimate licenses and SP qualifications to let them taste the benefits. On the other hand, we can encourage these cooperating websites to report those unwilling to cooperate and competing for traffic with them. Cutting off someone's financial lifeline is akin to killing their parents. To make more money and compete for traffic, those incorporated site owners will be much more efficient at biting their peers than cultural inspection departments. Lu Xiaosong listened intently, a cold sweat gradually forming on his back. Chen Hao flicked off some ash and continued, once this stage passes, our legitimate platform will have scaled up and users' copyright awareness will slowly be cultivated. We can then start to scale back cooperation, gradually reducing the profit-sharing ratio for those site owners. A slow boil for the frog. We will make them gradually realize that there is no money to be made in this industry. Naturally, they will take the money they earned before and switch to other ventures, leaving the market completely to us. Lu Xiaosong inhaled sharply. The young man before him had a terrifyingly deep mind. Such tactics were entirely about manipulating human nature. First, use benefits to bind the pirated site owners to the chariot, treating them as cannon fodder for expansion and tools to eliminate rivals. Once the territory is secured, these cannon fodder will be kicked aside. The entire process is bloodless, and Hui Ting Wang will unknowingly become the industry leader. Lu Xiaosong felt fortunate to have surrendered early. He could already foresee the fate of his peers. Used until they were drained, ultimately disappearing from the industry. Lu Xiaosong bent over his attitude, becoming even more humble. Mr. Chen, your strategy is grand and your layout profound. I am thoroughly impressed. Look, what can I do for you in this scheme? Chen Hao smiled at Lu Xiaosong's declaration. Of course, do what you excel at. Huiting Wang needs someone knowledgeable to take charge. You bring your team over and be responsible for operating this legitimate music website while expanding SP operations. The first task is to incorporate your fellow peers. Chen Hao picked up his teacup and took a sip. Your Long Dong Fei Tian website has been running for so long. How much have you burned through? Lu Xiaosong forced a bitter smile and shook his head. I haven't calculated precisely. It should be under 10 million, but definitely over a few million. All of it spent on servers and bandwidth. How much do you think your site is worth now? Chen Hao asked. Lu Xiaosong, if someone had wanted to acquire it a few days ago, I would have had to shout a valuation of several tens of millions outward. After all, there are 100,000 registered users. But now I understand. Without the protective charm of legitimate copyrights, that traffic is worthless. It's like a bomb that could explode at any time. Chen Hao smiled. You have indeed figured it out. So evaluate how much our Huiting Wang is worth now. Lu Xiaosong calculated in his mind. Huiting Wang held a vast amount of authorized rights which represented a unique industry advantage in the current domestic market. With a mobile billing channel, the profit model has also been established. Although it is currently just a newly launched shell with pitifully few users, it is sure to grow in the future. According to the current internet market conditions, this venture is worth at least tens of millions. To flatter Chen Hao, Lu Xiaosong exaggerated the figure. He extended a finger. Mr. Chen, with the resources you hold, Huiting Wang must be worth at least 1 billion. Chen Hao looked at Lu Xiaosong's extended finger and shook his head with a smile. You underestimate this website. By this time next year, it will be worth at least $100 million. Lu Xiaosong wore a fawning smile. I must have been short-sighted, or perhaps Mr. Chen, you see further. He agreed verbally, but internally he was fiercely criticizing. This young master from a prestigious background truly did not regard money as money, completely ignorant of market laws. Money isn't printed by his family. Currently, the top internet portal companies in the country, after tremendous effort, manage to reach a market value of barely over $100 million when they ring the bell on NASDAQ. For a music download website to claim a value of $100 million is utterly ridiculous. Chen Hao saw through Lu Xiaosong's thoughts. I know you don't believe it. Let me show you the numbers. The number of mobile phone users in Long Country is about to exceed 100 million. According to the growth rate of the telecommunication industry, it will double next year. Let's be conservative and use 100 million as the base. Once the SP business is launched, it's $2 per ringtone. Currently, anyone who can afford a mobile phone won't mind spending that $2. Even if everyone just downloads one ringtone, that amounts to 200 million in revenue. In reality, as long as this service is activated, young people will generally download many ringtones, changing up their selections. Chen Hao paused to let Lu Xiaosong digest these figures. According to our most conservative estimate, the ringtone market in Long Country generates 200 million in revenue annually. After deducting 15% in channel fees for the operators, we would be left with 170 million. We possess the most comprehensive copyright library in the country. Even if some SP service providers try to negotiate with record companies individually, it would be hard to make significant progress. Because the most complete rights are in our hands. Most SP companies will ultimately need to come to us for cooperation and become our distributors. Thus, we can take the majority of that 170 million in revenue. Let's say it's 100 million. This does not include other businesses like images and jokes. Lu Xiaosong had previously only thought about how SP could make money, but he had only considered how to collect money from his own website's users. He had never thought to scale the data to the macro level of 100 million mobile phone users nationwide. Think carefully. A globally pioneering digital music company that has an absolute barrier to authorized rights and occupies the top market share in Long Country. The most critical point is that it not only does not burn money, but also achieves profitability. Annual revenue exceeding 100 million with a profit margin exceeding 50%. Such financial statements are the most valuable assets anywhere. Chen Hao's voice was filled with temptation. Taking such a company to NASDAQ is a perfect story for the vultures of Wall Street. Especially for the global giants in entertainment capital, monetizing digital music is the breakthrough they have long sought. Whether it's $100 million or 1 billion, they would be willing to pay. Lu Xiaosong looked at the young man across from him, unable to resist swallowing hard, his atoms apple bobbing. He had previously thought that if capital truly took notice, a flood of money could be poured into his dreams. But in his dreams, he only dared to imagine a valuation of 1 or 2 billion Long Country currency, while the man before him effortlessly painted a picture of 100 million or even $1 billion. Chen Hao extinguished the cigarette, but in the ashtray. Mr. Lu, do you know why I entrusted you with this future billion-dollar ship to steer? Lu Xiaosong sat opposite him, feeling a bit dazed. He had come here today prepared to be severely criticized. Just avoiding bankruptcy would be a stroke of luck. To his surprise, not only did the other party not pursue the tens of millions in infringement claims, but they also wanted him to manage a legitimate music platform with limitless potential. This unexpected good fortune left him bewildered. He pondered Chen Hao's question, tentatively offering an answer. Is it because our team's technology is outstanding? Or do you think that Long Dong Feitian has operated quite well over the past 6 months, accumulating 100,000 users and has ready-made experience. Chen Hao took a sip of his tea. That is merely the most basic condition. There are at least 800 companies in the domestic internet music industry right now. Many have technology that surpasses your team's capabilities. There are also those whose operational data looks better than yours. I could easily find a headhunter to recruit someone from Zhongwan village. Lu Xiaosong was left speechless. Chen Hao spoke the truth. In front of capital pure technology, and that little traffic simply lack irreplaceability. Then what is the reason you chose me? Lu Xiaosong asked earnestly. Because of fate, Chen Hao said, putting down his teacup and uttering those 4 words. Lu Xiaosong was taken aback. In business terms, explaining such a billion-dollar deal with fate seemed too... Chen Hao looked at Lu Xiaosong's expression without keeping him in suspense. Just last month I went to Pengcheng. I invested in an internet company called Penguin. I admire this company, and I also greatly appreciate their CEO, Mr. Ma. Hearing the words Penguin and Mr. Ma, Lu Xiaosong's eyes widened. You were able to invest real money in Penguin at such an early stage when others were not optimistic about it. This proves your vision is commendable. And now we are all shareholders of Penguin. This is fate. I place great importance on fate in business. Since I needed to choose someone to help me manage this website, why not select someone I have a connection with? Chen Hao's words also unraveled a fog in Lu Xiaosong's mind. Recently, the Nasdaq stock market had collapsed, plunging the global internet into a winter. The domestic internet companies were in dire straits. Penguin was on the verge of life and death. The servers were burning money daily. The more users they had, the greater the losses. Ma Huatin was left with no options, desperately seeking investors for loans. He had consulted this early angel investor for strategies. At that time, Lu Xiaosong's own music website was also a bottomless pit, constantly being urged by the telecom data center to pay bandwidth fees, and he had no extra cash to support Penguin. He could only watch helplessly as Ma Huatin faced numerous setbacks. One day, Ma Huatin excitedly told him over the phone that Penguin was saved. A big shot from Kyoto was very optimistic about Penguin's development and directly invested a large sum, resolving all funding gaps. Lu Xiaosong was genuinely happy for Ma Huatin at that time. He even specially asked for the name of the investor. Ma Huatin said it was a company called Matrix Technology from Kyoto. Lu Xiaosong had been developing in the south for many years and was unfamiliar with the enterprises in Kyoto. He never connected Matrix Technology with the all-powerful Chen Hao sitting before him. Now everything lined up. Lu Xiaosong's thoughts surged. Before coming here, he had been uneasy. He feared that Chen Hao was only using him as a tool to eradicate the piracy market. Once he was no longer useful, he could easily be kicked out with some excuses. In front of large capital, he had no room to resist as a small player. However, with the connection to Penguin, the situation was completely different. They were all shareholders of Penguin sailing, and Chen Hao could invest so much to save Penguin, which indicated he was a serious investor who valued long-term interest. Chen Hao seeking him for work truly demonstrated he recognized his abilities and the natural trust relationship rather than having any insidious schemes. Lu Xiaosong straightened his back a bit, his face filled with joy. He quickly climbed up to Chen Hao's words. Mr. Chen, I must ask, which big shot had such foresight to pull Penguin up during the internet winter? It turns out it was you. This truly feels like a flood has washed away the Dragon King Temple. A family does not recognize another family. This fate is profound. Lu Xiaosong's tone conveyed closeness, positioning himself very correctly. Chen Hao looked at Lu Xiaosong's demeanor and nodded. Previously, I had Director Qian notify you to come to Kyoto because I wanted to have a good talk with you. Even if we truly cannot come to an agreement, considering Mr. Ma's face, I won't pursue you for those copyrights. At most, I'll just have you delete the infringing links. After hearing this, Lu Xiaosong was relieved that he had come to terms with himself at the guest house yesterday and came to show his... If he had stubbornly resisted, even if Chen Hao did not claim damages, Long Dawn Fei Tian deleting all those popular songs would just leave it an empty shell, a dead end. Now that we have cleared the air, we are all family, and I won't treat you unfairly. Chen Hao got to the point and started discussing benefits. For talents, it's not just about the big stick, carrots are even more important. According to the standard management model of domestic internet companies, core senior executives are typically allocated stock options. You will become the CEO of Hewitting Network. I will arrange for you 5% of the stock options. This portion of the options will be gradually vested to you over 4 years as per standard practice. Additionally, your annual salary is set at 200,000. Lu Xiaosong's heart raced as he struggled to control his expression. A salary of 200,000 in 2000 was enough to buy a decent apartment in Pengcheng outright. This was absolutely a top-tier treatment in the current domestic job market. But that wasn't even the most shocking part. The key was that 5% of the stock options. Chen Hao had just calculated a figure for him. Hewitting Network's valuation in the upcoming year would be at least $100 million. 5% of $100 million equals $5 million. At the current exchange rate, that translates to over 40 million in Dragon country currency. If calculated based on the $10 billion target, Chen Hao envisioned this stock option could be worth several hundred million in the future. Even if this target were halved, it would still be a sum large enough to allow him to leap across class barriers. Chen Hao did not pause, continuing to arrange benefits for his subordinates. Your team has been with you for so long, they have not only made contributions, but also endured hardships. When they move to Kyoto, their salary will increase by 30% based on their original pay in Pengcheng. In addition, I will set aside another 5% stock option pool in the company structure specifically to motivate the team. What do you think of this plan? Lu Xiaosong swallowed hard. Chen Hao had considered every aspect. Not only had he offered him wealth that was impossible to refuse, but he had also arranged clear paths for his subordinates, moving the team north with a 30% salary increase and stock options to boot. If he told his programmers about this, absolutely no one would complain. They would only be grateful to their boss. From facing tens of millions in infringement claims yesterday on the brink of losing everything and ending up in jail to receiving a 200,000 salary and a promise of stock options worth tens of millions today. In just 24 hours, Lu Xiaosong had experienced a roller coaster ride from hell to heaven. He stood up and deeply bowed to Chen Hao. Mr. Chen, your vision and ambition have completely impressed me. Rest assured, I will pack my things and return immediately. At the latest by next week, I will bring the whole team to report in Kyoto. From now on, Hewiting Network will be my home. I will ensure that this ship is steered well for you. Lu Xiaosong spoke, rapidly fearing that if he slowed down, Chen Hao might change his mind and retract his promises. Chen Hao waved his hand, signaling him to sit down. No need to rush. Settle your family affairs before coming over. I have prepared the office space here in Kyoto, located in Heidian district close to those universities, making it convenient for future recruitment. Also, your Longdong Feitian website no longer holds any significant value. Keeping it poses a risk, and shutting it down would waste that little traffic. Thus, after you return, please redirect the Longdong Feitian domain, merging the entire website's data and users into Hewiting Network. This can be considered a small achievement for you, as the new CEO. Lu Xiaosong nodded repeatedly, agreeing wholeheartedly. Mr. Chen, this is a small matter. He'll take care of it as the first thing upon my return. All 100,000 registered users will be transferred to Hewiting Network without exception. This 100,000 users were the tokens of loyalty he handed over to Chen Hao. The two discussed some technical details about SP business integration with the Mobile Dream Network. Lu Xiaosong displayed remarkable professionalism, clearly understanding the underlying logic of billing interfaces and SMS gateways. Chen Hao was very satisfied with his performance. At noon, Chen Hao arranged for Zhao Gang to book a private room at a nearby restaurant, treating Lu Xiaosong to a meal. There was no alcohol during the meal, and they discussed upcoming work plans. After lunch, Lu Xiaosong took his leave, directly taking a taxi to the airport to rush back to Pengcheng to handle the team relocation and website merger. Chen Hao stood at the restaurant door, watching the taxi disappear. The future digital music giant A9 was thus usurped by Hewiting Network before it had even grown up, along with the founder who had once commanded storms in history, willingly becoming an employee under him. At the recent Summit Forum, Hewiting Network made a grand debut. Several mainstream media outlets in the country published extensive reports. He arranged for Chu 123 and Hao 123, the two largest website navigation sites in the country, to feature Hewiting Network prominently in the music section. The exposure was maximized. However, the backend data was disheartening. The website had been online for 3 days, and the number of registered users grew extremely slowly. There were only a few thousand new users each day. This was a dismal figure for a platform boasting the most comprehensive legitimate music library on the internet, and that was completely free. The reason was not complicated. In the year 2000, Dragon Country's netizens did not care whether the songs they listened to were pirated or not. Everyone had their own habitual personal music sites. Those sites, although rudimentary in design and flooded with ads and pop-ups, could meet the needs for downloading music. Netizens had established usage habits. In an environment without copyright constraints, legitimate platforms did not demonstrate overwhelming experiential advantages. Convincing netizens to change their habits and re-register on a new website involved extremely high conversion costs. 3 days later, the Longdong Feitian website in Pengcheng had changed. The once crowded pirated download links had all disappeared. At the center of the page, only a countdown timer remained, along with a prominent line of text. In response to the national call for legitimate content, this site will undergo a comprehensive upgrade. In 5 seconds, it will automatically redirect to the world's largest legitimate music platform, Hewiting Network. The countdown ended. Over 100,000 active users who were accustomed to searching for songs on Longdong Feitian were forcibly redirected to Hewiting Network's homepage. In Matrix Technology's server room, several newly purchased Dell servers emitted a low hum. Liang Bo stared at the back-end monitoring software on the monitor. The previously stable data curve suddenly spiked into a steep upward line at exactly 8 o'clock. The concurrent access volume surged in a very short time. At 8:30 that evening, Hewiting Network's backend database showed that the number of users had officially surpassed. This data allowed Hewiting Network to leap over the long accumulation period, forcefully entering the first tier of the domestic online music field. At 10 in the morning, sunlight streamed through the glass window into the conference room on the 4th floor of Matrix Technology. Chen Hao sat at the head of the conference table. To his left was Su Jing with a black hardcover notebook spread open before her, holding a signature pen. To his right sat Zhao Gang maintaining an upright posture. Chen Hao picked up a teacup from the table and took a sip, slowly beginning to speak. Liu Xiaosong's team will be relocating from Pingqing next week. Before these people arrive, we must restructure our existing company setup. Su Jing removed the cap from her pen, preparing to take notes. The first task is to register a new company named Hewiting Technology. In the future, Hewiting Network, the Hewiting Player, as well as the distribution and daily operations of digital music and other SP digital content will all fall under this new company. The team brought by Liu Xiaosong will directly enter Hewiting Technology, with him serving as CEO responsible for the specific business operations and subsequent technical development. Mr. Chen, how will the financial aspect be arranged? Su Jing raised her head to pose the crucial question. The business will be under his management, but the finances must be controlled by us. Chen Hao's tone was resolute. Hewiting Technology will not have an independent finance department. All financial work will be managed by the team you lead. All transactions, profit calculations, and tax declarations will go through your side. Liu Xiaosong will only have the authority for business approval, not for fund allocation. Su Jing nodded, quickly jotting down a few lines in her notebook. The second task is the issue of copyright ownership. Chen Hao looked towards Zhao Gang. From the Asia-Pacific Digital Copyright Protection Fund, we need to obtain a formal authorization document. All the digital copyrights previously acquired by the fund will be authorized to Hewiting Technology for commercial operation. In the future, Hewiting Technology will be responsible for negotiating SP collaborations. Zhao Gang agreed and mentally noted this matter. The third task is to adjust the positioning of the Zhongshang Wuxian Company. Previously, it was planned that all SP businesses would be under Zhongshang Wuxian, but now that we have Hewiting network, adjustments must be made. In the future, this company will be specifically responsible for the supervision and approval of SP businesses. Gongzi, you will serve as the general manager. You and Su Jing will recruit a group of people to form a dedicated review service team. SP collaborations will be negotiated by Liu Xiaosong and his team, but the qualification approvals for SP will be managed by your team. Zhao Gang asked, what about the technical operations? Let Lao Chui take on a part-time role with the new technical staff. They built the underlying architecture of the regulatory platform, and they will find it easiest to maintain it. Chen Hao put down his teacup. Hewiting Network and Xiechue will be the first approved SP pilot companies directly connecting to the Mobile Dream Network for public testing next month. With this integration, the number of staff will increase significantly, and our current office space will definitely be insufficient. Clear out the entire third floor to create an office area specifically for Hewiting Network. Everyone else will move to the fourth floor for centralized office work. Chen Hao calculated. As for me, I need to find a new office location. I will definitely need a place to host guests that want to have nowhere to stay. After the meeting ended, Su Jing and Zhao Gang went their separate ways to implement their tasks. In the afternoon, Chen Hao sat in the boss chair in his office, smoking a cigarette. He was contemplating the selection of a new office. Courtyards have good concealment suitable for discussing private business, and hosting leaders would seem more cultured. In the year 2000, the price of courtyards near Hohai wasn't outrageous. Buying one would guarantee profit. The only downside was that parking could be quite troublesome. Renting a high-end office building in Guamao or Zhongguan Village would have a strong commercial atmosphere and be quite convenient, but it lacked a bit of prestige. While Chen Hao weighed the pros and cons of various options, his phone on the table rang. The caller ID showed Huang Jiqiang from Gunstone Records. Recently, the heads of several record companies, including Song Yusu Zhongming and Huang Jiqiang, had been calling. They were either inviting him for dinner or to go sing at a high-end clubhouse. Implicitly, they often mentioned a few popular female singers, hinting that they could arrange for them to accompany him. Chen Hao had always declined. Without a definitive answer from Thomas, he didn't plan to indulge in entertainment at this time to avoid complications. Just last night, Thomas called. Bertelsmann's CEO Mittelhoff had been persuaded. After discussions in the board meeting, they were willing to give it a try, especially since the income in this field was currently zero, posing no risks. In a few days, Thomas would lead a team including legal and business representatives to Kyoto to sign a formal exclusive cooperation agreement. The biggest external puzzle piece had been put in place. With the big picture settled, Chen Hao felt very relaxed. He pressed the answer button, and Huang Jiqiang's typical Cantonese accent came through. Chairman Chen, good afternoon. I hope I'm not interrupting your work. I just finished, Mr. Huang. What can I do for you? Chen Hao extinguished the cigarette, but in the ashtray. You're joking. How could I dare to instruct you? On the evening of the day after tomorrow, our male singer Liang Xianqi, under Gunstone, will hold a concert at the Kyoto Sports Hall. Tickets have long been sold out, and they are hard to come by. Huang Jiqiang said with a smile. I would like to invite you to take some time to attend to give us some on-site guidance and relax a bit as well. For this concert, our company's famous female singers Luo Wenwei and Rin Jingru will also fly over as special. After the concert, I will arrange for a late-night meal, allowing the two of them to accompany you for a drink or two to get to know you better. Chen Hao heard these two names. Both are currently the hottest female stars in the Chinese music scene. Luo Wenwei is known for her unique style and long legs, while Rin Jingru recently gained fame nationwide with her song Courage. Sure, After spending these days in the department with those old men, it's time to change to a younger environment to relax a bit. Chen Hao agreed. On the other end of the phone, Huang Jiqiang was overjoyed. This was already the third time he had extended an invitation. In the first two instances, Chen Hao had not even made an excuse and had directly refused. Huang Jiqiang hung up the phone, secretly calculating. Chen Hao agreed so readily, likely because he was interested in Luo Wanwei and Ren Jingru. He needed to quickly notify the agents of the two female stars, ensuring they would be proactive in their performance the night after tomorrow to properly serve this cash cow who held the power of life and death. On the third evening outside the Kyoto Sports Hall, the early winter night wind carried a chill, yet it could not dampen the enthusiasm of the fans. The streets surrounding the sports hall were jammed. The cries of scalpers selling tickets mixed with the sounds of vendors selling glow sticks, creating a cacophony of voices. A black Santana sedan slowly drove into the parking lot outside the hall. The car door opened and Lin Xiaoya and Zhao Qian stepped out. Both were dressed flamboyantly. Lin Xiaoya wore a white woolen coat and a red scarf, looking pure and charming. Zhao Qian wore a short down jacket, excitedly looking around. Zhang Wei pulled out the car key and walked over from the passenger seat. So how's this for a big event? This ticket is practically impossible to buy outside. We only got VIP inner tickets thanks to our company's connect. Zhao Qian hurriedly approached to flatter him. Of course, who doesn't know that senior brother Zhang's family is powerful? This is Liang Xianqi's concert. Ordinary people can't afford tickets. We Xiaoyu are enjoying the benefits of being with you, Lin Xiaoyu said, while linking her arm with Zhang Wei, her face full of a blissful smile. The shadow of humiliation from Chen Hao had been completely washed away by her current vanity. She felt that her decision to choose Zhang Wei over Chen Hao, that poor loser, was undoubtedly the right one. Zhang Wei could provide her with such superior social resources, while Chen Hao couldn't even afford to take her out for a meal at Pizza Hut without saving for half a month. The three of them walked towards the entrance of the stadium, following the crowd. At the entrance stood a giant promotional poster for the concert. Zhang Wei stopped, pointing at the densely packed list of sponsors at the bottom of the poster. See that? Right here. Zhang Wei's finger pointed to an inconspicuous corner. Jejia Shopping Chain Supermarket. The main sponsor of this concert was Kyoto Beer. In order to create momentum, Kyoto Beer had invited a group of downstream distributors with whom they usually did business to sponsor alongside them. Zhang Wei's supermarket was one of them. Zhang Wei pointed at the large letters Kyoto Beer at the top of the poster. The Wang from Kyoto Beer who manages the market, I usually call him Uncle Wang. Our families have a very close relationship, Zhang Wei boasted shamelessly. Once the concert ends, you'll just call Uncle Wang and have him take us backstage. Just to get Xiao Qi Guess autograph and take a photo. It's just a matter of a word, the two girls exclaimed in excitement upon hearing this. They had both come to Kyoto from small towns. To be able to see a superstar's concert was already a luxury, let alone getting up close to meet the stars backstage. Lin Xiaoyu leaned her head on Zhang Wei's shoulder, her voice sweet. Zhang Wei, you are truly amazing. Just as the three were immersed in their sense of superiority, a man in a casual suit walked towards the side passage of the stadium a few steps away. Zhao Qian, with her sharp eyes, recognized the profile immediately. Chen Hao, what are you doing here? Zhao Qian shouted at the top of her lungs. Chen Hao stopped in his tracks and turned around. He had just arrived at the stadium. It was too congested and he couldn't find a parking spot, so his driver Xiao Wu had parked the car at the roadside not far away and was waiting. Chen Hao walked over by himself. Tonight he was purely here to relax and listen to music. He had no intention of discussing any substantial business terms with Huang Jiqiang at the concert. Thus he was dressed very casually with a relaxed mindset. He had just made a phone call to Huang Jiqiang while in the car. Huang Jiqiang was concerned that there would be too many people at the main entrance and wouldn't be able to find him, so he said he would wait for him at the employee passage. Chen Hao looked at the three standing in front of the poster and felt a wave of bad luck wash over him. He hadn't checked the calendar before going out and happened to run into these characters. He didn't intend to engage with them and turned to continue walking. This was Zhang Wei's first time seeing Chen Hao. He had heard Zhao Qian tell stories about this sycophant many times, and at this moment the goddess that this sycophant couldn't attain was right in his arms. Zhang Wei's suppressed sense of superiority surged forth. He strode up to Chen Hao, standing beside him, surveying Chen Hao's attire from head to toe. Oh, isn't this the little junior brother? Zhang Wei elongated his tone, his voice loud enough to attract the attention of several passersby. I heard you haven't been attending classes at school lately and have been working part-time outside every day. You are truly diligent. Zhang Wei appraised Chen Hao from head to toe. That's how it should be. Kids from poor families have to mature early. If you don't have money, you need to work hard to earn it. Oh, isn't this the little junior brother? Zhang Wei elongated his tone, his voice loud enough to attract the attention of several passersby. I heard you haven't been attending classes at school lately and have been working. What are you selling? Show me. Senior brother is in a good mood today, so he'll support your business. After all, buying from anyone is still buying. You consider it charity. Chen Hao looked at Zhang Wei's inexplicable sense of superiority and shook his head. This youth still living in the ivory tower who flaunted his family's little wealth was simply not worth his time to step on. Senior brother Zhang, Chen Hao said calmly, showing no signs of anger. It's your freedom to collect garbage and but it's meaningless to jump out and provoke others. Chen Hao's gaze fell upon Lin Xiaoya's delicate face. Make sure to take good care of her. Don't let her go into the market and harm others. After dropping this sentence, Chen Hao turned and walked towards the distant employee passage without looking back. Lin Xiaoya's complexion turned pale. This comment was equivalent to a resounding slap in the face, striking her hard in front of so many people. The pure schoolflower image she had carefully maintained became worthless trash, in Chen Hao's words. She was so furious that her whole body trembled, stepping back a half step with her mouth agape, unable to return a single word. Zhao Qian reacted and jumped up to curse. Chen Hao, you bastard. Who are you calling garbage? Clearly it's our Xiaoya who looks down on you, this poor sycophant. Do you remember who waited downstairs at the dormitory like a stray dog for 3 hours? What are you pretending to be noble now? Chen Hao's back had already disappeared into the distance, completely ignoring Zhao Qian's cursing. Zhang Wei walked back to Lin Xiaoya's side, wrapping his arm around her shoulders and giving her a firm pat. Xiaoya, don't be angry. This poor loser is just a typical case of sour grapes. He is just jealous of us deliberately slandering you. Zhang Wei pointed in the direction Chen Hao had disappeared with a face full of disdain. Look where he ran off to, that's the employee passage. Most likely he's rushing in to do some hard labor. Let's not argue with these bottom feeders, it would just devalue us. Zhang Wei wrapped his arm around Lin Xiaoya's waist and called out to Zhao Qian. Come on, let's go to the VIP area in the inner hall to watch the concert as guests. When he serves us tea and water later, he will have to serve us. Zhang Wei held Lin Xiaoya and led Zhao Qian towards the audience entrance. Chen Hao arrived at the entrance of the employee passage at the side of the stadium. A security line was set up here manned by 4 burly security personnel. Huang Jiqiang had been waiting there for a long time. Dressed in a gray suit and holding a walkie-talkie, he quickly approached Chen Hao as he saw him coming, his demeanor respectful. Chairman Chen, welcome, welcome. This way, please. Huang Jiqiang stepped aside with an inviting gesture. The security personnel lifted the barrier, allowing them passage. The two walked through a long and quiet corridor, completely isolating themselves from the noisy crowd outside. Huang Jiqiang introduced as they walked. Chairman Chen, the VIP room arranged for tonight has the best view in the entire stadium. Not only can you see the stage clearly, but you won't be disturbed by the noise outside. Drinks and snacks are all prepared. Chen Hao casually nodded. At the end of the corridor, Huang Jiqiang pushed open a thick soundproof door leading Chen Hao into the VIP room backstage at the concert. The VIP room was extremely spacious, covered with thick carpets. Directly facing the stage was a whole wall of one-way glass. From here one could clearly overlook the entire concert scene, the colorful lights intertwining on the stage. People outside couldn't see what was happening inside at all. In front of the genuine leather sofa was a giant coffee table on which were several bottles of imported red wine and a beautifully arranged fruit platter. Chen Hao walked in. Several service personnel wearing work badges stood in the room, holding trays ready to serve at any moment. 2 women stood next to the leather sofa. They were the popular female stars Luo Wenwei and Rin Jingru from Gunstone Records. Both were adorned with exquisite makeup, wearing form-fitting evening gowns that shone brilliantly under the lights. They had received orders from the company's boss to ensure that they took good care of the mysterious Chairman Chen tonight. Upon seeing Chen Hao enter, the 2 stars immediately approached him. Huang Jiqiang turned to introduce the 2 female stars behind him. This is the Vice Chairman of the Global Digital Property Development Foundation for the Asia-Pacific region, Chairman Chen Hao, and also our most esteemed guest at Gunshare Records. Luo Wenwei and Rin Jingru stepped forward in unison. Luo Wenwei's eyes sparkled, her voice carrying a unique magnetism. Hello, Chairman Chen. President Huang has been speaking highly of you. We thought that only older senior figures could. We never expected you to be so young and handsome. Rin Jingru nodded repeatedly from the side, her smile sweet. Indeed, Chairman Chen, if you walked out, people would think you're an idol star from our industry. Chen Hao chuckled lightly, not taking the flattery seriously. If he were truly that handsome, he wouldn't have been a sycophant for so long. The air conditioning in the VIP room was set high, making it quite warm. Stepping in from the cold wind outside, which was around 0 degrees, he quickly started to sweat. Chen Hao raised his hand to unbutton his suit jacket, preparing to take it off and sit down. Huang Jiqiang followed suit and took off his jacket. Just as Chen Hao slid his suit off his shoulders, Luo Wenwei displayed the charm and perceptiveness of a mature woman. She stepped forward in her high heels, casually taking Chen Hao's jacket. Chairman Chen, let me hang this up for you. She walked over to the wooden coat rack, carefully hanging it and smoothing out any wrinkles. Rin Jingru lagged a moment, seeing that Chen Hao's jacket had already been taken and could only turn to help Huang Jiqiang with his clothes. The 4 of them walked over to the sofa area to take their seats. A staff member approached with a tray. On the tray were several delicate white porcelain plates containing warm white towels. The staff gently placed the plates on the coffee table in front of Chen Hao. He took a warm towel to wipe his hands. Luo Wenwei sat down to Chen Hao's left. With less than a fist's distance between them, the scent of her perfume wafted directly to Chen Hao's nose. She wore a black backless evening gown with a high slit that revealed her long legs as she sat down. She picked up a glass of red wine that had long been decanted and handed it to Chen Hao. Chairman Chen, please give it a try. President Huang specially brought this law fight for you. Thank you for your support of us musicians. With piracy rampant, we desperately need people like you who are passionate about public welfare to protect our hard work. Chen Hao took the wine glass and swirled the dark red liquid. The cushion on his right sank as Rin Jingru took a sip. She wore a light purple strapless long dress, her long hair, cascading down, exuding a pure aura. Holding a small silver fork, she picked a peeled grape from the fruit platter and sweetly offered it to Chen Hao. Chairman Chen, have a grape to moisten your throat. Brother Xiao Qi is backstage getting ready and will come over to toast you during the intermission. Chen Hao opened his mouth and ate the grape. It was very sweet and juicy. On his left was the red wine, and on his right were the peeled fruits. Surrounded by two entirely different, yet equally enticing aromas, Chen Hao remained composed. This scene gave him an illusion of being in another world. In his past life in 2025, he frequently visited upscale KTV rooms to seek investments and negotiate projects. Back then he was also surrounded by beautiful young women catering to him. The only difference now was that sitting beside him were bona fide top female stars in the Chinese music scene. Moreover, they didn't need to line up and bend over to loudly announce which city they came from. Huang Jiqiang did not move closer. He deliberately chose to sit at the far end of the curved sofa, a distance away from the three, allowing Chen Hao to enjoy the soft warmth without interruption while still facing them for easy conversation. Holding a wine glass, Huang Jiqiang watched Chen Hao being surrounded and served by the two female stars, his face beaming with smiles. A loud commotion came from outside the one-way glass. The concert officially began. The lights in the venue dimmed and colorful spotlights danced wildly on the stage. The four of them looked through the one-way glass. Liang Xinqi rose slowly from the central lift of the stage, dressed in a sparkling performance outfit. The audience erupted in deafening cheers. Countless glow sticks swayed in the dark, merging into a glowing ocean. As the accompaniment played, Liang Xinqi energetically sang and danced on stage. The girl across the way, look over here, look over here, look over here. The familiar melody reached the VIP room. Tens of thousands of people in the audience sang along in waves. The filtering effect of the one-way glass isolated the VIP room from the outside, noise creating a relatively quiet private space. Outside were crowded fans and sweat-drenched singers, while inside were the elite sipping red wine on sofas. One piece of glass, two worlds. After a powerful opening song, the atmosphere in the venue was completely ignited. Huang Jiqiang across the coffee table happily said to Chen Hao, "Chairman Chen Shaoqi's stage control is remarkable, isn't it? He's now one of the most popular male singers in Asia and undoubtedly the top of Gunshur." Luo Wenwei and Rin Jingru sitting beside Chen Hao looked at the dazzling Liang Xinqi on stage with envy in their eyes. In the entertainment industry, status and income are directly correlated. Currently, Liang Xianqi's position was far above theirs, and he earned tenfold or even 100 times more than them. The two followed suit in agreement. Shaoqi's singing skills are truly impeccable, and the atmosphere is fantastic. Yes, there are so many fans down there all singing along together. Chen Hao nodded while watching the stage. Liang Xianqi's songs are truly great, with high popularity. To be honest, I'm also a fan of his. This was not a lie. In his past life, while socializing in KTV, Liang Xianqi's songs were always the must, especially that song, Brothers. Oh, every time he found himself at a gathering, a few drunken men would inevitably throw their arms around each other and belt it out. After exchanging polite compliments, Chen Hao set down his wine glass and turned to Huang Jiqiang. "President Huang, may I ask a novice question? For a concert filled with tens of thousands of people, approximately how much total income can be expected?" Huang Jiqiang considered the question for a moment. Given Chen Hao's status, such data was hardly a secret in the industry. One could easily ask someone knowledgeable to find. Huang Jiqiang answered candidly, "Chairman Chen, our industry is all about making a name. This concert, with all tickets sold out, has an approximate total income of 4 to 5 million Longwei yuan. This figure ranks among the top in the country." Chen Hao reclined against the back of the sofa, his posture relaxed. 4 to 5 million. So for your Gunshur company, after deducting various costs, you must not be left with much after working hard for months to organize this, right? Huang Jiqiang was taken aback, never expecting Chen Hao to be so knowledgeable about the entertainment industry's finances. Ordinary people would think that if a concert could sell 4 to 5 million, the organizers must be raking it in. Only industry insiders truly understand the ins and outs. Huang Jiqiang sighed with a rueful smile, pouring out his woes. "Chairman Chen, you truly understand the situation. Outsiders think we make a fortune, but very little actually lands in our hands." Huang Jiqiang counted on his fingers. Out of the 4 to 5 million, the singer takes the lion's share, and Shaoqi can net 1 to 2 million from this event. The remaining money will go towards the venue fees for the stadium. Renting a venue nowadays is not cheap. To prevent any incidents, the security costs are substantial, requiring several hundred security personnel to maintain order. Additionally, there are expenses for stage construction, lighting, and sound rentals, and a large backup dancer team. The food, lodging, and transportation for the hundreds of staff must all come from this budget. Huang Jiqiang shook his head. After deducting all these miscellaneous expenses, our company can only make a profit of a few 100,000, which would be considered a very successful project. Of course, there might be some advertisement sponsorship fees we can negotiate with the venue, but that's about it. We really can't make much. Chen Hao picked up a glass of red wine and took a sip. So the domestic music market is still too small right now. The total market for record releases, commercial performances, and these miscellaneous sponsorships combined amounts to only about $1 to $200 million a year. To be honest, it's really not worth it. Chen Hao placed his wine glass on the coffee table. Currently, the total global music market exceeds $360 billion. Among them, the European and American markets account for over $260 billion. This is the real gold mine. The VIP room fell silent. Huang Jiqiang and the two female stars stared at Chen Hao. Chen Hao continued to present enticing data. In Europe and America, a top singer of Liang Xiangqi's caliber can hold a concert for tens of thousands of people. Just from ticket sales, it's a starting point of $1 to $2 million. Converted to your currency, it's several times more than that. Chen Hao glanced at Huang Jiqiang. Moreover, the concert ticket sales are just a small portion. The real profits come from the CD and cassette distribution. Over their copyright protection is extremely strict and physical record stores are everywhere. Ordinary people habitually spend money to buy records. This market scale is vastly larger than ours. For example, Chen Hao gave an example. Not long ago, a group called Superboys from the beautiful country released a new album. In just 1 week, a single CD sold for $36 million. You can calculate that the money this one group made in a week is equivalent to what all domestic singers earn in a year. Upon hearing this, Huang Jiqiang, Luo Wenwei, and Rin Jingris' eyes lit up, and they unconsciously swallowed hard. As industry insiders, they knew all too well how profitable the overseas market was. But knowing is one thing, being able to enter is another. The position of Chinese people in the international entertainment market has always been low, and breaking into the mainstream circles in Europe and America is extremely difficult. Without top-tier multinational channel support, they can't even touch the door. The reason why Huang Jiqiang and these record company bosses have been so eager to curry favor with Chen Hao during this time, even going so far as to offer up popular female stars to accompany him. It's not that they think Chen Hao himself has any abilities. What they want is the connections behind him. At the forum a few days ago, an executive from Bertelsmann Group, Thomas, personally stood on stage and had a pleasant conversation with Chen Hao. Bertelsmann holds vast distribution channels in Europe and America, which is the resource they dream of. Huang Jiqiang leaned forward with his wine glass. Chairman Chen is absolutely right. The water in this domestic pool is too shallow to raise big fish. The overseas market is where the real strength lies. You are in a high position at the United Nations, dealing with major international market transactions, seeing far and wide. Huang Jiqiang smiled broadly. Chairman Chen, could you please help us by introducing us to President Thomas from Birth? Let's sit down and talk about cooperation. We at Gunshare also want to follow in your footsteps and develop in the European and American markets to see the world. The two women sitting beside Chen Hao were very clever. Hearing their boss speak, they immediately cooperated. Luo Wenwei stretched out her hands and hugged Chen Hao's left arm. She leaned forward, her soft chest pressing against Chen Hao's arm, gently rubbing against it. Chairman Chen, please help us. As singers, we run around for performances daily, exhausted, but barely making any money. You have such a wide network. Can you give us a hand, please? Luo Wenwei's voice was sweet and alluring. Rin Jingru was not to be outdone, hugging Chen Hao's right arm and giving it a gentle shake. Yes, Chairman Chen. As long as you are willing to help, whenever you want to hear a song, we will come to sing for you. Chen Hao leaned back on the sofa, feeling the soft warmth from both arms. With two big stars sweetly flattering him, it greatly satisfied the man's vanity. He slowly opened his mouth. Getting to know Thomas is very simple. Next week, he will come to the country with his team to find me. Hearing this, the three of them showed surprise. Huang Jiqiang almost spilled his wine. That's great. Chairman Chen, since President Thomas is flying over from afar, we must show our hospitality. Please give me the opportunity to host you. I will arrange a dinner that is absolutely up to standard, guaranteed to satisfy our foreign friends. Of course, dining is not a problem. That's a small matter. Chen Hao picked up the glass of red wine on the coffee table. He took a sip of wine and looked at Huang Jiqiang. However, Mr. Huang, if you are only looking to cooperate with Bertelsmann to enter the European and American markets, why look for Thomas? Just come to me. Huang Jiqiang's hand holding the wine glass froze in midair. Luo Wenwei and Rin Jingru also halted their movements. The three of them looked at Chen Hao in confusion. In the context Huang Jiqiang had described to the company executives and the two female stars, Chen Hao's positioning was very clear. He was just a privileged youth gilded overseas. Such individuals hold vast political resources accumulated by their elders, can summon the winds and rains, and can invite leaders from the press and publication administration to stand on stage. However, these privileged youths typically only handle connections, playing a macro-level resource exchange game. When it comes to concrete business implementations, dealing with the dirty and laborious tasks is something they won't touch, nor do they have the patience to do the actual work. Thus, Huang Jiqiang's strategy was straightforward. Just keep him happy and build a closer relationship. Treat him well, meet his needs, and establish a solid connection to get this privileged youth to introduce a few key figures. For instance, introduce Thomas, the area manager for Bertelsmann in the beautiful country. As long as they can connect with Thomas Gunsher Records can negotiate the distribution cooperation in the European and American markets on their own. From beginning to end, they never expected Chen Hao to personally take over these specific business dealings. Now Chen Hao actually said that looking for Thomas was useless, just come directly to him. This statement exceeded Huang Jiqiang's comprehension. Chen Hao looked at the three of them puzzled and placed the tall glass on the coffee table. Mr. Huang, you were present at the closed-door meeting held at the General Administration last time, as well as the International Forum held at Guamao Hotel a few days ago. Chen Hao leaned back a bit, adjusting to a comfortable sitting position. You should have noticed that whether it was the closed-door meeting or the forum, it was all orchestrated by me. I had my family members step in to inform the relevant departments, and the department there just went along with it, giving enough face and fully supporting it. I put in so much effort arranging everything, and even alarmed the old man back home. Chen Hao played with the cigar he picked up from the coffee table, directing his gaze at Huang Jiqiang. You really don't think I went through all this trouble, expended so many resources just to buy those worthless digital copyrights from you to put on a show internationally, do you? Huang Jiqiang was stunned upon hearing this. He had indeed thought so before. In the context of the WTO accession negotiations, spending over $2 million to buy a batch of copyrights for a zero breakthrough was indeed a typical face project. $200 million is a huge sum for an ordinary person, but in the eyes of such a privileged youth, it's merely the price of a sports car. Spending this money would earn a spot on the UN agency's resume, while also garnering some political capital for the elders back home. This logic seemed entirely closed-loop reasonable to Huang Jiqiang. But now Chen Hao personally denied this assumption. Huang Jiqiang quickly set down his wine glass, leaning forward as he assumed the role of a qualified foil. Chairman Chen, what is the purpose behind your grand chess game? Huang Jiqiang's tone was filled with eagerness to know. Chen Hao did not answer directly, but lit his cigar, the gray smoke spreading through the VIP room. On one hand, I represent the country and do some work in the organizations under the United Nations over in the beautiful country. Chen Hao leisurely spun a new tale. On the other hand, I also represent my family, socializing with the top families from Europe and America, handling some large multinational cooperative projects. Have you heard of the Moan family? Chen Hao casually educated. Huang Jiqiang shook his head, having no knowledge of the family powers in Europe. The Moan family is the absolute controlling party of the Bertelsmann Group, Chen Hao continued. Their eldest grandson is named Lucas Moan. Due to family control, he can only waste his years in New York, often mingling with our circle. Strictly speaking, the Moan family does not even have a proper noble title in their country. Their foundation is lacking. However, they do have some money and are quite generous. At gatherings, he usually pays, and we are willing to include him for the sake of face. Luo Wenwei and Rin Jingru, sitting nearby, held their breaths. They usually interacted with celebrity bosses from the entertainment industry and had never heard such secrets from the global elite circles. Chen Hao continued. That Thomas and their Bertelsmann CEO Mittelhoff, to put it bluntly, are senior managers working for the Moan family. Recently, the beautiful country has been in turmoil over digital copyright issues. The website Napster has dealt a heavy blow to the traditional recording industry. Mittelhoff, against the odds, spent a large sum to acquire Napster, hoping to transition to the internet. As a result, he faced fierce attacks from the board's conservatives. He is now in a dire situation, facing the risk of being ousted at any moment. Chen Hao bit down on his cigar. Mittelhoff had no choice but to seek my help through Lucas. Considering how Lucas often treats us, I decided to lend him a hand. Chen Hao had spent less than a month in the beautiful country when he met Sun Kai. As for this so-called Lucas, he had no idea if he truly existed. However, when out in the world, not only can one package their ancestry, but a younger brother's identity can also be self-given. Thus, what you see now is a result of my efforts. I mobilized domestic resources and used the entire long country market as leverage to endorse the commercialization of digital copyrights. To prove that digital copyright can also be profitable, Chen Hao looked at Huang Jiqiang. With this successful case, Mittelhoff can use the data from the long country market to silence the board. More importantly, he can win that lawsuit and public opinion battle in the beautiful country, safeguarding Bertelsmann Group's market value of over $80 billion. I helped them with a significant task, saving their entire group. To thank me, the Moan family granted me the exclusive cooperation rights of Bertelsmann in the long country's audiovisual market. This includes not only bringing in European and American copyrights, but also exporting domestic copyrights to Europe and America through their channels. This exclusive cooperation rights cover all copyrights, including commercial performances. A few days ago, after the forum, I fulfilled the promise I made to Lucas. Thomas returned to the country to go through the group's legal processes. In a few days, he will bring a team over specifically to sign this exclusive cooperation contract with me. The VIP room fell into a long silence. Huang Jiqiang opened his mouth, unable to close it for a long time. Luo Wenwei and Rin Jingru also looked dazed. The three completely lost the ability to manage their expressions. They had never imagined that behind the recent uproar in the country over the breakthrough in digital copyright acquisition and the international forum lay such a massive multinational transaction, involving the survival and demise of an $80 billion consortium entangled with the interests of upper-class families in Europe. And Chen Hao sat on the sofa smoking a cigar, his tone casual. That nonchalant attitude was as simple as helping a friend organize a small private party on a weekend. Huang Jiqiang was the first to regain his senses. A surge of ecstatic emotion filled his heart. He initially thought the person he was trying to curry favor with was just a middleman who could help connect. Little did he know he had accidentally stumbled upon a true powerhouse who held life and death in his hands regarding Bertelsmann's operations in the Long Country. All of Bertelsmann's businesses in the Long Country, whether inbound or outbound, hinged on Chen Hao's word. As long as he held on tight to Chen Hao's thigh, the dream of country records breaking into the European and American markets would not be a fantasy, but a fact before their eyes. The two female stars also reacted swiftly. Having navigated the entertainment industry, they were well-versed in reading people's expressions. Chen Hao's earlier remarks pointed them toward a shortcut to international stardom. As long as they could make this young tycoon happy, not to mention releasing albums in the beautiful country, even walking the red carpet in Hollywood would be just a matter of his word. Ren Jingru, without hesitation, intensified her grip. She shifted her body closer to Chen Hao, pressing her advantageous areas against his arm, leaning her whole body against his shoulder. Luo Wenwei was also active. She subtly adjusted her sitting posture, crossing her legs. The high slit of her black evening gown slid down, fully revealing her long, straight, beautiful legs. The lines of her legs, wrapped in black stockings, emitted an ultimate allure under the soft lighting of the VIP room. She raised her wine glass, leaning forward, unveiling an unobstructed view of her neckline. Chen Hao pretended not to notice anything. He did not push away Ren Jingru's reliance, nor did he take a closer look at Luo Wenwei's beautiful legs. Instead, he turned his head to continue watching the concert outside. On stage, Liang Xianqi was singing a heartfelt slow song, eliciting waves of screams from the female fans below. Huang Jiqiang rubbed his hands, suppressing his excitement, and began promoting his company. Chairman Chen, your endeavors are truly remarkable. Our country records is among the top labels in the country. Huang Jiqiang pointed to the two female stars beside him, then gestured toward the stage outside. Our company has many outstanding artists like Wenwei Jingru and Xiao Qi. Every year we spend a large sum to acquire songs, record, and shoot music videos. However, look at the current market environment. Huang Jiqiang sighed. As soon as a legitimate album hits the shelves the next day, the streets are flooded with pirated CDs at $5 each. We can't even recoup production costs. We can only sustain the company through hard labor like accepting performances and holding concerts. Stuck in this small market of the 2 coasts and 3 regions, we suffer from various pirate disturbances, leaving us with dwindling survival space. Huang Jiqiang raised his wine glass, standing up, and walked to the tea table in front of Chen Hao. Chairman Chen, do you think we could collaborate? The European and American markets have strong copyright protection, and simply releasing an album there can yield profits in the hundreds of thousands. You hold the exclusive channel to Europe and America, and we have the top-tier artists and content. Let's join forces and develop in the international market together, earning money from foreigners. Luo Wenwei smoothly handed her wine glass to Chen Hao's lips, her voice alluring. Chairman Chen Huangzong is right. We sisters have been dreaming of holding concerts in the beautiful country. Please help us. Ren Jingru also chimed in softly. As long as Chairman Chen is willing to support us, we will follow your arrangements. Chen Hao leaned back on the sofa, not taking the glass, nor hurriedly expressing his stance. He placed the cigar on the edge of the ashtray. At that moment, the stage lights outside changed. Liang Xianqi finished the first half of his performance and retreated backstage. Several singers from the mainland stepped onto the stage to maintain the atmosphere. The soundproof door of the VIP room was pushed open from the outside. Liang Xianqi, in his shiny performance outfit, walked in drenched in sweat. Liang Xianqi had not yet grasped the situation, but before coming, Huang Jiqiang had instructed that this guest must be attended to well. He held the wine glass with both hands, displaying a humble attitude. Chairman Chen, thank you for coming to support me. I raise a toast to you. Chen Hao picked up the red wine glass from the coffee table, stood up, and clinked glasses with Liang Xianqi. Xiao Qi, your performance just now was splendid. You completely lifted the atmosphere of the venue. To be honest, I'm also a fan of yours. Your songs are extremely popular. Chen Hao offered polite praise. Hearing such support from a distinguished guest, Liang Xianqi's smile became much more genuine. He didn't mind that Chen Hao, clearly younger than him, addressed him as Xiao Qi. Since his debut, he had seen many situations. He understood clearly that in front of these influential figures whom everyone had to please, he was nothing. They could call him whatever they liked. Huang Jiqiang timely interjected. Xiao Qi, haven't you always wanted to venture into the European and American markets? Chairman Chen is the exclusive partner of Bertelsmann Group in the Dragon Country. As long as Chairman Chen gives a word, the doors of Bertelsmann will open for you. Liang Xianqi's hand holding the wine glass shook slightly, his eyes widened. Having struggled in the entertainment industry for so many years, he was acutely aware of the value represented by the name Bertelsmann. It was a top global media giant that held the key to the international mainstream market. Without hesitation, he grabbed the nearby red wine bottle and filled his glass to the brim again. Chairman Chen, the previous glass was to welcome you. This glass is a personal toast to you. I hope you will guide me in the future. I am at your service whenever you need. Liang Xinqi held the glass with both hands and drank it down in one go. Chen Hao took a sip of red wine and nodded with a smile. I have great confidence in you. With your abilities, you will surely carve out a place for yourself in the international market. Liang Xinqi repeatedly expressed his thanks. He still needed to prepare for the second half of the performance and dared not linger. Chairman Qin General Huang, I must go change my outfit. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Huang Jiqiang waved his hand. You go about your business. After the concert, we'll go out for a late-night snack together. At that time, you can properly toast Chairman Qin a few times. Liang Xinqi agreed and turned to leave the VIP room. The door to the VIP room closed. Chen Hao sat back on the sofa. Luo Wenwei and Rin Jingru's attentiveness surpassed before. If it weren't for Huang Jiqiang still being present, the two would have loved to sit directly in Chen Hao's lap. Luo Wenwei held a fruit platter using a toothpick to pick up the cut fruits and feed them piece by piece into Chen Hao's mouth, while Rin Jingru gently massaged Chen Hao's shoulders. Chen Hao remained as steady as a mountain. He neither initiated nor rejected their advances. Enjoying the service of the two female stars, he occasionally exchanged a few jokes to lighten the atmosphere, but made no substantial promises. Huang Jiqiang sat nearby sipping red wine watching this scene unfold. He was not in a hurry to push Chen Hao for a statement. This occasion was not meant for discussing serious matters. As long as this big shot was made comfortable, the collaboration would come naturally. Outside, the concert venue was bustling with activity in the third row of the audience seats. Zhang Wei sat here with Lin Xiaoya and Zhao Qian. All around them were fervent fans waving glow sticks and shouting loudly. The two girls who had not seen much of the world were completely swept up in the passionate atmosphere. Zhao Qian sang loudly along with the crowd, her voice hoarse. Zhang Wei wore a proud expression, pointing to the Look over there, my uncle Wang is sitting in the front row. He turned again, pointing at several boxes above the side of the venue separated by one-way glass. Did you see that? Those boxes are reserved for the real big bosses or leaders. Ordinary people can't get in at all. Zhang Wei's tone revealed his envy. He withdrew his hand and wrapped his arm around Lin Xiaoya's shoulders. But our position isn't bad either. It's actually better than the front row. The front row is too close to the speakers, making your ears hurt, and security often walks back and forth blocking the view. Our view here is the best. Zhang Wei leaned closer to Lin Xiaoya's ear and said loudly. After the performance, they'll take you backstage for a tour, let you see the world. Lin Xiaoya looked at the stage, so close at hand, observing the dazzling stars under the lights. Her vanity was greatly satisfied. She had never seen a star so closely before. The surrounding people, who could only sit in the back rows of the stands, unable to buy good tickets, made her feel a sense of superiority. She even forgot the unpleasantness of being publicly humiliated by Chen Hao at the entrance of the gym. That poor student Chen Hao would never experience the feeling of watching a concert from the VIP area. He was probably being yelled at by security, right now moving boxes like a laborer in some corner. Lin Xiaoya leaned against Zhang Wei, waving her glow stick to the rhythm of the music. As time passed, the concert entered its final phase. Liang Xinqi finished singing the last encore song and took a bow to the cheers of the audience as he exited the stage. The lights in the venue brightened and the audience began to exit in an orderly fashion. Liang Xinqi returned backstage, quickly removing the heavy makeup from his face, changing into casual clothes, and heading to the VIP room to join the others. Luo Wenwei and Rin Jingru had already changed into thick woolen coats, wearing large masks and hats, wrapping themselves up tightly. Yet the two still clung tightly to Chen Hao's arms while Chen Hao adjusted his tie and donned his suit jacket. Huang Jiqiang was also neatly dressed. Chairman Chen, I have already arranged the location for the late-night snack. It's over at Guay Street, and the food is quite good. Huang Jiqiang led the way. The group pushed open the door and walked out. Seizing the chaos of the crowd leaving the concert, Zhang Wei expertly took Lin Xiaoya and Zhao Qian to sneak into the entrance of the backstage passage. There was a security line set up here with a row of security guards standing. Zhang Wei took out his phone and dialed Uncle Wang's number. Shortly after, a middle-aged man with a big belly walked out of the passage. The man reeked of alcohol, his cheeks flushed. Upon seeing Zhang Wei outside the security line, he frowned, his tone somewhat impatient. Xiao Wei, why are you here? Zhang Wei quickly approached him and offered a cigarette. Uncle Wang, I brought two friends to see Xiao Qi. Please make an exception and let us in to get his autograph. Uncle Wang waved his hand, not accepting the cigarette. Not today. There are big shots here tonight, and the security is very tight. Not even we sponsors can get in. I can only let you take a distant look at Xiao Qi from the corridor. You absolutely cannot go further in. Zhang Wei nodded repeatedly. All right, it's fine to see him from the corridor. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang greeted the security guards and allowed the three of them inside. There were already quite a few people gathered in the corridor. These were either somewhat connected or seasoned fans familiar with the concert process. Everyone was waiting for the moment the star would come out. Lin Xiaoya stood among the crowd excitedly, taking out a beautiful notebook and a signature pen from her bag. She was full of anticipation, hoping to catch a glimpse of Liang Xinqi from afar, and if luck were on her side, she might even get an autograph. The security began to shout loudly, trying to drive the crowd to the sides of the corridor, forcibly clearing a wide. The soundproof door at the end of the corridor was pushed open. A few security guards in black suits came out first, scanning the surroundings vigilantly as they led the way. All eyes in the corridor turned toward them. Huang Jiqiang, the president of Gunstone Records, and the shining star Liang Xinxi were surrounded by a young man. Beside the man, 2 slender women clung tightly to his arm. Everyone present was a seasoned fan, and just by looking at their figures and temperament, it was obvious that these 2 were definitely big stars as well. Zhang Wei and Zhao Qian shouted excitedly as Liang Xinxi appeared following the crowd. Xiao Qi, look over here. Lin Xiaoya's hand holding the notebook stopped in midair. Her eyes widened, pupils constricting. She fixed her gaze on the young man surrounded by everyone in the center. That face was all too familiar to her. It was Chen Hao. The Chen Hao whom she had once summoned at will, the one she had casually arranged things for. The man who had waited for her for 3 hours downstairs the dormitory building only to be publicly abandoned by her. In the light of the superstar, this man looked so dazzling, so unattainable. Lin Xiaoya felt a bit of difficulty in breathing. She tugged at Zhao Qian, who was still screaming frantically. Stop shouting. Lin Xiaoya's voice trembled. What's wrong? Zhao Qian turned her head. That's Chen Hao. Lin Xiaoya pointed ahead. Zhao Qian followed Lin Xiaoya's finger to look. Her scream abruptly ceased. The color drained from her face rapidly. Zhao Qian's lips trembled, stuttering. How is that possible? How could it be him? I must be seeing things. This can't be real. Zhang Wei also heard their conversation and his expression was worse than if he had swallowed a fly. The central figure of attention could be any noble he did, but why was it precisely that poor student he had just mocked and looked down upon outside? This completely exceeded a bottom-tier poor wretch selling glow sticks outside. How could he possibly have a big star and a CEO swirling around him like serving an ancestor? Zhang Wei's Adam's apple bobbed. He began to feel uneasy. He hunched his shoulders and stepped back, trying to hide behind the 2 tall fans in front of him. Zhang Wei never wanted to run into Chen Hao at this moment. Just as he was about to slip away, someone firmly grabbed his right. Wang Chaos' face was flushed, and with a bit of alcohol in him, he excitedly patted Zhang Wei's shoulder. Xiao Wei, your luck today is truly incredible. Do you see that middle-aged man in a suit ahead? That's President Huang from Gunstone Records. When our group discussed the tour sponsorship, I accompanied the vice chairman to sign the contract and had a drink with President Huang. Come on, Uncle Wang will take you over. I'll shamelessly help you ask if you can get a signed autograph from Xiao Qi. Wang Chao was usually treated like a lord by his subordinates at banquets. He greatly enjoyed this feeling of being elevated. Zhang Wei's family owned a chain supermarket which didn't even rank in the top 10 among the distributors of Kyoto beer. But Zhang Wei's father was a very shrewd person. Every holiday, Zhang's father would bring gifts to visit Wang Chaos' home, and various high-end banquets were arranged meticulously. He managed to make this marketing department head exceedingly happy. Wang Chao was also pleased to showcase his connections and face in front of this sensible nephew. He forcefully pulled Zhang Wei towards Huang Jiqiang. Zhang Wei's heels scraped against the cement floor, trying to halt his forward momentum. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his face was ashen. Uncle Wang, maybe we shouldn't bother. Zhang Wei's voice was very soft, as if squeezed out from his throat. Wang Chao didn't hear him at all, and didn't notice Lin Xiaoya and Zhao Qian standing behind Zhang Wei, their expressions twisted, eyes red, looking like they were about to cry. The money Zhang Wei's family made in recent years relied entirely on currying favor with Wang Chao. Not only did Kyoto Beer provide them with the most lenient payment terms, Wang Chao had mixed in the fast-moving consumer goods industry for over a decade, holding plenty of resources. Many of the best-selling drinks and snacks on Zhang's supermarket shelves were obtained at extremely low wholesale prices thanks to Wang Chaos connections. Zhang Wei was fully aware of Wang Chaos' weight in his father's eyes. He was the golden goose that the Zhang family absolutely could not offend. Today, coming to ask for an autograph was his own idea to save face in front of Lin Xiaoya. Now that Wang Chao was enthusiastically dragging him to ask for an autograph, he had no reason to refuse. He couldn't possibly tell Wang Chao that he had just scolded that young man who was revered by President Huang outside. Zhang Wei's legs turned to jelly as he was forcibly dragged forward by Wang Chao. He screamed in his mind, begging for someone to come help him escape this awkward situation. Lin Xiaoya and Zhao Qian initially wanted to turn and leave. But with Zhang Wei being dragged forward, the 2 of them as companions could only follow behind with gritted teeth. The security guard cleared the way in front, pushing aside the obstructing crowd. At this moment, Huang Jiqiang was slightly bent over, standing beside Chen Hao to introduce the arrangements for tonight's supper. Chairman Chen, the restaurant on Gue Street has the best crayfish. There's always a long line. I've already reserved a private room in advance with various flavors prepared. We will definitely enjoy ourselves today. Huang Jiqiang's voice suddenly halted as he looked ahead. Wang Chao dragged Zhang Wei, blocking their path. Hello, President Huang. Wang Chao was beaming, bowing slightly. I'm Wang Chao from the marketing department of Kyoto Beer. When signing the sponsorship contract, I toasted you and you praised my drinking ability. Do you remember? Huang Jiqiang's words were interrupted, his brow furrowing as his expression darkened. He indeed had a slight impression of Wang Chao. Kyoto Beer was the biggest sponsor of this concert, contributing a significant amount of money. Wang Chao was at best just a department head in the other party's company. Such mid-level management personnel still did not reach a level that Huang Jiqiang deemed worthy of attention. Manager Wang, is there something you need? Huang Jiqiang asked coldly. Wang Chao, who had already drunk quite a bit, completely failed to notice the coldness, instead climbing the ladder and pulling Zhang Wei to the front. President Huang, this is my nephew Zhang Wei, a top student from Jingyang. He is a die-hard fan of Shaoqi, and his family is also an important partner of our Kyoto beer. Wang Chao then looked at Liang Xinqi, who was standing aside, flattering him. Shaoqi, I'm really sorry. My nephew has admired you for a long time and brought a notebook today. Could you please do me a favor and sign it? Liang Xinqi glanced at Huang Jiqiang. Seeing his boss' displeased expression, he merely smiled politely and did not respond. Huang Jiqiang was about to scold this ill-mannered Wang Chao when his gaze suddenly fell on Zhang Wei. He noticed that the young man's expression was quite strange. This young man showed no sign of the fervor typical of fans meeting their idol. Instead, he lowered his head, avoiding eye contact. His gaze passed over Zhang Wei and then caught sight of Lin Xiaoya and Zhao Qian standing behind. The two girls also looked pale. Their terror and awkwardness couldn't be concealed. As a seasoned veteran who had been in the world of fame and fortune for decades, Huang Jiqiang keenly sensed something was off. The gazes of these young people were not on Liang Xinqi at all. They were looking at Chen Hao. Huang Jiqiang's heart sank. The ages of these three young people seemed similar to Chen Hao's. Could it be that these youngsters knew Chairman Chen? Without fully understanding the other party's background, losing one's temper would only create trouble for oneself. Huang Jiqiang completely ignored the grinning Wang Chao. He turned around, slightly bent down, and cautiously inquired beside Chen Hao, Chairman Chen, do you know these young people? As Huang Jiqiang's words echoed, the atmosphere in the corridor shifted. Wang Chaos' smile froze on his face. Following Huang Jiqiang's gaze, he looked at the young man flanked by two beautiful women, then turned to Zhang Wei. It dawned on Wang Chao that his nephew's expression was not one of excitement at meeting an idol. Zhang Wei had his head down, his eyes evasive, and his legs trembled, looking entirely like a guilty thief. Dozens of eyes in the corridor fixated on Zhang Wei, Lin Xiaoya, and Zhao Qian's faces. Zhang Wei opened his mouth, but only a dry sound escaped his throat. He wanted to play it off by calling out junior brother to smooth things over, to gloss over the earlier conflict outside the door. But those three words were stuck in his throat, refusing to come out. Lin Xiaoya stood behind her, hands tightly gripping the corners of her coat. Her nails dug deep into the flesh of her palms, yet she felt no pain. She stared intently at Chen Hao's familiar, yet unfamiliar face, her heart filled with regret and anxiety. She wished more than anything that Chen Hao would speak up at that moment and declare to everyone that she was his girlfriend. Even if Chen Hao merely said, "This is my ex-girlfriend." His gaze was as calm as water. He swept his eyes over Zhang Wei's face, glided past Zhao Qian, and lingered for half a second on Lin Xiaoya's face, full of hope. Chen Hao slightly tilted his head, looking at Huang Jiqiang with an indifferent voice. I don't know him. He paused for a moment before continuing. Mr. Huang, you let just anyone into the backstage. Your security is far too lax. Huang Jiqiang felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat breaking out on his back. He could clearly sense that Chen Hao was indeed angry. Huang Jiqiang was furious. He turned around and roared angrily at the surrounding security guards. Security, what are you all doing? What nonsense sponsorship is this? Just because you're a sponsor, can you disregard the rules and barge into the backstage? Get them out of here right now. Huang Jiqiang pointed at Wang Chao's nose, cursing mercilessly. Starting tomorrow, all subsequent collaborations between Country Records and your Jingdu beer are cancelled. Don't come to me again. Wang Chaos' heart sank upon hearing this. There were still a series of celebratory banquets and promotional activities following the concert, all of which were in the contract. Cancellation of cooperation is a minor issue, and at most it's just a matter of negotiating some penalties. The real danger lies in the fact that he has inexplicably offended this elusive big shot next to Huang Jiqiang. A young man whom Huang Jiqiang treats like a god must have an extraordinary background. If he holds a grudge, it wouldn't take much for him to casually inform the higher-ups at Jingdu Beer. Tomorrow, Wang Chaos' position as the head of marketing might get axed. In Jingdu, he has seen too many instances where offending the wrong person could lead to someone being trampled underfoot. Wang Chao was seasoned in the market, a savvy person who rolled around in crowds every day. He glanced at Huang Jiqiang's furious face, then at Zhang Wei's guilty and fearful demeanor. He understood where the problem lay. It had to be his brazen nephew who had provoked this young big shot outside. Fear transformed into uncontrollable rage. Wang Chao turned around and raised his right hand. With a resounding slap, he struck Zhang Wei's face. Zhang Wei stumbled and half of his face quickly swelled up. You useless scoundrel. Wang Chao pointed at Zhang Wei, berating him harshly. What on earth have you done to offend such esteemed guests? Get out of here now. Chen Hao didn't look at them again, continuing to walk forward. With the strong push of several security guards, the group moved forward in a grand procession. Chen Hao brushed past Lin Xiaoya. A wave of expensive perfume wafted across Lin Xiaoya's cheek. Chen Hao's dismissive words, just anyone, were more devastating than if he had directly insulted her. She had always thought of herself as Chen Hao's white moonlight, the goddess he could never attain. But in Chen Hao's eyes, she had lost even the right to be scolded. Luo Wenwei and Rin Jingru closely followed Chen Hao, not even glancing at Lin Xiaoya as they passed by. The elegance radiating from these two starlets contrasted sharply with their extreme deference and flattery towards Chen Hao. This shattered Lin Xiaoya's meager pride, completely turning it into fine dust. Chen Hao and his group exited the corridor and boarded the several black business cars parked outside. As the car doors closed, the convoy slowly started driving into the night. The fans in the corridor had mostly dispersed by now. Zhang Wei, Lin Xiaoya, and Zhao Qian left the Jingdu Sports Center looking disheveled under the urging of security. The early winter chill mixed with fallen leaves mercilessly struck them. Zhang Wei covered his swollen cheek. He had been slapped hard by Wang Chao in front of the two girls and didn't dare to utter a single word. The image he had painstakingly crafted as a wealthy second generation in school, the connections he had prided himself on, had turned into a huge joke tonight. His pretentious pride lay shattered on the ground, impossible to pick up. The funding chain of the Zhang family supermarket relied entirely on Jingdu beer and the payment terms of a few bestsellers. If his offense against Wang Chao resulted in suppliers cutting off their supplies or coming to demand payment, his father would undoubtedly break his legs. Now he was not only embarrassed, but also terrified of dragging his family into bankruptcy. He walked towards the parking lot, head down and silent. Lin Xiaoya followed behind, the cold wind piercing through her wool coat. Her eyes began to redden, tears swirling in her eyes. She didn't know what her feelings were at that moment. Was it regret for the humiliation of being openly ignored in the corridor, or was it heartbreak for having given up on what could have been the biggest catch of her life? Memories from the past surged uncontrollably in her mind. Chen Hao used to line up every morning to buy her favorite breakfast, waiting under the dormitory building with an umbrella on rainy days. In contrast, just now Chen Hao had walked past with two alluring women, carefree under the spotlight. One was a poor boy who couldn't even afford Pizza Hut, the other was a big shot in the entertainment industry. The stark contrast made her green with jealousy. If only she hadn't suggested breaking up back then. If only she had given Chen Hao a little more patience. Wouldn't she have had a place in that spotlight just now? Would those lofty celebrities and big bosses have surrounded her, chatting and laughing, treating her like a princess? Lin Xiaoya bit her lower lip, and the tears finally couldn't hold back, sliding down her cold cheeks. Zhao Qian walked at the end, hands stuffed in her down jacket pockets, feeling a mix of emotions. She looked at Zhang Wei, who walked in front like a lost dog. Just a few days ago, she had thought Zhang Wei was a perfect, rich second generation with a wealthy and powerful family. Now it seemed that in front of Chen Hao, Zhang Wei was even less than a shoe shiner. She cursed Chen Hao fiercely in her heart. You're a rich second generation, why didn't you say so sooner? Why pretend to be a poor student working part-time? If you had revealed your influential background earlier, I wouldn't have spent every day in the dorm pushing Xiaoya to break up with you. I would have definitely helped you with hot water-bought breakfast and treated you like a god, even if Xiaoya broke up with you. I would have still eagerly gone after you, even if it meant being an unnamed mistress. It would be 1,000 times better than being with this useless Zhang Wei now. The sunlight streamed into the master bedroom of Hucking Jiyuan. Chen Hao opened his eyes, rubbing his throbbing temples. Last night, he had eaten crawfish at Li Dao on Guay Street and drank quite a bit. In 2000, Guay Street had already taken shape as a late-night food haven, with the entire street wafting with the spicy and fragrant aroma. In his past life, he had a brother who did business elsewhere. Every time he came to Kyoto, he would drag Chen Hao to Guay Street to peel a couple of pots of crawfish and drink a few bottles of chilled beer. Returning to familiar ground, Chen Hao was in a good mood and drank a few more glasses. By the end of the meal, Huang Jiqiang was frantically hinting, hoping he would help send Luo Wenwei and Rin Jingru back to their hotel. Chen Hao pretended not to understand and left the two big stars by the roadside, letting Xiao Wu drive his car over to take him home. Until the deal was fully finalized and interests were completely bound, he absolutely could not touch the bait offered by the other party. This was a hard-earned rule he had learned from navigating the business world in his past life. Moreover, he held the initiative and didn't need to be so anxious. Chen Hao threw off the blanket and got out of bed, walking into the bathroom to freshen up. After washing his face, he walked to the dining room. On the table were the small steamed buns and hot soy milk that Xiao Wu had bought early in the morning. He sat down and quickly finished a few bites, his mind busy calculating today's plans. At Matrix Technology, Su Jing and Zhao Gang were busy with the office relocation and personnel adjustments as the team from Huating Network was about to move in and the third floor needed to be reconfigured. He couldn't help much at the company and instead would disrupt the work rhythm of the subordinates. The urgent matter was to secure a new office space for himself. The office in the Electronic Information Department was useful for bluffing those who were unaware, but such a place could not serve as a regular reception area. Using such a tactic, the first use of maximum power could easily backfire if overused, causing others to lose their sense of awe. Chen Hao decided to buy a courtyard house instead. In Kyoto, acquiring a high-end office building was not as appealing as obtaining a courtyard house with history. The high privacy of a courtyard house could better showcase strength when receiving guests. In 2000, courtyard houses were still undervalued, with many old Beijingers eager to sell their dilapidated homes for an apartment. Buying now meant guaranteed profit. Chen Hao finished the last half of his bun, wiped his mouth, and grabbed his coat before heading out. Xiao Wu parked the Audi downstairs. Chen Hao opened the car door and sat in the back seat. Go to Hohai, he instructed. The car drove out of the community, merging into the traffic. Half an hour later, the Audi stopped at an open-air parking lot at the entrance of Hohai. Chen Hao pushed the car door open and stepped out with Xiao Wu following closely behind. In 2000, Hohai during the day lacked the deafening barn noise of later years, nor were there street hawkers peddling. The water's surface was calm, reflecting the weeping willows along the shore. A few elderly men were gathered by the bank chatting under the trees while holding bird cages. A few old rickety rickshaws were parked at the alley entrance with the drivers leaning against their seats, smoking dry tobacco. The atmosphere of old Beijing life was thick. Chen Hao strolled along the shore, his eyes scanning the shops along the street. He found a small real estate agency and stepped inside. Inside sat a man in his 30s dressed in a leather jacket with slicked back hair. This was a typical old Beijing real estate agent making a living by reselling housing information from the alleys. The agent Zhong Jun was sipping tea from an enamel mug. He looked up to size up Chen Hao, who was dressed in a well-tailored suit composed with a clearly visible bodyguard following behind. Zhong Jun put down the tea mug and hurried to greet him. "Boss, are you looking to buy or rent?" Zhong Jun said with a beaming smile. "I want to buy a complete courtyard house. I need one with 3 or 4 sections, clear property rights, and that can be transferred immediately for trading." Zhong Jun's eyes brightened. This was a rare big deal. In these times, those who could pull out millions in cash to buy a whole courtyard were few and far. If he could close this deal within a year, the commission would be enough for him to live well for several years. Zhong Jun opened the drawer of his desk and rummaged out a large bunch of labeled keys. "Boss, you've come to the right person. I know every property around Hohai like the back of my hand." He led Chen Hao and Xiao Wu out of the shop and into the intricate alleys. They viewed 3 courtyard houses in a row. None of them suited Chen Hao. The first was a 2-section courtyard with a too small facade, and there wasn't even a decent tree in the yard. It was of too low a grade. The second had been converted into a large communal courtyard with unauthorized constructions, completely destroying the original layout, and all the carved wooden windows of the main room had been torn off for firewood. The third courtyard was decent, but there were still 7 or 8 tenants who hadn't moved out. Such evictions involving historical legacy issues were the hardest to manage. Chen Hao didn't have the time to go to court with those tenants. He stood at the entrance of the third courtyard lighting a cigarette. "Do you actually have any good properties?" Chen Hao exhaled a smoke ring, feeling a bit annoyed. "If you're trying to fool me with this junk, then don't waste everyone's time." Zhong Jun wiped the sweat from his forehead, his mind racing. "Boss, there is indeed one good house left. This courtyard has a very high standard and is relatively well maintained. The only issue is that the owner is in a bit of a rush for money. He demands full payment within 3 days. He won't sell for a single cent less. Last month I took a boss from Wencheng to see it, but he ultimately gave up because he couldn't raise the funds in time." Chen Hao flicked the ash from his cigarette. "Money is not a problem. As long as I like the house, I can make the payment today." Upon hearing this, Zhong Jun's spirit lifted. "Got it, follow me." Zhong Jun led the way. The 3 of them passed through 2 alleys and arrived at Heir Hutong. Zhong Jun stopped in front of a tall gatehouse. The gatehouse had a grand entrance, and although much of the red paint had chipped away, one could still see its former splendor. "Boss, you've struck gold with this courtyard." Zhong Jun began to boast, pointing at the gate. "This was the residence of a certain prince of feng shui treasure. Look how bright this entrance is." Chen Hao walked up the steps and reached out to touch the somewhat worn drumstone at the front door. The carved patterns on the stone were still clear. Chen Hao interrupted Zhong Jun's rambling. "Stop exaggerating. This is not a royal residence. The rule for royal palaces is green tiles and red doors. This courtyard used gray tiles, and the gate was simply a grand entrance. The highest standard here would only be that of a prince." Chen Hao raised his head to glance at the direction of the courtyard wall. Looking at this layout, the backyard connects directly to the water surface of Hohai. This should have been the summer residence of the naval minister Prince Sai-sun. Zhong Jun's mouth hung open, his prepared boasting words stuck in his throat. He looked at Chen Hao in shock. He had been in this business for several years, and he only knew that this house had once belonged to a prince. To make it sellable, he habitually exaggerated, referring to it as a royal mansion. The previous bosses who came to view the house didn't understand these details at all, and were all made to feel dazed by it. This young boss in front of him had seen through the house's true nature at a glance, even specifying which prince it had belonged. Zhong Jun set aside his contempt, and his attitude became extremely respectful. Chen Hao actually did not understand ancient architecture. The reason he was so clear was that he had been here in his past life. Years later, this courtyard would be converted into a top-tier private club that was not open to the public. Back when he was involved in the cryptocurrency circle, a wealthy boss had booked a gathering for the 3 o'clock group at this club. Chen Hao had followed in to join the excitement and had heard the club manager detail the history of this courtyard. Returning to the old place, he did not expect to encounter this house during its window period of not being purchased. Zhong Jun stepped forward and knocked forcefully on the door. "Brother Bai, it's me, Zhong Jun. I brought a guest to see the house. Please open the door." After a moment, the latch moved. The door opened a crack. A middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses and a turtleneck sweater stepped out. The man had an elegant demeanor, and upon seeing Zhong Jun with someone, a smile appeared on his face. Zhong Jun quickly helped with the introductions. "Brother Bai, this is Boss Chen. He's genuinely interested in buying a house with solid financial backing." Zhong Jun emphasized Boss Chun has extensive knowledge about the Sihuan, and he immediately recognized that this was the courtyard of Prince Sai Sun from outside. Zhong Jun turned to Chen Hao. Boss Chun, this is the owner brother Bai Yiming. He is a professor teaching oil painting at the Academy of Fine Arts. You are both cultured individuals. I am sure you will have plenty to discuss. Bai Yiming's eyes lit up upon hearing that Chen Hao recognized the house's origin. He gave Chen Hao a thumbs up. Boss Chun is indeed an expert. This really is the waterside villa of Prince Sai Sun. Bai Yiming pushed the door open, gesturing for them to enter. Chen Hao stepped inside. Bai Yiming followed beside him, beginning to narrate the history of the house. Sai Sun was the uncle of the last emperor. After the fall of the Qing dynasty, these iron-hatted kings and princes lost their stipends, became addicted to opium, and began to frantically sell their ancestral properties. In the early days of the Republic, my grandfather was a major broker for the Salt Industry Bank. He bought this villa from Sai Sun's son for 20,000 taels of silver. Bai Yiming pointed towards the main house. My grandfather spent a fortune to rebuild the main house using golden silk nanmu. The pillars are all made from whole pieces of golden silk nanmu. Just those pillars alone would be worth a house today. In the 1950s, public-private partnerships turned this place into a chaotic courtyard housing over a dozen families. It wasn't until the late 1980s, when the state implemented the private housing policy, that the property rights were returned to our Bai family. As Chen Hao listened to Bai Yiming's account, he strolled around the courtyard. The courtyard covers a large area, a standard 3-entry courtyard. Although it has been somewhat dilapidated due to the chaotic times, the main wooden structure remains intact. The traces of the colorful paintings on the corridor still linger. In Chen Hao's mind, the image of a top-tier clubhouse from his past life surfaced. With some investment, a professional ancient building restoration team could renew it. Dig a pond in the courtyard, plant a few flowering crabapple trees, and connect the backyard directly to the water system leading to the Hohai. The quality here could definitely surpass over 90% of high-end venues in the capital. Chen Hao was very satisfied with this house. Professor Bai, with such a good ancestral property, why are you in such a hurry to sell? Chen Hao paused to ask. Bai Yiming smiled. To be honest, Boss Chen, my whole family is moving to the beautiful country. I have a painter friend who went there to develop a few years ago and is doing quite well. We're on great terms, and he's been thinking of bringing me over as well. Bai Yiming spoke with a tone full of longing for the beautiful country. This time he arranged for me to secure a spot in AU's EB5 visa program through some strong connections. As long as I gather 500,000 US dollars this month to invest in the Sunny Valley high-tech farm in Los Santos, I can get a green card, immigrate with my family, and start living in a developed country. So I urgently need cash. For this courtyard, if you give me 4 million RMB, we can transfer ownership immediately. Chen Hao was momentarily taken aback by this statement. The EB5 investment immigration program. The Sunny Valley high-tech farm. The combination of these two terms awakened Chen Hao's memories from his past life. This was one of the most notorious international immigration scams in the early 2000s in China. That so-called Sunny Valley farm was nothing but a barren piece of land in the suburbs of Los Santos. A few scammers registered a shell company targeting those middle-class and intellectuals in China who were eager to go abroad and had a bit of spare cash. Investing 500,000 US dollars would yield no returns. In the end, the project collapsed and the scammers absconded with the money. Countless Chinese who sold their houses to raise funds ended up destitute and homeless in the beautiful country. Chen Hao looked at this hopeful university professor before him. If Bai Yiming really sold this courtyard and took the money to invest in that fake farm, he would be drained of his last drop of blood by the scammers in the beautiful country, only to return to the Dragon Country. And years later, when he saw the courtyard he sold for 4 million at an astronomical price in the market, this refined professor would likely break down and jump into the Hohai. Chen Hao chose not to speak up. He was not a charitable savior. He was merely here to buy a house. If someone insisted on jumping into the fire pit, he could neither stop them, nor was there any need to. Professor Bai's choice is very wise. Chen Hao discreetly gave a thumbs up. The beautiful country is the world's #1 superpower with a developed economy and top-notch educational standards. Developing there holds limitless potential. Bai Yiming beamed with pride upon hearing Chen Hao's praise. Boss Chen understands me. I primarily want this for my children. The college entrance examination in our country is too competitive, and the rote education stifles creativity. The joyful education in the beautiful country can unleash children's nature to the fullest, allowing them to win at the starting line. Chen Hao followed Bai Yiming's words, eager to ensure the house purchase went smoothly. The two passed through the flower gate and entered the inner courtyard. Turning a corner, Chen Hao glanced towards the west wing. He stopped in his tracks, frowning. The originally spacious and exquisite cross corridor had been marred by the construction of an extremely ugly, illegal small kitchen. The wall was haphazardly built with red bricks topped with asbestos tiles. A pile of briquettes lay at the base of the wall, along with several dirty oil-bottom shells. Most outrageous of all, next to the small kitchen was an unpleasant-smelling dry toilet. This illegal construction was like a dogskin plaster, completely ruining the feng shui and aesthetic of the entire courtyard. Chen Hao turned to Bai Yiming. Bai Yiming's face was slightly awkward as he prepared to explain. The wooden door of the west wing was suddenly kicked open from the inside. A man with a buzz cut and bare torso burst out. The man was in his 30s, muscular, holding a stout rolling pin. This was Bai Yiming's younger brother, Bai Yong. Bai Yong dashed to the center of the courtyard, pointing the rolling pin at Bai Yiming. Big brother, it doesn't matter who you bring to see the house today, Bai Yong shouted hoarsely. This courtyard is half mine. Bai Yiming, normally refined, turned crimson with anger. What nonsense are you spouting? The property deed clearly states my name. Bai Yiming retorted loudly. When the policy was implemented, I was the one running around the streets and the housing authority to sort this out. Did you lift a finger? Bai Yong completely disregarded this reasoning. He raised the rolling pin and smashed it against the nearby blue and white water tank. The water tank emitted a dull sound, and a piece of porcelain chipped off the edge. I don't care. Bai Yong glared fiercely at Bai Yiming and Chen Hao. You want to sell the ancestral property left by our father to enjoy life in the beautiful country all by yourself? No way. Bai Yong leaned the rolling pin against the ground. Without 2 million you'll die in this west wing. He pointed at the illegal small kitchen. I have 3 fully charged gas canisters in my kitchen. Whoever dares to buy this house, I'll set it on fire. We'll all die together. Zhong Jun stood aside, palms slick with sweat. Having worked as a real estate agent for years, he dreaded encountering reckless, unyielding clients like this one. Men who played fast and loose with their own lives. Bai Yiming's face flushed an ashen green with rage as he jabbed a trembling finger toward his younger brother's nose. You wretched fool, dare you even strike a match? He bellowed the threat, yet failed to muster a single sentence imbued with true authority. Xiao Wu stepped forward, hands slipping into the inner pocket of his suit jacket, ready to intervene and restrain the man spiraling into hysteria. Chen Hao raised his right hand palm down and made a slow, deliberate gesture, halting him mid-motion. Xiao Wu froze, then retreated silently to his former position. Chen Hao had lived 2 lifetimes, one mired in the grit of society's underbelly, the other soaring through its gilded heights. This farcical spectacle before him revealed itself instantly, every motive, every lie, every brittle facade laid bare beneath his gaze. Bai Yiming was a shrewd man. Through cunning maneuvering, he had wrested ancestral property into his sole name, yet refused to part with a single cent for his younger brother. Bai Yong drifted through life aimlessly, unaccomplished, ineffectual, utterly incapable of reclaiming the property deed by legitimate means. His only recourse was theatrical tantrums and life-threatening bluster, leveraging desperation as currency. Neither brother was virtuous. That Bai Yong shouting wildly about igniting the gas cylinder was nothing more than a hollow bully, bravado without backbone. Had he possessed genuine courage, he would have brandished a knife long ago, forcing his elder brother to the real estate administration to add his name to the title. There was no need to wait until buyers arrived at the gate to stage this circus. Chen Hao had no intention of entangling himself in another man's domestic chaos. He turned, fixing his gaze on Zhong Jun and Bai Yiming. Enough. We've seen enough. Let's step outside and talk. With those words, Chen Hao slid both hands into his trouser pockets and walked out without hesitation. Zhong Jun, seeing that Chen Hao hadn't simply walked away, felt a spark of hope ignite. He hurriedly tugged Bai Yiming along in pursuit. Behind them, Bai Yong brandished a rolling pin, shrieking defiantly. Without my consent, no one will buy this house. Try it, if you dare court death. Chen Hao paused beneath the covered corridor of the front courtyard, its curved eaves casting quiet shadows. He withdrew a cigarette from his pocket, placed it between his lips, and lit it. Xiao Wu stepped forward with a lighter. Chen Hao inhaled deeply, then exhaled a slow, curling plume of smoke. The smoke drifted and dissolved in the air. Professor Bai, Chen Hao said, eyes locked onto Bai Yiming's voice glacial. This property has failed to sell, not merely because you're desperate for cash. He gestured faintly toward the rear courtyard, but more crucially because of your brother, who threatens suicide at every turn. Bai Yiming sighed, his face contorted with bitter resentment. Mr. Chen, please forgive the embarrassment. My younger brother has been idle and wayward since childhood, constantly stirring up trouble. Our parents passed early, and I fed him, clothed him, bore the full weight of his upbringing. Mr. Chen, please forgive the embarrassment. My younger brother has been idle and wayward since childhood, constantly stirring up trouble. Our parents passed early, and I fed him. He is a scoundrel, deliberately sabotaging everything, jeopardizing my critical plans to emigrate to the United States. Bai Yiming's voice grew increasingly heated. He conveniently omitted the fact that the courtyard was ancestral property, legally entitling Bai Yong to a rightful share. Chen Hao flicked ash from his cigarette, cutting off the tirade. Professor Bai, your family's grievances hold no interest for me, Chen Hao said, holding the man's gaze steadily. I speak only of the purchase. Your courtyard contains unauthorized structures, a makeshift kitchen built in violation of zoning law, and within it resides a man prepared at any moment to ignite a gas cylinder. A property entangled with such live-wire disputes would take months of legal wrangling just to process at the real estate administration. Chen Hao dropped the cigarette butt and ground it beneath his polished shoe. For a million yuan. Don't even entertain the thought. Take this mess to any buyer across Beijing. you'll find few brave enough to accept it. People buy homes to live, not to install a ticking time bomb in their own living rooms. Zhong Jun listened quietly, nodding inwardly. In all his years as an agent, he knew few would dare close such a deal. Chen Hao stated his final offer. By market standards, a property burdened with such severe defects warrants at least a 30 to 40% discount. If you truly wish to sell, I won't drive the price to rock bottom. Let's settle at 70%, 2.8 million yuan. Chen Hao held by Yiming's stare. Acceptable. I'll pay today. Unacceptable. Then let's not waste time. I'll move on to other properties. At the figure, by Yiming's eyes widened instinctively, his mouth already poised to refuse. 1.2 million yuan slashed from 4 million. It felt like flesh torn raw from his bones. Before the words escaped, however, the deadline for the EB5 immigration program flashed across his mind. He had to wire 50,000 US dollars this month, or forfeit his place entirely. Bai Yong had already scuttled 5 or 6 prospective buyers with his theatrics. Chen Hao was the sole buyer who, having witnessed Bai Yong's tantrum, still extended an offer. Missed this chance, and the opportunity vanished forever. Should he lose this window to immigrate via the U.S. agricultural investment program, no amount of future property sales could secure him a green card. Bai Yiming stood rooted, fists clenched, breath quickening. For over 10 seconds, silence hung thick and heavy. Then, teeth gritted, he forced out a single word: agreed. Pay now, 2.8 million. I accept. The group exited Hutong and returned to the brokerage office beside Hohai Lake. Zhong Jun swiftly retrieved a standardized contract from his drawer and filled in the property details and transaction amount. On a deal of this size, his commission would be substantial. Bai Yiming signed his name and pressed his thumbprint onto the document. Chen Hao signed as well. Professor Bai, time waits for no one. We proceed to the real estate administration immediately for title transfer. Chen Hao carefully folded the contract. Bai Yiming welcomed the urgency. He needed the funds even more desperately than Chen Hao did. Chen Hao pulled out his phone and dialed Zhaogang. Gong Ziyu and Su Jing, withdraw 2.8 million yuan in cash from the bank immediately. Once secured, bring it directly to the Xiqing District Real Estate Administration. After hanging up, Chen Hao instructed Xiao Wu to retrieve the Audi from the parking lot. Chen Hao, Bai Yiming, and Zhong Jun climbed inside and sped toward the administration office. The real estate administration hall bustled with activity. Queues snaked across the floor as people waited to process transfers, mortgages, and registrations. Red banners bearing white policy slogans hung prominently on the walls. Chen Hao's party found seats in the waiting area and waited nearly an hour. Then a black Santana pulled up outside the Zhaogang stepped out from the driver's seat. Su Jing emerged from the passenger side. They walked to the trunk and lifted out 2 large, heavy black canvas bags. The bags strained Zhaogang's grip as he carried both. As Su Jing walked beside him into the hall, Zhaogang approached Chen Hao and set the bags down on the tiled floor. Zippers were drawn open. Inside lay stacks of crisp 100 yuan bills, their fresh ink scent sharp and unmistakable. Bai Yiming's eyes gleamed with avarice. Zhong Jun swallowed hard. All here. Count it yourself, Chen Hao said, gesturing toward the bags. Bai Yiming knelt, pulling bundles one by one onto a nearby bench. He undid the paper bands, inspecting each bill meticulously. Dabbing saliva on his fingertips, he flipped through the notes with practiced speed. People moved constantly through the hall. Some carrying tens of thousands in cash was common enough. Though 2.8 million yuan in physical currency created a striking visual impression, onlookers merely glanced twice. No crowd gathered. Bai Yiming counted with painstaking care. After more than half an hour, he finished tallying the final bundle. Exactly 2.8 million yuan. Wiping sweat from his brow, he repacked the money into the canvas bags. Combined with his existing savings, the $50,000 investment for the U.S. agricultural project was now complete. With money secured, Bai Yiming moved with sudden feverish efficiency, rushing to the counter, joining the queue, and submitting the property certificate, ID card, and sales contract. Staff verified the documents without delay, stamped the forms, and issued the new title deed. The full transfer process concluded seamlessly. The sprawling 3-courtyard Sihiyuan, its ancient bricks steeped in generations of history, now belonged in every legal sense to Chen Hao. Chen Hao glanced at the newly issued property certificate. Bai Yiming waved his hands repeatedly. No need. I'm moving to the beautiful country, and I can't take those worthless pieces of furniture with me. The valuable items I needed were already packed and taken out beforehand. Bai Yiming pulled out a large bunch of copper keys from his pocket and stuffed them into Chen Hao's hands. This house is yours now. I won't even return to the yard. Bai Yiming picked up 2 canvas bags from the ground and, Boss Chen, I wish you great wealth. I need to rush to handle the remittance procedures now. After saying this, Bai Yiming ran out of the hall without looking back. He ran to the roadside, hailed a Xiaoli taxi, jumped in, and urged the driver to drive quickly. The taxi belched out a cloud of black smoke and disappeared at the end of the street. Chen Hao looked at the tail lights of the car in the distance and put the keys into his pocket. He understood very well why Bai Yiming was running so fast. Bai Yiming was afraid of being blocked by heir Yong in the yard demanding money. Now that the house was sold and the money was in hand, Bai Yiming slipped away, leaving the troublesome heir Yong for Chen Hao to deal with. Zhong Jun received the commission paid by Yiming and approached with a beaming smile. Boss Chen, congratulations on acquiring this luxury house. I have a few things to take care of at my shop, so we'll head back now. If you have any business in the future, please keep me in mind. Zhong Jun quickly slipped away. Having spent years mingling in the alleys, he dreaded the kind of reckless person like heir Yong who would do anything for money. Now that the house was sold, heir Yong would surely go crazy, and he did not want to be left to face this bad luck. Chen Hao stood on the steps outside the Housing Authority Hall holding a deep red property certificate. Su Jing stood beside him holding several copies and payment receipts. Xiao Wu opened the door of the Audi, his hand resting on the edge of the roof. Zhao Gang walked over, lowering his voice to ask Chen Hao if he wanted to bring a few brothers back to Heir Alley to throw that thug occupying the house out into the street. Chen Hao tucked the property certificate into his suit pocket, declining Zhao Gang's suggestion. He was indifferent to Bai Yiming's escape and heir Yong's rogue behavior. A rogue like heir Yong is a massive trouble for ordinary folks, but once they encounter him, they can only accept their bad luck and spend years in protracted disputes. However, for those who hold resources and connections, such low-level thugs are hardly more than an obstacle, at most just an ant by the roadside. Getting involved directly to chase someone away is beneath one's dignity and can easily lead to trouble. Chen Hao sat in the back seat of the Audi and took out his Nokia phone. He searched through his contacts and pressed the dial button. The phone rang 3 times before being answered. A warm voice came through the receiver. President Chen, what brings you to call me today? Chen Hao leaned back in the leather seat, watching the street scene retreat outside the window. Captain Lei, am in a bit of trouble. They say if you have problems, you should contact the police. After thinking it over, I can only ask you for help. Chen Hao's tone was casual. Captain Lei had been in the police system for many years and his ability to read the situation was well honed. If someone like Chen Hao, who has powerful connections, were to encounter a significant problem, he would never call him with such. This clearly indicated that it was a trivial matter that required using public authority to handle due to the reluctance to get their hands dirty. President Chen, you're being too polite. Our friendship means your matters are my matters. Who has the audacity to provoke you? Just give me an address, and I'll bring people over to handle it. Captain Lei responded quickly, without any hint of evasion. Chen Hao listened to the voice on the other end of the phone. No need for you to come in person. This morning I bought a courtyard house over by Hohai, and I've completed all the procedures and received the property. As a result, the original owner's brother is a rogue who refuses to leave the illegally constructed kitchen in the yard, and has even moved in a few gas canisters, claiming he wants to take the yard down with him. I plan to have the nearby police station help get him removed. Chen Hao briefly explained the situation. Captain Lei understood immediately. Such security incidents arising from family property disputes happen daily in the alleys of Kyoto. When ordinary people encounter this kind of issue and report it to the police station, the responding officers often handle it as a civil dispute, focusing on mediation. As long as there are no real gas canisters or fatalities, the police usually just persuade both sides, trying to smooth things over. In the end, if the matter cannot be resolved, they would have to go to court and engage in a prolonged legal battle. However, rules are rigid while people are flexible. Captain Lei had seen too many low-level rogues like this. Whenever the police truly took action, bringing out handcuffs and detention notices, none of them would dare to stand their ground. If the police station were to seriously handle it, the process would merely involve a charge of disturbing the peace or hindering public safety. It wouldn't even count as a case, just a simple task. President Chen, this matter is easy to handle. The area around Hohai is managed by the Shikaihai police station. Their chief is called Deng Haijiang, and I'm quite familiar with him. We used to attend training classes together at the city bureau and stayed in the same dorm. We often got together for drinks, and our relationship is solid. They'll give him a call right away and explain the situation. Captain Lei readily agreed. Thank you, Captain Lei, Chen Hao said into the phone. You're being too polite. Please wait 5 minutes, I'll arrange everything and call you back. Captain Lei finished and hung up the phone. In the office of the criminal investigation team in Haidian District, Captain Lei picked up the landline on his desk and dialed the number for Chief Deng Haijiang's office at the Shikaihai police station. Deng Haijiang answered the phone. After a few pleasantries, Captain Lei got straight to the point. Old Deng, there's something you need to handle personally. I have a very important friend who bought a courtyard in your jurisdiction at Heir Alley. He's encountered a rogue who is threatening him with gas canisters and refuses to leave. The person will arrive at your station shortly. Oh, please attend to him. Captain Lei instructed while holding the receiver. Deng Haijiang acknowledged and asked about the background of the person. Captain Lei lowered his voice. The background is unfathomable. His family is well connected and his elders are often seen on television. Just a few days ago, the General Administration of Press and Publication launched that intellectual property protection campaign, and several ministries jointly issued documents, all in cooperation with him. If you handle this matter well in the future, when good things come, just a bit of favor from him will be enough for us to benefit greatly. Captain Lei offered a few hints. After hearing this, Deng Haijiang's attitude became serious, and he repeatedly assured that he would handle it properly. 5 minutes later, Chen Hao's phone rang. It was a call back from Captain Lei. President Chen, everything has been arranged. You can go directly to the Shikaihai police station and look for Chief Deng Haijiang. I've explained everything to him, and he will be waiting for you in the office. Thanks, I'll treat you to a drink another day. Chen Hao hung up the phone. He instructed Xiao Wu to drive. The two cars left the housing authority one behind the other heading toward Shikai. 20 minutes later, the car stopped outside the Shikai police station. It was a two-story red brick building that had seen better days. Several blue and white police Santanas and a few three-wheeled motorcycles were parked in the yard. Several police officers in uniform were coming in and out of the yard. A slogan painted on the wall proclaimed to serve the people. Chen Hao opened the car door and got out. Zhao Gang and Xiao Wu followed behind. Su Jing stayed in the car waiting. The three of them walked into the first-floor reception hall of the police station. A young police officer came forward to inquire. Chen Hao reported his name and said he was looking for Chief Deng. The young officer was polite and led Chen Hao upstairs to the door of an office at the end of the corridor. The door was open. Behind the desk sat a police officer in his 40s with a slightly plump build, dressed in a crisp uniform and sporting 2 bars and 2 stars on his shoulder. This was Deng Haijiang. Upon seeing Chen Hao enter, Deng Haijiang walked around the desk and approached with large strides. You must be President Chen. I am Deng Haijiang. Captain Lei just briefed me on the phone. Please have a seat. Deng Haijiang extended his hands and shook hands with Chen Hao, his attitude very warm. He invited Chen Hao to sit down on the sofa for guests, turned around, took out an unopened box of Zhonghua cigarettes from the cabinet, opened it, handed one to Chen Hao, and personally lit it with a lighter. He then brewed a cup of hot tea in a disposable paper cup and placed it on the coffee table in front of Chen Hao. Chen Hao took a puff of the cigarette and pulled out the property certificate from his inner pocket, placing it on the table. Chief Deng, I apologize for the trouble today. This is the property certificate I just obtained for the courtyard in Yair Alley. Bai Yiming sold the house to me, took the money, and ran away. His brother Bai Yong has set up an illegal structure inside and has prepared a few gas canisters, claiming he wants to take the courtyard down with him. This has severely threatened public order and the safety of people's lives and property. Moreover, being in such a sensitive location, if an explosion were to occur, I believe Chief Deng can understand the seriousness of the situation. Therefore, this matter needs to be resolved with the help of the police station. Chen Hao briefly explained the ins and outs of the matter. Deng Haijiang took a look at the property certificate, confirmed the address and name, and returned the certificate to Chen Hao. Having worked in the grassroots police station for so many years as a local police officer, he was well aware of the situation regarding these troublemakers in the jurisdiction. President Chen, I understand the situation. Deng Haijiang sat across from Chen Hao with a teacup in hand. We've heard a bit about the Bai family's issues in our station. That Bai Yong is just a good-for-nothing thug. In his 30s, he has achieved nothing and doesn't even have a proper job. He mainly works odd jobs at a small coal factory at the alley entrance to make some drinking money. In his spare time, he just loiters around. He often engages in gambling, solicitation, brawling, and has had to spend a few days in our station from time to time. Many of my officers know this guy. Deng Haijiang set down the teacup and flicked the ash into the ashtray. Captain Lei's hints over the phone were clear to Deng Haijiang. The young man before him has a powerful background and can mobilize resources from various ministries. Such a big shot is normally inaccessible. Now he actively seeks help, presenting a rare opportunity for flattery. If they were to help, they must do it well and thoroughly, leaving no loose ends. If they merely send a couple of police officers to scold by Yong and chase him away, that guy would likely return to cause trouble in a few days, making Deng Haijiang look incompetent in front of Chen Hao. Deng Haijiang's mind raced as he quickly devised a comprehensive and effective plan. Mr. Chen, given your standing, you undoubtedly wish to resolve this matter definitively, securing peaceful long-term use of this courtyard without lingering complications. Deng Haijiang gazed at Chen Hao, who nodded in agreement. Since illegal construction is involved, let's make this operation decisive and conspicuous. Deng Haijiang outlined his plan. I'll call Director Wang of the Subdistrict Office immediately and summon personnel from both their Infrastructure Division and Urban Management Bureau. We'll conduct a joint law enforcement operation, he elaborated. Our police station will handle arrests. Bai Yong threatened others lives with a gas cylinder, an act constituting provocation and disturbing public order. I'll dispatch a patrol car on the spot, place him in handcuffs, and detain him for 15 days without delay. Once he's taken away, the Subdistrict Office's Infrastructure Division will move in immediately to demolish the illegal structure entirely, right down to its foundations. We'll resolve both the person and the violation in one clean sweep. Chen Hao, having heard the proposal, replied, That sounds excellent. Chief Deng, your planning is thorough. Proceed exactly as you've outlined. This approach epitomized grassroots governance in the year 2000, multi-departmental coordination, swift and incisive action, a veritable dimensional downgrade for a street-level thug like Bai Yong. By the time he emerged from detention, the illegal structure would already lie flat and the locks changed, leaving him no foothold, not even a place to stage his next outburst. Seeing Chen Hao's satisfaction, Deng Haijiang's smile broadened. Mr. Chen, I'll need to initiate formal police dispatch procedures and file an official case. The Subdistrict Office and Neighborhood Committee will also require time to assemble demolition crews and equipment. Acting this afternoon would be rushed and risk leaking word allowing that young man to flee. Deng Haijiang glanced at his wristwatch. Shall we schedule it for tomorrow morning? At 9 o'clock sharp we'll convene at the courtyard gate to commence the joint operation. Does that suit you? Chen Hao extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray. Absolutely. Timing is yours to determine. I'll be there precisely at 9 tomorrow. Chen Hao rose. Deng Haijiang stood in turn. Chief Deng, thank you for your diligent efforts today. Are you free this evening? I'd like to host a modest dinner. Perhaps invite Director Wang of the sub-district office as well. Chen Hao extended the invitation. Deng Haijiang waved lightly, escorting Chen Hao toward the office door. Mr. Chen, dinner can wait. Let's settle the matter first, then arrange hospitality afterward. Chen Hao settled into the Audi and instructed Xiao Wu to drive back to Matrix Technology. Upon arriving at the 4th floor, the office hummed with activity. Several newly hired administrative staff were moving computers and desks, clearing space for the upcoming relocation of the Hewiting network team. Chen Hao entered his former office and hung his overcoat on the coat rack. He asked Zhao Gang to summon Lei Hu and Wang Dajuan. Moments later, they entered the office. Lei Hu wore a custom-tailored black suit, broad-shouldered, imposing, his tie knotted with military precision. Wang Dajuan stood ramrod straight, his gait bearing the crisp discipline of a veteran soldier. They halted before the desk. Chen Hao gestured toward the chairs opposite, inviting them to sit. He picked up a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from the desk and tossed one to each. Then he recounted purchasing the quadrangle courtyard in Yurhatong and the confrontation with Bai Eryong, who had brandished a gas cylinder to evade payment. Lei Hu, select 5 security personnel from your team. Wang Dajuan, choose 5 Comradescent arms from your network. Tomorrow morning at 8:30 assemble at Hohai's Yurhatong. Select those with fierce appearances, broad builds, men whose very presence commands intimidation. Ensure our company's daily operations remain unaffected, retain sufficient personnel on site. Lei Hu and Wang Dajuan responded in unison. Zhao Gang pulled up a chair and sat puzzled. Boss, if Chief Deng of the police station and the sub-district office are already intervening, why bring so many people at? Can't the police simply arrest him and urban management dismantle the structure? Chen Hao exhaled a plume of blue smoke, fixing his gaze on Zhao Gang. Gongzi, you're oversimplifying this. A low-level hoodlum like Bai Eryong, living off the grid in alleyways, may fear the police, but threatening others with a gas cylinder without igniting it or causing injury amounts only to provocation, hardly grounds for prolonged detention. Once arrested and detained for 10 or 15 days, he'll be released, and when he returns to find his dwelling demolished and the locks replaced, left without even a place to sleep. Do you imagine he'll accept it quietly? He'll conclude we've bullied him under police protection. Officers cannot stand guard at the courtyard gate day and night. He'll return at midnight, shattering windows, splashing paint, or hurling dead rats onto our threshold to torment us. We cannot summon the police every single day. Chen Hao spoke coldly. Against such a hardened, recalcitrant element, conventional authority may suppress resistance temporarily, but it treats only the symptom, not the disease. To sever his will to provoke altogether, we must demonstrate overwhelming force. Tomorrow our presence, even silent, motionless, will convey an unmistakable message. If he wishes to stir trouble, let him seek his elder brother, the one who absconded with the funds. Dare he confront us here? That would be suicide. Only upon recognizing our absolute dominance will he truly fear and retreat far away. Zhao Gang nodded repeatedly. Lei Hu and Wang Dajuan likewise grasped the mission's essence to stand firm, project strength, and serve as an unspoken deterrent. The next morning at 8:30 Yurhatong beside Hohai Lake. A crisp winter chill hung in the air, a breakfast stall at the alley entrance steamed with warmth. Elders squatted along the wall, bowls in hand, chatting over steaming buns. Chen Hao's Audi halted at the alley mouth. He stepped out, Xiao Wu close at his side. Zhao Gang, Lei Hu, and Wang Dajuan were already waiting outside, with their assembled teams. Lei Hu and Wang Dajuan wore black suits over white shirts, ties absent, collars open. Behind them stood 10 men in identical black security uniforms, wearing high-top tactical boots. Each had been rigorously selected. Massive, broad-chested faces, stern and impassive, radiating an aura that repelled approach. With Chen Hao, Xiao Wu, and Zhao Gang added, the group swelled to over a dozen, filling more than half the narrow alley. Passing neighbors quickened their pace, hugging the walls to slip past unnoticed. Moments later, 2 blue and white police Santana sedans arrived, flashing red lights, parking behind the Audi. Deng Haijiang alighted, followed by 5 uniformed officers. Immediately after, a white Jincheng minibus, its doors swung open. 3 officials from the sub-district office stepped out, accompanied by 5 construction workers clutching sledgehammers and crowbars. Deng Haijiang and the sub-district office delegation paused mid-step upon seeing Chen Hao's contingent. The spectacle was arresting. Over a dozen black-clad, muscular men standing in disciplined formation, exuding more authority than the law enforcement officers themselves. The sub-district office's lead section chief glanced at Deng Haijiang. Silent inquiry, who precisely are these people? Deng Haijiang himself felt a flicker of uncertainty. Yesterday, Lei Daqiang had merely described this figure as a person of extraordinary influence, never mentioning he commanded such an intimidating retinue of plainly formidable enforcers. Chen Hao stepped forward to greet Deng Haijiang. Good morning, Chief Deng. Thank you all for your effort today. He offered a Zhonghua cigarette. Deng Haijiang accepted the cigarette and leaned in, lowering his voice. Mr. Chen, I understand why you've brought so many people. But once inside, please instruct your men not to lay a hand on anyone. Leave enforcement to us, strictly by procedure, to avoid any appearance of impropriety. We must adhere scrupulously to protocol. Chen Hao smiled, affable and agreeable. Rest assured, Chief Deng, we defer entirely to the police. These are all colleagues from my company, here solely to assist with cleaning the courtyard and moving furniture. Deng Haijiang surveyed the colleagues, their scarred faces and bulging muscles betraying the implausibility of that explanation. But since Chen Hao had made his position clear, he said no more. Very well, let's proceed inside now. Deng Haijiang raised his hand in signal. Chen Hao approached the gate, retrieved the copper key Bai Yiming had given him yesterday, and inserted it into the lock. The bolt retracted, the heavy wooden doors swung inward. Chen Hao entered first, the others filed in behind him. Over 30 people flooded the courtyard, footsteps and voices merging, shattering its tranquil silence. They passed through the ornamental moon gate of the front courtyard, heading directly toward the illegal kitchen annex in the west wing. Bai Eryong still slept soundly within. Having consumed 2 bottles of cheap baijiu the previous night, he remained deep in drunken slumber, snoring heavily, until the commotion outside roused him. Bai Eryong blinked, groggily awake, assuming once again it was his elder brother Bai Yiming returning with perspective. After yesterday's buyer departed, he'd concluded his gas cylinder gambit was infallible. If he caused enough trouble, no one would dare purchase the courtyard. Still half asleep, he didn't bother dressing. Only threw on baggy trousers and snatched the thick rolling pin beside his pillow. You damn turtle, Bai Yiming. He kicked the door open and charged forth, brandishing the rolling pin. I'm telling you, this house belongs to me. Whoever dares buy it, I'll ignite the gas cylinder, and we'll all die together. The threat left his lips, then his vision sharpened, taking in the courtyard. No Bai Yiming. Only the young buyer from yesterday, hands buried in the pockets of his trench coat, watching him with icy detachment. Around him stood 6 uniformed officers. Behind the officers loomed over a dozen burly, broad-shouldered men. Bai Eryong's mouth fell open, no sound emerged. The rolling pin slipped from his grasp and clattered onto the bluestone pavement.